Chapter 1. The Enchanting Beauty of Deng Jiashu. In the city of Rome, it is often said that the south of the Yangtze River is delightful, not merely for its exquisite water towns, but also for the gentle and alluring women. Complemented by handsome and passionate in a small frontier city in Jiangnan, Rome is no exception. Everyone knows that the esteemed Deng Changsha has a daughter, cherished like a precious gem, adored and pampered beyond measure. Although this daughter is not the biological child of the Changsha couple, Deng Changsha would go to great lengths to protect her. This girl, nurtured like a tender peach, remains rarely seen by the public eye. Many men, driven by the desire to behold the beauty of Miss Deng, have scaled the walls of the Changsha residence under the cover of night, only to be swiftly apprehended by the guards and unceremoniously thrown into the streets, never even stepping foot into her courtyard. The air of mystery surrounding this young lady has only fueled curiosity. Some speculate she must be a hideous creature, too embarrassed to face the world. Others claim she possesses an ethereal beauty, and that her father fears she may be taken away. There are those who whisper of her peculiar disposition, suggesting she shuns contact with outsiders. The rumors swirl, growing ever more fantastical. Consequently, when the Changsha household sought to acquire maidservants, one individual disguised as a woman managed to deceive the discerning eyes of Deng Changsha, gaining the rare opportunity to glimpse Miss Deng. From that moment, he was utterly enchanted, declaring that to witness such a celestial being was to live a life devoid of regrets. Images of Miss Deng began to circulate wildly throughout Rome, captivating the hearts of countless men who flocked to the capital to take the imperial examinations, all in hopes of winning her hand in marriage. One morning, within the serene confines of Anming Pavilion at the Changsha estate, Deng Lishu gradually opened her bright eyes, her exquisitely delicate features coming to life. Her luminous, moist apricot eyes shimmered with a veil of mist, with a single crystalline droplet clinging to her long, thick eyelashes, moistening her eyelids as she blinked. Gently, her hands, pale and delicate like fine jade, caressed the ancient jade pendant resting against her chest, a refined yet serene piece, engraved with a crescent moon. It was said to have been left to her by her biological parents, of whom she knows nothing. Her elegant brows furrowed slightly, and her lips took on a pale hue. As her initially drowsy gaze sharpened, her expression became one of cool detachment. With a nose that seemed sculpted by the heavens, her oval face bore a touch of softness that a beauty is indeed a beauty. Her long, lustrous hair cascaded over the millet-colored pillow. Though slightly tousled, it only served to enhance her captivating allure. As she inhaled delicately, her alabaster fingers gracefully propped her up, revealing her full figure partially draped by the silk blanket, exposed to the cool morning air. Clad in a simple white undergarment, her figure was slender yet graceful, and her petite, fair feet slowly emerged from the covers. The bowtie's charm lies not merely in her skin, and Deng Lishu embodied this truth. Her allure was in her very essence, every movement exuding an elegance that bewitched the heart. Her maid, Shulan, had been waiting outside with the attendants for quite some time. Upon hearing her mistress' cool and enchanting voice, her heart fluttered indeed. The young lady was utterly captivating. She could hardly believe that there were men in the world who could escape her grasp should she desire it. She could effortlessly toy with them at her will. "Miss, I have come in." Shulan gently pushed open the door, leading in a maid to assist Deng Lishu with her grooming. Seated before the vanity, Deng Lishu wore a cool expression, and Shulan found it difficult to discern her emotions. After dutifully attending to Deng Lishu's grooming, a breathtaking beauty emerged. Shulan dismissed the other maids and assisted Deng Lishu to the front hall for breakfast. Shulan, with her lively disposition, noticed her mistress' silence and proceeded to share the news from outside the estate. Deng Lishu listened, her patience wearing thin at the absurd antics of men. She found herself weary of Shulan's daily enthusiasm. Growing fatigued, she interjected, "Shulan, are there any other interesting tidbits?" Shulan, embarrassed, scratched her head and glanced at her proud mistress. "Miss, the city of Rome is rather small. These are but the same old tales. I shall certainly inquire about something fresh tomorrow." Deng Lishu's expression remained indifferent as she gently shook her head. "Very well." The two of them entered the front hall, where Deng Changsha and Madame Deng were already seated. Upon seeing their most cherished daughter approach gracefully, their faces brimmed with admiration and joy. Li Shu has arrived, please take a seat, both parents called out in unison. Deng Li Shu rarely smiled, but she offered a slight grin, greetings, father and mother. Madame Deng stepped forward to pull her into a seat, while Deng Changshe eagerly served her food. Our daughter is becoming increasingly enchanting. Indeed, our daughter is undoubtedly the best. Come, eat more, don't let yourself go hungry. How did father and mother sleep last night? Deng Li Shu asked, taking small bites and slowly swallowing before speaking. Very well as long as Li Shu is well, we are well. The family of three enjoyed a harmonious moment, and it was only in the presence of Deng Changshe and his wife that Deng Li Shu would smile, alongside her devoted maid, Shulan, who had grown up with her in the Northern Dynasty's capital, within the palace of Qingguang. The emperor of the Northern Dynasty donned a dark dragon robe and a jade crown, his handsome and resolute face, framed by sharp, eagle-like eyes that were both profound and steadfast, exuding an air of majesty and grace. Pei Yixuan sat high upon the golden dragon throne, a symbol of supreme authority, his posture regal as he surveyed the bowing ministers below, his deep gaze seemingly capable of piercing through to their very souls, rendering them unable to meet his gaze. Every movement he made captivated the hearts of the court, the harem, and the populace. Each word and action conveyed his noble dominance, as if every breath he took proclaimed his unparalleled authority, resonating like a thunderous bell, instilling awe in all. Lu Yu, a third-rank official, approached the center of the grand hall with a jade tablet in hand, kneeling as he spoke, "Your Majesty, you have ascended the throne for 3 years. The eternal alley remains without a master, and the positions of consort remain unfilled. I believe it is time for your Majesty to hold a grand selection to enrich the harem and ensure the continuity of the imperial lineage." Upon hearing this, the ministers concurred, finding Liu's suggestion quite reasonable, and they echoed, "We implore your Majesty to consider the future of the Northern Dynasty and to enrich the harem." Pai Yxn's expression remained inscrutable, concealing his thoughts from prying eyes. Beside him, the eunuch Ling Wei stood cautiously, apprehensive of inciting the emperor's wrath. Since ascending the throne, his Majesty had ruled for 3 years, yet the imperial harem comprised only 1 Jiaoyi, 1 Jiu, 1 Ronghua, and 1 Marin. Curiously, these consorts had yet to demonstrate any signs of pregnancy. When many anticipated that Pai Yxn would refuse, he spoke in a deep voice, "Granted." This single word alleviated the tension in the room, as it signified that the emperor had finally heeded the counsel of his ministers. Ling Wei also felt a quiet sense of relief. The emperor's mind was notoriously difficult to decipher. Despite having served him since childhood, even at the age of 21, the young sovereign remained an enigma to him. Upon returning to the Jianzhong Palace, Pai Yxn changed his garments under the attentive care of the palace attendants. Ling Wei crouched nearby, grinding ink with meticulous care as he assisted the emperor in reviewing memorials. A young eunuch entered to announce, "Your Majesty, Zhao Su seeks an audience." Without raising his gaze, Pai Yxn replied, "I am busy, do not let her in." The young eunuch bowed his head and exited promptly. Zhao Su, having been denied access to the emperor, tore several pieces from her handkerchief in frustration, her discomfort causing her to spill tea multiple times. Officials. One to the 3 dukes, the highest-ranking officials of the Han Dynasty, including the Grand Marshal, Minister of Rights, and Minister of Works, tasked with overseeing military affairs, ritual education, and territorial development, respectively. Point 2, the 9 ministers. Ranking below the 3 dukes, this group includes the Minister of Ceremonies, Minister of Justice, Grand Commandant, and others, each responsible for various state affairs. Point 3, the middle 2,000 stones, comprising officials such as the Junior Minister of Works, Minor Officer, and others. These individuals hold relatively high ranks and undertake significant administrative or military duties. Point 4, the lower 2,000 stones, including positions like Deputy Junior Minister of Works and others. These officials possess slightly lower ranks than their middle counterparts. 5, the lower 9 ranks, comprising officials such as Deputy Guard Commanders and others. These individuals rank lower, yet still play vital roles within the government. 6, the lower 10 ranks, encompassing positions such as junior commanders and others. These officials belong to a lower echelon, responsible for specific administrative tasks. Chapter 2. The Imperial Decree for the Selection of Talents. With the issuance of the Grand Imperial Edict, joy and sorrow intermingled among the people. This decree mandated that all eligible daughters of officials must enter the palace to participate. Failure to comply would result in charges of disobedience. Upon receiving this news, Minister Deng nearly fainted, while his wife wept for an entire day, unable to recover. They understood that their daughter had never coveted royal wealth, and despite her cool demeanor, she was far too naive to contend with the cunning women of the court. Particularly concerning was the daughter of the powerful Grand Marshal, Su Jiaoyi, whose arrogance and authority raised the question, would anyone entering the palace experience a life of ease? When Deng Lishu heard the news, she was momentarily stunned. Entering the palace? Such opulence was beyond the reach of a mere girl like herself. Minister Deng and his wife exchanged anxious glances, their hearts aching for their dazed daughter. Gently, Mrs. Deng took her daughter's hand, guiding her to sit beside her, speaking softly, Li Shu, your father and I have already made plans. The Deep Palace is a place where one might be devoured whole. You must never enter. Yes, daughter, Minister Deng added confidently, patting his chest. I have arranged for someone to take your place. I fear no charges of treason. Your well-being is far more important than anything else. Despite her usual calm demeanor, the 18-year-old girl could not help but feel tears welling in her eyes at her parents' concern. The sight of their beloved daughter in distress tugged at the hearts of her parents, maids, and servants alike, who all silently cursed the cruel emperor. Mrs. Deng delicately wiped the moisture from her daughter's eyes with a silk handkerchief, her own garments becoming damp with tears. Li Shu, your father may only hold the position of a ninth-rank minister, but he still wields influence in Rongqing. Do not worry. Mother, father, such treason is a crime that could annihilate 9 generations. I do not wish to implicate you. Li Shu's voice, usually so composed, took on a tone of poignant sorrow, deepening her parents' distress. Even if you're not selected, we can devise a way for you to disguise yourself and avoid the selection altogether. However, my dear, you must understand the dangers lurking within the palace. Everyone there is skilled in manipulation, and many have met their doom in such a treacherous environment. Your father and I would never wish to thrust you into the jaws of a tiger. Mrs. Deng's tears flowed freely, her usual grace and poise all but vanished. Fear not, my daughter, for I am unafraid of the charges of treason. Your happiness is what matters most. Do not misinterpret my intentions. Hearing this, Li Shu felt a flicker of uncertainty. Father, then I shall heed your wishes. The couple's faces lit up with joy. Yes, yes. Our Li Shu should not aspire to be a consort. Spending her life with us is what we desire. Minister Deng and his wife had no intention of marrying off their daughter, fearing the potential hardships she might face. Seeing her parents' happiness, Li Shu felt a sense of relief wash over her. Pei Yixuan delegated all matters related to the selection to his subordinates, showing little interest himself. For the women in the Eternal Alley failed to captivate him. After all, it was no wonder he had not sired an heir over the years. He had kept his distance, resorting to various means to manage the frivolous women surrounding him, as spring brought floods to the southern regions. This year was a rare blessing from the heavens, with everything remaining tranquil. Pei Yixuan took only 2 shadow guards southward, the trio dressed in plain clothes, boarding a small boat to drift along the waters toward Jiangnan. As soon as he disembarked at the dock, a figure clad in black sprang forth, and the unfortunate boatman plunged into the tumultuous waters, struggling for survival. Fortunately, possessing some swimming skills, he did not lose his life, but upon reaching the shore, he abandoned the vessel and fled in haste. Pei Yixuan and his companions, skilled in combat, managed to defeat several of the assailants. Yet he still sustained a wound to his shoulder. Following his orders, the 2 dark guards pursued the attackers, instructing them to regroup in Rong City. Dressed in dark garments, Pei Yixuan bled profusely from his injury, though it was not overtly visible. One would not detect the heavy scent of blood unless they drew near. Upon leaving the dock, he found himself lost, wandering until he arrived at the entrance of a temple. where he contemplated seeking assistance from a novice monk to tend to his wound. He hurried into the temple, and the young monk, noticing his pale complexion, approached with hands clasped. "Are you unwell, esteemed benefactor? I have sustained a minor injury. May I rest here for a while?" The monk guided him to the courtyard to dress his wound without further inquiry, subsequently providing him with a simple meal before departing. After a brief period of rest, Pei Yixuan felt considerably better. He retrieved several silver notes from his pocket, contemplating making a donation for incense. Today, Madame Deng had taken Deng Lishu out for a leisurely excursion, during which they visited the temple to seek a talisman for peace. Deng Lishu knelt fervently in the main hall, receiving guidance from the abbot, her bright and clear eyes untainted by worldly concerns. Originally wearing a veil, she found it inappropriate to cover her face within the temple. Many who entered and exited were captivated by her extraordinary beauty, pausing to gaze, while others recognized her but dared not approach, being swiftly obstructed by the head of the Longshan Manor's guards. They watched, entranced, as the enchanting maiden passed by, leaving a lingering fragrance in the air that refused to dissipate, revealing their admiration and infatuation. Upon entering the main hall, Pei Yixuan beheld the mesmerizing sight of the beauty offering incense and prayers. Each of her movements was a visual delight, stirring his heart with longing. He stood transfixed behind a towering red pillar, motionless, tightly gripping the silver notes, as his previously calm gaze now brimmed with astonishment and excitement. This was no ordinary beauty. With such ethereal grace, poise, and an air of dignified aloofness, only a woman of such exceptional allure could awaken his desires and aspirations for conquest. After receiving the abbot's blessing, she expressed her gratitude, her cool and enchanting voice flowing into Pei Yixuan's heart like a fine vintage, leaving him momentarily weak. Just as he contemplated approaching this captivating lady, he overheard two voices discussing her. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he focused intently on their conversation. "Look, there's our Rome City's most beautiful woman. I would argue she is the most beautiful in the entire Northern Dynasty. Indeed, even as a woman, I am utterly smitten. Imagine how the men must feel." The two girls gazed at Deng Lishu's stunning profile, and as she turned, her flawless visage struck their hearts like a bolt. "Ah, Miss Deng is so beautiful. Yes, yes. I have a friend who works at Longshan Manor and has had the privilege of serving Miss Deng several times. She speaks of it with such joy. It is unacceptable. Next time the Chansha Mansion recruits, I must participate. This would indeed fulfill a long-held regret. I will go too. I will go too." The voices of the two young ladies gradually faded. Pei Yixuan had already discerned her identity, and when he regained his senses, the enchanting Miss Deng had vanished without a trace. He sighed in vexation, hurriedly offering incense money in the grand hall before departing in haste. However, by the time he chased after her, the beauty had already left. Chapter 3. Master of the Eternal Alley, Lady Su in the Imperial Palace. Yongning Hall of the Eternal Alley. A captivating beauty reclined languidly on an opulent soft couch, delicately perusing the list of candidates for the recent selection of talented maidens. Her ruby lips slightly parted as she savored the glistening purple grapes peeled by her personal maid, the deep crimson juice gently staining her already alluring lips. With her slender, alabaster fingers, she gracefully flipped through the dazzling roster of names, elegantly chewing and swallowing the grapes, a hint of disdain curling her lips into a smirk. This expression, laced with mockery and envy, marred the originally harmonious beauty of her visage, rendering it somewhat unfriendly. Mian stood nearby, thoughtfully fanning her with a peach blossom fan to alleviate the irritations brought on by the sweltering summer heat. Noticing the change in her lady's demeanor, she mused that the newly arrived noble families would not fare well. Bowing her head even lower, her delicate face was adorned with a sycophantic expression. "Your Grace, even with more noble families entering the palace, they cannot overshadow you. His Majesty has entrusted the authority over the Eternal Alley to you. Their future lies entirely in your hands." Listening attentively, Ting echoed the flattery. "Your Grace, you need not be troubled by these insignificant ants. As Mian said, everything remains at your discretion. Your health is of utmost importance. Once you bear His Majesty a son, the position will surely be within your grasp. With the reassurances of her two devoted maids, Lady Sue's countenance began to brighten. Her prideful chin lifted slightly as she carelessly tossed the roster into the hands of the eunuch, gently smoothing her hair. Is His Majesty not in the palace? The eunuch, struck by the swiftly thrown roster, managed to catch it securely. Upon hearing Lady Sue's inquiry, he promptly stepped forward. In response to your grace, I have inquired. His Majesty left the palace several days ago, but with the grand selection approaching, he should return shortly. Lady Sue lifted her jade-like hands to admire her freshly manicured nails, each finger glistening with a radiant sheen. The originally pink polish had taken on a subtle crimson hue, appearing quite exquisite. Her mood lifted entirely. She nodded in satisfaction. Do you think His Majesty will be fond of those seductive beauties? Your Grace, His Majesty has entrusted the entirety of this selection to Her Highness, the Empress Dowager, and you, indicating his disinterest in those noble families. The eunuch quickly replied. Mi Yun and Ting exchanged knowing smiles. Your Grace, the eunuch speaks truly. Since His Majesty was but a prince, you have held his favor. Now, 3 years into his reign, he has always showered you with affection. No matter how many beauties enter the palace, you will always be his favored one. Su Zhaoyi's heart brimmed with joy as she delicately covered her small mouth with a silk handkerchief, letting out a sweet, joyous laugh. She then playfully tossed the handkerchief aside and teasingly glared at those around her, saying, Only you all are sweet-tongued. However, His Majesty indeed treats me exceptionally. The group of servants engaged in cheerful conversation when a maid appeared, announcing that Lady Li, a confidant of Her Majesty the Empress Dowager, had arrived. Su Zhaoyi promptly instructed her attendants to invite Lady Li in, assuming a dignified and graceful demeanor as she gently inquired, Lady Li, does Her Majesty the Empress Dowager have any instructions for me? Lady Li, with a benevolent smile, yet possessing an air of solemnity, was a person of composure and propriety. After respectfully greeting her, she slowly spoke, Your Highness. The Empress Dowager has sent me to inform you that she has recently been feeling under the weather due to a chill and is not in good health. Thus, the upcoming selection requires your utmost attention. Upon hearing this, Su Zhaoyi's heart soared with delight. She had previously refrained from interfering in the selection process concerning the Empress Dowager, but now that Her Majesty was unwell, this was indeed a turn of fortune. Nonetheless, she feigned genuine concern, leaning slightly forward and asking, Is Her Majesty feeling any better? What does the imperial physician say? Lady Li chuckled. Your Highness, please do not worry. Her Majesty is not gravely ill and will recover with a few days of rest. I shall take my leave now. Su Zhaoyi nodded. Please ensure Lady Li is seen out properly. After Lady Li departed, the joy on Su Zhaoyi's face was impossible to conceal. Shortly thereafter, the chief of the inner court arrived with 2 young eunuchs to report on matters concerning the selection. Once again, Su Zhaoyi picked up the roster, which was arranged according to the ranks of the candidates' fathers, with detailed information about each family. As she perused the names of those with illustrious fathers, exceptional looks, and talents, her mood soured. If His Majesty were to take in these beauties, what would become of her? She seized a nearby red brush and angrily struck through the names of several high-ranking candidates. The chief of the inner court, bending slightly, caught a glimpse of her actions and felt a cold sweat break out. This lady was truly overbearing. Who knew how those officials had caused a stir in the previous court? Yet, as a mere servant, he felt it was not his place to comment on his mistress's actions. Su Zhaoyi crossed out several names and casually flipped through the latter pages of the roster, filled with candidates of lesser status, dismissively tossing the roster and brush to the chief of the inner court. After all, those without power posed no threat to her. The chief of the inner court, trembling slightly, replied, Your Highness, this is the general outline regarding the selection. Once the candidates enter the palace and are conferred titles, the matter of selecting a residence will follow. Su Zhaoyi responded with an The selection was merely 7 days away, and she instructed them to be meticulous in their duties. The servants, of course, were exceedingly cautious, fearing to make even the slightest mistake. Feeling fatigued, Su Zhaoyi dismissed the chief of the inner court twisting her slender waist and disappearing into layers of sheer curtains. She sank into the soft embrace of her fragrant bed, closing her eyes to drift into slumber. In Rong City, Pei Yi-sun finally arrived, his two shadow guards searching for him. Along the way, he had heard numerous tales about the esteemed Miss Deng, her reputation soaring to almost mythical proportions, as if she were a celestial being descended from the heavens. Pei Yi-sun slowed his pace, positioning himself at the periphery of the gathering surrounding the storyteller, who extolled the virtues of Miss Deng Qianjin to the heavens and back. Captivated, he listened intently as the tales often revolved around the outrageous deeds performed by various suitors in her honor. Even after the crowd dispersed, the storyteller's words lingered in his mind. Were it not for his own eyes having beheld the ethereal beauty of Miss Deng, he might have dismissed the storyteller as merely a braggart. He ambled forward, and upon noticing that their master was not searching for them, two shadowy guards approached hastily, exclaiming, "My lord!" Pei Yi-sun had initially inquired of a passerby about the route to the Grand Commandant's residence, only to be met with derision, as the man scoffed at his audacity, though his presence and countenance were indeed rare among men. The populace of Rongqing found it hard to believe that Miss Deng would take an interest in him. Suddenly recalling something he had seemingly overlooked upon the appearance of his subordinates, he straightened and nodded solemnly. "You shall proceed to the inn ahead and settle in. I have matters to attend to." With that, he strode past them directly towards the residence of the chancellor. The two guards exchanged puzzled glances, but complied without question. Chapter 4. A night visit to the boudoir. Yet the lady remains unseen. Deng Lishu, accompanied by her mother, sought talismans for peace. She meticulously placed 3 of these charms into a fragrant pouch she had embroidered herself. One for her father, one for her mother, and the last one, her mother, donned upon her waist. In these recent days, Mrs. Deng could hardly bear to part with her cherished daughter, and at night, the two would share the comforts of Li Shu's chamber, engaging in heartfelt conversation. Mrs. Deng imparted wisdom about navigating the world, all the while fervently praying that her beloved daughter would be overlooked in the selection process. Deng Li Shu's spirits were not particularly high, and in an attempt to comfort her mother, she suddenly conceived an idea. "Mother, what if I were to conceal my beauty? This might prevent the emperor from taking notice." Hearing this, the chancellor's wife felt a flicker of hope ignite within her, grasping her daughter's arm tightly and nodding with excitement. "My dear, that is a splendid plan. No one knows your true appearance, and surely the emperor would not select an ordinary girl for the palace." Deng Lishu nestled her small head against her mother's shoulder, momentarily shedding her usual aloof demeanor to display a hint of childlike innocence. "Mother, once this ordeal is over, I promise to remain by your side forever." Mrs. Deng's mood brightened, and she gently embraced her daughter as they drifted into slumber. However, as Deng Lishu gazed at her peacefully sleeping mother, sleep eluded her. Rising quietly, she tiptoed to the window. The sultry night air, accompanied by the serenade of cicadas, heightened her unease. With delicate hands, she pushed the window open, allowing the breeze to wash over her, seeking solace from her restless thoughts. She tenderly took out the ancient jade pendant that she always wore close to her heart, caressing it thoughtfully, her gaze lost in its depths. Unbeknownst to her, a figure had silently appeared among the branches of the large tree in the courtyard. Outside, constables occasionally patrolled, checking the quiet domain of Miss Deng for any signs of disturbance. Finding none, hidden in the shadows, Pei Yi-sun, draped in dark attire, fixated on the enchanting figure of the lady within, clad in a gown of moonlit white. Her hair cascaded freely, dancing playfully in the gentle breeze. The lady lowered her gaze to the ancient jade in her delicate palm, which emitted a soft, warm glow in the depths of the night. Pei Yi-sun gazed at her pitifully desolate appearance, feeling an overwhelming sense of compassion. Such a woman deserved to be cherished and protected, and it was no wonder that countless men were enchanted by her. Even he, who prided himself on his discerning taste, found himself captivated at first sight, awakening the dormant emotions within his heart. The woman remained transfixed by the ancient jade pendant resting on her chest, and Pei Yi-sun, intrigued, focused intently on the jade's exquisite form, vowing to craft an identical piece to wear constantly, as if they were destined partners. With this thought, a subtle smile graced his lips as he continued to admire her breathtaking beauty. He noticed her delicate lips parting slightly as she murmured softly to herself, though he could not discern her words. After a while, Deng Lishu cautiously tucked the jade into her clothing, revealing a glimpse of her smooth skin, causing Pei Yixuan to involuntarily swallow hard, his regal demeanor momentarily slipping away. Suddenly, her luminous gaze turned towards him, and he felt a pang of guilt. Fearing he had been discovered, he dared not move, realizing with embarrassment that he, the formidable emperor of the Northern Dynasty, had unwittingly become an eavesdropper. After a moment, Deng Lishu averted her sorrowful eyes, returning her attention to the magnolia flowers in the courtyard, unaware of his presence. Thus, he remained concealed among the branches, quietly admiring her, his heart racing with excitement and fatigue forgotten. It was not until the late hours of the night, when the beauty stifled a graceful yawn and closed her window, that Pei Yixuan reluctantly departed. 2 shadowy guards had awaited his return at the inn for quite some time, having dozed off in the room, though lightly enough to awaken immediately upon his arrival. My lord, Pei Yixuan, radiating vitality, left both men puzzled. Had he sought the company of courtesans? This was uncharacteristic of him, known for his virtuous conduct. In a good mood, he sent them back to rest, lying in bed, tossing and turning. As the grand selection approached, in just a few days, he resolved to bring her into the palace and shower her with affection. With this determination, he closed his eyes, yet his mind lingered on Deng Lishu's enchanting smile and her melancholic expression, leading him to dream of her. As for why Pei Yixuan did not disturb Deng Lishu that night, it was because he knew the lady of the chancellor would be sharing a bed with her. To intrude would risk offending both his mother-in-law and the woman who captured his heart. Awakening the next morning, Pei Yixuan felt remarkably refreshed. My lord, the assassin was sent by Grand Sima Su. He elegantly savored the breakfast brought by the inn's servant, every gesture exuding nobility and authority. His expression stern yet with a hint of a smile, revealing his pleasant mood. The bowl of vegetable porridge and a steamed bun tasted like a feast to him. Su's treachery had long been brewing, and this was not the first time. Exercise caution. We shall return to the capital in 3 days. Yes, my lord, rest assured. Pei Yixuan continued to enjoy his meal, inquiring, have the troubles from the towns we passed through been resolved? Your Majesty, we have conveyed the message to the local officials, and matters are nearly settled. As we journey southward, it is evident that the city of Rome is quite peaceful, a testament to the governance of the esteemed Minister Deng. Yesterday, Pei Yixuan did not merely inquire about Deng Lishu. He also gathered numerous opinions from the populace regarding Minister Deng's administration and character. From his own experiences, he can affirm that his father-in-law is indeed a commendable official. Your Majesty, what shall we do in the coming days? There is no need for any specific actions. Instead, I require you to investigate the affairs of the minister's residence, particularly those concerning Miss Deng. Do not offend the Deng family, he meticulously instructed. The 2 shadow guards assumed that His Majesty wished to observe Minister Deng's governance and the atmosphere within his household. Thus, they did not ponder further. On the following day, Pei Yixuan learned that Deng Lishu intended to leave the residence to embark on an outing with her close companion. His excitement was palpable. Upon hearing the report from the shadow guards, he eagerly inquired, were you able to discern their specific plans? Your Majesty, Miss Deng and Miss Lin have arranged to hike at Xioshan, likely just a leisurely excursion in the outskirts of Rome City. Pei Yixuan, brimming with enthusiasm, paced the room, repeatedly exclaiming words of delight. Prepare accordingly. We shall also go hiking at Xioshan. The 2 shadow guards, having never witnessed their master in such a state of excitement, exchanged puzzled glances. It is worth mentioning that Lin Wanwan, the daughter of a wealthy merchant in Rome City, has been a close friend of Deng Lishu since childhood, characterized by her striking beauty. In stark contrast to Lishu's reserved nature, she is a lively and spirited girl. Having accompanied her father and brothers in business since the age of 12, she possesses a keen sense of observation. Upon learning that her friend was to enter the palace for selection, she was deeply concerned. Although Li Shu's demeanor is serene, her heart is innocent. How could she possibly survive in the treacherous depths of the imperial palace? Lin Wanwan sent an invitation to Deng Lishu through her maid, urging her to visit Xiushan today to clear her mind and contemplate strategies. After understanding the situation, Lin Wanwan expressed her sympathy but felt helpless, as her family, though affluent, lacked power to provide assistance. The two young ladies, supported by their maids, walked ahead, while the guards from the minister's residence trailed behind, vigilant of their surroundings. Lin Wanwan affectionately linked her arm with Li Shu's and proposed, "Li Shu, why not heed your parents' advice and simply refrain from going to the capital altogether? You are blessed with such beauty. Who would not be captivated? The emperor, upon seeing you, would surely be left breathless." Lin Wanwan at this moment harbored a deep resentment towards the emperor, exclaiming in frustration as she stamped her foot. Chapter 5. An encounter on the outing, ignored and overlooked Deng Lishu. Upon receiving such praise from Lin Wanwan, chuckled lightly. "Wanwan, your words are excessively flattering. I have heard my father mention that the current emperor is a strikingly handsome figure, almost as if descended from the heavens." Lin Wanwan dismissed this notion. "Lishu, no matter how handsome the emperor may be, I have heard he is quite fond of the esteemed Su Zhao-yi, daughter of Grand Marshal Su. Such a man is unworthy of my dear Li Shu." As she spoke, a hint of displeasure clouded her features. The detestable emperor, already surrounded by so many women, still seeks to harm the blossoming maidens of the realm. Deng Li Shu, puzzled by her words, inquired, "Wanwan, if the emperor has affections for Su Zhao-yi, why then does he hold a grand selection for his consorts? It is evident that the affections of a sovereign cannot be taken seriously." Lin Wanwan was delighted to hear Li Shu speak so much, exclaiming, "You make a valid point. Historically, emperors have been notoriously fickle, their hearts and minds consumed by the supreme power of the throne. In this light, Su Zhao-yi seems rather pitiable." A hint of melancholy graced Deng Li Shu's cool gaze, as she felt a weariness in her feet. She noticed a tall figure in a pavilion on the mountainside. "Turn away from them. Wanwan, let us rest at the pavilion ahead," she suggested. Lin Wanwan readily agreed, and the two young women entered the pavilion hand in hand. Shulan and Lin Wanwan's maid, Yun Yi, helped their mistress to a seat, wiping the beads of sweat from their brows with handkerchiefs. The guards behind them placed a beautifully crafted food box on the stone table, arranging the refreshments meticulously. Noticing the man in the pavilion remained unresponsive to their presence, Lin Wanwan refrained from inquiring, recognizing they were strangers and the pavilion was a common resting place. Deng Lishu paid him no mind, sipping her cool tea to alleviate her fatigue. Pei Yishuan had been waiting there for quite some time, watching from above as Deng Lishu and Lin Wanwan approached, his heart racing with excitement. This was his first meeting with Miss Deng, and he wondered how she perceived him. As the ethereal beauty drew nearer, he forced himself to appear composed, turning away to gaze at the distant scenery of Xiu Mountain. He believed he had crafted an image of profound stature that would undoubtedly pique her interest. However, he was taken aback to find that Deng Lishu and Lin Wanwan merely rested in the pavilion, completely disregarding him. Feeling somewhat uneasy, Pei Yishuan was accustomed to being the center of attention, yet he seemed to have failed to capture the interest of these ladies. Nevertheless, he resolved not to miss the golden opportunity to converse with Deng Lishu, determined to leave a lasting impression before entering the palace. Clad in a moon-white brocade robe, he resembled a tall pine or bamboo, the gentle breeze lending an air of elegance to his attire. As he turned slowly, his strikingly handsome visage came into view, with a prominent nose, defined features, and a beautifully shaped smile that radiated confidence from his steadfast eyes, which were now fixed on the two young women. Of course, his gaze was primarily directed at Deng Lishu, who continued to sip her tea with a serene demeanor, while Lin Wanwan watched him with wide, starry eyes. Lin Wanwan, holding a half-eaten plum blossom cake, slowed her chewing until it ceased altogether. "What a handsome man!" she exclaimed, gently tugging at Deng Lishu's sleeve with her free hand, whispering, "Lishu, when did Rongqing produce such an exceptional young man?" Deng Lishu elegantly set down her tea, delicately wiping the corners of her mouth. Casting a fleeting glance at Pei Yishuan, and admitted she was indeed unaware. Wanwan, we must not stare, she reminded, her expression unchanged. Lin Wanwan smiled awkwardly, rising to apologize. My apologies, sir. I did not mean to offend. Please forgive me. Pei Yixuan waved his hand lightly, his gaze ardently following Deng Lishu, though she remained largely unfazed, leaving him with a twinge of disappointment. As Lin Wanwan observed his unwavering gaze upon her friend, she realized that he too was captivated by Deng Lishu, a sight far more striking than any previous suitor who had attempted to breach the walls of the Zhongsha residence. Young master, may I invite you to join me for tea? Lin Wanwan graciously proposed. Upon hearing her words, Pei Yixuan, eager as he was, hesitated as he glanced at the silent Deng Lishu beside him. Deng Lishu, at last, responded with a slight nod to the young man. Please do take a seat. Pei Yixuan could hardly contain the rapid beating of his heart, already entranced by the enchanting timbre of Deng Lishu's voice. I apologize for the intrusion. I am Pei Su. May I inquire about the surnames of the two young ladies? He lifted his robe and elegantly settled down, while Shulan stepped forward to pour him tea. My surname is Lin. You may refer to her as Miss Deng, Lin Wanwan replied cheerfully. Miss Deng, Miss Lin, are you here for a hike? Lin Wanwan continued with enthusiasm. Indeed, young Master Pei, are you also visiting Shou Mountain? By your accent, you do not seem to be from Rongqing. I hail from the capital, journeying southward to explore the scenic beauty, Pei Yixuan responded, feeling fortunate to have encountered the two young ladies. Deng Lishu remained silent, not quite at ease in the company of unfamiliar men. Unsure of what to say, she quietly listened as the two engaged in lively conversation, occasionally offering a soft in response. Deng Lishu took note of Pei Yixuan's handsome features and did not overlook the admiration in his gaze, yet she refrained from responding. Lin Wanwan understood her naturally reticent disposition, especially around strangers, and paid it no mind. Meanwhile, Pei Yixuan felt a mix of anxiety and exhilaration, diligently maintaining a lively discourse with Lin Wanwan to avoid an awkward atmosphere, while cautiously observing Deng Lishu's demeanor, fearful that his words might displease her. Two cloaked sentinels perched in the nearby tree observed their loquacious master, whose demeanor was unusually animated. The emperor, known for his imposing presence within the palace, had always been inscrutable, yet now, in the presence of such exquisite beauty, he seemed transformed. It appeared the emperor had grown weary of the palace concubines and craved novelty. The two sentinels mused, reflecting on the lengths the emperor would go to win the heart of a lovely maiden. After nearly a quarter of an hour of conversation, Pei Yixuan found it increasingly challenging to keep pace with Lin Wanwan's exuberance. Why was this woman so ardent? How curious that the usually taciturn Miss Deng would associate with someone so vivacious. Feeling somewhat vexed by the exchange, Deng Lishu timely interjected, Wanwan, let us continue our walk. The sun is growing more intense. Lin Wanwan nodded, still yearning for more dialogue, and took a sip of tea to quench her thirst. Young Master Pei, may we meet again by fate. Deng Lishu offered a nod of acknowledgement as Lin Wanwan bid farewell with warmth, linking arms with her friend as they continued their ascent. Pei Yixuan watched the graceful figures of the young women fade into the distance, letting out a soft sigh. Why was Miss Deng so prideful? Yet, a touch of haughtiness in such beauty was not entirely unwelcome. It only deepened his admiration for her. He chose not to pursue them, recognizing the importance of restraint to avoid being bothersome. Chapter 6. A fond farewell. When shall we meet again? On their return from Shou Mountain, the two young ladies did not encounter Pei Yixuan again. Lin Wanwan skipped ahead, stretching her neck to glance toward the pavilion, but found it empty. She pouted slightly, expressing her disappointment. Lishu, that man we encountered earlier, was the most handsome I have ever seen. Deng Lishu gently tapped her forehead. Are you perhaps smitten? Lin Wanwan, nervously twisting her handkerchief, shyly shook her body. No such thing. Lin Wanwan, am not a superficial girl. Deng Lishu shook her head slightly and continued down mountain. Lin Wanwan hurried to catch up. Lishu, I truly harbor no such thoughts. It is only that this young Master Pei is undeniably striking. It's only natural for me to exchange a few words with him. Deng Lishu's lips curled into a slight smile. Is Wanwan's statement sincere? Lin Wanwan clasped her delicate hands and pouted playfully. Lishu, dear Lishu, don't you know me well enough by now? All right, nightfall approaches. We should descend the mountain. Upon reaching the foot of Xiaoshan, Lin Wanwan's elder brother, Lin Yang, was already waiting for them. Lin Yang was tall and handsome, exuding an air of scholarly elegance, with eyes that sparkled with kindness, seemingly untouched by anger. However, in the realm of commerce, he was far more astute than he appeared. As soon as Lin Wanwan spotted her brother, she released Deng Lishu's arm and dashed over. Brother, what brings you here? Lin Yang affectionately ruffled her hair, his deep-set eyes suddenly alight. I have been relatively free lately. Upon hearing from father that you were out with Miss Deng today, I felt uneasy, hence I came to escort you. Lin Wanwan cuddled up to his arm affectionately. Brother, you're so wonderful. Deng Lishu stepped forward and nodded slightly. Young Master Lin. Lin Yang returned the gesture. Miss Deng is too kind. Observing the courteous exchange between the two, Lin Wanwan pulled Deng Lishu towards the carriage. Brother, let us be on our way. I'm hungry. Lin Yang straightened up, smiling wryly. Such a mischievous little imp, he thought. It was admirable how Miss Deng patiently endured her incessant chatter. Time flew, and 2 days before the grand election, Deng Lishu was set to depart for the capital. She had been feeling somewhat melancholy, endeavoring to console herself, while Lin Wanwan and Madame Deng kept her company. Even the usually diligent Deng Changshi remained at home daily. On the day of parting, Madame Deng was in tears, leaning weakly against her husband. Deng Changshi, a strong man, had reddened eyes, tightly embracing his wife as they watched their daughter's carriage depart. He had dispatched his most capable captain and guards to escort Deng Lishu to the capital, hoping against hope that his daughter would not be elected. Lin Wanwan rode her horse, clutching a heavy bag, catching up to Deng Lishu's carriage on the outskirts of the city. Lishu, wait! She urged her horse forward, the wind whipping against her cheeks, reddening them. Deng Lishu lifted the curtain in a rare fluster. Stop! The coachman brought the carriage to a halt, and disregarding Shulan, Deng Lishu leaped down. Lin Wanwan dismounted and enveloped her in a warm embrace, tears welling in her eyes. Lishu, please don't be upset that I'm only arriving now. I prepared some things for you. She hurriedly pressed the heavy cloth bag into her arms, causing Deng Lishu to stumble slightly under its weight. Shulan stepped forward to take the item, and upon opening it, she discovered an assortment of gold and silver jewels, along with a considerable amount of silver notes. Deng Lishu, initially weeping, suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Who sends money as a gift?" Lin Wanwan gently lifted her hand to wipe away her tears, saying, Lishu, you will need it in the future, so keep it safe. Be cautious while out there. Remember everything I and your aunt have advised you. Do you understand? I understand. You must take care of yourself too. Deng Lishu replied, embracing her once more with an overwhelming sense of reluctance. It was rare for her to display such emotions. Today, she felt profoundly sorrowful. Rest assured, I will surely return and see you. Deng Lishu reassured her. Lin Wanwan bit her lip and nodded earnestly. I will wait for you. I will always wait for you. Even if you cannot return to Rongqing, I will go to the capital to find you. All right, hurry along now. I shall watch you depart. Lin Wanwan smiled, though tears continued to stream from her eyes as she reluctantly released Deng Lishu's hand, slowly stepping back. She raised her arm to wave goodbye, calling out, Lishu, take care. Hurry up. Deng Lishu took a long, deep glance at her, making a concerted effort to memorize her features, afraid that they might not meet again. Terribly afraid. Gritting her teeth, she resolutely climbed into the carriage, but once seated, she was overcome with sobs, too afraid to lift the curtain and look at the outside world. Lin Wanwan waved her arms in farewell, and as the carriage gradually moved away, she painfully raised her arm to cover her mouth and nose, weeping openly. She ran a few steps forward, as if to chase after Deng Lishu, calling out, Lishu, you must be well. Then she bent down, cradling her arms around her face. Weeping uncontrollably, Deng Lishu cried until she could hardly breathe, mourning for quite some time in the Longsha residence. then continuing to weep in the carriage. Shulan, with teary eyes, attempted to comfort her, yet was at a loss for how to ease her pain. In the capital, within the royal palace, Pei Yixuan hastened back to the palace. Few were aware of his departure, save for the Empress Dowager and a handful of trusted ministers. Thus, upon entering the palace, no officials were there to greet him. However, as he approached the gates of the Jinjiang Palace, he noticed Su Jiaoyi had been waiting for quite some time. Once inside, he assumed the demeanor of the aloof and imposing sovereign. Su Jiaoyi, having received prior notice of the emperor's return, had come early with her maidservants to await him. Upon seeing Pei Yixuan's tall figure approach, her beautiful countenance quickly transformed into a smile filled with joy and excitement. As she gracefully approached him with her slender waist swaying delicately, "This humble servant greets your majesty. May your majesty be well." Pei Yixuan regarded Su Jiaoyi's submissive demeanor with an inexplicable irritation, as the image of an ethereal beauty devoid of worldly concerns surfaced in his mind. He responded in a deep voice, entering his quarters without waiting for Su Jiaoyi to say anything. Su Jiaoyi attempted to follow him, but was stopped by Liang Yi, who smiled obsequiously and said, "Jiaoyi, His Majesty is weary from his travels. He is fatigued at present. Please visit him another day." Afterward, he flashed a flattering smile and gestured for her to leave. Su Jiaoyi, dissatisfied, flicked her silk handkerchief and cast a lingering glance inside before coldly snorting and turning to depart. Pei Yixuan sat in his study, lightly sketching something with his brush. His expression focused, a hint of tenderness gracing his lips. Liang Yu caught a glimpse of the smile at the corner of His Majesty's lips, and curiosity stirred within him. Was His Majesty in particularly high spirits today? Just moments ago, he had been rather indifferent towards Su Jiaoyi. Stealing a glance at the rice paper beneath His Majesty's brush, it resembled an ancient jade piece. Had His Majesty recently acquired a new treasure? Lost in thought for a brief moment, he was roused by Pei Yixuan's call. "Your Majesty, have someone craft this design meticulously from the finest red jade." "Yes, Your Majesty. I shall attend to it at once." Liang Yi respectfully accepted the painting and retreated, while Pei Yixuan appeared remarkably refreshed. Chapter 7. Disguise and missteps. Deng Lishu arrived in the capital a day before the grand selection, taking residence at the finest inn to avert any unforeseen circumstances. She remained dutifully within the inn, refraining from wandering about. Pei Yixuan had not visited Yongxiang lately, being preoccupied with matters from the previous dynasty, which left the concubines feeling rather anxious. With the selection imminent, they feared His Majesty might grow weary of them and favor the newcomers entering the palace. Consequently, they dispatched their confidants to Jinjiang Palace to gather intelligence. But the silence from those close to His Majesty was impenetrable, leaving them disappointed in their endeavors. Since crafting the jade piece identical to that of Deng Lishu, Pei Yixuan had taken to adorning it at his waist daily, delicately toying with it and gazing at it with tenderness, all the while reminiscing about the girl who occupied his heart. Unbeknownst to him, as the selection approached, his men discreetly ensured that Deng Lishu arrived in the capital safely. Although he was aware of her proximity, he restrained himself from leaving the palace to seek her out. On the eve of the grand selection, many spent the night restless. The candidates were filled with excitement, hoping to be chosen by His Majesty to serve as esteemed concubines. Many noble women had seen portraits of the emperor, igniting their hearts with anticipation for the following day's selection. In contrast, Deng Lishu slept soundly, her mind calm despite the underlying worry of possibly being selected. When in Rongqing, her father had shown her a portrait of the current emperor, but she had refused to look and had ordered Shulan to burn it, showing no interest in the emperor's appearance. Su Jiaoyi, like many other concubines, was filled with pent-up emotions, tossing and turning in a restless night, tears brimming in her eyes. The number of women in Yongxiang would only continue to grow, and she felt that His Majesty's affections would be divided among many, leaving her gasping for breath. The emperor, who was already reluctant to frequent Yongxiang, had only visited thrice in the past month, twice resting in Su Jiaoyi's palace. With so many candidates, it seemed increasingly unlikely they would see the emperor again. Pei Yixuan, too, had spent a sleepless night, eagerly anticipating the sight of the woman he held dear. How could he not be excited? He wondered if she remembered him, what her reaction would be upon seeing him at the selection, and if she harbored any feelings for him. On the day of the grand selection, the previous dynasty observed a day of rest. As Su Jiaoyi rose, her demeanor was weary, dark circles under her eyes. Yet, with the careful assistance of an He and Miyun, her familiar attendants, her exquisite makeup concealed her fatigue, and her splendid palace attire accentuated her grace, exuding an imposing presence. The inner court official, Wu, entered with a slight bow, inviting her to proceed to the Gui Palace to preside over the grand selection. Your Highness, the palanquin is ready, he announced. Su Jiaoyi gracefully savored the final morsel of her breakfast, leisurely rinsed her mouth, and washed her hands. Shulan and Miyun supported her as they exited the Yongning Hall. Acutely aware of their mistress's displeased demeanor, they served her with extra caution. Where are Lady Changsun and Lady Ling? She inquired lazily, leaning against the palanquin. Your Highness, both ladies have already proceeded to the Gui Palace. The candidates are awaiting your arrival there, came the reply. Su Jiaoyi nodded in satisfaction, eager for these two to act as gatekeepers and ensure that only those of talent and beauty who had entered the Yong Alley were not merely preoccupied with schemes to captivate the emperor. The Gui Palace was spacious, with side halls for rest on both the east and west, while the main hall was reserved for the sovereign. Historically, the grand selections had taken place within its confines. A diverse array of candidates awaited in the courtyard, arranged in lines according to their father's ranks as per the palace's instructions. Deng Lishu, whose father held a mere ninth-rank position, found herself in the middle of the last row, obediently bowing her head to conceal herself. Today, she had deliberately altered her naturally fair and smooth complexion to a sallow hue, rendering her previously exquisite features unremarkable. Her flat, yet not unattractive nose bore a small black mole beneath her lips, and her eyebrows were meticulously drawn, albeit unevenly, giving her an amusing appearance. She listened quietly as those around her whispered about the emperor's gallant stature and the admiration he commanded, as well as Su Jiaoyi's unparalleled grace and the affection lavished upon her by the emperor. They admired the former and envied the latter. Deng Lishu remained indifferent, as these matters did not concern her. Her sole desire was to endure the selection and joyfully reunite with her parents, confiding her thoughts to her friend Wanwan. Amidst the murmurs, Chang Sunjiu and Ling Ronghua entered the Gui Palace and took their seats at the front. We pay our respects to Lady Jiu and Lady Ling. The crowd greeted. Rise, Chang Sunjiu smiled gently, permitting them to stand. Just as they straightened, the voice of the eunuch at the entrance rang out. Su Jiaoyi has arrived. Everyone hastily stood, and Chang Sunjiu and Ling Ronghua rushed forward to welcome her. Your Highness has arrived, they exclaimed. Su Jiaoyi returned their greeting with a gracious smile, surveying the vast courtyard where the candidates were resplendently adorned, though a twinge of discomfort stirred within her. My dear sisters arrived quite early. While I have kept you waiting, she remarked, her smile impeccably poised. Chang Sunjiu's demeanor was warm, lacking in the artifice of flattery. Now that your Highness has arrived, the selection may commence, she stated gently. Ling Ronghua, however, offered a hint of flattery. Your Highness has worked tirelessly managing the Yong Alley, while we have grown accustomed to leisure, arriving early to partake in the festivities. Su Jiaoyi chuckled. Lady Ling, your words are truly sweetened with honey. Now let us proceed inside. Surrounded by admirers, Su Jiaoyi ascended the high platform. Relishing the perspective of overseeing all below, she subtly lifted her chin, confident in her ascent to the position she deemed inevitable. The onlookers were puzzled, questioning why Su Jiaoyi presided over the selection, as neither the emperor nor the Empress Dowager had made their appearance. Su Jiaoyi naturally would not leave room for criticism, pretending to inquire of Chang Sun Jieyu, Sister Jieyu. It has been conveyed by Her Majesty the Empress Dowager that she is not feeling well, and it is up to your Highness to make the decision. Thus, I shall certainly not disappoint Her Highness's expectations. Su Jiaoyi nodded with a semblance of seriousness. Ling Ronghua smiled knowingly, Your Highness. Since the emperor has entrusted this grand selection to you, you ought to carefully consider each of the candidates and choose more beauties for the palace. Su Zhao smiled in agreement. You are both quite right. I will also need your assistance in selecting some outstanding sisters for the emperor. With that, Su Zhao glanced at the attendant Wu, who nodded in affirmation and promptly raised his voice to announce the commencement of the selection. The young lady stepped forward according to the names called from the roster, while Su Zhao and the others meticulously observed them. Among the candidates, there were indeed many with enchanting beauty and several with average looks. Exchanging knowing glances with Ling Ronghua, they surreptitiously chose a few candidates of mediocre appearance. The smiles of those exceptional beauties who were not selected faded in an instant, leaving them bewildered as to why they had been overlooked. However, upon reflecting on the way back, they realized that it was the decision of Su Zhao that prevented them from capturing the emperor's favor, a true display of her arrogance and authority. Deng Lishu had stood for quite some time and was starting to falter, but fortunately, her name was finally called. Bowing her head, she cautiously approached the three ladies, feeling a twinge of anxiety as she wondered why all the selected candidates were of plain appearance. Chapter 8. Publicly carried away, Zhao Yi's fury raising her head at the sound of Su Zhao's authoritative voice. The few candidates slowly lifted their gazes, yet dared not meet the eyes of the noblewoman above them. Su Zhao, observing the unremarkable faces before her, felt a surge of satisfaction. Do you possess any talents? No sooner had she spoken than a voice from outside declared, His Majesty has arrived. Su Zhao glanced at Ling Ronghua, her heart racing, but swiftly knelt in greeting. I pay my respects to your Majesty. Long live the emperor. Pei Sun strode in confidently, and the young ladies stole glances at the handsome emperor, their hearts racing with excitement or disappointment, depending on their selection status. Pei Sun was in high spirits and instructed everyone to rise. He searched among the candidates for the one who occupied his thoughts, yet failed to catch sight of that captivating visage, causing a sense of unease within him. All the candidates believed the emperor was observing them, blushing and fidgeting with their handkerchiefs. Standing aside, Su Zhao watched the emperor's reactions, feeling anxious. Your Majesty, please take your seat. Pei Sun disregarded her and continued his search in the courtyard, overlooking the few candidates who had stepped aside. Deng Lishu kept her head bowed, refraining from looking around, wondering how the emperor could possibly be present. As Pei Sun returned from the courtyard, he scanned the candidates closely but did not find Deng Lishu among them. A sense of loss washed over him as he sat down. Su Zhao, you may take your seat. His voice, once warm, now hinted at the disappearance of his good mood, perplexed as to why. Despite the guards having seen her carriage enter the palace, he could not locate her. Is everyone from the family here? The emperor inquired. Indeed, your Majesty. Su Zhao responded promptly with a smile. Pei Ishuan, feeling somewhat vexed, cast a restless glance over the crowd, searching for the daughter of the esteemed Chancellor of Rongqing. Deng Changshi. Upon hearing this, Deng Lishu's heart skipped a beat. How could the emperor know of her existence? They had never met before. A sense of panic washed over her, for she was but an innocent girl, unaccustomed to the ways of the world, and standing before the sovereign, fear was inevitable. She feigned a delicate, timid demeanor, allowing a few genuine tears to escape as she approached and knelt before the emperor, lowering her head in utmost submission. Your Majesty, I am but a humble servant, the daughter of Chancellor Deng. Pei Ishuan gazed upon her slender, fragile form, a wave of familiarity washing over him, realizing that he had failed to recognize the one he had longed for. The person he had yearned for was right before him. He must have frightened her, a refined and dignified young lady reduced to tears by his presence. His heart ached for her, prompting him to rise and gently assist her to her feet, his tone exceedingly tender. Su Zhao and the others were taken aback. How could the emperor show such concern for this plain girl? Was it possible that after being accustomed to beauty, he found a lure in the unconventional? Perhaps the mediocre ladies they had selected for the palace suited his tastes after all. Feeling a sense of urgency, Su Zhao exclaimed, Your Majesty, the selection has not yet concluded. However, Pei Ishuan was wholly focused on Deng Lishu, disregarding her pleas. Su Zhao felt a pang of anxiety, fearing for her standing and reputation in the presence of so many witnesses. Meanwhile, the other selected women, possessing average looks, were elated, realizing that the emperor had a preference for those deemed ordinary, casting doubt on the rumors of Su Jiaoyi's favor. Ling Ronghua's face turned green with anger, realizing she had inadvertently aided another in winning the emperor's favor. Yet, she understood her lowly status and knew the emperor would not heed her words. So she sulked behind Su Jiaoyi. On the other hand, Chang Sun Jiu observed the scene with an indifferent expression, finding it all rather amusing. As the crowd pondered various thoughts, Pei Yixuan lifted Deng Lishu into his arms and exited the Gui Palace. Su Jiaoyi, incensed, rushed a few steps after them, calling out, "Your Majesty! Your Majesty!" Ling Ronghua stepped forward to support Su Jiaoyi, saying, "Your Highness, there are so many witnesses. The Eternal Alley will still be under your command. You must maintain your composure." Su Jiaoyi was momentarily brought back to reason by her words, struggling to quell her rising anger and anxiety. Her sharp nails dug into her palm, staining her pristine handkerchief with crimson. After a brief pause, she forced a smile and took her place at the head of the table. "Your Majesty is busy with state affairs. Please excuse your departure. Let the selection continue." The subsequent selection yielded few candidates, and with a scowl, she dismissed some attractive ones in frustration before departing. Meanwhile, Deng Lishu remained in a daze, bewildered by the emperor's acknowledgement of her name. Why was he so inclined towards someone of her ordinary appearance? However, Deng Lishu found herself securely cradled in Pei Yixuan's embrace. Her head bowed in shyness and reluctance to meet his gaze. She felt an overwhelming discomfort being held by a stranger, her body tensed with unease. Moreover, she was acutely aware of the curious, envious, and jealous glances of passers-by in the palace, a myriad of emotions directed at her. The presence of the esteemed emperor, his unwavering stare upon her, only heightened her sense of pressure. Pei Yixuan gazed fondly at the girl in his arms. Although her features were rather ordinary and her complexion pallid, she possessed an inherent grace and aloofness that was striking and unforgettable. Unbeknownst to her, her clumsy attempts at disguise were laughable. The poorly affixed human skin mask at her hairline could deceive only the likes of the foolish Su Jiaoyi. Had he not appeared today, it was likely that Deng Lishu would have fled the palace on her own. She believed her disguise would allow her to evade detection. Yet he recognized her at first glance. Sensing her rigidity, Pei Yixuan couldn't help but chuckle softly, though he refrained from commenting. Liang Yi followed behind with the young eunuchs, glancing up at the blazing sun, bemused by the peculiar sight. Had the sun risen in the west today? Upon entering the Jianzhong Palace, Pei Yixuan carried her directly to his quarters, instructing that no one be disturbed. Liang Yi observed the closed door, feeling a mix of joy that His Majesty had found a woman who stirred his heart, and concern, for this girl's appearance was quite plain and, compared to the other ladies, rather unattractive. The royal offspring must not be a blemished fruit. He clasped his hands together, gazing at the reddened sun, murmuring a prayer. "Heavenly Lord, please bless us." His Majesty is merely momentarily confused. The group of young eunuchs followed his gaze upward, puzzled by Liang's frequent glances at the sun of late. Inside the chamber, Pei Yixuan gently placed her on the soft couch, standing beside her, watching with interest as she continued to keep her head bowed. Was she not going to raise it today? Just as Pei Yixuan was about to speak, Deng Lishu, after a moment of mental preparation, rose and knelt before him. Startled, he instinctively took a step back, but quickly bent down to assist her. "What is this?" Deng Lishu remained on the ground, struggling against his hands. "Your Majesty, forgive me." After a moment of silence, she could not articulate a suitable crime, for she could not confess to deceiving the emperor without endangering her family. Pei Yixuan, rarely witnessing such a vivid display of emotion from her, felt a surge of excitement. After all, she was still just a young girl. He endeavored to suppress his own exhilaration and spoke gently. "What crime has Miss Deng committed?" Chapter 9. Close at hand. With a rosy complexion, the 2 drops of tears that had just escaped Deng Lishu's eyes in the Gui Palace had long since dried. What peculiar taste did the emperor possess, for he seemed unperturbed by her plain appearance. Feeling starved of understanding, she fell silent. Unable to articulate her thoughts or summon further tears, patiently awaiting the emperor's judgment. Pei Yixuan could hardly fathom that her previous submissiveness was merely an act. Observing her with her head bowed, obscuring her expression, he mistakenly believed she was lost in sorrow, which stirred a sense of unease within him. He quickly knelt down and lifted her into his arms, placing her gently back onto the soft couch. "Miss Deng, if you do not raise your head, I shall have to assist you in doing so," he declared. Deng Lishu felt a twinge of discontent over his presumptuousness in carrying her about. But the gravity of his status silenced her protests. After all, in Rongqing, she could act without restraint. Yet before the emperor, a careless misstep could lead to dire consequences, even endangering her entire family. Her expression remained frosty, but her mind was racing with thoughts, rendering her oblivious to Pei Yixuan's words. Suddenly, she felt warmth at her chin. It was the emperor, lifting her face with both hands. Her clear, cool eyes, imbued with purity, offered a soothing sight to behold. Pei Yixuan found himself captivated by her serene gaze, yearning for such a pristine soul, feeling sullied by the world around him. Deng Lishu dared not resist, her hands tightly clutching her silk handkerchief as she noted the enamored look in his eyes, leaving her startled. When had His Majesty developed feelings for her? Such a gaze she had encountered numerous times in Rongqing. Moreover, the man she had met that day at Xioshan was none other than the emperor before her now. Realization dawned upon her, yet she suppressed all emotions deep within. After a while, maintaining such a position became uncomfortable, and she softly spoke, "Your Majesty?" Pei Yixuan smiled. "Do you remember me, Miss Deng?" Deng Lishu was at a loss for words. To say she remembered would be misleading, as her current appearance was quite unfamiliar, and she feared being accused of deceiving the emperor. But to claim she did not remember would contradict the knowing glint in his eyes. Pei Yixuan observed her expression, which showed little change, though her bright eyes betrayed her emotions. Truly, she was a little enchantress, pondering her next move. In a brief moment of her contemplation, Pei Yixuan reached up and removed the mask from her face, revealing the familiar and enchanting visage beneath. Even though he was well aware of her remarkable beauty, he had never observed her so closely. At that moment, his eyes sparkled with astonishment and affection. Though they had met only a handful of times, he found himself increasingly drawn to her. Deng Lishu sensed his movement too late to stop him and quickly knelt again to plead for forgiveness. "Your Majesty, forgive me. I meant no offense." As soon as she knelt, Pei Yixuan swiftly pulled her back up, saying, "You kneel too often. It pains me to see you do so." Deng Lishu gazed at him in astonishment. It was all happening too swiftly. Was His Majesty truly so fickle? With so many women in the palace, did he fall for each one? It was terrifying. She could not remain in this palace that devoured its inhabitants. Outside the palace, Miss Deng had been indifferent, but within its walls, her courage waned considerably. Pei Yixuan teased her with genuine interest. "Miss Deng, you seem to have lost your boldness upon entering the palace." Deng Lishu hesitated to respond, but before the emperor, she could not afford to be dismissive. "Your Majesty, you yist. It is wise to be cautious in the palace," she replied. Pei Yixuan, finding her words rather lacking in sophistication, nonetheless felt a surge of tenderness within him. "Lishu, may I call you that?" He felt that there was an undeniable distance between them, and thought that changing the way they addressed each other might swiftly bridge that gap. Deng Lishu was inclined to refuse, but ultimately gave a gentle nod, saying, "As long as Your Majesty is pleased. You need not call me Your Majesty. Simply address me by my name, a son, if you will." He gazed at her with anticipation, trying to discern her thoughts from her serene expression. Yet her eyes betrayed a hint of awkwardness. "Your Majesty jest," she replied. "As a humble subject, how could I dare to call you by your name?" Seeing her discomfort, Pei Yixuan chose not to press further, believing that familiarity would come with time, and he was determined to win her heart entirely. The thought of their sweet days ahead filled him with joy. However, Deng Lishu held a different perspective, despite being a naive young girl. She harbored no grand illusions about a man she had only met twice. Moreover, the man before her held an exalted status, surrounded by countless beauties in the palace, and she felt the need to remain cautious. Contemplating the future, Deng Lishu felt a twinge of exhaustion. Had she known the man she encountered that day was the current emperor, she would have heeded her parents' advice and avoided entering the palace altogether, thus sparing herself from any entanglements with him. With a troubled heart, she lowered her gaze and glanced around, inadvertently catching sight of the ancient jade pendant at Pei Yishuan's waist, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the one she wore at her chest. Why was that? Pei Yishuan, observing her lowered head with a smile, noticed her attention on the jade and grinned knowingly. What troubles you? Deng Lishu gently shook her head, her eyes shifting away from his waist. Your Majesty, it would not be proper for me to linger here. Pei Yishuan settled beside her, their proximity intoxicating him with her fragrant scent. You need not worry. While I am here, no one would dare approach you. Deng Lishu offered a forced smile, subtly shifting away from him. But Your Majesty, the selection has not yet concluded. Pei Yishuan dismissed the matter of the selection with nonchalance. That is for others to worry about. You need not concern yourself with it. He tenderly took her small hand, soft and delicate. A shiver ran down Deng Lishu's spine. She attempted to retract her hand, but he held on firmly. She felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. How could the emperor be so forward? She secretly tried to pull her hand away, yet to no avail, her eyes flashing with frustration. How could she, Deng Lishu, be so brazenly toyed with by a man? Pei Yishuan, however, saw nothing amiss in his actions. He observed how couples in the world often held hands, exchanged sweet nothings, and shared tender kisses. While women typically exhibited bashfulness paired with bliss, Lishu's reaction seemed rather stiff. Rather than retreating, he advanced, taking hold of her other small hand and gently caressing it. Deng Lishu leaned back, overwhelmed by his commanding presence, feeling increasingly disoriented. As she continued to withdraw, Pei Yishuan eagerly followed her lead. Every shift she made backward saw him matching her movement, until they found themselves reclined on the broad, soft couch, their breaths mingling in close proximity, warmth enveloping their porcelain-like faces. Deng Lishu's face flushed with embarrassment as she gazed wide-eyed at the emperor, who loomed over her. Cold sweat dripped from her brow, and in her haste, she momentarily forgot the boundaries of social hierarchy. With a sudden surge of strength, she withdrew her hands from his grasp and pushed him away, covering her burning cheeks with her hands and turning away, too bashful to meet his gaze. What was happening? Although she was ignorant of the matters between men and women, she understood the distinction between the sexes, and this was simply absurd. Having just been brazenly embraced by the emperor, she was a loss. And now her discomfort only intensified. Chapter 10. A preference for the unattractive over the beautiful. Pei Yishuan, having felt the softness of the beloved form, fragrant and delicate, momentarily stood dazed as she shyly pushed him away, her rosy cheeks captivating him. He could still sense the warmth of her gentle touch lingering on his chest, igniting a yearning within him. Observing the delicate figure before him, slightly breathless, and turned away. His heart brimmed with tender affection and a fierce possessiveness. Sure was a treasure he must possess. Rest here for the time being, sure. Should you require anything, simply instruct the servants at the door, Pei Yishuan said, softening his demeanor, contemplating that he must afford the young girl some space for introspection, without pressing her too hastily. Reluctantly, he lingered for a moment, admiring her slender silhouette, before finally exiting. Deng Lishu turned slowly upon hearing the door close, and once she confirmed the emperor's departure, she exhaled in relief. She surveyed the opulent Jianzhong Palace, likely the emperor's residence, yet her desire to escape this place was overwhelming. Her parents and friends awaited her return. This thought plagued her, and she pondered how she might persuade the emperor to release her. Seated upon the soft couch, she presented an air of aloofness, shrouded in a delicate melancholy, and within half an hour, she succumbed to slumber against the plush cushions. Pei Yishuan remained vigilantly stationed outside, refraining from entering. As noon approached, he grew increasingly anxious at the stillness within. What if the girl grew famished? He paced back and forth, treading lightly so as not to disturb her. Liang Yi, attending to the emperor with utmost care, feared provoking his displeasure. Just moments prior, the emperor had been exuberant upon bringing the girl back. But now he seemed consumed by worry. Uncertain of the emperor's mood, Liang Yi noted that he was usually inscrutable, yet today, he displayed a wealth of emotion for this girl, suggesting she might indeed be the future empress. Is lunch prepared? The emperor inquired, urgency evident in his tone. Liang Yi, not daring to slacken his diligence, replied, Your Majesty, the lunch is ready. Pei Yixuan nodded. Send Yixiang and Wenyu to attend to the empress. His casual remark struck Liang Yi like a clap of thunder. The empress. His suspicions had proven correct, and he realized he must exercise even greater caution in his service. Yixiang and Wenyu, both trained by the emperor himself, belonged to the elite shadow guard, and one of them was indeed of high nobility. I shall attend to it immediately. Liang Yi commanded his foster son Lu Yi to assist meticulously, and he personally ventured to bring the individuals into the Jianzhong Palace. Pei Yixuan approached the door to knock. But Lu Yi, intent on doing so himself, was intimidated by a mere glance from the emperor, shrinking back to stand quietly by the side. Pei Yixuan knocked patiently 3 times, yet there was no response from within. He gently called out, his voice so tender that it left the palace attendants in astonishment, exchanging glances as if they had seen a ghost. Sure, I am entering. It is time for our lunch. With that, Pei Yixuan pushed the door open and stepped inside, leaving the entourage outside, some nearly getting caught in the closing door, retreating in a flurry. Outside, the group exchanged bewildered looks, gazing up at the blazing sun above, their minds perplexed. When Liang Yi arrived at the gates of Jianzhong Palace with Yixiang and Wenyu, he fortuitously encountered Su Jiaoyi accompanied by Changsun Jiyu and Ling Ronghua, their procession grand and accompanied by a throng of palace attendants. Liang Yi inwardly cursed his misfortune, subtly glancing back at his companions, signaling them to lower their heads and remain silent. Yixiang and Wenyu, having proven themselves as the most exceptional female covert guards by the emperor's side, understood the unspoken cue. Liang Yi respectfully bowed to the 3. This humble servant pays his respects to Your Highness Jiaoyi, Lady Jiyu, and Lady Ronghua. Aware of Liang Yi's close ties to the emperor, the 3 did not dare to act aloof, politely urging him to rise while wearing courteous smiles. Liang eunuch, might the emperor be available to see us? The selection has concluded, and I have come to seek His Majesty's final decision on the list. Su Jiaoyi inquired with a smile. Liang Yi recalled the individual within. Though plain in appearance, it was evident that the emperor had taken a liking to her, even referring to her as Empress. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes deepened, and his smile remained congenial. Ladies, His Majesty is currently at lunch and has many memorials to review shortly. Perhaps you would prefer to return for now while this servant consults with the emperor. Aside from Changsun Jiyu, who remained indifferent, the other 2 harbored reluctance. The emperor had publicly taken the plain woman away during the selection. Surely, he had already favored her. It seemed unlikely he could spare time to review memorials now. Though Su Jiaoyi concealed her thoughts, she politely acknowledged this and was about to leave when she noticed the 2 palace maids behind Liang Yi. She casually inquired, Doesn't the emperor usually disfavor female attendants serving closely? What is this? Liang Yi, being astute, adeptly shielded the emperor's intentions, ensuring no faults could be found. Your Highness, these are maidservants assigned for cleaning. A mere eunuch cannot match the attentiveness of palace maids. Today, upon seeing the courtyard in disarray, His Majesty instructed me to devise a solution. Su Jiaoyi nodded, her skepticism barely concealed. It was clear this was a preparation for the plain woman who had brazenly taken residence in the emperor's quarters. Yet, she dared not pry further. Watching Liang Yi lead the 2 maids through the grand gates of Jianzhong Palace, her originally gentle demeanor gradually turning sinister. Though Changsun Jiyu maintained an air of composure, the knuckles of her delicate hands, concealed within her voluminous sleeves, had already turned pale. Ling Ronghua stepped forward, her face a mask of fury as she glared at the retreating figures of the 2 maids. After Changsun Jiyu departed, Ling Ronghua spoke without restraint. Su Jiaoyi, has this plain woman truly been allowed into the eternal alley? How could the emperor possibly take a liking to such a woman, devoid of talent and beauty? With a father of lowly rank, she is utterly useless. Listening to Ling Ronghua's grievances, Su Jiaoyi felt increasingly stifled, yet the harshness of her words rang true. She earnestly reminded herself that she was the master of Yongxiang, and her father held a prominent position in the current court. With her beauty and talent, the position of Empress was merely a matter of time. That woman was nothing more than a fleeting novelty for His Majesty. With her qualifications, she could at best be a lowly beauty, posing no real threat to her. She made a concerted effort to calm herself, realizing that she must conceive an heir swiftly, for that would surely elevate her status in the emperor's eyes. With this thought, her pale complexion softened slightly, and a twisted smile graced her lips. Ling Ronghua's complaints fell upon deaf ears, as she was ensnared in her own thoughts. Upon regaining her senses, she felt a surge of impatience. Ling Ronghua ought to consider how to deal with that woman instead. Su Jiaoyi merely hinted that she was not inclined to take matters into her own hands, as there would always be those eager to curry favor with her. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I shall not let her off lightly. The emperor had taken a 9th-rank official's daughter from the grand selection, a family blessed with an unremarkable and unattractive daughter. Subsequently, the emperor could hardly contain his affection for the unattractive girl, leaving many to wonder at his peculiar tastes, favoring the plain over the beautiful. Chapter 11. A Subtle Coexistence. The celestial empress, the two parties involved in the imperial palace were too preoccupied to heed the swirling rumors. When Pei Yixuan entered, he found a room enveloped in silence, prompting him to rush inside, anxious for the well-being of his beloved. To his surprise, Deng Lishu was already asleep on the soft couch. Indeed, after standing in the Gue Palace all morning, she must have been exhausted. He quieted his breath and tiptoed to her side, gently draping a thin blanket over her without disturbing her slumber. She lay peacefully on the soft couch, her usually aloof features now exuding a gentle warmth as she slept soundly. Pei Yixuan sat beside her, captivated by her delicate form, contemplating how this young woman, though daunted by her status, felt compelled to endure and navigate the complexities of court life with her limited skills. It must surely be exhausting for her. Having never learned the palace's etiquette, today's formalities were likely hastily acquired. He gazed at her flushed face for a considerable time, roughly a quarter of an hour, until Deng Lishu gradually opened her eyes to the emperor's fervent gaze. Feeling his intense scrutiny, she awkwardly sat up, the blanket slipping away from her shoulders. Noticing her slightly parched lips, Pei Yixuan attentively poured her a cup of tea. Deng Lishu felt somewhat troubled. She was allergic to tea leaves, having only ever consumed flower teas or plain water at home. Pei Yixuan assumed she simply did not wish to drink, and as he observed her gently fluttering eyelashes, it was as if they brushed against his heart, leaving a tantalizing tickle. Lishu, do have a sip of tea. Shall we proceed to lunch afterward? When he had first encountered Deng Lishu in the pavilion, he had been preoccupied with conversing with Lin Wanwan, hardly recalling that her cup contained flower tea. Deng Lishu hesitated, her fingers fidgeting with uncertainty, pondering whether to drink or not. This is indeed a gift from His Majesty. In her flustered state, she seemingly forgot that her failure to bow and express gratitude had already offended the emperor on numerous occasions. Clearly, she was unaware that Pei Yixuan had no intention of enlightening her. Do you not wish to partake in tea? Then let us forego it. We shall proceed to lunch. After a morning of exertion, you must be famished. Pei Yixuan, having observed the unease in her eyes, was reluctant to compel her. Deng Lishu, her heart slightly eased, nodded in response. Thank you, Your Majesty. Pei Yixuan carelessly discarded the tea, intending to take her hand and lead her outside. However, Deng Lishu recoiled in fear, prompting him to awkwardly retract his hand behind his back. Seeing her regain her composed demeanor, he couldn't help but chuckle. How was it that such a young girl possessed an air that felt leagues away? Fortunately, within her heart resided a little girl, and he believed that with effort and time, she would inevitably choose him. Deng Lishu rose, her hands neatly folded at her abdomen, her gaze cast slightly downward as she awaited the emperor's next move. It seemed that as long as Pei Yixuan remained still, she had no intention to move. Pei Yixuan, concerned for her well-being, did not press her further and stepped outside, occasionally glancing back at the little girl trailing behind, her obedient presence evoking a sense of tenderness. Liang Yi had already brought Wen Yu and Yi Xiang to wait outside, and at last they beheld the two noble figures emerging from within. The crowd hurriedly bowed, and Liang Yi stepped forward. "Your Majesty, the individuals you summoned have arrived." Wen Yu and Yi Xiang approached, their voices strong and assertive. Unlike the usual soft-spoken demeanor of women, "We pay our respects to your Majesty." Pei Yixuan nodded in satisfaction. "Just wait here. After lunch, have the officials from the Department of Attire come by." "As you command, your Majesty." Pei Yixuan turned to Deng Lishu, who lagged behind. "Shall we go?" Deng Lishu glanced at his hand, which was indeed handsome, yet she had no desire to grasp it. Would the emperor hold it against her if she publicly rejected him? Pei Yixuan was not one to grant her the luxury of retreat. He decisively took her soft hand and led her toward the dining hall in the side palace. She had no choice but to lower her head and follow, neither wishing nor daring to speak. Liang Yi, observing their intertwined hands, realized that the emperor had never before shown such initiative towards a woman. He had never held a woman's hand or kissed anyone. His visits to the harem were strictly ceremonial, conducted in the dark without attendants present. This new empress truly seemed to have received the emperor's exception. What other astonishing actions might the emperor take in the future? He hastily instructed someone to attend to matters, efficiently following behind. For he must serve his two masters during their meal, a duty not to be neglected. Deng Lishu was seated at the expansive dining table, and Pei Yixuan took his place beside her, a broad smile adorning his face. While Deng Lishu appeared to comply with his arrangements, she would never be able to feign a smile. Liang Yi and the palace attendants quietly observed the pair, finally discerning the true beauty of the new mistress. She was far from the plain and unattractive woman they had expected. She was, in fact, the breathtaking goddess of Xiantian, surpassing even the striking beauty of Su Jiaoyi within the palace by a significant margin. A ripple of astonishment coursed through the crowd, and had the occasion permitted, they would have gasped in disbelief. Liang Yi was particularly stirred, realizing that the emperor had chosen a celestial beauty to be his empress. He mused that the emperor's sudden eccentricity was, in fact, a revelation of the woman's true allure. Simultaneously, a sense of relief washed over him. The emperor's offspring would undoubtedly resemble a charming little immortal. The onlookers observed the emperor's attentive concern for the lady by his side, yet she remained composed, her expression serene, with eyes that sparkled with clarity. It appeared that the emperor was ensnared in unrequited love, a surprising revelation that even he could experience moments of longing unfulfilled. Liang Yi instructed someone to bring forth delicacies for the two sovereigns before personally arranging the dishes for them. However, Pei Yixuan gestured for him to step aside, wishing to serve his beloved himself. Looking at the lavish spread of over 20 exquisite dishes, a delightful feast of color, aroma, and flavor, it was evident that the emperor had a refined palate. Pei Yixuan carefully picked the bones from a delicate steamed fish and placed it on her plate. "Li Shu, do try this," he urged, as she lifted her chopsticks and took a small bite, savoring the flavors. Pei Yixuan thought she looked enchanting in every endeavor, even in the simple act of eating. He felt an urgent desire to marry her and cherish her, for the dangers lurking in Rome City were ever present. Li Shu, unperturbed by the attention of the palace attendants, was accustomed to being the center of attention since childhood. However, the intense gaze of a powerful admirer was somewhat disconcerting. "Your Majesty, do partake as well," she said, her voice a melodious whisper. Pei Yixuan felt a sense of elation at her concern for his well-being. Fearing he might go hungry, he continued to serve her, and she graciously accepted, eating with delight, though she yearned for the spicy shrimp before her. The weight of her circumstances held her tongue. Noticing her lingering gaze upon the shrimp, Liang Yi, ever perceptive, swiftly brought the dish closer. Pei Yixuan, taking the initiative, deftly peeled a shrimp and placed it on Li Shu's plate. Upon tasting the dish she desired, she found it to her liking and, despite her previous hesitations, felt compelled to enjoy the moment. Feeling cherished by the emperor's attentive service, she decided not to refuse any further. After all, she too had been served by His Majesty himself, a testament to her significance. With a lighter heart, She picked up the communal chopsticks and offered him 2 pieces of fish. Your Majesty, do indulge. Pei Yixuan, pleasantly surprised, relished the food, finding it more delectable than ever. This fish is truly exquisite. It is no wonder Li Shu enjoys it. Liang Yi, the chefs in the imperial kitchen shall receive generous rewards today. Yes, Your Majesty. Deng Li Shu quietly consumed her meal, striving to avoid being choked by the chili peppers. She covered her small mouth and began to cough violently, her little face turning a bright shade of crimson. Her throat felt extremely uncomfortable, and the spiciness brought tears to her eyes. Pei Yixuan, startled, promptly patted her back with one hand while accepting the cup of tea Liang Yi hastily offered with the other. Li Shu, drink some water, take it slow, he urged. With her eyes closed, she endured the discomfort that reddened the corners of her eyes and took several sips of tea, guided by the Emperor's hand, although she could not discern its flavor. After all, she had suffered an allergic reaction to tea in her childhood and had not touched it since. Seeing that she was recovering, Pei Yixuan gently helped her breathe and carefully wiped the water stains from her lips. Are you feeling better? Do you need more to drink? Li Shu placed her hand on her chest and took a few deep breaths, slowly opening her tear-filled eyes, feeling the burning sensation in her throat gradually subside. She picked up a handkerchief to dab at the corners of her eyes. I startled Your Majesty. I am quite well. Yet, she still coughed a couple of times. Discomfort evident in her demeanor. Pei Yixuan felt an overwhelming sense of concern, continuously soothing her back, instructing Liang Yi to remove the shrimp and the spicy dishes from the table, and to replace Li Shu's utensils with fresh ones. Observing his thoughtful demeanor, Li Shu found it rather perplexing. Could this emperor truly harbor genuine feelings for her? He did not exude an air of superiority before her, referred to himself as I, and did not reprimand her for her earlier indiscretion. Perhaps this was merely a fleeting novelty, yet she felt no romantic inclination towards him, and for now, she could only acquiesce, planning to address matters outside the palace later. Just as Li Shu took another bite of her dish, an unbearable itch spread across her body, accompanied by a sensation of heat. She glanced at her hands, which were covered in numerous rashes, her once fair skin now flushed. Suddenly, a severe headache struck, and nausea washed over her, causing her chopsticks to fall limply onto the table. Pei Yixuan, having just picked up some food, turned around to see her face and neck covered in red rashes, her entire body flushed. What has happened? He exclaimed, swiftly gathering her in his arms as she lost consciousness, unresponsive. Liang Yi and the other palace attendants were taken aback. She had seemed perfectly fine just moments ago. Is she poisoned? Someone go summon the imperial physician. Pei Yixuan hurried back to the inner chamber with her in his arms. Liang Yi composed himself and methodically instructed the palace staff to preserve the food for the physician's examination. Upon hearing that an incident had occurred in the emperor's quarters, the imperial physician rushed over without delay. Pei Yixuan anxiously sat on the bed, watching as Physician Li hurried in. Come, diagnose her. Physician Li, understanding the gravity of the situation, bypassed formalities and approached directly, placing a clean handkerchief on the noblewoman's wrist to examine her closely. What is it? Physician Li withdrew his hand. Your Majesty, allow me to inspect the rashes on her body. Without hesitation, Pei Yixuan rolled up Deng Li Shu's sleeve for him. After a thorough examination, Physician Li stated, Your Majesty, it appears this noblewoman is suffering from a food allergy. Pei Yixuan paused for a moment, stunned. A food allergy? Could it be from the dishes served at the table? He asked urgently. Liang Yi, bring the food over. Liang Yi had already prepared for this, and the attendants promptly entered with the dishes for Physician Li to inspect. The imperial physician approached and surveyed the dishes, noting the presence of shrimp and fish, both common allergens, while the others seemed relatively benign. However, Dr. Li was unable to pinpoint the exact allergen at that moment. He first prepared a prescription to stabilize the noble lady's condition, knowing that they would only discern the true source of her allergy once she regained consciousness. He swiftly penned the remedy and instructed the accompanying eunuch to prepare the medicine, then turned to the emperor, stating, Your Majesty, the true cause of this noble lady's allergy remains unknown. I have prescribed a gentle treatment to stabilize her condition. but we must wait for her to awaken to identify the allergen so that we may treat her appropriately. Upon hearing this, Pei Yixuan furrowed his brow deeply, unable to contain his growing anger. As the chief physician, how could you fail to recognize this? If anything were to happen to her, you would all be culpable. Dr. Li, trembling with anxiety, knelt down, pleading, "Your Majesty, please quell your anger. The prescription I have provided will ensure the lady's safety. The reason for identifying the true allergen is to ensure a complete recovery." Pei Yixuan felt somewhat reassured by this, gripping Deng Lishu's small hand with concern as he gazed at her flushed face. Suddenly, he recalled her distressed expression when faced with the tea earlier. It seemed she had indeed choked on the tea. How careless of him not to have noticed. Liang, was she drinking tea earlier? Liang Yi, intimidated by the emperor's fierce gaze, knelt and replied, "Your Majesty." She choked on her throat while drinking tea. Pei Yixuan turned to Dr. Li. She must be allergic to tea leaves. His tone was resolute as he meticulously recalled Li Shu's reactions during the meal. She had shown no signs of discomfort until she drank that cup of tea and subsequently fainted. It could not be mistaken. Liang Yi suddenly understood. Dr. Li, the noble lady showed no discomfort while eating. It was only after drinking the tea that she collapsed. Dr. Li comprehended the situation and added another ingredient to the prescription. The medicine was quickly prepared and brought in. Pei Yixuan gently assisted her in drinking it, and after half an hour, her complexion gradually returned to normal, and the rash on her body diminished significantly. It seemed that the allergy to tea was indeed accurate. The emperor must ensure that this noble lady never comes into contact with tea again, as severe reactions could be life-threatening. Dr. Li was not jesting. A serious allergy could lead to suffocation and death. Pei Yixuan took note of this solemnly, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt for not understanding her better and placing her in danger on her very first day in the palace. He meticulously recorded the physician's instructions before dismissing everyone. He also instructed Liang Yi to collect all the tea leaves from the Jianzhong Palace and to seal off any related information. Deng Lishu slowly regained consciousness, feeling somewhat dizzy and her breathing not entirely smooth. Chapter 13. Promotion. Surprises abound. Pei Yixuan, seeing that Deng Lishu had opened her eyes, stood up in excitement. "Lishu, you have finally awakened." He hurriedly poured a cup of warm water, gently supporting her to sit up and offering her the drink. "Here, have some water to soothe your throat. Be careful." Deng Lishu felt utterly weak, her head still spinning, and her breathing somewhat labored. With Pei Yixuan's help, she managed to drink half a cup of water. Before drinking, she carefully inspected the cup, ensuring it contained clear water. Recalling her earlier panic during the meal, she realized that she had inadvertently drunk tea, which explained her fainting spell. Pei Yixuan gently laid her back onto the bed and turned to summon the imperial physician. Deng Lishu felt an overwhelming discomfort. She intended to apologize, but rising from the bed proved to be a daunting task, so she refrained from forcing herself. With great effort, she lifted her hand to gently caress her chest, attempting to find some solace. Observing her distress, Pei Yixuan hastily instructed the attending servants to open the windows. He had initially contemplated massaging her chest, but given the current circumstances, it would be inappropriate. He feared that any further intrusion might alarm the young lady and exacerbate her condition. Thus, he stood by, his eyes filled with concern. Li Yui entered, trembling and supported by Liang Yi. "Your Majesty, she is feeling quite unwell." "What is the matter?" Pei Yixuan's tone was icy, his gaze at Li Yui brimming with skepticism, almost as if blaming the physician for his lack of skill. Li Yui promptly approached to examine her, noting that while Deng Lishu's complexion bore a hint of redness, the rash had faded, leaving only faint traces. After a thorough examination, he reported, "Your Majesty, the lady's slight difficulty in breathing is due to an allergic reaction. Once the symptoms subside, her breathing will return to normal. Moreover, she currently has a mild fever. I shall prepare a prescription for her." Pei Yixuan waved his hand impatiently. "Hurry, do not delay." Wen Yu and Yi Xiang, following Liang Yi's instructions, entered to serve, bringing warm water and cloths. Wen Yu wished to approach and wipe Deng Lishu's face and hands, but Pei Yixuan stopped her. taking the cloth from her hands to tenderly attend to Deng Lishu's skin himself. The cool, soothing cloth against her skin provided Deng Lishu with immense comfort. Wen Yu and Yi Xiang exchanged astonished glances, their faces reflecting disbelief. The emperor himself was personally caring for this lady, indicating her extraordinary status in his heart. They understood that this lady they were to serve was likely of great importance, though they remained uncertain about her temperament. Liang Yi, evidently more composed, did not exhibit the exaggerated reactions of the surrounding servants. Observing the emperor's attentive care for the future empress filled him with joy, as the legitimate heir to the throne seemed imminent. The Empress Dowager would no longer need to frequently advise him, nor would she have to visit the national temple for blessings each year. Exhausted, Deng Lishu drank her medicine and drifted back to sleep. Pei Yixuan dismissed the servants, quietly keeping watch over the frail girl. Seeing her delicate form resting on the bed caused a pang of guilt within him. He lamented his carelessness that allowed her to endure such torment upon her arrival at the palace. When Deng Lishu awoke again, darkness had fallen outside. As she opened her eyes, she was startled to find the emperor resting on a nearby soft couch, his chin supported by one hand, his head slightly tilted, his handsome features now serene. After observing him for a few moments, her heart began to race. It seemed the emperor had taken a liking to her. However, she had no desire to enter the palace as a concubine. Although a consort of the emperor, she would merely be a pawn in a game of jealousy among many powerful figures within the court, an ordeal she felt ill-equipped to navigate. Furthermore, she harbored no trust in the fickleness of emperors. What began as novelty would surely become mundane with time. Eventually, she mused, only the laughter of the new would be heard, while the cries of the old would fade into silence. She would rather marry an ordinary man and be a respectable primary wife than covet the hollow grace of imperial favor. Resolutely, Deng Lishu contemplated methods of extricating herself. Seeking to leave the emperor's presence was decidedly impossible at this moment. Thus, she resolved to take her time. Beneath her embroidered quilt, her hands were tightly clenched, yet her expression remained composed, betraying none of her thoughts. Pei Yixuan awakened and observed the girl on the bed, who was already awake, her eyes lost in contemplation of the canopy above. Although her demeanor was calm, Pei Yixuan possessed the skill to discern emotions, and he sensed she was pondering something of great significance. After watching her in silence for a while, he noticed her reluctance to speak and approached her. "Are you awake? Is there anywhere you feel unwell?" Deng Lishu returned to the present, relaxing her grip, and subtly shook her head. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your concern. I'm quite well." Yet Pei Yixuan remained uneasy, insisting on summoning the imperial physician for reassurance before he could truly relax. Once the physician and attendants had departed, Deng Lishu slowly rose, kneeling beside the bed under Pei Yixuan's puzzled gaze. Alarmed, Pei Yixuan quickly bent down and lifted her back onto the bed, chiding gently, "What are you doing? Your body is still so frail." Deng Lishu mentally cursed her predicament. She had barely knelt before being swept up, lying back rigidly. "Your Majesty, I have offended you in many ways today. I am guilty." Pei Yixuan felt a headache coming on. This foolish girl was so intent on distancing herself from him, unaware of the rumors circulating about their relationship outside. "You are innocent. Do as you please without regard for those formalities," he patiently reassured her. Feigning difficulty, Deng Lishu replied, "Your Majesty, this is not in accordance with propriety. My lowly status does not warrant such imperial kindness." Minister Deng has achieved remarkable accomplishments in governance over the years, remaining incorruptible and serving the country and its people, earning the admiration of the populace. "I have already decreed his promotion to the 5th rank of Shizhong," Pei Yixuan stated, catching Deng Lishu off guard. A 5th rank official must attend court, which meant her parents would be summoned to the capital, making her escape utterly absurd. Deng Lishu, momentarily flustered, widened her eyes, her lips parting in shock as she stared blankly at the smiling Pei Yixuan. Your Majesty, this." Pei Yixuan realized she was not overly concerned, but seeing her astonished expression, he assumed she was elated, feeling a sense of pride for having flattered her correctly. Regaining her composure, Deng Lishu quickly expressed her gratitude. I thank your majesty on behalf of my father for your grace, but I fear my prolonged stay here may tarnish your reputation. Pei Yixuan chuckled, lifting his robe to sit down. I do not concern myself with such matters. Deng Lishu felt speechless within, yet she cared deeply. Your majesty, might you grant me permission to leave the palace? I have yet to convey my congratulations to my father. Pei Yixuan astonished her further. Do not worry, Lishu. I have already sent someone to escort Minister Deng and his wife to the capital. Everything will be arranged properly. Upon hearing this, Deng Lishu felt a wave of trepidation. She had never experienced such shock in her life over the past decade. The emperor truly left her no avenue of retreat. She suddenly realized that even if she did not enter the palace for selection, Pei Yixuan would likely not let her off the hook. Her previously tranquil visage was now betrayed by a gaze of astonishment, resembling a startled fawn darting its eyes in every direction, oblivious to her own state. Meanwhile, Pei Yixuan found her utterly charming in this moment, captivated by her every glance. Chapter 14. The resounding slap startles Shu'er. Pei Yixuan remained unhurried, taking delight in the enchanting disarray of the beautiful maiden before him, utterly captivating. As Deng Lishu gradually regained her composure, she pondered her next course of action. Should she directly express her feelings to His Majesty, or seek an opportunity to flee? You have just recovered from a serious illness. It is best to rest now. We can discuss matters tomorrow. Pei Yixuan finally broke the spell of her tangled thoughts, leaning down to adjust her blanket. Deng Lishu clutched the quilt at her chest, suddenly recalling her maid. Your Majesty, my maid. Do not worry. They're well taken care of. On the day of our grand wedding, you shall see them, Pei Yixuan reassured her. Deng Lishu could only nod in compliance, murmuring, Thank you, Your Majesty. Pei Yixuan chuckled to himself as he observed her turning away from him, truly a heartless creature. He settled onto a nearby, soft couch, draping a woolen blanket over himself, propping his head as he gazed dreamily at the woman on the bed, exhilarated and sleepless all night. Deng Lishu, after contemplating her escape plans for a while, found them all implausible and gradually succumbed to fatigue, drifting into slumber. The following day, when Deng Lishu awoke, Pei Yixuan had already left for court, leaving the palace chamber empty. She rose, donned her garments, and made her way outside. The maids, Yixiang and Wenyu, hearing the commotion within, hurriedly opened the door, encountering Deng Lishu just as she emerged. Greetings, my lady. We are here to assist you with your morning rituals. Deng Lishu nodded, and after a simple grooming and hasty breakfast, she wished to take a stroll, but was intercepted by Lu Yi. My lady, His Majesty has instructed that you may roam within Jianzhong Palace until he returns to escort you personally. Deng Lishu felt a tinge of displeasure. Her inherently cool demeanor left the palace attendants shivering, as if the Emperor's beauty had transformed into an icy enchantress, foretelling future tribulations for His Majesty. Then I shall trouble you to guide me. Lu Yi promptly and courteously led her through the front and back halls of Jianzhong Palace, finally arriving at a small garden in the rear courtyard. The scenery here rivaled that of the Imperial Garden, with many rare floral species found exclusively in this locale. A modest lotus pond graced the area, where dozens of koi swam leisurely, occasionally seeking refuge under lotus leaves, bubbling contentedly. As Lu Yi extolled the garden's virtues, Deng Lishu gazed appreciatively at the flora. The design of this little garden was indeed unique, diverging from the usual pavilions and towers, exuding a charm reminiscent of flowing waters and quaint bridges. Notably, beside the small seven-arch bridge leading to the pavilion behind the lotus pond, the view was truly delightful. Though Deng Lishu's spirits were low, the beauty of her surroundings brought her a measure of solace. My lady, why not sit in the pavilion? We shall prepare some tea and snacks, suggested her maids, Shushu and Wenyu, as they departed. Lu Yi followed closely behind, ensuring her safety as she entered the pavilion, inwardly marveling at His Majesty's choice of a beauty. Indeed, one could not overstate her status as the most exquisite maiden of the Northern Dynasty. Deng Lishu, feeling rather disinterested, settled onto the marble bench within the pavilion, her restlessness somewhat subdued. Lu Yi, wielding a jade fan, gently fanned her, incessantly extolling the beauty of the garden while praising the sagacious and mighty emperor. Deng Lishu, growing increasingly annoyed, interjected, "I wish to be alone for a while. Please wait for me over there." The clarity of her voice caused Lu Yi's heart to flutter. It was no wonder the emperor was fond of her, for even her words stirred a yearning within one's soul. "Of course," he replied. Deng Lishu gazed through the pavilion's railing at the koi frolicking in the lotus pond, oblivious to the arrival of Pei Yixuan. Pei Yixuan strolled leisurely to her side, intending to embrace her, but hesitated, curling his fingers slightly and withdrawing his arm. He gently inquired, "Do you like these koi, Lishu?" Deng Lishu blinked and rose to salute him. At that moment, Pei Yixuan could no longer restrain himself. He lifted her, enveloping her in his embrace, with her delicate form settling atop his legs. The exquisite sensation elicited a deep sigh from a man. Deng Lishu, feeling stiff, struggled slightly, her hands gently pushing against the emperor's firm chest. Yet, her petite strength was no match for Pei Yixuan, prompting her to turn her face away in discontent. "Your Majesty is too hot." Pei Yixuan observed her soft hands resting against his chest, her youthful face turning a shade of pink. Was it due to the heat or perhaps shyness? Only Deng Lishu understood that her blush stemmed from anger, suppressed yet palpable. Pei Yixuan wrapped one arm around her slender waist while the other hand caressed her delicate palm resting on his chest. Unable to resist, he gently kneaded her waist, provoking a sharp gasp from Deng Lishu as she struggled to rise, yet found herself ensnared by his strength. The palace attendants outside the pavilion heard the commotion but dared not look, silently lamenting the emperor's lack of tenderness towards the fair sex. Deng Lishu, feeling a mix of shame and fury, abandoned her usual composed demeanor, her eyes reddening with unshed tears. Pei Yixuan, reluctant to release her, felt anguish upon seeing her in tears and quickly reassured her, "Do not cry, Lishu. It is my fault for being so reckless." Deng Lishu pushed him away with all her might, finally gaining her freedom. Blushing furiously, she retreated to a nearby bench, her upbringing preventing her from uttering any harsh words. Moreover, he was the emperor, and she could only acquiesce, feeling utterly stifled. Thus, she turned her back to him, weeping in silence, overwhelmed by fear, anger, and confusion, internally berating the emperor for being a hypocritical libertine. Pei Yixuan stood helplessly behind her, uncertain of how to proceed, his expression fraught with anxiety as he witnessed the heartbroken girl. Reflecting on his actions, he wondered how he had become so reckless in the presence of his beloved, reducing her to tears. His face was a mask of guilt and concern. "Lishu, it is my fault. Please do not cry." Seeing her still in distress, he impulsively slapped himself across the face, causing Deng Lishu to pause her sobs, startled as she looked up to see his face redden from his own hand. Nervously suppressing her tears, the atmosphere around her was enveloped in silence until she could no longer restrain a soft sob. Before her, the illustrious emperor knelt, his countenance a portrait of pleading and remorse. "Sure, it is I who have acted like a rogue, yet my heart genuinely yearns for you. Do not fear me. I implore you." His eyes brimmed with earnestness and desperation. Deng Lishu swallowed hard, instinctively retreating her hands. Her parents had warned her that anyone capable of inflicting harm, even upon themselves, was surely a ruthless individual, prone to violent tendencies, and she was gripped by a profound fear. Overwhelmed by trepidation, she lowered her gaze, murmuring, "Your Majesty speaks too highly of me. It is all my fault." Pei Yixuan's face broke into a smile. "As long as Shu'er is not saddened, I ask only for your forgiveness." Outside, the first sound that reached the ears of the onlookers was the beauty's weeping, followed by a resounding slap. They presumed the emperor had struck her, their hearts sinking in alarm, fearing for her life. However, moments later, the echoes of his pleas for mercy and apologies rang out, leaving them utterly astonished. It was not until they witnessed the emperor cautiously escorting the beauty out, with a vivid imprint of red on his face, that their astonishment deepened. The crowd murmured in disbelief. Where had gone the emperor's former cold and calculating demeanor? Chapter 15. A lakeside excursion, Jealousy among the concubines Deng Lishu felt as though she had exhausted all her capacity for shock during her brief stay in the palace. Even one of her tranquil disposition found the events to be nothing short of heart-stopping. The emperor was indeed no ordinary man. He exhibited such impatience and frivolity. Despite his celebrated image of wisdom and valor, it was clear that the rumors fell short of the truth. Now that she had caught the emperor's attention, escape from the heavily guarded inner sanctum seemed a fanciful notion. Deng Lishu was deeply unsettled by Pei Yixuan, and she made a conscious effort to keep her distance. Alas, the audacious emperor, unashamed, persistently sought to draw closer to her, causing her to retreat further in her already fraught state. Yet, she dared not openly defy the esteemed sovereign before her, fearing his wrath might be visited upon her family. Thus, while she resisted Pei Yixuan's advances to onlookers, it appeared she was merely playing hard to get, a perception that even Pei Yixuan shared. He recognized that his previous brazen behavior in the pavilion had frightened the young lady, so he refrained from any further indiscretions, opting instead to sit beside her. During mealtime, he took it upon himself to serve her, relishing the opportunity to attend to Deng Lishu, who, though outwardly composed, was inwardly restless. Deng Lishu feigned calm as she accepted the dishes Pei Yixuan offered her, her movements graceful and delicate, embodying elegance in every gesture. Observing her demure demeanor only deepened his affection, prompting him to heap her plate with food while he gazed at her with unwavering attention, utterly captivated. As she ate, her refined manner and leisurely pace resulted in a small mountain of delicacies accumulating before her, courtesy of Pei Yixuan. She made an earnest effort to consume the offerings, forcing a somewhat unnatural smile as she said, "Your Majesty, please partake as well." With that, she picked up her chopsticks and served him a couple of pieces of bitter melon, hoping to temper his fervor. At this moment, Pei Yixuan resembled a lovesick fool, offering a gentle smile. "All right, sure, do not worry about me. Please indulge yourself. Do not let yourself go hungry." With that, he could hardly conceal his excitement as he picked up his chopsticks and consumed all the bitter melon that Deng Lishu had personally served him. Though the taste was somewhat bitter, his heart felt sweet nonetheless. Liang Yi and Lu Yi were utterly astonished. Could this be the so-called infatuation spoken of by the little palace maid? It seemed highly likely. Deng Lishu, with a modest appetite, set her chopsticks down after eating to her satisfaction. "Your Majesty, I have finished my meal. Please take your time." Pei Yixuan, though hardly in the mood for food, obediently ate a small bowl of rice, insisting that Deng Lishu accompany him and serve him dishes. With no choice but to comply, Deng Lishu felt utterly drained after the meal, yet Pei Yixuan clung to her like a piece of sticky candy, unwilling to let go. "Sure, would you care for a nap?" Pei Yixuan inquired with genuine concern, his warmth palpable. Deng Lishu gently shook her head. "Your Majesty, I would like to take a stroll outside." Pei Yixuan readily agreed. "Whatever Shu'er wishes is what shall be done. The weather is sweltering. Let me take you to the Imperial Garden for a boat ride. The lake is adorned with lotus flowers and is quite refreshing." He believed that spending more time alone together and taking the initiative would surely cultivate some feelings between them. Deng Lishu nodded, eager to explore the palace and familiarize herself with the surroundings, which would be beneficial for her future outings. In the Yongxiang, the opulent and majestic Yongning Palace, Su Jiaoyi, adorned in a splendid rosy palace garb, reclined on a soft couch made of golden silk nanmu, her jeweled headpiece radiating authority. She lifted her gaze slightly, observing the two chattering concubines below, before wearily closing her eyes. Subsequently, she delicately rubbed her temples with her slender fingers, while Miyun and Tingyan fanned her from either side, attempting to alleviate her growing irritation. After listening to their bickering for a while, her annoyance only deepened. "Enough. I have listened long enough, and all I hear are meaningless drivel. If you truly wish to capture the emperor's favor, you must first ascertain his preferences." Su Jiaoyi spoke with palpable impatience, causing He Meirin and Ling Ronghua to fall silent, wary of inciting her wrath. He Meirin was the first to break the tense silence. "Your Highness, I have heard today that the emperor is currently out on the lake with that woman." A stir rose within the hall. Could it be true that the emperor was so enamored with that seemingly ordinary woman? The emperor had not frequented the Yongxiang for quite some time, and now he was entranced by her. Would we ever see him again? It was unclear what enchantments this seductress had woven to earn such favor from him, a phenomenon unprecedented in the palace. Indeed, the emperor, diligent in governance and renowned for his wisdom and valor, has never displayed such fervor towards any woman before. I heard that after returning to his chambers with her yesterday, they remained together in his quarters. Is it possible that Su Zhaoyi's complexion had already turned pale at this point? How could the emperor behave so recklessly? She abruptly rose, suppressing her dissatisfaction, and forced a composed smile. My dear sisters, I find the weather exceedingly oppressive today. I wish to take a stroll in the imperial garden to clear my mind. Would you care to join me? Both women stood gracefully and bowed in unison. We would be delighted to accompany your highness. As a few individuals strolled along the path, they unexpectedly encountered the serene and uncontentious Chang Sunjiu, though the three of them displayed no outward signs. Their hearts were intertwined with a shared eagerness to witness the encounter between Su Zhao Yi and the emperor's most cherished lady. Meanwhile, they occasionally stirred the waters, content to reap the benefits of the unfolding drama. Leading a group of concubines, with Su Zhao Yi at the forefront, they laughed and chatted as they made their way to the imperial garden. Of course, these few concubines were merely like reeds swaying in the wind. In the imperial garden, Pei Yixuan and Deng Lishu walked leisurely side by side, while palace attendants held a canopy above them, shielding them from the scorching sun. Pei Yixuan enthusiastically introduced the garden's scenery to the ethereal beauty beside him, while Deng Lishu, her lively eyes darting from side to side, admired the view, occasionally responding with a soft acknowledgement. Yet, her mind was preoccupied with memorizing the palace routes, diligently recalling the various halls they passed. Noticing her adorable curiosity with her bright, sparkling eyes, Pei Yixuan felt a pang of regret that she did not yet harbor affection for him. Nevertheless, he remained determined to win her heart. Upon reaching the lakeside, Deng Lishu gazed upon the lake adorned with lotus flowers. The lush green leaves glistened with dewdrops, swaying gently in the breeze, creating a lively spectacle. The lotus flowers stood gracefully amidst the leaves, truly embodying purity amidst the mud. Some petals floated atop the water like charming little boats, drifting about. Deng Lishu had never beheld such a breathtaking lotus lake, where vibrant willow leaves danced in the wind, their slender branches stirring the water, causing fish to swim playfully and occasionally leap from the surface to frolic with the willows, creating a vivid scene. The palace attendants had already prepared a boat, and Pei Yixuan did not allow any maidservant the chance to assist Deng Lishu onto the vessel. He carefully took her small hand to guide her aboard, saying, "Take your time, watch your step." Deng Lishu cast him a glance, but did not wish to embarrass him further as the emperor. Once aboard, she withdrew her hand, inviting, "Your Majesty, you should come aboard as well." Pei Yixuan gently rubbed his empty palm, feeling a momentary sense of loss, but was swiftly uplifted by her melodious voice. Responding cheerfully, "Sure, I'm coming right away." As Su Zhao Yi and her companions entered the imperial garden, they witnessed the emperor's attentive care for an extraordinarily beautiful woman, a sight they had never encountered before, igniting a deep envy within them. Even more astonishing was the fact that the lady beside the emperor was so breathtakingly beautiful, akin to a celestial goddess descending to earth. Chapter 16. The Palace Attendant's Assistants. A kiss upon the red lips, Pei Yixuan was wholly absorbed in the presence of his beloved, utterly oblivious to the few concubines nearby. Liang Yi, ever observant, quickly dispatched Lu Yi to remain stationed while she accompanied the palace attendants to serve. As Su Zhao Yi and her entourage approached, they could only watch with wide eyes as the boat carrying the emperor and the lady drifted away. Though discontent simmered within them, the emperor's close attendants were present, preventing any overt displays of resentment or jealousy. Seeing Su Zhao Yi and her fellow concubines approach, Lu Yi promptly stepped forward to pay his respects, stating, "This servant greets Lady Zhao Yi and extends my greetings to the esteemed ladies." Su Zhao Yi wore a benevolent smile, urging Lu Neishi do rise. Lu Yi, standing nearby, replied, "Your Majesty is enjoying the royal garden, as you rightly inquire." He bowed slightly, his expression devoid of obsequiousness, yet adorned with an unassailable smile. "In response to your query, Your Highness, His Majesty is indeed in the royal garden, and we servants are here to attend to his needs." Su Zhao nodded gently, her gaze wandering before finally resting on a distant pleasure boat. She took the fan from Mi Yun's hand and waved it lightly, using a silk handkerchief to dab the perspiration on her brow. The onlookers remained silent, with only a few whispering amongst themselves. Observing this, Hime Rin swiftly approached, her slender waist swaying as she exclaimed, "Your Highness, how delightful it would be for the sisters to share a boat ride." Feigning reluctance, Su Zhao replied, "To disturb His Majesty would indeed be a grave error on our part. Let us instead relish the splendid blossoms in this garden." Disappointment flickered among the concubines, for they perceived Su Zhao as merely a paper tiger, one who had previously been exceedingly critical of them. Now, she seemed to waver. This was unlike her. They resolved to wait and see. Hime Rin smiled gently. "His Majesty is known for his magnanimity, and given the oppressive heat, I dare say the lake would offer a refreshing respite. Surely, Your Highness will acquiesce to your sisters." Suzai no detsidaitri, turning head gazetu lui, liuneisi. "Might I inquire if His Majesty has any directives?" Lu Yi shook his head slightly and withdrew. "Your Highness, please proceed as you wish. However, His Majesty does not favor disruptions. It would be prudent for you and the ladies to choose a different path. To offend His Majesty would indeed bear significant consequences." The gathered ladies felt a flutter of apprehension at Lu Yi's words, contemplating the gravity of incurring the Emperor's displeasure. Yet with so many present, they hoped His Majesty would not hold them all accountable. Su Zhao instructed the servants to prepare a boat, and the concubines embarked, steering toward another direction. Pei Yisun and Deng Lishu shared a boat, while the palace servant at the stern diligently navigated. After a brief respite, Deng Lishu found herself unable to withstand the Emperor's piercing gaze, intensified by the sweltering weather. She set down her cup of flower tea, delicately wiped her mouth with her handkerchief, and lowered her eyes, uncertain of how long the Emperor would remain silent. Cautiously, she spoke, "Your Majesty, I wish to step outside and admire the beauty of the lake." Pei Yisun's infatuation with the beauty before him softened slightly. "The sun is fierce. Allow me to shield you with an umbrella." He then picked up a prepared umbrella and rose to assist Deng Lishu. In a reflexive motion, Deng Lishu stood first, subtly evading his gesture, finding his demeanor rather frivolous. Pei Yisun, unperturbed, stepped ahead, and as she gazed at his retreating figure, she exhaled in relief and hastily followed suit. Upon stepping outside, she felt a shadow envelop her, realizing that the Emperor had personally taken up the umbrella for her. However, in a swift moment, Pei Yisun seized her wrist, drawing her gently from behind the curtain and embracing her. Deng Lishu felt unsteady, momentarily disoriented, just as the boat began to sway violently beneath them. Deng Lishu seldom embarked on a boat and was utterly unacquainted with water. The loss of security compelled her to instinctively clutch tightly at the objects beside her. At this moment, she could only grasp the clothing on either side of Pei Yisun, her face adorned with a smile that belied her underlying anxiety, having long shed her usual cool demeanor. Pei Yisun, who had been holding an umbrella, hastily discarded it. The umbrella fell onto the lake's surface, unnoticed. He quickly enveloped the delicate form of the woman in his arms, gently soothing her. Under the blazing sun, Deng Lishu's fair skin was slightly reddened by the sunlight, prompting Pei Yisun to shift his towering frame to shield her from the harsh rays, leaning down just enough to spare her from the sun's relentless heat. The boatman who had once been at the stern had disappeared, replaced by Liang He, who was now wielding the oars, sweat streaming down his brow. He occasionally glanced back at the ship trailing behind, observing the expressions of the palace attendants. Several attendants craned their necks in anticipation of the sweet embrace shared by the couple ahead, joyfully giving Liang Yi a thumbs up. Success! Liang Yi wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling that his efforts had not been in vain. Surely the Emperor would reward him. As the boat gradually stabilized, Deng Lishu began to relax, attempting to gently push away the emperor from her, yet he remained immovable. She raised her head and said, "Your Majesty, thank you for your kindness earlier. You may release this humble servant now." Pei Yixuan held his beloved, the warmth and softness of her form making it difficult for him to let go. Her cool voice and serene smile struck him as oddly detached, as if the earlier panic had never graced her visage. What to do? He was reluctant to part with her, having finally embraced her. His little empress was so fragrant and tender that he longed to whisk her away and shower her with affection. Pei Yixuan gazed intently at her exquisite face, unwilling to relinquish his hold. Deng Lishu struggled for a moment, but the strength of the man's embrace was unyielding. She looked up, startled by the intensity in his eyes, her tone tinged with urgency. "Your Majesty, I beseech you to let me go." Pei Yixuan, captivated by the allure of her pouting lips, found her urgency only enhanced her beauty, nearly stealing his breath away. He had no intention of releasing her. The next moment, he tenderly yet firmly pressed his hand against the back of Deng Lishu's head, precisely kissing her luscious red lips, clumsily yet with a lingering desire. Deng Lishu whimpered, struggling as she tossed aside her handkerchief, pushing against his solid chest with all her might, tilting her head back in resistance. Yet Pei Yixuan was unyielding, and she ultimately had to endure his fervent affection. Since encountering Deng Lishu, Pei Yixuan had contemplated that moment, secretly honing his skills, yet upon experiencing it firsthand, he found that the teachings in books were mere trivialities. When feelings ran deep, everything would fall into place naturally. Lost in a kiss, Pei Yixuan savored the sweetness from his beloved, feeling a profound joy. Deng Lishu, unaccustomed to such an onslaught, could only passively endure his advances, her small hands clutching his clothing tightly, fearing she might falter and plunge into the lake. Dizziness enveloped her, and she struggled to catch her breath. Chapter 17. Fragile and overwhelmed, the boat, carrying Su Jiaoyi and her companions, swayed gently as it approached. The jovial chatter of those at the bow quieting upon sighting the emperor's vessel. As they drew nearer, a wave of delight surged within them upon glimpsing the emperor's tall and imposing figure at the helm. What would he be engaged in? Surely he was conversing with that woman. Curiosity piqued, they ventured closer, only to discover the emperor embracing the woman in a kiss. Instantly their eyes fell, a tide of frustration rising within them with no avenue for release. Su Jiaoyi's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white, her grip tightening on the handkerchief she clutched. How beguiling! Despite their indignation, no one dared to comment on the emperor's behavior. Instead, they began to speculate on how Su Jiaoyi would respond, eager for the unfolding drama. Unable to withstand the spectacle any longer, Deng Lishu fainted in the embrace of Pei Yixuan, who, still yearning for more, raised his head and cradled her delicate form. Letting out a soft sigh, it seemed he must teach her how to breathe properly, lest she be overwhelmed by his affections. Pei Yixuan carried Deng Lishu into the cabin, instructing the crew to steer the boat back. Meanwhile, Su Jiaoyi stood at the bow, her expression contorted as she watched the emperor tenderly care for that enchantress. She would not allow this to go unchallenged. Himeirin, cautious and aware of Su Jiaoyi's fury, dared not utter a word for fear of incurring her wrath. Upon awakening on the opulent dragon couch, Deng Lishu felt a pang of regret as memories of the day's events flooded her mind. How could she have succumbed to such a feint from a mere kiss? The emperor's domineering nature was undeniable. What was to be done now? With her beautiful eyes lost in thought, she remained oblivious to Pei Yixuan's entrance. Upon entering, Pei Yixuan observed Deng Lishu clutching the quilt over her chest. Her expression composed, yet her lips, slightly swollen from his kiss, appeared even more alluring. He lingered at a distance for a moment, but it seemed she had not noticed him. Reluctantly, he stepped forward to break the silence, his voice soft and gentle, a stark contrast to his usual commanding tone. "My dear, have you awakened? Do you feel any discomfort?" Deng Lishu snapped back to reality and shook her head gently. Could she dare to admit any discomfort? As the thought crossed her mind, she rose to perform a respectful bow. But Pei Yixuan swiftly halted her, There is no need for such formalities, my dear. You need not bow to anyone from now on. Deng Lishu offered a slight curtsy. Your servant does not presume, but I humbly request your majesty to permit me to leave the palace. My parents must be anxious. Pei Yixuan sighed inwardly. It seemed that she could not be rushed. He extended his hand to assist her. You are already mine. Why would you wish to go elsewhere? His tone was imperious and left no room for rebuttal. Although they had shared intimate moments, they had not yet established a true marital bond. How could she be considered his? She felt a sense of discomfort, remaining silent and avoiding his gaze. Thus, she stood there with her eyes cast down, and Pei Yixuan, unable to bear her distress, gently reassured her. Have you forgotten what I told you? Your parents will soon be brought to the capital, and the day before our wedding. You shall see them. Furthermore, your maidservant is well. Do not worry. Deng Lishu was secretly contemplating her escape, fully aware that the person she cherished was safe and sound, which alleviated her concerns. Pei Yixuan, noticing the young girl's indifference towards him, felt both helpless and resigned. It seemed that only this little lady dared to disregard him so boldly. Yet, who could blame him for being captivated by her? He patiently initiated conversation, guiding her for a leisurely stroll in the courtyard. The hour was late. The sun dipped low in the west, and a gentle evening breeze caressed their faces, creating a delightful ambience. Deng Lishu listened attentively as His Majesty spoke of every blade of grass and every palace within the imperial grounds, silently committing his words to memory, occasionally responding in kind. Unintentionally, her gaze fell upon the crimson jade pendant at the emperor's waist. A closer look revealed it to be an exact replica of her own ancient jade. A sudden tension gripped her heart. Why did His Majesty's jade resemble her own so closely? Could it be connected to her origins? She halted in her tracks, oblivious to Pei Yixuan's words. Following her line of sight, Pei Yixuan smiled and lifted the jade pendant, asking, Why do you gaze at this jade so intently, Shuer? Do you like it? I shall gift it to you. As he spoke, he placed the pendant into her palm, his eyes sparkling with a rare blend of affection and anticipation. Deng Lishu, feeling as though she were holding a scalding hot potato, hastily returned the jade to Pei Yixuan, her eyes wide in surprise as she looked at the jovial emperor before her. Your Majesty, this jade is precious. Please take it back, she implored, quickly averting her gaze and squeezing her hands together, realizing they were clammy with cold sweat. Did she share some unspeakable connection with this emperor? Pei Yixuan, unaware of her inner turmoil, observed his beloved with concern. Shua. He placed his hands gently on her slender shoulders, sensing her clamminess and mistaking it for discomfort. He rushed to her side, scrutinizing her condition. Why are you covered in cold sweat? Are you unwell? Someone, fetch the imperial physician at once. Liang Yi swiftly sent for the physician, while Lu Yi, bringing the evening meal, was also halted. Deng Lishu attempted to intervene, but a young eunuch had already dashed away, so she refrained from further protest. Pei Yixuan anxiously lifted her into his arms and carried her into the inner chambers. Deng Lishu, feeling somewhat awkward, settled onto the soft couch as the man insisted on personally feeding her water, leaving her no choice but to comply. The imperial physician hurriedly entered, took her pulse, and finally exhaled in relief, reporting to Your Majesty, this lady's pulse is entirely normal. She has merely been startled and requires ample rest. Pei Yixuan nodded, dismissing the physician while contemplating the young girl in his arms. Startled? Could it be that his kiss earlier had frightened her? In truth, Deng Lishu was indeed startled, but not for the reason Pei Yixuan suspected. It was the jade that had unsettled her. During dinner, Pei Yixuan attended to Deng Lishu with a tenderness surpassing his previous demeanor, which left her astonished. She had always felt cherished by her parents, yet she never anticipated receiving such favor from the esteemed emperor. Faced with the handsome man's attentiveness, she felt a flutter in her heart. But recalling his royal status in the harem, she found herself conflicted. She was never a woman bound by the traditional virtues of obedience and propriety. Raised in indulgence from a young age, her temperament was not particularly vivacious, yet she possessed a sense of entitlement over her possessions, leading her to be somewhat domineering. Once she had set her sights on a person or matter, it would belong solely to her for life. Otherwise, she would rather forego altogether. Her obsession with cleanliness was severe, particularly regarding her mental and emotional realms. Now, she deeply regretted not heeding her parents' arrangements. Had she not entered the palace for the selection of consorts, she could have steered clear of the emperor. Pei Yixuan, of course, was oblivious to the turmoil within her heart. He only sensed her displeasure and had a general understanding of its cause, maintaining an impassive demeanor. He continued to serve her with attentiveness during their meal, occasionally engaging her in conversation. Deng Lishu looked at the handsome and resolute emperor before her with a sense of bewilderment, finding his smile undeniably charming, yet left her feeling lost. In the days that followed, Su Jiaoyi and her companions gritted their teeth in resentment. To them, Deng Lishu, a nameless and unrecognized woman, audaciously resided with His Majesty in Jianzhong Palace, displaying a complete disregard for decorum. As Su Jiaoyi presided over the affairs of the harem, she watched with growing alarm as Deng Lishu, whose status was inferior to her own and whose charm was no match for her own, prepared to move into Yongxiang. The honor she had previously enjoyed seemed poised to be usurped by this woman. Furthermore, the emperor, whom she had long admired, had abandoned his former aloofness, breaking numerous rules for the sake of a single woman, an absurdity she could not accept without a struggle. Within Yongning Palace, the opulence was as resplendent as ever. The enchanting Su Jiaoyi reclined on the favored concubine's couch, attended by two maids who fanned her. Her captivating eyes were initially closed, enhancing her allure with an air of mystery. However, the moment her calculating and venomous gaze emerged, the previously harmonious atmosphere began to quiver. The maids, Ting and Mi Yun, instinctively lowered their heads, their gazes fixed on their own shoes, their hands trembling, the rhythm of fanning noticeably diminished. They silently awaited their mistress's commands, fearful of her potential wrath, which would inevitably fall upon them. Su Jiaoyi was consumed with schemes against Deng Lishu, oblivious to her maid's anxious demeanor. Why has His Majesty so resolutely fixed his heart on that seductress? She queried, irritation evident in her eyes as she gestured toward the grapes on the table. Ting promptly approached to present the grapes, while Mi Yun exchanged a knowing glance with her, both faces adorned with obsequious smiles. Your Highness, you have followed His Majesty for so many years and are the mistress of Yongxiang. You are undoubtedly the most important woman by His Majesty's side. As Su Jiaoyi listened to Mi Yun's reassurances, she took a sweet, glistening grape from Ting An's hand, feeling somewhat comforted. She gently tapped Ting An's head, asking, "What do you think?" Ting An eagerly nodded in agreement. Your Highness, His Majesty is loyal and devoted. You have always held a unique place in his heart. Even with the arrival of this newcomer, it is merely a fleeting novelty. How could she ever surpass you? Ting An continued, that woman is nothing more than a rustic from the countryside. How can she possibly be compared to you, Your Highness? Upon hearing those words, Su Jiaoyi did not exhibit the joy one might expect from the two, but instead let out a cold snort, her eyes filled with disdain and mockery. Her tone remained haughty, her exquisitely sculpted chin slightly raised. That may be true, yet His Majesty is currently enamored, and not only has he offered the position of Empress, but as the mistress of the Eternal Lane, my time here is also limited. The two handmaidens, unsure of how to console their mistress, were left to bow their heads in silent servitude, their movements becoming increasingly cautious. As Su Jiaoyi's gaze drifted toward the grapes on the table, Eunuch Wu came to report that Ling Ronghua had arrived. Ling Ronghua entered with her handmaidens, bowing gracefully, her smile slick and insidious. I pay my respects to Su Jiaoyi. Su Jiaoyi lazily rose, glancing her way with indifference. Sister has arrived. Please rise. Thank you, Jiaoyi. Ling Ronghua smiled slightly. Jiaoyi, the weather has been quite sultry of late. It's stifling within this hall. Why not venture to the leisure garden to cool off, enjoy the scenery, and converse with your sister? The leisure garden? Sister is aware that it is reserved exclusively for His Majesty. No one else is permitted entry. Ling Ronghua's smile remained undiminished as she affectionately linked her arm with Su Jiaoyi's. Sister, I have heard that His Majesty has had the leisure garden refurbished for the new Empress, and today he has personally taken people there. They are en route as we speak." Upon hearing this, Su Jiao's eyes brightened. Ever since that seductress entered the palace, she had not seen His Majesty. This could indeed be a fortuitous opportunity. She nodded. "In that case, I shall accompany my sister for a stroll to lift my spirits." In the Jianzhong Palace, Deng Lishu had been residing in the main hall of Pei Yixuan's quarters, while he occupied the side hall. Pei Yixuan watched her closely, remaining by her side except during court sessions. While she found his clinginess somewhat burdensome, he had refrained from any indiscretions akin to those days in the pavilion and had not treated her lightly. In recent days, Pei Yixuan had shown her great respect, while simultaneously seeking to win her affection and cultivate a deeper bond. Observing the young lady, who had reverted to her cool demeanor as if the panic of the previous days had never existed, he noted her infrequent smiles, pondering what thoughts occupied her mind. The more elusive she became, the more he found himself drawn to her, yearning to draw closer, to unravel her mysteries, and to intertwine their fates so that they might never part. Deng Lishu had been contemplating how to exit the palace, having broached the subject with the emperor several times, only to be met with refusals. This left her somewhat vexed, yet she had become familiar with the palace's layout. Today, after finishing her breakfast and gazing at the blazing sun outside, she felt a wave of irritation wash over her. Yixiang and Wenyu took turns wiping her sweat and fanning her, trying to dispel the heat. "My lady, His Majesty has commanded that upon his return from court, he will take you to the leisure garden to escape the heat." Yixiang, upon hearing Wenyu's words, could not help but feel a tinge of excitement. "Yes, my lady. I have heard that the leisure garden is nestled among the mountains and waters, the highest point in the palace, boasting breathtaking scenery and a refreshing breeze." Deng Lishu faintly tugged at the corners of her mouth. It seemed that her departure from the palace was becoming increasingly difficult. "Where is this leisure garden?" "My lord." The servants are at a loss for knowledge. The two of them previously resided within the shadows of the Dark Guard, and thus are not well acquainted with the palace. Deng Lishu ceased her inquiries, and the two maidens, having grown accustomed to their master's beauty, cold and distant, yet captivating, understood her enigmatic allure, compelling them to draw closer. After the court session, Pei Yixuan hurried back, eager to take Shu'er to the serene courtyard for a respite. He wondered what expressions she might reveal: surprise, curiosity, excitement. It seemed uncertain, yet he was confident she would not be displeased. He quickened his pace towards the inner chambers, and upon reaching the courtyard before the main hall, he caught sight of a strikingly pale figure beneath the corridor's shadows. His heart jolted, and he involuntarily halted, causing his companions, Liang Yi and Lu Yi, to be startled by the sudden stop, along with the palace attendants who followed suit. Unable to restrain his gaze, the attendants followed the emperor's line of sight, beholding the ethereal beauty of Her Majesty, the new queen. Even though they had previously witnessed her captivating grace, it was impossible not to be entranced by her allure. It was no wonder the emperor was so bewitched by her. The onlookers dared only to steal a glance before discreetly lowering their heads, awaiting the emperor's next move. Pei Yixuan, fixated on his beloved, found no room for anything else in his heart. How could someone be so beautiful? At that moment, a hint of sorrow graced her features, stirring a pang of empathy within him. He tightened his grip and furrowed his brow in unison with her, a subtle unease creeping into his heart. Compelled by urgency, he lifted his legs and strode towards her with fervent determination, each step seemingly exhausting his strength. Yet he dared not pause. In that moment, a singular thought consumed him. Faster. He yearned to wrap her in his embrace. Chapter 19. Each with their own thoughts. Infatuated hearts, the vermilion palace walls, the dark corridors, and the verdant shade enveloped Deng Lishu, who donned a gown as pure as snow, its flowing sleeves billowing like a celestial being descending from the heavens, draped in a layer of emerald-hued gauze that danced with the breeze. She exuded an air of mystery and grace. Her hair was elegantly styled in a gentle snake bun, the inky strands cascading down her back, extending to her waist like a beautiful waterfall. Onlookers were struck by the queen's ethereal presence, as if she might take flight like a delicate butterfly at any moment. This sensation left Pei Yixuan feeling as though Shu'er was elusive, impossible to grasp, an aching torment of longing. He hastened to her side, prompting Xiang and Wenyu to step back. Pei Yixuan advanced and enveloped her in an embrace that was both commanding and tender, his body trembling slightly as he desperately sought to hold on to her. "Shu'er," he murmured, his voice a soft caress in her ear. Deng Lishu, startled by his sudden action, sensed an unfamiliar anxiety in his tone. "Your Majesty, is something amiss?" she inquired, puzzled by his evident distress and the fear she could not comprehend. As he held her close, she offered no resistance, granting him an unprecedented solace. Hearing her concern, he gradually found peace. "It's nothing. I simply missed you, Shu'er." Deng Lishu was perplexed. They spent every day together. What could there be to miss? Did Her Majesty know that she was about to depart? "Your Majesty." She felt somewhat uncomfortable in Pei Yixuan's embrace and initially wished to break free, but his strength was overwhelming. After holding her for a considerable time, Pei Yixuan gradually released her, his hands gently resting on her slender shoulders, his eyes brimming with deep affection as he leaned slightly to meet her gaze. "Shu'er, shall we dine? Later, I will take you to the Serenity Pavilion to enjoy the cool breeze, if you would allow it." Deng Lishu's brow relaxed as she gazed into the depths of the man's eyes, her expression complex as she nodded in agreement. The Serenity Pavilion is nestled in the northwest corner of the Imperial Palace, a tranquil retreat where Pei Yixuan sought refuge each summer, enveloped in serene surroundings. This time, wishing to provide his beloved with a comfortable stay, he had specially ordered renovations to be carried out. After their lunch, Deng Lishu declined Pei Yixuan's suggestion, preferring to take a stroll to aid digestion, while a sedan chair followed closely behind, with palace attendants holding a canopy over them. Pei Yixuan tenderly grasped Deng Lishu's small hand, reluctant to let go, as they walked side by side. He unabashedly shared amusing tales from the court, occasionally seeking her opinions on political matters. Her insights often illuminated his perspective, and he generously lavished praises upon her, causing a smile to dance upon her lips and a flicker of joy in her heart. Yet, Deng Lishu found herself in a state of contradiction. She admired the emperor before her, setting aside his previous indiscretions. He was diligent in governance, cherished his people, well-read, and possessed unique insights into various matters, excelling in numerous arts. Most importantly, he treated her with kindness, offering gentle care without the airs of an emperor. However, she still harbored inner turmoil. His goodness was not yet sufficient to compel her to abandon all caution, especially given the brevity of their acquaintance. At this moment, noticing the emperor's good humor, she seized the opportunity to speak. "Your Majesty, the day of the grand wedding approaches, and I wish to leave the palace to marry. I beseech your Majesty to grant my request." As she spoke, she withdrew her hand and knelt upon the ground. Pei Yixuan hurriedly helped her up, his heart aching as he gently rubbed her knees. "What is this? You must not kneel in the future." Deng Lishu was touched by the tenderness in his voice, her lips parting slightly. Observing the emperor crouch down to tend to her knees, although accustomed to his unconventional behavior, she felt a twinge of awkwardness. "Your Majesty, I am quite well." Pei Yixuan adjusted her garments, then rose, taking her hands in his, a gentle smile gracing his features. "It is only natural for Shu'er to wish to return home to marry. I have received word that your parents have settled in their residence in the capital, and I shall escort you back tomorrow." Deng Lishu was taken aback by his willing acquiescence. Previously, her entreaties had met with refusal, and now he seemed so agreeable. She stared at the handsome emperor in a daze, her lips slightly parted, surprise evident in her eyes. Pei Yixuan flashed a charming smile, lowering his head to capture the lips he had longed for, one arm tenderly encircling her soft waist while the other cradled the back of her neck, drawing her closer. Liang Yi, witnessing the scene, promptly turned away, gesturing for the others to do the same. Deng Lishu felt her cheeks flush. How shameless of the emperor to seize the moment. As the kiss concluded, she felt her legs weaken, her mind swirling in a daze. Pei Yixuan held her delicate form closely his chin nestled against her neck as he gently caressed it. His breath a touch hurried as he savored the rhythmic rise and fall of her bosom, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction within. Sure, this is the price. Deng Lishu, feeling somewhat displeased, pushed against his tall frame, but to no avail. Sensing her struggle, Pei Yixuan smiled tenderly, effortlessly lifting her and striding forward with purpose. Startled by his sudden action, Deng Lishu instinctively clutched his garment, which elicited a low, amused chuckle from the man, tinged with affection and delight. He tilted his head slightly, observing the face of his beloved, flushed yet feigning composure, with the scorching sun casting a shadow of warmth upon her petite figure. Liang Yi, overhearing the movements of the emperor and empress, quietly turned to glance, noting that their affectionate silhouettes had already distanced themselves. He swiftly flicked his feather duster against Lu Yi's backside, admonishing, "You little rascals, hurry and catch up." "Yes, yes." A flurry of servants hurriedly scampered after them. Deng Lishu felt a sense of helplessness. The emperor had a penchant for carrying her about. She gently protested, "Your Majesty, allow me to walk on my own." Pei Yixuan responded with a soft smile, lowering his head to steal a kiss from her tender cheek, prompting her to shyly push against his chest. "Your Majesty." This is not in accordance with propriety. Not wishing to tease her further, Pei Yixuan gently set her down, taking her small hand as they continued to walk. At that moment, Su Jiaoyi and Ling Ronghua, approaching along the palace path, observed their interaction with keen eyes, harboring a deep-seated resentment towards Deng Lishu, who they believed was attempting to ensnare the emperor. After exchanging a glance filled with jealousy and animosity, they regained their smiles and respectful demeanor upon encountering the empress. "We pay our respects to your Majesty." The two, accompanied by their attendants, bowed in unison, completely disregarding Deng Lishu standing nearby. Liang Yi, leading the entourage, discerned the underlying disdain in the words of the two concubines toward the new empress. Deng Lishu, unfamiliar with palace etiquette and uninterested in bowing, especially since the emperor had decreed her as empress and assured her that such formalities were unnecessary, merely inclined her head slightly in a gesture of courtesy. Yet Su Jiaoyi and Ling Ronghua paid her no mind, their entire focus devoted to the emperor. However, Pei Yixuan merely cast a cursory glance at the newcomers before casually gesturing for them to rise, redirecting all his attention back to Shu'er. Noticing that her interest had been wholly captivated by the irrelevant concubines, Pei Yixuan felt a tinge of displeasure and tightened his grip on her hand. "Sure, let us continue our walk." The emperor's tender affections were, in the eyes of the two concubines, a piercing blow to their own infatuation. Chapter 20. Jiaoyi faints. Infamy spreads. Deng Lishu perceived the resentment and hostility emanating from the two elegantly adorned concubines, instilling a sense of fear and retreat within her. The palace was, after all, no sanctuary. While physical threats may be evaded, the subtler ones were far more insidious. The emperor could not perpetually shower her with such protection, and she believed herself ill-equipped to contend with these women. Pei Yixuan gently tugged at her small hand. "Are you tired, Shua?" As Deng Lishu regained her senses, the glaring sun caused her some discomfort, and she instinctively lowered her eyelids. In the next moment, Pei Yixuan's large hand shielded her from the sunlight. "What kind of negligence is this? You have burned a royal subject. Go and receive your punishment," he declared in a voice of authority. Liang Yi's reprimands followed, and the guards promptly approached to escort the two eunuchs away. However, Deng Lishu grasped Pei Yixuan's hand firmly. "There is no need for alarm, Your Majesty. I am unharmed," she implored, wishing to quell his ire. Pei Yixuan, seeing the plea in her autumn-like eyes, relented. "Let it be as Lishu wishes." The others breathed a sigh of relief, resuming their duties with even greater diligence to serve the two sovereigns, their respect for Deng Lishu noticeably heightened. Observing this, Su Jiaoyi felt a pang of discontent. She had endured many days of frustration, and today, finally in the presence of the emperor, she was forced to witness this seductive woman's ostentation, which revolted her deeply. Ling Ronghua, noting Su Jiaoyi's visible agitation, allowed a slight smile to surface before retreating. She had no intention of interfering, but rather sought to exacerbate the situation. "Sister," she began. Su Jiaoyi stepped forward, bowing slightly with an elegantly composed smile. "Your Majesty, I have arranged the titles and residences for the new members of the palace." She continued, "Your affairs are numerous, and I know you have been too busy to review them. Today, I intended to personally deliver the roster to Jianzhong Palace for your perusal." At her words, many turned their gazes toward Deng Lishu, perceiving the blatant affront aimed at her. It was a direct insinuation that, despite not yet being wed to the emperor, she was inappropriately lingering at his side, hardly befitting the role of a future empress. Furthermore, it served as a reminder to the new empress that she was not the sole focus of the emperor's affections. The emperor might be enamored now, but such passions were fleeting, and other women could rise to prominence, diminishing her position. Deng Lishu, though unaware of the subtleties entwined in Su Jiaoyi's words, understood that the latter was challenging her, making it clear that she was not the sole lady of the palace. The warmth she had previously shown vanished without a trace, leaving her expression cold and silent as she awaited the emperor's response. Pei Yixuan, upon hearing Su Jiaoyi's remarks, felt an overwhelming irritation. Her words, spoken in front of Li Shu, were nothing short of a direct assault on her character, an affront he could scarcely endure. "Such matters are not within your purview, Su Jiaoyi. My impending marriage to the empress necessitates that she oversee the inner palace. You should focus on your own duties as a consort," he retorted, his gaze filled with indifference and displeasure, leaving Su Jiaoyi feeling alarmed. His words seemed excessively harsh, disregarding her dignity and leaving her uncertain of her standing in the palace. "Bestow each of the newly arrived members with a reward of 100 taels of gold. Liang Yi, see them return to their respective homes," he commanded, inciting a stir among those present. Deng Lishu looked at him in astonishment, questioning the rationale behind his actions. Pei Yixuan reached out, gently pinching her cheek. "What is the matter? Are you thirsty?" he inquired. Lu Yi promptly stepped forward with warm water. Pei Yixuan intended to feed her personally, but she preempted him, taking the cup and sipping the water slowly, masking her inner thoughts. Pei Yixuan watched her intently, and after she had finished, he took the remaining water and drank a couple of sips himself, finding it remarkably sweet. Deng Lishu averted her gaze, her heart racing. What peculiar inclination did the emperor have for consuming the leftovers of others? In the grand halls of Jianzhong Palace, he even indulged in his own remnants. Su Jiaoyi was on the verge of fainting from anger. The emperor had completely forsaken her, displaying such intimacy with that little harlot right before her eyes. Ling Ronghua stepped forward to steady her faltering form. "Sister, take care of yourself." Su Jiaoyi regained her composure, her expression a portrait of despair. "Your Majesty, you cannot act thus. It is against propriety." Pei Yixuan dismissed her concerns with indifference. "Leave." With that, he wrapped his arm around Deng Lishu and departed, leaving Su Jiaoyi to collapse helplessly to the ground. She had been utterly abandoned. What was she to do? Ling Ronghua rushed to assist her. "Sister Jiaoyi, you must take care of your health. The emperor still thinks of you. He is merely momentarily captivated by this new consort. While this new consort is indeed striking, her origins cannot possibly compare to yours. I believe that only you are worthy of being the master of Yongxiang." A glint of calculation flashed in her eyes as she continued to embellish. "Sister, you have followed the emperor for so many years. No one can surpass you. Once the emperor tires of her, he will understand your worth." Su Jiaoyi buried her face in her hands, weeping uncontrollably, disregarding her once dignified demeanor. "You are right. The emperor will not forget me. If only she would vanish, vanish." Ling Ronghua, noting the madness creeping into her expression, felt a surge of satisfaction, but maintained an air of concern. "Sister, I have heard that the emperor elevated her father's position to allow her entry into the palace. The emperor is truly a person of deep feelings and loyalty, so you need not worry. He holds you in his heart." Su Jiaoyi clenched the silk handkerchief tightly in her grasp, her already crimson lips, adorned with bright rouge, now glowing even more vivid as her snow-white teeth ground against them. 2 drops of crimson blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Her beautiful eyes were filled with venomous rage, glaring fiercely as she leaned against her maid. Trembling with fury, her arms taut, her breath coming in quick gasps. The light around her seemed to dim, and as she struggled for breath, she abruptly fainted. The scene erupted into chaos, and Ling Ronghua, taken aback by the turn of events, instinctively stepped back a few paces before commanding the palace attendants to summon the imperial physician and escort her back to Yongning Palace. "Be careful. Quickly take Lady Jiaoyi back to the palace." The events of the day had already spread throughout the former court and the inner palace, where a few concubines gathered to gossip about the commotion. However, it was the former court that stirred the most waves, as Su Jiaoyi, the daughter of a first-rank grand marshal, had fainted due to the new consort's arrival. Such a scandal was hard to fathom. Meanwhile, Pei Yixuan and Deng Lishu paid no heed to the idle chatter. One was oblivious and unconcerned, while the other was well prepared to face the situation. Pei Yixuan was not ignorant of the potential damage today's events could inflict on his beloved's reputation, but he was confident in his ability to turn the tide, and he preferred to act without being swayed by others. Upon arriving at Yuan Court, they grew weary from their stroll through the palace paths, with Deng Lishu's cheeks flushed and beads of perspiration forming on her forehead. Pei Yixuan meticulously wiped the sweat from her brow. Seeing her weariness, he released her small hand and half-squatted in front of her, saying, "Sure, allow me to carry you up." Deng Lishu, reluctant, replied, "Your Majesty, I am capable of walking on my own." She used a silk handkerchief to dab at the perspiration on her forehead, glancing up at the daunting flight of stairs ahead. Pei Yixuan stood upright and, without further ado, lifted her into his arms, stating, "If you do not wish for me to carry you, then I shall embrace you instead." Although she insisted she was not fatigued, the beads of sweat on her forehead told a different story. He observed her damp hair gently clinging to her neck, finding it not uncomfortable but rather exuding a delicate charm. A natural fragrance surrounded her. The woman in his arms was indeed glistening with sweat, her flushed cheeks radiating a captivating allure. "Are you not weary, Your Majesty?" As he ascended the steps with the enchanting beauty in his arms, the air grew increasingly refreshing. Deng Lishu curiously surveyed her surroundings. The stone steps, constructed from blue flagstones, were flanked by lush green bamboo, filling the air with a crisp, invigorating aroma. As they climbed higher, the melodious sound of flowing water became audible. A clear stream cascaded through the bamboo grove behind the marble, trickling over the blue stone steps, gathering in a pristine pool below, before rushing down to form a waterfall at the high platform's edge. Upon closer inspection, a few koi fish danced in the shimmering sunlight, their scales glistening like gold as they playfully swayed their tails in the rippling water, exuding a sense of tranquility. Deng Lishu was utterly captivated by the breathtaking scenery before her, her excitement overwhelming as she struggled to be set down. Pei Yixuan gently placed her on her feet and followed her into the serene courtyard. It was a hidden paradise above. A refreshing breeze enveloped her as she crossed the small stream, revealing the tranquil pool ahead. She slowly walked over the stone bridge above the stream, arriving at an elegantly simple courtyard. Beside the stream at the entrance stood a weathered stone tablet, inscribed with the characters "Serene Courtyard." Gazing at the courtyard, she noticed it lacked the opulence of the palace, instead exuding a quiet elegance. The walls, still vividly red, were entwined with green, climbing roses, some already blossoming. A refreshing fragrance wafted through the air, uplifting her spirits. She approached and pushed open the dark red wooden door, her breath taken away by the enchanting scenery within. This unique courtyard was unlike anything she had ever seen. Stepping inside felt akin to entering spring, warm yet not oppressive, with a hint of autumn's coolness. She marveled at the palace for harboring such a hidden gem, realizing that the emperor truly knew how to indulge in life's pleasures. In the center of the front courtyard lay a pond, surrounded by a vibrant array of flowers. The water was crystal clear, and upon closer inspection, she noticed a stream flowing through an opening in the wall, merging with the outside creek. As she ventured deeper, crossing a corridor adorned with wisteria vines, she arrived at a tranquil retreat, known as the Pear Courtyard, a harmonious and serene dwelling. Flanking the Pear Courtyard, the two side courtyards, Yu Courtyard and Ran Courtyard, completed the serene estate. The palace attendants resided in the eastern hall of the front courtyard, with the kitchen situated in the western hall. Without Pei Yishuan's permission, the attendants were forbidden from entering the three main courtyards. In a secluded courtyard, there lies a natural hot spring pool, adorned with white jade inlays, which channels the warm waters within. A magnificent octagonal pavilion, named the Yu Ran Pavilion, gracefully shelters it from elements. Wisps of steam rise gently, enveloped by delicate curtains, while lush green bamboo and trees encircle the area, infusing the air with a soothing fragrance that lulls one into tranquility. Pei Yishuan, weary from his administrative duties, often seeks solace in this serene retreat, the only haven in the palace where he can truly unwind. On this occasion, he brought Deng Lishu along, wishing to invite her into his world. He had taken care to plant a profusion of gardenias nearby, for her presence exudes a sweet and pure aroma reminiscent of the blossoms, elevating her ethereal nature. In the pear courtyard, he had specifically transplanted a tall, blooming white pear tree, enhancing the otherworldly beauty of the setting. Deng Lishu appeared quite pleased, having noticed that all the water flows in the Yuran Pavilion are interconnected with the fresh streams outside. The meandering brooks carry away the oppressive heat, producing a refreshing sound that soothes both body and soul. Indeed, a splendid locale. Observing her joyous demeanor, Pei Yishuan felt a deep sense of satisfaction. She too cherished this place, and they could frequent it often in the future. As he watched her move freely within the courtyard, her usual aloofness seemed to dissipate. Casting aside her earlier fatigue, he gently took her small hand in his. "Dear Lishu, it is getting late. Let's take a moment to rest, lest you wear yourself out." She nodded in agreement, content to explore further later. The two settled in the pear courtyard, where Liang Yi had arranged everything perfectly with Ting In and Wenyu. Deng Lishu, in good spirits yet undeniably tired, tidied up briefly before retiring to bed. Pei Yishuan reclined on a nearby couch, radiating vitality, his attentive gaze fixed upon the woman on the bed, filled with tenderness and affection. Through the sheer curtains, the weary beauty's face glowed softly, her delicate skin fair and smooth, with her usually vibrant eyes now gently closed, casting shadows on her eyelids. Her exquisitely lovely visage nestled in the bedding, framed by her dark hair, appeared even more diminutive and exquisite, her lips slightly parted, exhaling fragrant breaths. Pei Yishuan gazed tirelessly at the enchanting figure before him. Whether lying down, sitting, standing, or pacing, he would shift positions, yet could never satiate his longing to behold her. Time flowed slowly in the tranquil room, the only sounds being the occasional gentle breeze rustling through the bamboo outside. The pear blossoms in the front courtyard were in full bloom, their snowy petals dancing in the wind as they framed the heartwarming scene within. Liang Yi Xiang and Wenyu in the courtyard shared glances, unable to contain their smiles, reveling in the beauty and serenity of the day. Meanwhile, in the Yoning Palace, the once graceful Su Jiaoyi returned, looking quite disheveled. Feeling slightly overheated and having succumbed to a fit of anger, she fainted, though after examination by the imperial physician, it was determined that she was not gravely harmed. Ling Ronghua observed the flurry of palace attendants as they busily attended to the situation until the physician finally departed. As Su Jiaoyi gradually regained consciousness, Qi Yun and Ting and were at her side, offering her a medicinal concoction to drink. The esteemed Empress Dowager, anger serves no purpose in maintaining your well-being. The imperial physician has indicated that your distress has caused you to faint. Ling Ronghua stepped forward with concern, yet her words did not spare the Empress, constantly reminding Su Jiaoyi of the humiliation she had endured that very day. As anticipated, upon hearing Ling Ronghua's remarks, Su Jiaoyi, who had regained some composure, felt her heart race violently, nearly succumbing once more to unconsciousness. The palace attendant Wu shot a disapproving glance at Ling Ronghua, lowered his head, and approached. Ling Ronghua, the imperial physician has stated that the Empress requires tranquility. I implore you to take your leave. Su Jiaoyi's face flushed crimson. Her eyes closed as she breathed rapidly, lacking the strength to chastise Ling Ronghua, overwhelmed instead by her vexation. She waved her hand, signaling for everyone to exit. Ling Ronghua pursed her lips and offered a slight bow. I shall return another day to inquire after your health, your majesty. With only Ting, In, and Wu remaining in the room, Su Jiaoyi felt her breath ease considerably. Wu, where is his majesty at this moment? Su Faoiding. Her breath still unsteady. Wu hesitated before responding. Your majesty, it is essential that you focus on your recovery. Prioritizing your well-being is paramount. Su Jiaoyi coldly retorted. I command you to speak, so speak. Do you too conspire against me? The three quickly prostrated themselves, pleading for forgiveness, your majesty. Please quell your anger. We are eternally loyal to you. Chapter 22. Tumultuous Ballads. The birth of trouble. His majesty is currently in the leisure court. Forgive my boldness, but Ling Ronghua has devised many ill-conceived plans. You must remain vigilant, your majesty. Wu's tone bore a hint of earnest concern, trembling slightly with trepidation toward Su Jiaoyi. Upon hearing this, the rage that had once colored her face began to dissipate, and she gradually relaxed. She reflected on the times Ling Ronghua had feigned friendship. It seemed that each instance of rebuke or error she faced from His Majesty was accompanied by Ling Ronghua's scheming, and she had unwittingly been manipulated by her on multiple occasions. Clenching her fists tightly, a flash of indignation crossed her eyes. With a tone laced with determination, she instructed, "Prepare a letter for me. I shall write to my father." "Yes, your majesty." Wu hastened to procure paper and ink, while Ting and Enmi Yin cautiously assisted her to her feet. Su Jiaoyi pinned her thoughts onto the yellowed parchment. Folding the letter and entrusting it to Wu, "You shall personally deliver this to my father." Wu solemnly tucked the letter into his robes. "I shall not fail you, your majesty." What began as mere whispers had tarnished Deng Lishu's reputation, although it had not yet reached a state of utter disrepute. However, by the following day, rumors circulated that the emperor had personally decreed the new empress's origins to be shrouded in mystery. It was said that her ethereal beauty bore no resemblance to the Deng couple, which struck many as peculiar. Even more maliciously, it was claimed that this new empress, with her ambiguous background, had ensnared the emperor's very soul upon her arrival at the palace. Was she not a demon? The slanderous accusations naturally reached Deng Lishu's parents, who were deeply pained by the rumors, yet their modest standing in the capital rendered them powerless to act. An imperial edict arrived, announcing that the emperor would personally escort Deng Lishu back to her family today, leaving her parents anxiously awaiting his arrival. In the palace, Deng Lishu indulged in the hot springs last night, relishing a most pleasant experience. Pei Yixuan, exhibiting a commendable sense of propriety, refrained from joining her in the bath. After their bathing, the two strolled leisurely in the tranquil courtyard, engaging in light-hearted conversation. Pei Yixuan found this simple, comfortable life with his beloved to be the very essence of his desires, an existence of serene contentment. Deng Lishu felt relaxed as well, yet the thought of escaping the palace lingered in her mind. The following day, Pei Yixuan rose early to attend court, hastily returning to escort her. The royal carriage swayed gently through the bustling streets of the capital, and as Deng Lishu lifted the curtain to gaze outside, she was struck by the vibrancy, a stark contrast to the serene and subdued beauty of Rome City's waterways. Having not seen her parents or Shulan in quite some time, she felt a pang of concern for their well-being. As she contemplated this, her heart grew heavy, and her gaze lingered on the fleeting scenes outside, tinged with ennui. Noticing the ethereal beauty beside him seemed somewhat discontented, Pei Yixuan, keenly perceptive, offered a gentle smile and reassured her, "Sure, your parents are well, and that little maid is in good spirits too." Deng Lishu lowered the curtain and cast a glance his way. His casual references to her parents made her feel a twinge of embarrassment, for she had yet to acknowledge their relationship. However, she chose not to dispute him, recognizing the futility of such an endeavor. With a slight nod, she resumed her gaze out the window, her eyes reflecting a hint of melancholy. The royal carriage glided past the commercial heart of the city, where a cacophony of vendors filled the air, their enticing calls mingling with the rich aromas of local delicacies wafting through the open windows, stirring appetites. Deng Lishu, however, paid little heed to the food. Nor did the emperor beside her show much interest. Her attention was drawn to a group of children at the entrance of tavern, joyfully singing familiar rhymes while clutching skewers of candied hawthorn, dancing in a line as they dashed about the street. She pondered the lyrics of their song, a beauty who captivates the nation, as light as floating duckweed. Entering the palace as the sovereign's consort, the realm gradually falls to ruin. With beguiling charm, she ensnares the ruler's heart, leading to chaos and governance. The suffering of the populace is unbearable, with wars recurring. Treachery flourishes, while the loyal endure humiliation. The nation is ensnared in crisis, and the common folk weep in despair. This rhyme painted a vivid picture of a seductress who, upon becoming empress, ensnared the king's heart, resulting in the neglect of governance and the decline of the state. The common people suffered amidst constant warfare, while loyal ministers faced exclusion and disgrace. The entire nation found itself in peril, and the tears of its citizens flowed freely. Through the song's transmission, a condemnation of the disastrous actions of the bewitching empress and a deep concern for the fate of the realm were expressed. Pei Yixuan discerned the profundity within the song, knowing immediately the audacity behind its verses, recognizing that he had perhaps been too indulgent. He carefully studied Deng Lishu's expression, anxious that she might be saddened by such sentiments. Yet she merely flickered her gaze momentarily, betraying no significant reaction. Pei Yixuan gently lowered the curtain and smiled warmly. "We shall soon arrive. Are you weary, Shua?" Deng Lishu shook her head, casting a cryptic glance at the emperor beside her. Despite his ever-gentle demeanor, she wondered if he truly remained unaffected by the implications of the song they had just heard, for those were words that could shake the very foundations of the kingdom. Pei Yixuan felt a profound tenderness as he caught her gaze, raising his hand to smooth the strands of hair disturbed by the gentle breeze. "I am here for you." Deng Lishu averted her eyes, distracted by the pastries in the distance, entirely oblivious to the fleeting hint of menace emanating from the man beside her. Soon after, Liang Yi's voice rang out, "Your Majesty, we have arrived at the Deng residence." Without hesitation, Deng Lishu rose and stepped outside, her heart filled with anticipation for her parents. Disregarding the esteemed emperor accompanying her, Pei Yixuan's eyelids flickered. Fearing she might stumble, he hurried to follow. "Be cautious, Lishu." Deng Lishu descended the royal carriage with the assistance of Yixiang and Wenyu, while Pei Yixuan trailed behind. Upon seeing the royal entourage, the Deng couple felt their hearts leap into their throats. Minister Deng had only encountered His Majesty a handful of times, and now he felt a twinge of anxiety, while Madame Deng was even more apprehensive. They had long worried for their daughter's well-being, and now, in the presence of the emperor, they were exceedingly cautious in their every action and word. The couple, along with the household staff, awaited the emperor's arrival, where a throng had already knelt at the entrance, fervently proclaiming, "Long live the emperor! Your Majesty, long live, long live, long live!" Deng Lishu was momentarily halted by the fervent salutation of the crowd. She had intended to rush forward and embrace her parents, but now had to wait for the emperor's command. Pei Yixuan stepped forward to stand beside her. "Rise." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Deng Lishu then approached her parents, helping them to their feet. "Father, mother, are you well?" Tears brimmed in their eyes as they grasped their daughter's hands tightly, nodding repeatedly, "We are well, we are well." "How are you, Lishu?" Their eyes were filled with affection as they scrutinized their daughter, relieved to see her unharmed. "Rest assured, dear parents, I am well. His Majesty treats me with great kindness." It was then that Deng Lishu remembered that the emperor was still standing by. Pei Yixuan, unusually gracious towards those other than Deng Lishu, addressed them. "Do not worry, esteemed in-laws. Lishu is now my empress and shall not be wronged." Upon hearing the esteemed emperor refer to them as in-laws, Deng father and mother were seized by trepidation, breaking into a cold sweat as they hastily knelt. "Your Majesty, you flatter us." Deng Lishu stood there, somewhat at a loss, while Pei Yixuan gently pulled her into his embrace, reassuringly patting her shoulder. "There is no need for excessive courtesy, my in-laws. Do not trouble Lishu. Please rise. From now on, we are family." Deng Lishu harbored reservations about this, yet felt unable to voice them, as she was still grappling with the emperor's temperament. It was widely said that he was cold-hearted, although he was not so with her. One could not predict his treatment of her parents. Chapter 23. A mother-daughter conversation and a decision to escape. Pei Yixuan led Deng Lishu into the Deng residence, prompting the Deng couple to follow. Shu Lan, upon seeing her young mistress, was filled with excitement but maintained her composure, dutifully trailing behind. Deng Lishu glanced back at her parents several times, a hint of concern in her heart, prompting Pei Yixuan to redirect her focus. Lishu, you'll have plenty of time to converse with your in-laws. For now, do you find the residence to your satisfaction? Deng Lishu nodded slightly, casually surveying the residence. Although she was not particularly well-traveled, she was still taken aback by the grandeur of this estate. Such opulence was hardly befitting the home of a mere fifth-rank official. Was this not excessive? This could easily become a source of leverage for court officials against her father. Your Majesty, is this courtyard not excessively lavish? After all, my father is but a fifth-rank official. Deng Lishu expressed her concern. Upon hearing their daughter's words, Deng's parents exchanged glances, realizing that their daughter was indeed a thoughtful and considerate presence. Upon entering the courtyard, Deng's parents had initially mistaken it for a royal villa, questioning how their status could warrant such luxury. Pei Yixuan, however, seemed unconcerned. My dear, as the Empress, it is a great injustice for your father to be limited to a fifth-rank position. This residence is merely a house, he reassured her. There is no need for you to worry. I have sent over many gifts. Choose those you fancy, and feel free to dispose of the rest as you see fit. Thank you, Your Majesty, Deng Lishu replied without pretense, smiling graciously, for her sole desire at that moment was to see this imposing figure depart. Pei Yixuan, noticing her acceptance of his gifts, was filled with joy, his face radiating delight. As they settled in the front hall, the attendants moved with efficiency to serve them. Deng's parents watched with a mix of trepidation and concern as the emperor exhibited such care for their daughter, devoid of any joy or elation. Pei Yixuan discussed various matters regarding their impending wedding, but refrained from sending palace servants to instruct her on the numerous protocols. He wished to spare her the burden. Having traveled a considerable distance, Deng Lishu felt a bit fatigued. Lishu, you should rest, Pei Yixuan suggested. I shall come to fetch you tomorrow. Deng Lishu rose to bid farewell to the three, and Shulan seized the opportunity to assist her back to her chamber. Deng's mother wished to speak privately with her daughter, feeling unable to interject in the men's conversation, and thus followed closely behind her daughter's footsteps. Once outside the front hall, Shulan's eyes quickly welled with tears. Miss, I'm so relieved that you are well. I would not know what to do otherwise. Yixiang and when you trailed behind, and Deng Lishu smiled, lifting her hand to wipe away Shulan's tears with a silk handkerchief. Silly Shulan, I am perfectly fine. Now let's go rest. Shulan nodded, supporting her as they made their way to the rear courtyard. Along the way, she chattered excitedly about recent events, including the rumors she had heard, her indignation amusing Deng Lishu. She was unbothered by such gossip, for she was already contemplating an escape plan, one that would not implicate her parents. Upon arriving at her courtyard, Deng Lishu found it nearly identical to her residence in Rongqing, with each plant and structure meticulously designed. Entering her chamber, she was astonished to see that the decor mirrored her previous one without a single difference. Shulan, what is this? She exclaimed, her mouth slightly agape in surprise. Miss, all of this is by the emperor's command, Shulan replied in a rather matter-of-fact tone. Before long, Deng's mother arrived with a number of attendants bearing an array of dazzling gold and silver jewelry, along with various rare treasures, clearly gifts from the emperor. The most striking element is undoubtedly the golden phoenix robe, intricately embroidered with golden threads depicting a resplendent phoenix poised to take flight, complemented by the magnificent nine-dragon crown adorned with countless pearls and gemstones that emit a dazzling brilliance. Each pearl is round and immaculate, radiating a soft luster. Each gemstone sparkles with vibrant hues, as if imbued with life, dancing atop the crown and harmonizing with the robe to create a splendid tableau. Deng Lishu felt somewhat disenchanted, prompting her mother to instruct the attendants to set aside the items and leave the room. The mother and daughter embraced as they settled together on a soft couch, with Deng Lishu shedding all her vigilance and nestling comfortably in her mother's arms. "Mother, I miss you and father," she confessed. Deng Mu's warm hand gently caressed her daughter's back. "My dear, what does His Majesty intend?" Deng Lishu recounted her experiences within the palace in detail, causing her mother to tremble with concern. "My dear child, you have suffered," she lamented. "How do you feel now?" With a heavy heart, Deng Lishu replied, "Mother, during my time in the palace, I have heard much criticism and witnessed the jealousy among the concubines. I feel no joy in His Majesty's favor. I long to leave." As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes. "Mother, I deeply regret this moment. I do not wish to be just another woman in the depths of the palace, nor do I want to engage in the struggles for favor, for I cannot compete. I want to leave." Seeing her daughter in such distress, Deng Mu resolved to protect her at all costs, even if it meant risking her own life. She gently patted Deng Lishu's back, reminiscent of when she would soothe her to sleep as a child. "Rest assured, my dear, your father and I will safeguard you." "Mother, if that is the case, you will be implicated because of me. We must devise a thorough plan." Deng Lishu hesitated, her heart filled with turmoil. "Fear not, my child. Your father and I have already formulated a comprehensive strategy." Though unease lingered in Deng Lishu's heart, she nodded obediently. As the mother and daughter conferred, a voice from outside called out, "Madam, Miss, His Majesty has arrived." Deng Lishu quickly wiped her tears, and her mother adjusted her attire, firmly grasping her daughter's hand as they gradually composed themselves. Pei Yixuan did not enter but took a seat in the pavilion, patiently awaiting the emergence of the mother and daughter. To have the current emperor wait like this for anyone is a rarity, and there is no one else in the realm besides Deng Lishu who could command such attention. While the two women spoke, Pei Yixuan had already dispatched individuals to address the rumors circulating in the capital, though the machinations of those behind the scenes render the gossip not entirely vanquished. Pei Yixuan assured Deng Fu numerous times that he would not betray Deng Lishu and urged him to trust him, gaining insights into Deng Lishu's circumstances. Although Deng Fu treated Pei Yixuan with the utmost respect, he secretly plotted to send his precious daughter away that very night. As Deng Lishu and her mother emerged from the room, a smile never left Pei Yixuan's face as he strode toward his beloved, dismissing the formalities of the crowd. He keenly observed that his beloved's eyes were slightly reddened. Had she been crying? Deng Mu, sensing the need to avoid raising the emperor's suspicions, took her leave with her maidservants. Pei Yixuan took her for a stroll within the residence, his heart brimming with words he longed to share. However, noticing her lackluster demeanor, he was reminded of the ballad, and a sense of ruthlessness filled his heart. It was time for the Su family to yield. Chapter 24: The Substitute Blossoms. A successful escape, Pei Yixuan gently coaxed her with numerous sweet words. Yet Deng Lishu remained somewhat disinterested. He bore no annoyance, for after tomorrow, he would have ample time to indulge her. He accompanied her for dinner, reluctantly departing for the palace afterward. The members of the Deng household bid farewell to the emperor, observing the affection he bestowed upon their young mistress, their gazes mingling with envy, joy, and concern. Pei Yixuan showed no hesitation, bending down to place a tender kiss on Deng Lishu's forehead, his face radiating adoration and love. Deng Lishu gently struggled against the grip he had on her hand, harboring a hint of dissatisfaction, yet saying nothing. Overwhelmed by the emperor's ardor and warmth, Pei Yixuan softly imparted a few words before willingly releasing her and boarding the royal carriage. "Farewell, Your Majesty." The crowd sighed in relief, finally seeing off this formidable presence. Pei Yixuan lifted the curtain to gaze at Deng Lishu's delicate and beautiful figure as it gradually receded from view until it vanished entirely. Only after the emperor's carriage had departed did the onlookers return to their usual relaxed state. The steward instructed everyone to resume their tasks, and the Deng family returned to the front hall, where twilight was settling by the stream pavilion. Astute as he was, Deng's father understood that the emperor had left hidden guards to discreetly protect their residence. including the two personal maids who had accompanied Deng Lishu. A strategic arrangement by the emperor. Their every action was under his watchful eye. Deng Lishu exchanged glances with her parents and smiled at the maids, Yixiang and Wenyu. Shulan, please take them to familiarize themselves with the residents. I shall remain here to converse with father and mother. Yes, Mississippi. The three did not sense anything amiss and left after bowing. Deng's father quietly shared his plans, revealing that Lin Wanwan was also assisting, which left Deng Lishu feeling somewhat uneasy, entangled in the lives of two families. She seemed overly selfish. She rose and knelt before her parents, pleading, "Father, mother, this is far too perilous. I should enter the palace instead. Otherwise, if the emperor discovers it, he will surely not spare you." Her face, usually serene and proud, was now etched with anxiety and sorrow. Deng's mother immediately wept, embracing her daughter. "Sure, you need not worry about us. Even if the emperor cannot find you, he will not harm us. At worst, we may suffer some physical punishment." Deng's father stepped forward to embrace his wife and daughter. "Sure, do not fret. We will certainly be safe. You must go with peace of mind. I have arranged everything." Deng's father rose and walked towards the back courtyard. Shortly after, he emerged, accompanied by a woman who bore an uncanny resemblance to Deng Lishu. Startled, Deng Lishu looked at her parents, her gaze ultimately settling on the woman. "Father, mother, who is this?" "Sure, Miss Lin and the individuals I arranged are waiting behind. Your mother will lead you away, and she will take your place in the palace." Deng's father replied, glancing at Deng Lishu. Deng Lishu pressed her lips together, realizing the urgency of the situation. She had no choice but to act. She approached the woman, inquiring, "May I ask how to address you?" She wished to remember her name. "Miss Deng, you may call me Qingyu." Qingyu's demeanor is cool and composed, neither servile nor arrogant, her tone distant, somewhat reminiscent of Deng Lishu's frosty demeanor. "All right, sure, it is getting late," urged Father Deng. Deng Lishu cast a lingering glance at her father before gliding past Qingyu and departing with her mother through the secret passage. Despite the emperor's hidden guards surveilling the area, they failed to detect the clandestine path that allowed Deng Lishu to slip away effortlessly. Father Deng exchanged a calm glance with Qingyu and settled down beside her. The secret passage led to a secluded grove behind the Deng residence, a place seldom trodden by human feet. Upon reaching the grove, Deng Lishu found Lin Wanwan waiting at the entrance, a carriage already prepared with ample provisions of gold, silver, and garments. Lin Wanwan and Mother Deng urged Deng Lishu to board the carriage in haste. Tears streaming down her face, Deng Lishu turned and embraced her mother tightly. "Mother, please take care." Mother Deng gently patted her shoulder. "Sure, do not worry. On this journey, Miss Lin will escort you to a hidden retreat in the mountains. Your father and I will find an opportunity to escape, and soon our family of three will be reunited. Auntie, Lishu, time is of the essence. We must depart." Lin Wanwan, filled with concern, glanced around, fearing that they should not linger, for once the emperor's men realized what had transpired, it would be too late. With a heavy heart, Mother Deng pushed her precious daughter away and wiped her tears. "Wanwan is right. You must go. Do not look back, sure. No matter what news you hear on your journey, do not turn back." With tears in her eyes, Mother Deng sent the two off in the carriage. Deng Lishu peered through the curtain, imprinting her mother's visage deeply in her memory. After the carriage had disappeared from sight, Mother Deng surveyed her surroundings, ensuring no one was watching before retracing her steps through the secret passage. Once she had composed herself and regained her dignified demeanor, she returned to the main hall to find her husband and daughter already engaged in lively conversation. She gazed at Qingyu's face, so strikingly similar to Shuer's, and momentarily felt disoriented, as the gestures and mannerisms of Qingyu were indeed reminiscent of her daughter, blurring the lines of reality for even a mother. With a knowing smile, she collected her thoughts and approached. "Shuer, what are you and your father discussing?" Father Deng laughed heartily. "Shuer is to be wed tomorrow. My little daughter is feeling quite overwhelmed, and you must have a word with her, my dear." Mrs. Deng affectionately patted Qingyu's hand. "Do not worry, my child. I shall stay by your side tonight." Qingyu smiled faintly. "Thank you, father and mother. Your kindness to me is truly heartwarming." As the three exchanged pleasantries, Shulan returned with Yixiang and Wenyu, and the trio bowed respectfully. "We greet you, Master, Madam, and Mississippi." After Father Deng imparted some earnest advice, he rose to retire to his study, while Mother Deng calmly discussed various matters, leading the others back to freshen up. The hidden guards and two maidservants, oblivious to any unusual occurrences, continued with their tasks as usual. The Deng residents had already begun preparations for the coronation upon receiving the imperial decree, adorned with lanterns and festooned with decorations, exuding an atmosphere of festivity. The steward was busy instructing the servants to conduct final checks, ensuring that the upcoming coronation ceremony would proceed without a hitch. In the royal palace, preparations for the coronation ceremony, though somewhat rushed, had been nearly complete since the edict for the selection of candidates was issued. However, the emperor had commanded them to add even more grandeur to the event, prompting the officials to exhaust their efforts, leaving them with little rest for nearly a month. Pei Yixuan had always been a resolute monarch. Despite hiding his cold and tyrannical nature in front of his beloved, he showed little kindness to outsiders. Even towards his venerable mother, the Empress Dowager, he maintained a respectful yet distant demeanor. At this moment, he sat before the imperial desk in the Jianzhong Palace, casually flipping through the memorials submitted by Liang He, which were filled with rumors from the populace concerning the Empress's influence over the throne and the impeachment of Lord Deng. Pei Yixuan glanced at the documents with a detached expression, instructing, "Burn this." Liang He bowed and personally attended to the matter. "By the way, how is the Empress faring?" At the mention of his beloved, his previously aloof demeanor softened, and his eyes gleamed with anticipation. Liu Yi presented news from the secret guards to the emperor. "Your Majesty, the secret guards report that the Empress is safe outside the palace." Pei Yixuan's lips curled into a slight smile as he read the news. Not a moment passed since leaving the Deng residence that he did not yearn for Deng Lishu, feeling that the night was interminably long. Chapter 25. No Good Intentions. Encountering bandits, Pei Yixuan had never found the night so unbearably long, regretting that he did not keep her within the palace to hold the coronation ceremony directly. Indeed, longing was the most tormenting of emotions. Today, upon returning to the palace, he tried on the wedding attire several times to pass the time and meticulously reviewed all the procedures. After dining, he realized that little time had elapsed. He picked up the memorials again to stave off boredom, knowing that sleep would elude him tonight. Whether his eyes were open or closed, his mind was filled with the enchanting image of Deng Lishu, captivating him completely. Reflecting on the moments spent with her over the past days, his heart brimmed with sweetness. Although Deng Lishu had not reciprocated his feelings and remained somewhat passive, he considered her modesty and pride to be quite natural, especially for someone as ethereal as she. Winning her love would require his own merits. There was no need to rush, for time was on his side. Taking a stroll through the palace with Liang, he observed the palace attendants still bustling about in the late hours, and the void within him gradually filled. Tomorrow, they would be a legitimate couple, and he vowed to provide her with the finest of everything, ensuring she became the happiest girl in the world. The moonlight, gentle as flowing water, bathed his jade-like countenance, as he dreamt of a beautiful future with his beloved, oblivious to the happenings outside the palace. Similarly restless was the concubine Su Jiaoyi. Having received news from her father about the emperor's intervention, realized that her schemes had momentarily failed, inciting her ire. With the coronation ceremony looming, her anger took a toll on her health, resulting in a high fever. Himaran, originally intending to incite Su Jiaoyi to create trouble in Yongning Palace, found her in a sickly state, with Ling Ronghua absent, realizing that little could be accomplished. She had no choice but to remain and attend to the ailing, while also taking the opportunity to jab at Su Jiaoyi's heart. In her stay, Su Jiaoyi unexpectedly suffered from a persistent high fever. Chang Sunjiu, burdened with worries, walked along the palace path with her personal maid, Ji Yan. As they turned a corner, two young palace maids hurrying to deliver fabric collided with each other, causing commotion. In a daze, Chang Sunjiu fell to the ground, and the two maids also stumbled, their precious fabrics scattering across the ground. The emperor happened to pass by, but did not approach. Ji Yin helped Changsun Jiyu to her feet and then sternly admonished the two maids who knelt on the ground, pleading for forgiveness. Are you blind while walking? You have harmed Jiyu. How will you atone for this? Her voice, sharp and uncharacteristically harsh, contrasted with her usual gentleness. Changsun Jiyu, recovering from her shock, wore an expression of cold indifference, her eyes filled with resentment. What are you doing? One trembling maid replied, responding to the noble lady. The Yeting Ling sent us to the Ku to deliver the fabric needed for Her Majesty's new garments. We did not intend to bump into you. Please forgive us. Upon hearing the title of Empress, Changsun Jiyu, his anger surged, her gaze towards the two maids resembling venomous daggers, as she was already seeking an outlet for her fury. You have damaged the Empress's fabric, and today you have offended me, a grave transgression indeed. Ji Yin, send them to Yeting Ling to receive their punishment. Yes, my lady. The two maids, now frightened, struggled to articulate their words as the heavy charge laid upon them by Changsun Jiyu left them fearing for their very lives. Their pleas for mercy echoed through the night, and as palace attendants occasionally passed by, Changsun Jiyu was somewhat pulled back to her senses by their respectful greetings. Suddenly, she donned an inscrutable smile, her tone softening considerably. Look at how frightened you are. I am unscathed. However, the Empress will enter the palace tomorrow, and if she learns of this incident, I fear for your fates. The two maids grasped the underlying implication. We beseech you, Jiyu, for your guidance. Changsun Jiyu smiled gently and instructed Ji Yin to help them up. I am not a cruel person. I see that your wrists are bruised. Come back with me to the Linhua Hall, and I shall tend to your wounds. Coincidentally, I have 2 pieces of brocade bestowed by His Majesty last year that match the damaged fabric, which should alleviate your immediate predicament. The two maids understood that such kindness was rare and, in order to save their lives, had no choice but to accept. The group departed, unaware of the emperor approaching from the other side. Pei Yixuan, having witnessed this spectacle, had initially wished to turn away, but found himself captivated by the mention of his beloved. Liang Yi stepped forward, noting the emperor's dark expression. Your Majesty, would you like me to address this matter? First, keep an eye on the situation until the coronation ceremony is successfully completed. As you command. Now, where are the princess and the Xianwang? According to reports from the hidden guards, the 2 princes should be entering the palace by tomorrow afternoon. Deng Lishu and Lin Wanwan boarded their carriage and successfully departed the capital, not heading south toward Rongqing, but rather eastward. The 2 young women donned coarse linen garments, concealing their precious jewelry. The carriage was driven by 2 trusted bodyguards, meticulously trained by Deng's father, both skilled in martial arts and unwaveringly loyal. Deng Lishu's melancholy was overshadowed by anxiety, fearing the emperor's men might pursue them, while Lin Wanwan tenderly offered her comfort. Lishu, fret not. Uncle and aunt will surely be safe. Soon, we shall retreat to the mountains and live a secluded life. My Lin family possesses wealth rivaling nations, and I, Lin Wanwan, will support you. As Lishu gazed at her dear friend, whose face radiated with joy as she clasped her hand, her heart felt a measure of relief. Thank you, Wanwan. Lin Wanwan gently brushed Lishu's slightly disheveled hair. There is no need for formality between us. Rest assured, uncle and aunt will be unharmed, and your family will reunite soon. Lishu nodded resolutely yes. You are right, Wanwan. The carriage journeyed eastward, covering 50 miles outside the capital within a single night. They did not pause, fearing delays, and hastily addressed their hunger with meager rations of dry food and water. As dawn broke, the carriage entered a vast prairie, a gentle breeze sweeping through, bringing cheer to the 2 young girls. Upon entering a valley, the 2 bodyguards sensed something amiss, alertly surveying their surroundings. The girls, drowsy in the carriage, were jolted awake by the eerie atmosphere of the mountains, and soon 2 waves of bandits surged forth from the dense forests on either side. The fearsome leader, a one-eyed giant wielding 2 sharp axes, bore a hideous scar stretching from his eye to his jaw, presenting a terrifying visage. His subordinates, equally menacing in appearance, shouted threats. Leave your valuables, or we shall show no mercy. Seeing only 2 robust men outside the carriage, they did not harbor further intentions. Deng Wei and Deng Hu, the 2 brothers, exchanged serious glances. Deng Wei spoke softly to the girls within the carriage. Misses, remain hidden inside and do not emerge. Deng Lishu and Lin Wanwan dared not look outside, realizing the gravity of the situation. They clung to each other, covering their mouths tightly to stifle any sound. Deng Lishu, I truly can't believe this. Grandson Jiyu hasn't even entered the palace and is already trying to drag me down. Chapter 26. A hero's rescue and love at first sight. Lin Wanwan possessed a modicum of martial skills. In the face of the fierce and numerous bandits, she felt woefully inadequate. Her sole concern was to protect herself and Li Shu. Deng Wei and Deng, who surrendered all their valuables. Brothers, we are merely traders from the south passing through this area, hoping for your leniency. The two clasped their hands in respect, their expressions calm. The bandit leader, having taken possession of goods, weighed the two bags brimming with gold. His eyes gleaming with greed as he displayed an odious yet triumphant smile to his comrades, signaling them to let them pass. At his command, the bandits swiftly parted to create a path. Amidst the towering cliffs of the valley stood a strikingly handsome man, his posture regal, observing the unfolding scene with deep-set eyes. Beside him were two formidable attendants, robust and upright, each holding a sword. This place is but a few dozen miles from the capital. In broad daylight, how can mountain bandits act with such audacity? The man furrows his brow slightly, seemingly displeased with the current state of peace under His Majesty's rule. My lord, although the emperor is diligent in governance and loves the people, it is said that the most dangerous places are often the safest. It is no wonder these bandits dare to be so brazen. They likely have powerful backers, spoke Wen Shun, dressed in dark robes, with a tone tinged with helplessness. Indeed, as Wen Shun remarked, the current Grand Marshal Su has amassed considerable power, which may overshadow the emperor, added Wen Yu, crossing his arms. It seems we cannot act against these individuals for the time being. The three stood atop a valley, witnessing the unfolding events. Just as the horse-drawn cart was about to pass smoothly, a sudden change occurred. The bandits below unexpectedly reversed their decision and obstructed the cart's path. The trio halted their steps, eager to investigate. It was a moving cart, the curtain lifted by the gusty wind, revealing the bandits eyeing the group with predatory intent. They immediately laid eyes upon two exceptionally beautiful young women within the cart, their coarse linen garments failing to conceal their remarkable elegance, igniting an instant desire among the rogues. Deng Wei, determined to push through, intended to drive the cart forward, but the frightened horses panicked, whirling in confusion and emitting piercing cries. The two men struggled to regain control of the reins, endeavoring to steady the vehicle. Inside the cart, the two women huddled closely in a corner, fear evident in their eyes. Deng Wei glared fiercely at the bandits, admonishing them sternly, "You lack any sense of chivalry. How can you expect to survive in this world?" To his surprise, the bandits merely laughed, their raucous jeers echoing through the valley. Li Shu, raised in seclusion, had never encountered such a scene and was utterly bewildered. Trembling slightly, Lin Wanwan, having traveled extensively with her family, was somewhat bolder but still far from composed. "What should we do, Wanwan?" asked Li Shu, panic-stricken. "Fear not. Trust in Protector Deng and his companions," replied Wanwan, though the tension outside was palpable and the two brothers realized the confrontation was inevitable. "Leave the two beautiful women from the cart, and you may go free," shouted the bandit leader, prompting a chorus of lewd, mocking laughter from his subordinates. Their crude taunts repugnant. "You are delusional," the brothers shouted in unison, drawing their swords and engaging the bandits in battle. Yet they dared not stray far, anxious that the bandits might seize the opportunity to harm the two girls. Amidst the clamor of battle, the cart swayed violently, creating chaos. Outnumbered by the bandits, even the brothers, despite their formidable skills, found themselves in peril. A small bandit seized the opportunity to sneak around and board the cart. Upon spotting the two distressed girls huddled in the corner, he was momentarily stunned by their beauty and poise, his eyes gleaming with a vile hunger. Lin Wanwan, witnessing the bandit's lewd gaze fixated on her dear friend, was consumed by rage. She kicked fiercely at his chest, the force of her blow leaving Li Shu wide-eyed in astonishment. "Wanwan, you are amazing," exclaimed Li Shu. "Just a small feat." The petty thief was unceremoniously kicked off the carriage, rolling several times on the ground while clutching his chest and grimacing in pain. "Boss, hurry and summon the brothers to capture those two charming ladies." The trio atop the valley witnessed the entire scene, and Wen Chun could hardly contain himself. "My lord, should we intervene? We cannot allow those ferocious mountain bandits to tarnish the virtue of respectable women." The man's gaze was as calm as a still lake as he observed the carriage, just in time to witness the thief being thrown out. "Wait a moment." Wen Yu patted Wen Chen's shoulder, signaling him to remain composed, trusting that their master had a plan. With one thief down, the bandits, hearing their companions' cries, fixed their sights on the carriage, leaving Lin Wanwan unable to cope. Meanwhile, Deng Wei was ensnared and unable to assist. Reluctantly, Lin Wanwan took Deng Lishu's hand, leveraging their higher ground to kick the thief away and leap off the carriage, fleeing toward the valley. The dense thickets of the valley made it challenging for the bandits to pursue them. Wen Chen grew anxious, and so did Wen Yu. "My lord." When the man finally beheld Deng Lishu's form and features, his heart seemed to skip a beat, especially upon seeing her breathtakingly beautiful face, now etched with fear and unease. He felt an acute pang of distress and an overwhelming urge to protect her. Before the two behind him could utter another word, he leapt down, arriving before the two women in the blink of an eye. "No, my lord, wait for us," they exclaimed, hastily following, puzzled by their master's sudden change. Deng Lishu and Lin Wanwan climbed the hillside, their strength waning as the bandits closed in, both floundering like headless flies amidst the trees. Unexpectedly, a formidable stranger descended from above, vanquishing the bandits with ease. The two women hid behind a bush, breathless and their hearts racing from the turmoil. As the sounds of battle gradually subsided, they cautiously rose to their feet, gazing at the man before them, at a loss for how to express their gratitude. "Young ladies, I assure you, I am not a villain." His voice was melodious and magnetic, imbued with a gentle warmth. The two stepped out from the brush, slowly approaching to see the visage of their savior, utterly spellbound by his extraordinary beauty. Lin Wanwan, momentarily forgetting the recent peril, excitedly tugged at Deng Lishu's sleeve, whispering, "Lishu, this man is truly handsome, albeit slightly less so than the one we encountered at Shoshan." Deng Lishu, still shaken and striving to regain her composure, steadied her breath and, pulling Lin Wanwan along, respectfully curtsied. "We wish we could repay your kindness, noble sir, but we only possess a modest amount of money and trivial possessions." The man gently shook his head, a faint smile gracing his features. "No need for such formalities. I seek no reward. Your well-being is sufficient. May I inquire your names?" Upon hearing the question, Deng Lishu and Lin Wanwan exchanged wary glances. Deng Lishu's eyes still held a hint of caution and lingering unease. "Sir, our surname is Liu." The man, ever courteous, performed a bow. "It is an honor to meet the Liu sisters. I am Pei Huan." "Greetings, Master Pei," they replied in unison. As the three exchanged pleasantries, the four who had just finished battling the bandits arrived on the scene. Miss, my lord, where are you?" The three exchanged knowing glances before turning to welcome the newcomers. Deng Lishu and Lin Wanwan expressed their gratitude repeatedly before boarding the carriage to continue their departure. Wen Chun and Wen Yu observed their master, who seemed lost in thought, staring blankly at the carriage that was pulling away, as if his soul had departed. They exchanged suppressed smiles, sharing an unspoken understanding. Chapter 27. Substituting in the palace, no longer enchanted after a moment. The entranced man regained his composure and cast a cold glance at the two behind him. "Where are they?" Wen Chun and Wen Yu immediately adopted serious expressions. "Master, the leader of the bandits has been bound and is over there." Wen Chun pointed to the corner where the bandit chief was tied up and gagged, surrounded by several of his subordinates, who lay on the ground, struggling to make a sound. The man surveyed the surroundings. "Why are there only these few left?" "Master, they were a disorganized rabble. The dead are dead, and the fleeing have escaped, leaving only these behind. Look, there's also a pile of corpses over there." Wen Chun maintained an innocent demeanor while Wen Yu smirked. "Bring them along, and take care of the bodies." "Yes, master." The three set off with the bandits. tied together with hemp ropes, creating quite a spectacle, though fortunately, they were not traveling along the official roads. "Master, it's already bright. Will we make it in time for the grand coronation ceremony of His Majesty and Her Highness?" When Yu inquired, as their progress with the group was decidedly slow. "You two are responsible for escorting them to the authorities. Do not concern yourselves with anything else. I shall enter the palace on my own." With that, the man leaped away. At the Deng residence in the capital, Pei Yishuan had not slept a wink that night. Dressed in a splendid red dragon robe, he rode a majestic steed, gallantly arriving from the palace to personally welcome his bride, exuding an air of elegance and confidence. The smile on his face had not faded, revealing lines of joy, and he felt a tinge of nervousness, disregarding all ancestral customs and the objections of his ministers. He was determined to provide Deng Lishu with the most magnificent coronation ceremony imaginable, blending folk traditions with the formalities, wishing to make her his one and only cherished wife. The 10-mile-long street was adorned in a dreamlike fashion, as if one were transported to a realm of fantasy. The sounds of drums and firecrackers filled the air. Lanterns hung high on either side of the street, bathing the entire capital in festive hues of red. Pei Yishuan arrived at the Deng residence with 16 grand palanquins to welcome his beloved, disregarding everything as none dared to impede his path. He proceeded directly to the entrance of Deng Lishu's courtyard, pacing anxiously, while Liang Yi, dressed in festive court attire, stood nearby, nearly dizzy from the emperor's restless movements. As Pei Yishuan awaited with a mix of excitement and anxiety, Deng Lishu emerged from her chamber, resplendent in a lavish phoenix crown and ceremonial robe, surrounded by a retinue of elegantly attired attendants. Her mother carefully assisted her down the stairs. "Sure, there is no need to be nervous. His Majesty has arrived." Deng's mother gently reassured her, patting her hand softly. Pei Yishuan took a step forward, eager to embrace her, but was boldly halted by Deng's mother. "Your Majesty, I implore you to allow this humble mother to personally see Her Highness off on her wedding day. It is the greatest wish of a mother." Though displeased internally, Pei Yishuan took a deep breath, reminding himself to remain calm, for this was his mother-in-law, and Shu'er was still present. Moreover, today was a momentous occasion for them. He withdrew his hand and stood properly beside Deng Lishu. As Mother Deng sent her daughter off in the phoenix carriage, she felt a slight sense of relief and softly advised her daughter before drawing the curtain closed. Pei Yishuan joyfully welcomed the bride back to the palace, where a series of ceremonies for her coronation took place. During the banquet, he entrusted everything to the Empress Dowager and eagerly returned to Jinjiang Palace. After walking a short distance from Tianliang Palace, he encountered Prince Xian, who was emerging from a drinking session. Seeing his spirited elder brother, Pei Huan's face brightened. "I pay my respects to your Majesty. How joyous you look." Pei Yishuan, slightly inebriated, was even more delighted to see his younger brother return. He stepped forward and heartily patted his brother's arm. "It has been several months since we last met, and the Emperor has grown even more robust. You, dear brother, are positively radiant. I seem to have caught the tailwind of your joyous occasion. I wish you and the Empress a lifetime of happiness, harmony, and early offspring." Hearing this, Pei Yishuan could not contain his happiness. "Yihuan, you jest. Fear not. I assure you that the Empress and I shall grow old together." With that, he paid no further heed to Pei Yihuan and proceeded to Jinjiang Palace. Reluctant to part with Deng Lishu, he brought her directly into his own chambers, a display of affection that left the people of Yongxiang envious. After the brothers parted ways, the Grand Princess and Su Jiaoyi appeared hand in hand, strolling together towards the imperial garden. Su Jiaoyi, heartbroken and still recovering from serious illness, struggled to attend the coronation ceremony. When she witnessed the emperor striding away mid-banquet, she felt as though her heart was shattering. The Grand Princess, Pei Jin, known as Yongshi, was of a similar age to Su Jiaoyi, and the two had grown close since her entrance into the palace. Initially, she had been out enjoying herself when she received the news of her brother's intent to crown a new empress. She had assumed it was her own Jiaoyi sister-in-law who would be honored, only to discover that it was the daughter of a minor official, leaving her curious about the character and appearance of this new empress. During the heavenly sacrifice ceremony, she had only caught a distant glimpse of the bride. Jiaoyi's sister-in-law, Your brother is known for his discernment. I do not believe the new empress is a cruel person. He would never neglect you, so you should focus on your well-being. Yongshi gently reassured. Su Jiaoyi understood that although Yongshi was innocent in nature, she was also upright and would not act recklessly. She had always been gracious and considerate in front of her, avoiding disputes, which was why they had formed a bond. Yongshi's continued friendship was something she must not let be swayed by that enchanting newcomer. She managed a faint smile. Grand Princess, I am indeed aware of His Majesty's character and hold him in deep affection, but the new Empress has been rather aloof and indifferent since her arrival. I am at a loss as to how to interact with her. Seeing Su Jiaoyi's distress, which seemed genuine, Yongshi smiled with a hint of skepticism. I have heard the new Empress possesses great beauty, though her demeanor is somewhat haughty. I have yet to meet her. If she proves difficult to engage with, we shall simply keep our distance. With that, Yongshi offered a sincere smile, leaving Su Jiaoyi momentarily speechless, her frail form appearing even more delicate. How impervious was this grand princess? Overwhelmed with fatigue, Su Jiaoyi gently touched her forehead. Grand Princess, I am truly exhausted today. Perhaps in a few days, I may invite you to the palace for a visit. For eternity, Yongshi did not ponder much. She smiled sweetly and nodded. Sister Zhao Yi, please take care of your health so that you can accompany me to fly kites. After Su Zhao Yi departed, Yongshi's maid, Ningyu, stepped forward to drape a cloak over her shoulders. Princess, it is chilly at night. Let us return to rest. In the Jianzhong Palace. The moment Pei Yixuan lifted the crimson veil, he beheld the still beautiful countenance of Deng Lishu, now adorned with an elegance that radiated a unique beauty. Yet, an unfamiliar sensation surged from the depths of his heart. Although Deng Lishu retained her familiar appearance, grace, and figure, he found himself profoundly disappointed. Devoid of any stirring emotions towards her, Deng Lishu lowered her gaze, while the emperor, after lifting the veil, remained motionless for a prolonged moment, creating an atmosphere of unease. Summoning her courage, she softly called out, Your Majesty. Her demeanor was much like it had been a few days prior, yet Pei Yixuan found her strangely unfamiliar. In the inner chamber, they were alone. Pei Yixuan stood before Deng Lishu, towering over her in silence, exuding an aura of coldness. His keen eyes fixated on her, as if seeking to pierce through her very being. Deng Lishu felt an overwhelming pressure, striving to maintain her composure and avoid revealing any signs of distress. Inwardly, she lamented the challenges of being the Empress, recognizing that Miss Deng was truly extraordinary. Chapter 28. Unyielding Silence. All for her protection, Qingyu's hands, concealed within her voluminous sleeves, were tightly intertwined as she endeavored to remain calm. Your Majesty, is something amiss? After a lengthy pause, Pei Yixuan finally shifted his gaze from her jade-like, frosty visage, his dark eyes obscuring suspicion. Qingyu dared not meet his eyes directly, her gaze lingering on the ancient red jade at his waist, ensuring her own peace was securely in place. As Pei Yixuan regained his composure, the flickering crimson candlelight rendered his thoughts hazy. He awkwardly seated himself on a nearby couch, perplexed by his own emotions. In the presence of the woman he cherished, he found himself devoid of any affection. Was it the effect of alcohol? His gaze once again fell upon Deng Lishu, who sat there with an impassive demeanor, yet appeared as if she were seated upon a bed of needles. Qingyu prided herself on her composure, having mastered the nuances of Miss Deng's actions and expressions. However, the emperor's peculiar behavior was nearly unraveling her. After a brief contemplation, Pei Yixuan raised a hand to his brow, his tone lacking in authority yet devoid of warmth. Sounding rather stiff, I shall summon someone to assist the Empress with her grooming. With that, he rose to let a maid enter, while he retreated to the side hall for bathing and changing, increasingly convinced that something was amiss. Shulan entered to assist with her clothing, while Ruxiang and Wenyu provided support nearby. Qingyu immersed herself in the bath. You all may leave. Shulan may attend to me. Once the others had exited, Qingyu and Shulan finally relaxed. Shulan, the emperor seems somewhat unusual, Qingyu whispered. The maid finds it hard to discern the truth as well. The emperor might struggle to differentiate. You need only to speak and act sparingly, Shulan whispered, glancing around. Qingyu nodded, focusing earnestly on her bath, feeling utterly exhausted from the day's events. In the side hall, Pei Yishuan's countenance was darkened, and he irritably discarded his garments to the side before immersing himself in the bath. Liang Yi attended to him with utmost caution, her heart racing with anxiety. Today, during the grand ceremony, the emperor had been in high spirits. What could have transpired to cast such a shadow over his face? Had the empress caused him some discomfiture? With his eyes closed, Pei Yishuan's thoughts were muddled. Liang, do you think a person can suddenly undergo a drastic change in temperament? Liang Yi, bending slightly, stole a glance at the emperor's expression and replied earnestly, Your Majesty, I believe that if an individual experiences a profound alteration in character, it must be due to a significant upheaval. For how else could such a change occur without cause? Then why do I feel as though the Empress has transformed into an entirely different person today? Pei Yishuan spoke candidly, without reservation. Perhaps your highness is simply fatigued from the day's exertions, Liang Yi suggested, hesitating momentarily. Or what else? Pei Yishuan suddenly opened his eyes. A cold gleam directed at Liang Yi. She took a deep breath, sensing she had unearthed the reason for his foul mood. Your Majesty, unless the previous empress and the current one are not the same person, your keen intellect must have discerned something amiss. Pei Yishuan narrowed his eyes, rose to change his attire, and strode out of the side hall with Liang Yi, making their way to the bedchamber. Upon arrival, Pei Yishuan found Yixiang and Wenyu waiting outside. Where's the empress? He inquired. The two exchanged glances, noting his displeasure. Your Majesty, the empress is currently bathing, and Shulan is attending to her. You all may leave, he commanded. Pei Yishuan entered and settled himself, patiently awaiting the emergence of the one inside. A quarter of an hour later, Qingyu emerged clad in a resplendent crimson sleeping gown, her long, dark hair cascading down, still glistening with droplets of water. She took the cloth from Shulan's hand and delicately dried her hair. Shulan, you may retire, she instructed. Yes, this servant takes her leave. Pei Yishuan's gaze remained fixed upon her, attempting to discern the truth of the matter, as he casually lifted a cup of tea from the table. Empress, come sit and have a cup of tea to soothe your throat. Qingyu's demeanor, unwavering and composed, reflected an uncanny mimicry of Deng Lishu's grace. However, to the emperor, she had become a mere counterfeit. As she seated herself and examined the tea, a flicker of dissatisfaction crossed her eyes. Your Majesty, I beg your pardon, but I am allergic to the tea leaves. Pei Yishuan found her act of contrition and her submissive posture even more vexing. Where had they found such a substitute? As if he would settle for just anyone? Lishu truly misbehaves, daring to flee. You have labored all day. Empress, you should rest. I have urgent matters to attend to, he declared, dismissing her with indifference as he moved to his desk to attend to official documents. Qingyu, seized with relief at his lack of interest, deemed her own rest paramount. Thus, she reclined upon the couch and soon fell into a deep slumber. Pei Yishuan exited the bedchamber, where Liang Yi promptly approached. Your Majesty, General Pei has arrived. Pei Yishuan nodded. See to the care of the Empress. General Pei, a loyal confidant nurtured by Pei Yishuan since childhood, commanded the Imperial Guard and the Emperor's secretive operatives, unwavering in his loyalty. He had been waiting in the eastern side hall for quite some time, puzzled as to why the Emperor had summoned him back during the night of his wedding. Surely, it must be an urgent matter of great consequence. Otherwise, why would the Emperor call upon him on such a night? I have seen the Emperor. His voice resonated with strength and depth, instilling a sense of reliability in those who heard it. Rise, go and seek the whereabouts of this individual, but take care not to alert the enemy, ordered the Emperor. Pei Yishuan handed her the scroll, and Pei Zhao unfolded it to reveal the portrait of a woman whose beauty eclipsed all else. He had never encountered such an enchanting figure. He found it curious that His Majesty, who held the Empress in such high regard, would request him to find another woman, though he knew it was not his place to question. Rest assured, in no more than 2 days, I shall have news, he replied. Keep a close watch on the Su and Changsun families, and swiftly quell any rumors circulating among the populace. Pei Yishuan did not wish to make the matter of replacing the Empress with the Deng family public, both to protect the Deng family and to avoid inciting Deng Lishu's wrath. You need not worry, Your Majesty. As Pei Zhao departed, A shadow of melancholy crossed Pei Yixuan's otherwise dignified visage, his heart swelling with anger and confusion. He could not fathom why Deng Lishu would refuse to marry him, even willing to risk the annihilation of her clan to escape his proximity. "Your Majesty, walk with me in the back garden," he suggested. They strolled to the pavilion where Pei Yixuan had first offended Deng Lishu, standing there gazing at the unfathomable depths of the lake, his silhouette exuding a profound solitude. Liang Yi's heart ached at the sight. When had such a proud sovereign ever endured such indignities? Pei Yixuan reflected on the moments shared with Deng Lishu, her poised aloofness and pride, the inadvertent shyness of a young girl, her captivating smile, the fury that flared when insulted, her ease when joyful, and the facade of calm she maintained in fear. These images lingered in his mind like an unending tapestry. If last night's recollections were sweet, tonight's were steeped in bitterness. Liang, everyone perceives me as exalted, commanding both wind and rain. Yet, no one comprehends what I truly desire. From a young age, I've been burdened with lofty expectations, revered by all, yet this is not what I seek. Just as my once tranquil life stirred with tumult, it has returned to stillness, rendering me a mere shell of existence. Having grown up alongside him, Liang Yi listened intently as the illustrious sovereign shed all pretenses, revealing a fragility that seemed ready to shatter at the slightest touch, leaving him vulnerable to destruction. He reached out, yearning to place a hand on the emperor's shoulder, but the ingrained hierarchy made him retract his hand in trembling hesitation, suppressing tears. "Your Majesty, I shall always be by your side. The Empress will return, and Lord Pei Zhao will surely bring her back safely. Will she?" he murmured uncertainly, his gaze drifting into the night. Chapter 29. Arriving at Yun Manor. Amidst dimming lights, Deng Lishu and Lin Wanwan traveled tirelessly eastward throughout the day, encountering no further obstacles, and smoothly arrived in Yinzhou. Nestled near the beautiful and expansive East Sea, Yinzhou boasted rich resources, hilly terrain, and the esteemed Mount He, a prominent landmark of the Northern Dynasty. Aside from the literary haven of Jiangnan, this locale was renowned for its poetic legacy. The two girls, clad in coarse linen garments, bore the marks of their journey, their delicate skin slightly reddened and bruised. They took refuge at an inn at the foot of Mount He, diligently preparing themselves for the next leg of their journey. The two robust men, surprisingly, did not seem fatigued. The two young women had slumbered for several hours in the inn, while the men vigilantly guarded them from the adjacent room. As night descended, the city of Yinzhou became even more vibrant and bustling than during the day, infused with a palpable sense of human warmth. However, Deng Lishu and her companions had no inclination to wander the streets. They wished to remain inconspicuous. Upon checking into the inn, they had donned straw hats to obscure their identities, and now, under the cover of darkness, they hurriedly departed. The carriage began to sway as it left the inn and ascended the Yunsan mountain, situated 10 miles from Ashan. The property of the illustrious Lin family, the wealthiest merchant clan in the nation, yet little known to the public. The owner of the villa, shrouded in mystery, wielded considerable power and influence, and their true identity remained unknown, evoking a sense of reverence among the populace. Each year, the villa's proprietor generously distributed rice, flour, and other essential supplies, as well as providing employment opportunities for the locals. Consequently, the villa enjoyed an esteemed reputation in the area, revered by all. In stark contrast to the lively streets of Yinzhou, Yunsan, on the outskirts of the city, was seldom traversed, especially at night. The carriage ascended the mountain when all was still, entering the villa. The estate was managed year-round by Lin Heng, an elderly steward of the Lin family, who, now in his 50s, was a kind-hearted and astute man. He maintained the villa in impeccable order and was known for his integrity, endearing him to many. As the carriage halted at the entrance of the villa, the vigilant guards promptly approached to inquire about the visitors. "Who goes there?" Lin Wanwan was the first to leap from the carriage. "It is I." The 4 guards swiftly clasped their hands in salute, exclaiming, "Mrs. Back, enough with the formalities. Open the gate and let the carriage in." Lin Wanwan commanded with a cheerful wave of her hand. The gates swung open, and the carriage entered the villa, crossing a broad and sturdy iron suspension bridge that hung perilously above a profound abyss. It then ascended to a mid-mountain level, passing through a towering, intricately designed iron gate reminiscent of a city wall. As they heard the heavy door close behind them, the group felt a gradual sense of tranquility settle within their hearts. The villa was a hidden paradise. Although built on a mountainside, it felt as though one walked on level ground, with only parts of the design retaining the natural elevation. As Deng Lishu disembarked from the carriage, she was greeted by the unique sweetness of summer lotus leaves and the crispness of blooming lotus flowers, mingling with the cool evening breeze, invigorating her spirit and uplifting her mood. Amidst the villa's lantern light, Deng Lishu beheld the vast expanse of lotus fields that stretched across thousands of acres. Wanwan, I never knew such a magnificent lotus farm existed on this mountain. Lin Wanwan eagerly guided her deeper into the villa, excitedly explaining its layout. The architecture was not particularly novel, as she had resided in the finest palaces of the Northern Dynasty. However, the sprawling lotus fields were indeed a rarity. The two strolled leisurely among the lotus plants, the path paved with cobblestones, designed with careful anti-slip measures. Lifelike stone railings flanked either side, ensuring safety. Wanwan, this place is truly a hidden utopia. Indeed, from now on, we shall live here together, indulging in countless joyful activities. Once the turmoil passes, we shall explore the mountains and waters, experiencing all the beauty the world has to offer. Deng Lishu smiled brightly, tightly grasping Lin Wanwan's hands, nodding earnestly yes. Once my parents are safe, everything will be perfect. With a gentle grasp of her hand, Wanwan continued forward, assuring Lishu, do not worry. My brother remains in the capital. He will assist Uncle Deng and Aunt. You are truly wonderful, Wanwan. Deng Lishu, seldom given to such displays of affection, found Wanwan's kindness utterly melting her heart. As the two engaged in delightful conversation, Butler Lin approached with several attendants, brimming with excitement. Miss, you have returned. This old servant pays his respects. Wanwan hurried to help him up. Uncle Lin, please do not cry. I have returned, and I intend to stay for a long while. Ah, indeed. Rest assured, Miss, everything at Yunjiang is in perfect order. You shall surely find it most comfortable here. Butler Lin confidently patted his chest, eliciting soft laughter from those around. Noticing Deng Lishu nearby, Butler Lin was taken aback by her beauty. Miss, I presume this is the esteemed Miss Deng you often speak of. Wanwan nodded. Indeed, from now on, Lishu shall reside with me. Treat her with the same regard as you do me. Do not neglect her. Otherwise, I shall not be lenient. Rest assured, I shall instruct everyone at the estate accordingly. Butler Lin, with a familial affection towards Wanwan, regarded Deng Lishu with the same tender care one would afford a child. Those present felt that this Miss Deng, accompanying their esteemed young lady, was truly remarkable, her beauty and grace unparalleled, exuding an air of dignity. Although she appeared somewhat aloof, her exquisite charm made her seem slightly distant. Yet, such beauty is often accompanied by an air of mystery, and the admiration for Deng Lishu was boundless. Deng Lishu politely smiled, and the onlookers were captivated, perceiving her as a figure from a painting, strikingly beautiful yet unreal. Still, this celestial being stood vividly before them. You are too kind, Butler Lin, she said. As the daughter of a noble house, it is inappropriate for you to feel burdened on my account. Lishu, feel free to command them as if you were at home, Wanwan encouraged. Deng Lishu nodded, feeling quite at ease. Butler Lin has arranged a meal for you at Wanlin Pavilion, as you both must be weary from your journey. Please, refresh yourselves, he invited. Uncle Lin, kindly ensure our carriage is properly attended to. The two guards are Lishu's companions. Please make suitable arrangements for them, Wanwan instructed. Rest assured, Mississippi, having dismissed the attendants, Wanwan led her two maids to Wanlin Pavilion, the tallest structure in Yunjiang, named after her, a place she cherished and seldom shared with others. Standing atop the pavilion, Deng Lishu gazed down at the mountains, a slight smile gracing her lips. Although the night obscured her view, she could faintly discern the flickering lights of distant Yinzhou City. A gentle breeze caressed her face, and in that tranquil moment, she realized she had indeed escaped. Chapter 30. The Palace Concubines Challenge. The Empress's intervention in the Deng residence of the capital. Deng father and mother returned from the palace banquet, their hearts heavy with trepidation throughout the day, fervently hoping that His Majesty would not uncover anything amiss that night. They waited until the late hours, relieved by the absence of any disturbances. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the Deng residence was already under the emperor's watchful eye. Pei Yixuan stood in the courtyard throughout the night. Of course, news from Jinjiang Palace would not easily escape, and he had taken special measures to seal it, ensuring that no one was aware of the events that transpired this evening. All the concubines believed that His Majesty and the Empress were enjoying a harmonious union in their bridal chamber. Their hearts were shattered, especially for the ailing Su Jiaoyi, whose condition worsened as her fever returned after a brief respite. While Yongning Hall was bustling with activity, Jinjiang Palace remained desolate, with the sounds of weeping and heartbreak echoing through the stillness of the night. Qingyu slept soundly on her couch, and it was only when Shulan came to awaken her with the dawn that she realized she was to pay her respects to Her Majesty, the Empress Dowager, and meet the other ladies of the harem today. Pei Yixuan, having endured an entire night without sleep, bore bloodshot eyes and an expression of fatigue as he forced himself to meet with the civil and military officials. Listening to their congratulations with a heavy heart, he returned to the study in the eastern wing of Jinjiang Palace, wishing to avoid an encounter with Qingyu. Earlier, Qingyu had gone to pay her respects and present tea to the Empress Dowager. Upon her arrival, she found that the other concubines were already present and reluctantly rose to pay their respects to her. For the first time, she experienced the intoxicating pleasure of wielding supreme power as she commanded them to rise. The venerable Lady Li assisted the Empress Dowager as she entered from the rear hall, and upon seeing Qingyu, she was taken aback by her beauty and grace, understanding why the emperor favored her. Son pays respects to mother. The empress knelt, and the other concubines had no choice but to follow suit. The Empress Dowager, a woman of great generosity, allowed them to rise and offered them the customary greetings. Lady Li presented tea. Your Highness, according to protocol, you must offer tea to the Empress Dowager. Qingyu smiled and nodded, accepting the tea. It is only proper. The Empress Dowager graciously sipped the tea and instructed Lady Li to assist them in standing, bestowing many rare and precious gifts, stirring envy among the others who wondered why both the Emperor and the Empress Dowager favored such a beguiling individual. After a round of tea offerings, Qingyu finally sat down to drink some water. Your Highness, this is the pre-rain Longjing tea that I have treasured. Recently, I sought the Empress Dowager's permission to present it to you, said the beautiful Himeran, rising gracefully to bow, her words impeccably delivered. Qingyu did not recognize the woman before her, but sensed her ill intentions. The real Deng Lishu was allergic to tea, and this felt like a threat to her life. Qingyu offered a faint smile to Himeran, then turned to the Empress Dowager, her face showing a hint of regret. Mother, I have a gastrointestinal condition, and the doctor advised against drinking tea, for it may harm my spleen and stomach, resulting in further ailments. I fear I must decline Himeran's tea. Himeran's expression stiffened, her fingers tightening around the teacup until they turned pale. It is of no consequence. We are all family, and there is no need to dwell on such matters. Since the Empress cannot partake, let's all enjoy a few cups in her stead to honor Himeran's goodwill. The Empress Dowager, not wishing to press the issue, took a sip of the tea, thus granting Himeran her due respect. Himeran's expression returned to normal, though her heart was already torn to shreds by Qingyu's words. However, hearing the Empress Dowager's remarks and receiving her support, she could not press further. Thank you, Empress Dowager. She returned to her seat, a subtle smirk of satisfaction playing on her lips. Qingyu raised her warm water and turned to Himeran. Himeran, I shall substitute water for tea, and I thank you for your kind intentions. Himeran quickly rose, proclaiming, Your Highness, you overstate. It is I who am ignorant. The Empress Dowager waved her hand dismissively, stating, as the mistress of the Eternal Corridor, the Empress holds a position of great authority in the harem. It is your duty as concubines to serve His Majesty and the Empress well, ensuring that she is spared from unnecessary toil. This is your greatest benefit. The assembly responded in unison, indeed. Where is Su Jiaoyi today? The Empress Dowager inquired absent-mindedly. Mama Li stepped forward, Your Highness. Su Jiaoyi has been unwell these past few days and has remained bedridden. I have dispatched the imperial physician to attend to her. Very well, Empress. As the mistress of the Eternal Corridor, it is your responsibility to protect the concubines. Please pay more attention to Su Jiaoyi. I shall heed Mother's teachings. The Empress replied, I am weary. You may continue your discussions. With that, the Empress Dowager rose, surrounded by palace attendants as she departed. Qingyu found herself at a loss for words, her cool demeanor exuding an unintentional authority. You are all concubines of the Eternal Corridor, and the three of you present are quite capable. Regardless of what the future holds, I hope you will all cherish one another. We shall heed the teachings of Her Highness the Empress, they responded. On this occasion of our first meeting, I have prepared some gifts for you, Shulan, Qingyu instructed, as Shulan began to distribute the offerings. We thank Her Highness the Empress for her generosity. Once the formalities were concluded, Qingyu felt no desire to linger and departed with her attendants. Ling Ronghua was the first to rise, seizing the jade rui from the maid's hands. Letting out a cold huff, I expected something of greater value. This jade rui is rather petty. With that, she tossed the trinket back into the tray. Himarin scoffed. Refusing even a cup of tea is hardly a sign of refinement. This wild girl from a humble household truly overestimates her worth. Zhang Sunjiu said nothing, leading the way out of the Empress Dowager's palace, while the other two exchanged glances before storming out in anger. After the Emperor and Empress's wedding, they enjoyed 7 days of rest. Pei Yixuan, not attending court, remained in the study of the Eastern Palace, enduring an entire day that felt interminable. For the sake of Deng Lishu's status and circumstances within the palace, he could not act against Qingyu, nor could he confront the Deng family. His only hope was to bring Deng Lishu back, restoring everyone to their rightful place, allowing him to pretend that nothing had transpired, though his heart was filled with rage. It was overshadowed by sorrow, longing, and melancholy. Liang Yi whispered softly with Lu Yi at the study door before cautiously entering and placing a cup of hot tea on the imperial desk. Your Majesty, you've been up all night and did not rest this morning. Please take a moment to enjoy some hot tea. Pei Yixuan's delicate jaw was beginning to show stubble, his eyes heavy with grief. He did not set aside the memorial before him, weakly gazing at the steaming tea, the warmth evoking tears that threatened to spill. Shu'er cannot consume tea leaves. She must only drink warm water from now on. Liang Yi felt tears welling in her eyes as well, turning away to wipe them. I shall fetch some for you immediately. Before long, Liang Yi returned with a cup of warm water. Your Majesty, your lips are parched. Please use this warm water. Pei Yixuan withdrew his troubled gaze, lifting the cup to drink deeply. The warm liquid flowed down his throat to his stomach, providing a sense of comfort. Yet his heart ached. Has Pei Zhao returned? Your Majesty, Lord Pei has not yet returned. I have heard that the Empress went to pay her respects to the Empress Dowager and was met with difficulties from Himarin. Pei Yixuan listened intently, glancing at him, urging him to continue. The prince, by nature, had no contact with tea leaves, yet later he insisted on complicating matters, ultimately requiring the Empress Dowager to intervene. The prince remarked that she suffered from a gastrointestinal ailment and could not tolerate tea leaves. Pei Yixuan nodded gently, acknowledging that this substitute was rather astute, as she had not exposed Shu'er's vulnerabilities. Otherwise, it would have provided others with leverage against her. He decided to disregard her, as long as Shu'er's reputation remained untarnished. She could do as she pleased. Indeed, Your Majesty. Has Lady Su been recovering recently? Your Majesty, Lady Su is bedridden today, while Grand Marshal Su has been relatively well-behaved. Command the imperial physicians, in the name of the Empress, to provide medical aid throughout the capital and surrounding towns without charge, and to find a few individuals to extol the virtues of the Empress. I shall attend to this personally. Liang Yi silently prayed for Deng Lishu's swift return. The Emperor's sincerity was profound, and may the Empress soon witness His Majesty's genuine heart. Chapter 31. A Discovery of Whereabouts. Prince Xian seeks an audience the next day. Pei Yixuan awaited Pei Zhao's arrival. Pei Zhao returned, weary from travel, and before he could pay his respects, Pei Yixuan pulled him up from the ground. "Speak quickly. Where is she?" As their eyes met, Pei Zhao noticed that the once proud emperor now appeared as weary as a country farmer, hair disheveled and stubble covering his chin. His eyes filled with the weight of experience and fatigue. Yet, at this moment, his eyes sparkled with hope, all expectations resting upon him. "Your Majesty, there is news of her. Truly. Speak, where is she?" "No. Take me there at once. I shall bring her back myself." With that, he pushed past Pei Zhao, intent on leaving. Pei Zhao and Liang Yi quickly restrained him, with the latter urgently advising, "Your Majesty, you must remain calm. Otherwise, all your previous efforts will be in vain. Your Majesty, please compose yourself." Pei Yixuan, clearly overwhelmed with joy from Pei Zhao's news, regained some semblance of reason upon their reminder. Yes. Pei Zhao, do elaboraci. Your Majesty, based on the information provided by Liang Yi, I discovered a secret passage in the woods behind the Deng residence. Upon exiting the woods, I found wheel tracks. The carriage headed east and encountered bandits 50 miles outside the capital. Hearing this, Pei Yixuan's heart raced, nearly overwhelmed with anxiety. How could Shu'er have endured such indignities? He was on the brink of fury and despair, with little room left for anger. Liang Yi stepped forward to soothe him, anxiously turning to Pei Zhao. "Pray tell, Master Pei, where is she now? Is she unharmed?" Pei Zhao smacked his forehead. "Your Majesty, forgive me. She is currently safe and sound in Yinzhou City." Pei Yixuan's heart gradually eased. As long as Shu'er was unharmed, all else was manageable. He would retrieve her without delay, slowly regaining his composure. He realized his earlier lapse in decorum and took a moment to regain his wits. "Continue." I dispatched men further east and uncovered the bandit situation. Coincidentally, the Ministry of Justice had a case involving bandits. The individuals were sent by Prince Xian. Upon investigation, it turned out to be the same group. Those bandits have long plagued the area, and despite numerous attempts to eradicate them, their roots remain entrenched, likely with external backing. Liang Yi sensed that Pei Zhao was veering off topic, but was relieved when the latter managed to steer the conversation back on course. The esteemed Prince Xian's entourage informed the ministers that they had rescued a group from the mountain bandits, comprising 2 young ladies and 2 gentlemen. One of the young ladies was the very princess the emperor sought, while the other was Lin Wanwan, the daughter of the nation's wealthiest merchant and royal trader. The 2 gentlemen were protectors from the Deng residence. They had traveled eastward to Yinzhou. Pei Yixuan nodded in acknowledgement, realizing he had momentarily forgotten Lin Wanwan, the same young lady who had accompanied Shu'er during their previous encounter in Rongqing. Had he known this would expedite their search, he would have pursued it sooner. He resolved to clarify the matters concerning the bandits. Furthermore, he commanded that arrangements be made for her safety and well-being, declaring his intention to personally visit Yinzhou the following day. "Yes, Your Majesty," came the reply. With news of Deng Lishu, Pei Yixuan felt invigorated, pacing his study with an unyielding smile upon his face. As an emperor, he was not devoid of temper, yet he willingly yielded when it came to his beloved, having always been the dominant force. While he had previously experienced anger, upon learning of her perilous journey, only concern remained. She must have endured great hardship. Having been cherished since childhood, how could she withstand the trials of the outside world? Upon her return, he vowed to shower her with affection, ensuring her happiness and safeguarding her from sorrow. His joy was infectious, and Liang Yi, his attendant, shared in his elation, their faces illuminated with delight. It was difficult for anyone to fathom that the once austere emperor, known for his self-discipline and decorum, alongside his stoic attendant, could display such unrestrained joy. "Your Majesty, you have not rested properly for 3 days, nor have you dined or groomed yourself well. The Empress might be displeased upon seeing you," Liang Yi cautioned. Pei Yixuan nodded fervently, urging, "Hasten, prepare my bath and attire. I must not present myself in this disheveled state before Shu'er." "At once," Liang Yi responded, his swift movements leaving one in awe. After a thorough grooming, the regal emperor re-emerged, having partaken of a light meal. Lying on the couch in the side chamber, his thoughts were consumed by Deng Lishu. He envisioned their reunion, longing to express countless words, to hold her and never let go, to kiss her, to behold her bashful beauty, her enchanting smile, and the vividness of her anger. Every nuance of her expression tugged at his heart. She was beautiful in every regard, and he was hopelessly enamored. He craved more of her, desiring her to be wholly his, to possess her and all that she embodied. As he drifted in his slumber, his final thought echoed, "Shu, you have escaped twice. There shall be no further opportunities henceforth." At the Deng residence, both Deng father and mother were fraught with anxiety. Yet after waiting 2 days without any unusual occurrences, they assumed they had successfully evaded detection. However, they knew they could not hastily depart from the capital, lest the emperor grow suspicious. Pei Yixuan awoke early, foregoing breakfast in his eagerness to journey to Yinzhou, only to be intercepted by Liang Yi. "Your Majesty, if you neglect your meal, the Empress will surely be concerned for your well-being." Pei Yixuan cast a disapproving glance at him. After days of sorrow, Liang Yi had become increasingly restrictive. As he prepared to leave the side chamber, a palace attendant announced, "Prince Xian requests an audience." Pei Yixuan pursed his lips. "To the main hall." Pei Yuan waited for a while in the main hall until his elder brother arrived. "I pay my respects to your Majesty. You have done remarkably well regarding the mountain bandit issue, as reported by Pei Zhao," the emperor acknowledged. "Your praise is unwarranted, as it is my duty," Pei Yuan replied. "Today, I have come to pay my respects to both you and your Majesty, having prepared a congratulatory gift for the Empress. I regret missing her coronation ceremony, and this serves as my apology." Pei Yixuan nodded, though his expression bore little joy. Pei Yuan found this curious. What troubled his elder brother? He had heard that the Empress was the Emperor's beloved, yet now it seemed otherwise. Liu Yi had sent for Qingyu, who soon appeared in her phoenix robe and crown, exuding grace and poise. Pei Yixuan did not even glance her way, but upon seeing her countenance, Pei Yuan's pupils dilated and his breath caught for a fleeting moment. Though he quickly quelled his unusual emotions, Pei Yixuan did not miss the vivid expression on his brother's face. Connecting it to the mountain bandit incident, he surmised that Yuan had indeed remembered Shuer's visage and perhaps harbored other thoughts. As these musings troubled Pei Yixuan further, Qingyu greeted the emperor, "Your Majesty, I pay my respects. I have met the Empress," Pei Yuan added. "Please, let us sit and converse. Empress, on the occasion of your recent marriage to the emperor, I have prepared some gifts, wishing you both harmony and longevity," he began, but was abruptly interrupted by Pei Yixuan's cold voice. "Enough. Do you intend to regurgitate these words? They vex me. Your Majesty, please temper your anger." Qingyu was taken aback by the emperor's sudden rage, silently lamenting that serving a monarch is akin to walking with a tiger. "I have matters to attend to," he stated, leaving without waiting for a response, leaving the two behind in an awkward silence. Chapter 32. Seeking comfort in each other's company. Pursuing to Yinzhou, only the uncle and niece remained in the grand hall, with servants waiting outside. "I thank you for the gifts, Lord Xian. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave," Qingyu stated, wishing to avoid prolonged solitude with the prince, as his gaze upon her seemed unsettling. Pei Yuan's eyes, like water, appraised the Empress before him. At first glance, he mistook her for the Miss Liu he had rescued, but this Empress lacked her clarity and bore a diminished aura, evidently an imitation. She is not her. Thus, the Miss Liu, no, she should be referred to as Miss Deng, was indeed his new Empress, recently wed to his elder brother and the one who had captured his heart at first sight. Observing his brother's demeanor, it seemed he was already aware of the oddities but chose to remain discreet. It was clear that his brother was genuinely smitten with her, yet now found himself with an impostor. However, this suited Pei Yuan's intentions perfectly. The Miss Liu, having committed an act of treason against the emperor, even went into hiding on the day of the coronation, leaving his brother's reputation tarnished. As Qingyu departed with her maid, Pei Yuan did not linger and made his way to the Empress Dowager's palace. As he stepped into the hall, he heard the laughter of women, his mother and sister, along with another voice belonging to a palace consort. His mother was in such high spirits. Surely something delightful had transpired. He entered with purpose, a smile adorning his face. "I pay my respects to you, mother." The Empress Dowager hurriedly urged him to rise and take a seat. Juana has arrived. Come, sit down. The second prince is here. Yongshi happily settled beside him. Indeed, Jiner came to the palace so early today. It turns out she is here to cheer up our mother. The second prince heard it right at the entrance. You are teasing me, second brother. The siblings exchanged playful banter, while the Empress Dowager observed from her elevated position, feeling a profound sense of warmth. This is likely what it means to bask in the joy of family. If only a few more grandchildren could be added, how much merrier it would be. Meanwhile, Changsun Jiyu and Himaran greeted the royal family, but were entirely overlooked. Huaner, Jiner, this time you should stay in the capital for a while longer. The Empress Dowager gazed at her two children, reflecting on how swiftly time had passed, as they had now reached the age of establishing their own families. The second prince was preoccupied with state affairs, toiling for the court, and thus her children should spend more time with their mother. Pei Yihuan comforted her, his heart aching upon seeing the white strands among her dark hair. Do not worry, mother. The three of us will surely keep you company. He added, now that we have a sister-in-law as radiant as a celestial being, we shall naturally show her more respect. Jiner was quite understanding. The Empress Dowager nodded repeatedly, her face adorned with a loving smile. Yes, with you all here, all is well, and I can rest easy. She continued, it is also a labor for Changsun Jiyu and Himaran to often come and converse with this old woman. To alleviate my boredom, I shall remember this. Your Majesty is occupied with court matters. Now that the Empress has taken charge of Yongxiang, we are quite pleased to have the leisure to converse with you, Your Highness. It is a privilege we cherish. Himaran beamed sincerely. Changsun Jiyu internally scoffed at Himaran's seemingly genuine flattery, oblivious to the fact that her own attempts at sycophancy were no less pronounced, albeit her appearance was more charming. Himaran speaks truthfully. We are indeed eager for such company, only hoping that the Empress Dowager does not find us too noisy. Himaran rolled her eyes inwardly, deeming her a duplicitous wretch. The Empress Dowager, delighted by their flattery, wore a continuous smile. After leaving the Empress Dowager's quarters, the siblings departed the palace together. Second brother, have you seen the Empress? Yongshi inquired curiously, as she had intended to pay her respects personally, only to be stopped by the attendants of Jianzhong Palace, who claimed that her brother and the Empress were too busy to receive her. They appeared quite affectionate, nonetheless. Pei Yihuan nodded, listening to his sister's grievances about being denied entry into Jianzhong Palace, realizing he himself had only been permitted due to the bandit incident. I did see the Empress. She is indeed a rare beauty. No wonder the emperor favored her amidst opposition and crowned her as empress. His tone revealed no discernible emotion. The emperor is quite stingy, preventing me from seeing the empress. I shall seek an audience in a few days when he is preoccupied. Yongshi pouted, showing no pretense of her status as a princess. Simply a charming young girl. The emperor has his own considerations. When I met the empress today, she seemed somewhat unwell. Jinya, it will be prudent for you to wait a while longer before visiting. Pei Yihuan was uncertain as to why he wished to keep this matter discreet. The fewer who knew, the better for the Deng family. The empress's illness explains why the emperor is so devoted to her care. Very well. I shall seek an audience with him after some time. As Pei Yihuan listened to his sister's lively chatter, he responded earnestly, yet his heart was filled with turmoil. Surely, his elder brother would reclaim the true empress. And how would he face the revelation that the woman who had captivated him was, in fact, his sister-in-law? The three siblings shared the same mother and had forged a deep bond since childhood. His respect for his elder brother was profound. How could they possibly be enamored with the same woman? It was truly a perplexing situation. Secretly departing from the palace, Pei Yishuan hastened towards Yingzhou City, eager to reunite with the one who occupied his thoughts day and night. Liang Yi remained in the palace to attend to affairs, while Pei Yishuan was accompanied by Pei Zhao and Lu Yi, with dozens of hidden guards ensuring their safety. It took Deng Lishu and her companions a full day and night to reach Yingzhou City, while Pei Yishuan arrived in just one day, thanks to his exceptional steed. As night fell over Yingzhou City, the streets were aglow with lights, and the bustling crowds filled the thoroughfares, with vendors peddling their wares in splendid abundance. Yet, Pei Yishuan lacked the heart to appreciate such earthly delights. Pei Zhao, this city is vast. Where could she possibly be? Master, we have just entered the city. She awaits us at Chunhua Tower up ahead, Pei Zhao replied. Upon hearing the name of the establishment, Pei Yixuan felt a flicker of irritation. A brothel? Perceiving the emperor's displeasure, Pei Zhao sheepishly scratched his head. Your Majesty, while it is indeed a place for frivolity, it is also the safest and most informative haven. The Madam of Chunhua Tower is one of our own. Fear not. We shall enter through the back door. Pei Yixuan, preoccupied with more pressing matters, responded. You certainly have a knack for choosing locations. Let us proceed swiftly. Upon entering through the back entrance of Chunhua Tower, they ascended a staircase to the top floor. A place of tranquility, devoid of the usual revelries found at the front. There, 2 hidden guards awaited them. Greetings, Your Majesty. Pei Yixuan was now solely focused on uncovering news about Deng Lishu. Where is she located? Master, our subordinates have discovered that the lady has been sighted at Yun Mountains, Yun Manor, and she is safe, came the reply. Chapter 33. The Merchant's Greed. Lin Yang's betrayal. Pei Yixuan, filled with excitement, was about to rush out of Chunhua Tower towards Yun Manor when he was intercepted. Your Majesty, please remain calm. Do not act impulsively. Pei Zhao, using his considerable strength, urged him back into a chair. He stepped forward and poured a cup of hot tea for him. Your Majesty, the Empress resides at Yun Manor. It is already late. It would be wise to wait until tomorrow. Pei Yixuan pressed his lips together, his gaze sharp as he fixed it on Pei Zhao, revealing little emotion. Pei Zhao hastily elaborated, Your Majesty, although Yun Manor appears to be an unremarkable yet beautiful estate from the outside, it is ingeniously constructed with hidden mechanisms. Without someone from within to guide us, we risk being met with dire consequences. Indeed, our sources inform us that the carriage you took was escorted by a woman, who is likely one of the inhabitants of Yun Manor, a hidden guard added. Pei Yixuan's expression was grave. The Lin family is surprisingly adept at mechanisms. Pei Zhao, can we find alternative methods of resolution? Your Majesty, we are diligently seeking solutions and have even dispatched individuals to test the mechanisms, but my brothers have sustained severe injuries. Had they not possessed exceptional martial skills, it is likely they would not have survived to return. Pei Zhao sighed softly. In recent days, has anyone else entered or exited Yun Manor? Pei Yixuan regained his composure and clarity. Your Majesty, my subordinates have not observed anyone else entering or exiting. Apart from delivery wagons, no one else has been seen. Moreover, the goods are personally delivered by servants at the manor's entrance, preventing outsiders from gaining access. I recall that the Lin family has another son. Where is he now? Your Majesty has a remarkable memory. Lin Wenyuan's elder brother, Lin Yang, is currently in the capital, preoccupied with the extraction of salt veins in collaboration with the palace. Pei Zhao suddenly recalled this individual. Your Majesty suggests that we might leverage Lin Yang's presence to gain entry into Yun Manor. Pei Zhao smacked his forehead, his eyes gleaming with realization. Let someone return to the capital and secretly invite him here. Pei Yixuan waved his hand, acknowledging the challenge of infiltrating Yun Manor. Rest assured, I shall ensure the matter is handled appropriately. Pei Zhao, filled with enthusiasm, departed with his covert guards and hastily sent a message back to the capital. After concluding his day's affairs, Lin Yang returned to the Lin residence. Shortly after lying down, he discovered 2 figures clad in black standing silently at the foot of his bed, jolting him awake with a start. Years of experience had honed his composure, yet he felt a twinge of unease at the sight of these silent observers, their gaze as piercing as that of a corpse. Struggling to maintain his calm, he cautiously inquired, May I ask who you are? My business rivals? Awakened, dress yourself and accompany us. His Majesty summons you urgently. We must depart at once. The shadowy guards revealed a golden insignia, compelling Lin Yang to believe their words. He swiftly donned his outer garments, only to be escorted through the night by the guards. His eyes were blindfolded, leaving him to sense only the howling wind and the relentless sound of galloping hooves. Could it be that his sister's assistance to Miss Deng and her escape had been unveiled, prompting His Majesty's ire? That seemed unlikely. The Emperor would have issued an order for his arrest directly. Was there an issue with the royal collaboration that had led to His Majesty's dissatisfaction? Lin Yang pondered countless possibilities, yet clarity eluded him. Eventually, fatigue overcame him, and he succumbed to sleep. Upon awakening, he found himself staring at a man radiating an air of nobility, a figure he had not personally encountered before, yet recognized instantly as the emperor seated among others. He sat upright from his previous relaxed posture, a natural reverence for the sovereign coursing through him. Without losing composure, he rose slowly, adjusted his attire, and knelt respectfully, his voice imbued with a hint of trepidation. "I pay my respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor." Pei Yixuan raised a hand slightly. "Please sit and speak." "Thank you for your grace, your majesty." The eyes of those in the room remained fixed upon him, causing a shiver to run down his spine. Their gazes were too intense and discerning, and he felt an undeniable pressure. He recognized two individuals as the ones who had assisted him onto the carriage, while the remaining figures were strangers to him. With his hands resting on his knees and his back impeccably straight, Pei Yixuan scrutinized him for a moment before speaking. "Young Master Lin, you have been diligently occupied with the salt vein matter. Your efforts are truly commendable." Lin Yong promptly rose to express his gratitude, but was halted by Pei Yixuan's raised hand. "There is no need for excessive courtesy. Your Lin family has indeed shown great dedication to the court. However, I perceive that you have endured considerable hardship, so I have taken the liberty to invite you to partake in a leisurely excursion." Lin Yong felt somewhat bewildered. What could his status possibly entail in such an outing with his majesty? Observing his confusion, Pei Zhao kindly interjected, "Young Master Lin, His Majesty has heard of the splendid scenery in Yinzhou and wishes to relax there. Given that your maternal family hails from Yinzhou, I am certain you are well acquainted with the locale." Indeed, the commoner was well versed in the intricacies of Yinzhou and was eager to serve as a guide for His Majesty. Lin Yong now comprehended that he was in Yinzhou and that Wan Wan and Miss Deng had arrived in the same vicinity. He also grasped why the emperor had summoned him. It appeared that His Majesty intended to keep this matter discreet, as evidenced by his courteous demeanor, a genuine opportunity for the Lin family. Should he fail to grasp this, it would only signify that years of commerce had been in vain. He offered a gentle smile and approached, bowing respectfully. "Your Majesty's enthusiasm is delightful. However, the conditions outside are rather modest. During the time my grandparents were alive, they meticulously constructed a villa in the outskirts of the capital, naming it Yunzhai. Though it may not rival the grandeur of the imperial palace, it is certainly elegant and comfortable. If your Majesty is willing, I would be honored to invite you to reside there for a while." Upon hearing this, Pei Yixuan recognized young Master Lin as a person of remarkable adaptability. He was undoubtedly aware of Shuer's recent escape and was now keen to ingratiate himself. Truly the hallmark of a businessman. His previously indifferent expression was suddenly replaced by an enigmatic smile. "Since young Master Lin has extended such a gracious invitation, I cannot decline." The presence of His Majesty would indeed elevate Yunzhai's stature. Lin Yong had completely relaxed, his brows softening into their usual warmth, tension dissipating, his eyes now gleaming with shrewdness. "Your Majesty, please," he said, stepping aside, extending his hand slightly, and bowing respectfully. Pei Yixuan led the way out, closely followed by Pei Zhao and the others. Lin Yong straightened, meticulously adjusting his attire, exhaling deeply before gracefully following suit. Deng Lishu and Lin Wanwan had been residing at Yunzhai for several days, where there were many enjoyable activities to partake in, rendering boredom a non-issue. Lin Wanwan took her to the martial arts arena, teaching her horseback riding and archery, skills that Deng Lishu had never encountered before. She found it all quite fascinating. Although Lin Wanwan was not an expert, she was more than capable of instructing Deng Lishu. Lin Wanwan's maidservants, Yun Yi and Yun Si, attended to the two ladies, with Yun Si assigned to Deng Lishu by Lin Wanwan. Yun Si was an endearing young girl, meticulous and orderly in her tasks, and she was immensely pleased to care for such a stunning beauty. The two maids busied themselves with serving tea and water, occasionally wiping away sweat, while the rest of the time they stood by, admiring the enchanting ladies. Observing that the two beauties were weary from archery, they promptly stepped forward to assist them in taking a rest. "Wan Wan, it is still early, and there is ample time before dinner," Shall we practice horseback riding? Deng Lishu yearned for further practice, contemplating its future necessity. Indeed, I cannot allow you to ride alone. What if you were to fall? Unbeknownst to them, Pei Yishuan was approaching Yun Zhuang with his entourage. Chapter 34. A Fortuitous Encounter. Retreating in haste after half an hour of rigorous equestrian training. Both Deng Lishu and Lin Wanwan were utterly exhausted, yet filled with exhilaration. Upon completing their final lap, they leisurely rode back to the stables. Yun Yi and Yun Si assisted them dismount, while Steward Lin rushed over with an unmistakable smile illuminating his face. The group exchanged puzzled glances, wondering what delightful tidings had spurred the elderly steward to move with such alacrity. Linbo, has some good fortune befallen us? Lin Wanwan inquired, linking arms with Deng Lishu as she approached. Indeed, miss. The young master has returned. He is already at the Juxian Pavilion. Lin Wanwan's heart soared to the news. Is that so? My brother has been exceedingly busy in the capital. How has he found the time to return to Yunzhuang? While her joy was palpable, a sense of intrigue lingered in her thoughts. As the group continued conversing, they made their way toward the Juxian Pavilion. By the way, miss, the young master has brought several esteemed guests with him, seemingly of high status. Lin Bo recalled, remembering how attentively and courteously his master had treated these guests, addressing them as my lord, suggesting they were officials of the court. A sudden tension gripped Lin Wanwan and Deng Lishu, their previously serene expressions stiffening as they exchanged a mechanical glance. Lin Wanwan felt her breath quicken. She could sense Deng Lishu's unease, her body rigid with apprehension. Lin Bo, please attend to our distinguished guests. Deng Lishu and I shall return to freshen up, Lin Wanwan instructed. Lin Bo, oblivious to their distress, respectfully withdrew. Lin Wanwan then commanded Yun Yi and Yun Si to prepare the carriage, and she and Deng Lishu hurried back to Yunlin Pavilion, barely taking the time to change out of their riding attire. They hastily packed their belongings and valuables, taking hold of Deng Wei and Deng Hu as they raced down the mountain. Without hesitation, Deng Wei and Deng Hu followed the two, though they were unaware of the precise situation, sensing only that danger was imminent. Yunzhuang was expansive, with Yunlin Pavilion located at the rear. Due to the intricate design of the mechanism, no back door was constructed, leaving only a single path out of the mountain. Lin Wanwan led the group deliberately away from the Juxian Pavilion, knowing that the expansive lotus fields in the front courtyard were an unavoidable route. The four fled in a state of panic, leaving the servants they passed bewildered. What new endeavor could the young ladies be pursuing, aside from teaching Miss Deng archery and horseback riding? Meanwhile, Pei Yishuan and his companions had been waiting at the Juxian Pavilion for quite some time, having consumed a cup of tea, but the absence of Lin Wanwan and Deng Lishu began to feel unsettling. Master, I fear the two young ladies may have sensed something amiss, Pei Zhao perceptively remarked. Pei Yishuan slammed his teacup onto the table, rising with decisive grace as he strode out. His memory was impeccable. Despite this being his first visit to Yunzhuang, he had already memorized the layout. His men swiftly followed, with Lin Yang maintaining a serious demeanor trailing behind. Lin Bo, feeling perplexed, cautiously approached his master from behind. Young master, what is happening? Where are the young Miss and Miss Deng? Their voices were low, yet clear enough for those ahead to hear. When this old servant went to fetch them, the young Miss and Miss Deng were preparing to freshen up. Lin Bo assumed that the two young ladies would naturally require a refreshing bath and a change of attire before receiving guests, which is a perfectly reasonable expectation in the realm of hospitality. Lin Yang closed his eyes, hoping they would hurry. Otherwise, he could be of no assistance to them. Pei Yishuan bore an expression of solemnity, exuding an aura of icy authority, his steps quick and purposeful, with a throng of followers behind him, deterring anyone from approaching. The servants, taken aback, lowered their heads in avoidance, while the young master could only humbly follow behind. Who was this person, after all? Both parties advanced swiftly along their respective paths, coincidentally converging in the front courtyard. Lin Wanwan and Deng Lishu dashed through the lotus fields, with Deng Wei and Deng Hu in tow. Upon spotting the approaching group from the opposite direction, Lin Wanwan felt a sense of familiarity wash over her. The leading man appeared strikingly recognizable, though she could not recall from where. Preoccupied with fleeing alongside her dear friend, she dismissed the thought. However, upon catching sight of Pei Yixuan's visage, Deng Lishu's breath hitched, her steps faltering momentarily. Had he pursued them so quickly? She instinctively lowered her head, hoping he had not noticed her. Pei Yixuan, of course, recognized the object of his affections at once. She was clad in a flowing gown of azure silk, reminiscent of a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. Her serene countenance radiated a gentle glow beneath the sunlight, exuding an ethereal beauty akin to a lotus emerging from water. Despite her hurried pace, she moved gracefully, her tousled hair and flushed cheeks adding a vibrant liveliness to her allure. The expansive lotus fields swayed in the breeze, the leaves undulating like waves. Her figure glided through this verdant sea, as if she were an intrinsic part of the landscape itself. Yet, the calm that usually graced her features was now overtaken by panic, disbelief, and a hint of sorrow upon seeing him. Pei Yixuan's heart, once heavy, felt a surge of clarity, prompting him to quicken his pace and intercept Deng Lishu, blocking their escape. Lishu, Pei Yixuan's eyes brimmed with deep emotion, his voice trembling with excitement, a tumult of feelings swirling within him. Joy at their reunion, frustration at her flight, and an unacknowledged sadness for what lay between them. Deng Lishu raised her gaze, her bright eyes locking onto the man before her, her heart a whirlwind of emotions. She felt frozen, a tingling sensation coursing through her. Her hand still tightly clasped with Lin Wanwan's. "How are you here?" Deng Lishu's voice quivered with disbelief, her tone involuntarily rising in pitch. Lin Wanwan, standing beside her, was momentarily struck dumb. Realization dawned upon her that this was the very man she and Lishu had encountered in Rongqing Shushan. He was none other than His Majesty. Overwhelmed with astonishment, she forgot her escape plan, her mind buzzing, unable to process the situation. Deng Wei and Deng, who shared a similar reaction, but quickly regained their composure, moving to position themselves protectively in front of Deng Lishu. Pei Yixuan found these two to be quite obstructive. With a mere glance, he signaled his shadow guards to remove them from the scene. Observing this, Deng Lishu felt a flicker of awareness return, instinctively retreating 2 steps while grasping Lin Wanwan's hand, yearning to hide behind her. Lin Wanwan hurriedly shielded her sister, fixing her fearless gaze upon Pei Yixuan. "You must be the current emperor, yet Lishu does not favor you. You cannot force her." Upon hearing this, Lin Yang felt a wave of darkness wash over him, nearly fainting. "Sister, the man before you is the sovereign." He swiftly stepped forward to apologize, "Your Majesty. Please temper your wrath. My sister has been unrefined since childhood and did not mean to offend you." Pei Yixuan's attention was primarily on the girl with her head bowed behind Lin Wanwan, and he paid little heed to her words, though he regarded Lin Wanwan as an obstruction. "Take your sister away at once." "Yes, I shall escort her away immediately," Lin Yang replied, grasping Lin Wanwan's arm while Lin Bo rushed to assist. She was easily compelled to part from Deng Lishu. "Brother, I won't leave. What about Lishu?" She anxiously turned to look at Deng Lishu. Lin Yang covered her incessantly chattering mouth, forcibly leading her away from the scene. Pei Yixuan's entourage wisely distanced themselves, leaving the two to their own devices. Chapter 35, Tenderness and Concern. Lishu's inability. Pei Yixuan approached, gazing affectionately at the downcast Deng Lishu, gently taking her hand in his. She struggled in dissatisfaction, her eyes filled with defiance, yet was futile. Her eyes burned with fury as she demanded, "What does Your Majesty want?" Pei Yixuan tenderly wiped her tears with the sleeve of his robe and softly replied, "I have lost Shu'er once. You are my precious treasure, and I shall never let you go." Deng Lishu was at a loss for words, her tears flowing even more profusely as she resisted the firm grasp around her hands. Filled with discontent, she could only silently exert her strength, unable to voice her anger or unleash a tirade. Concerned about hurting her, Pei Yixuan lifted her into his embrace, saying, "Shu'er, we are already married. Do not run away anymore." The person in his arms resisted vehemently, pushing against his chest, yet he remained unwilling to release her. Shia, your parents miss you dearly, and the Lin family will surely not keep you any longer. Deng Lishu was a perceptive individual. Listening to the seemingly helpless voice in her ear, she ceased her struggles. Indeed, as a defenseless woman, where could she possibly escape? The emperor had found her so swiftly. He must possess many means to track her down. Moreover, how could she face the consequences if her parents and the Lin family were punished because of her? They should not bear such burdens. Contemplating these thoughts, her head drooped wearily, tears streaming down her face as she began to sob softly. Pei Yixuan gently patted her frail back, reassuring her, "Do not worry, they will not come to harm." His intentions were clear. As long as Deng Lishu returned with him, he could pretend as if nothing had transpired. "You must be tired, Shu'er. Rest for a while. We can enjoy a few days in Yinzhou before returning to the capital." Pei Yixuan attempted to divert her attention, unable to bear seeing her in sorrow. If she continued to cry like this, it would surely harm her health. Deng Lishu exerted a slight force to push away from his embrace, retreating 2 steps. With nowhere left to go, she found herself perilously close to tumbling over the waist-high stone railing and into the lotus pond. Pei Yixuan was taken aback and swiftly caught her around the waist, pulling her into his arms. Deng Lishu was greatly startled. Upon regaining her composure, her complexion had turned somewhat pale, and traces of tears lingered upon her cheeks. "You have been frightened, and it is not suitable for you to walk now. Allow me to carry you to rest," he said, effortlessly lifting her and departing from Etienne, heading towards the Shuangshu Pavilion beside the Jushin Pavilion, with Butler Lin leading the way. The room was enveloped in a tranquil silence. Pei Yixuan gently used a warm cloth to wipe away the powder from Deng Lishu's delicate cheeks, meticulously tending to her small hands as well. Deng Lishu gazed at the caring and tender emperor, feeling a tumult of emotions within her. She harbored no aversion towards him, nor could she claim to harbor affection. He was not a man of ill nature, for he had always shown her kindness, albeit at times he could be overly forward. Moreover, upon discovering her escape, he did not retaliate against her family or the Lin family, who had aided her. Such actions could have led to severe repercussions, potentially endangering 9 generations. The fact that he could overlook matters that might tarnish his dignity gave Deng Lishu a measure of certainty regarding his sincerity. Yet, the thought of him being an emperor with 3 palaces and 6 courtyards weighed heavily on her heart. Would he have spared her had she not entered the palace for the selection? Pei Yixuan changed her shoes and socks, noticing that Deng Lishu was lost in thought as she gazed at him. With a playful smile, he said, "Have you been watching me, Lishu? Do you perhaps hold affections for me?" Deng Lishu instinctively averted her gaze, replying, "Your Majesty, I have a question." "What is it, Lishu?" he inquired. "Your Majesty, if I had not participated in the grand selection, what would you have done?" She felt a flutter of anxiety within her. Pei Yixuan meticulously dried her feet and donned fresh footwear upon her, then gently placed her feet back on the bed, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. "Surely, Lishu, you do not think that if you did not participate in the selection, I would be unable to find you?" Deng Lishu forced a stiff smile. Indeed, he would not let her slip away so easily. Seeing her head droop in apparent disappointment, Pei Yixuan leaned closer, saying, "Lishu, my first encounter with you was not at the Shuxiu Mountain in Rongqing." Upon hearing this, Deng Lishu lifted her gaze and was ensnared by the depths of his loving eyes, which brimmed with uncontainable affection, momentarily entrancing her. Where was that? They were now close enough to feel each other's breath, their warm exhales brushing against their skin. Their eyes locked, their noses nearly touching, as an aura of intimacy enveloped them, punctuated by the weight of his breaths. Pei Yixuan wrapped his arms around her delicate form, assuming an utterly protective stance. Instinctively, her small hands found purchase on his broad shoulders, momentarily forgetting her actions. She gazed at his handsome visage, blinking her lashes to mask her nervousness. Unfamiliar with the ways of intimacy, having received no guidance, she merely understood that kissing was an act shared between spouses and partners, thus failing to notice the peculiar tension in the air. Though Pei Yixuan had not truly experienced the intimacy of a relationship, he had learned what he needed to know. At this moment, his mind was buzzing, his body ablaze with warmth, and his throat parched. He swallowed instinctively, acutely aware that he had become enamored. The woman he cherished lay within his embrace, leaving him uncertain of her willingness. He acknowledged that he was not a paragon of virtue, incapable of maintaining his composure like Lu Xiaohui. The thought of wanting Shu'er to become his woman consumed him day and night. "Your Majesty, where are you?" Deng Lishu slightly distanced herself, her eyes filled with confusion. Pei Yixuan's voice, no longer as deep and resonant as before, was now hoarse, his hands unceremoniously roaming around the girl's waist. "Do you wish to know?" Deng Lishu, oblivious to the impending danger, earnestly nodded, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Unable to resist her innocent gaze any longer, Pei Yixuan grasped her delicate nape with one hand while encircling her slender waist with the other, drawing her closer as he pressed his lips against hers, which were as luscious as ripe red plums. Deng Lishu was momentarily stunned by his sudden advance, her strength akin to that of a kitten, yielding to the man who enveloped her in his embrace. Sensing her lack of resistance, Pei Yixuan's body began to relax. An overwhelming joy surged through him, prompting him to hold her even tighter. Her softness pressed against his firm chest ignited a fervent blaze within him. Deng Lishu, dizzy from the kiss, regained a semblance of clarity only to discover that the man was now kissing her neck. She tilted her head back in impatience. "Your Majesty, what do you intend to do?" In that moment, her previously cool voice was tinged with an unprecedented allure, exciting the man further. "Shh, my precious shh. Your husband loves you." Deng Lishu had never experienced such teasing, her inexperienced body writhing restlessly under his caress. "Shu'er, do not fear. Your husband will be very gentle." Pei Yixuan's voice was hoarse beyond measure. Deng Lishu felt a strange mix of fear and unfamiliarity. What exactly did the emperor wish to accomplish? Before she could voice her concerns, he silenced her with another fervent kiss. Struggling to keep her eyes open, she realized their honesty with one another, and an overwhelming sense of shame washed over her, prompting her to hastily shut her eyes. "Your Majesty, what are you doing?" Feeling as though her entire being had been thoroughly kissed, she hoped it might come to an end soon. With a slight sigh of relief, she implored, "Your Majesty." "You still haven't answered me." Yet her words were cut short. "Shu'er, call me his son." The man coaxed her gently. Deng Lishu's mind was a muddled mess. All Oksun. An unfamiliar sensation coursed through her, rendering her incapable of coherent thought. Pei Yixuan, intoxicated with joy yet gentle throughout, was considerate of her feelings. She gazed at him with wide, dreamy eyes, her red lips slightly parted, breathing rapidly. "Your Majesty, it hurts." Upon seeing the fine beads of sweat on her forehead, Pei Yixuan tenderly kissed her crimson lips. What felt like an exhilarating encounter concluded 2 hours later, by which time the outside world had succumbed to darkness. Deng Lishu had fallen into a deep slumber, her body adorned with ambiguous red marks, her hair damp with sweat, clinging to her delicate neck, exuding a unique allure. Pei Yixuan rose to summon someone to prepare warm water for bathing and to arrange clean bed linens and clothing. Outside stood Pei Zhao and Lu Yi, maintaining a respectful distance, unaware of the events unfolding within the room due to its excellent soundproofing. Pei Yixuan carefully lifted the unconscious Deng Lishu into the bath, cleansing both their bodies before personally dressing her in fresh garments. Cradling his beloved, who lay in a stupor before the disheveled bed, he inhaled the lingering scent in the air, his gaze falling upon the faint crimson stains on the pale yellow sheets. A warmth blossoming in his heart, he tightened his embrace around Deng Lishu, leaning down to tenderly kiss her slightly swollen lips, his affection swelling within his chest, threatening to burst forth at any moment. "My dear Lishu, we are truly husband and wife now. You are finally mine." His whispered words dripped with lingering love as he recalled the passionate moments they had just shared. Lishu was truly fragrant and soft, her alluring voice melting him to the core. With light steps, he laid her gently upon a nearby couch, swiftly replacing the soiled bedding with fresh sheets, meticulously tearing away the blood-stained linens and folding them neatly to keep close. Satisfied, he nestled beside Deng Lishu on the bed, admiring her exhausted yet beautiful, sleeping visage. The usual coldness and distance replaced by a newfound feminine charm, all of which had blossomed because of him, filling him with immense satisfaction. Deng Lishu slept soundly. Yet Pei Yixuan found himself unable to close his eyes. Before meeting her, he had anticipated fierce resistance, yet the progression of their relationship had unfolded with surprising ease. He understood that her compliance stemmed from concerns for her family and the Lin clan, constrained by her own status. As a traditional young lady raised in a secluded environment, she was timid, lacking the means to oppose him. However, he found himself curious as to why she clung so desperately to the idea of leaving his side. Pei Yixuan discerned that Deng Lishu was indeed a traditional woman, having never encountered the harsh realities of the outside world. She knew she could not survive alone beyond its confines, her fear of the unknown never departing. Coupled with the safety of her parents and the Lin family hinging upon her, she easily yielded. Such deeply rooted perceptions are difficult to alter. Her comfort zone remained her sanctuary. Yet, the future remained uncertain, with various factors possibly influencing her fate unbeknownst to her. Pei Yixuan was acutely aware of this. Yet he also understood that her acquiescence was not wholly complete and not solely born from love. He gazed intently at her delicate features, gently caressing her cheek, pondering, Lishu, when will you truly allow me into your heart? Surely, that day will come, will it not? Deng Lishu heard nothing, leaving the emperor alone in the quiet room, murmuring to himself. As dawn broke, Pei Yixuan, still half awake, opened his eyes, having never fully succumbed to slumber, fearing that if he did, his little wife might disappear. He propped himself up on his elbow, adjusted the blanket around her, and leaned down to plant a kiss upon her tender cheek. Startled to find her forehead warm to the touch. Alarmed, he quickly sat up to feel her forehead more carefully, calling out, Lishu, Lishu? Deng Lishu displayed no reaction. He hastily rose to summon assistance, his movements frantic and his tone urgent, startling Pei Zhao. Master, what is the matter? Quickly, fetch a doctor. As swiftly as possible. Yes, yes. Pei Zhao dashed out of the courtyard, colliding with Lin Bo, who had arrived with the morning meal, scattering food across the ground. Sir, what causes such alarm? Is there a doctor in your estate? Hurry and summon him. Pei Zhao grasped his arm with urgency. Yes, yes. Do not fret, sir. With that, he promptly instructed the servants behind him to fetch Dr. Zhang. The two anxiously awaited in place, while on the other side, Pei Yixuan was gently wiping Deng Lishu's palms with warm water brought by Lu Yi, a warm cloth resting upon her forehead. Go check if the doctor has arrived. Pei Yixuan commanded gravely, his gaze unwilling to part with Lu Yi. Understood. Soon enough, the doctor arrived, and the crowd encircled the room. Lin Yang hurried over upon receiving the news. It would be a farce if anything were to happen to the Empress here within his estate. The entire Lin family would bear the consequences. As for Lin Wanwan, she had been taken back and confined the previous night. The onlookers anxiously focused on the doctor, especially Pei Yixuan, who seemed as if he would devour the doctor whole. Dr. Zhang, unaware of the man's identity, felt the weight of pressure bearing down upon him. This young lady is not in grave danger. She merely has a slight fever. I shall prescribe some medicine, and all will be well. Dr. Zhang began to write a prescription, instructing a servant to fetch and brew the medicine. Pei Yixuan then dismissed everyone, leaving only Dr. Zhang behind. Doctor, why does my wife have a fever? Dr. Zhang raised his eyelids slightly, responding curtly, as a man, one must cherish his wife. This lady has simply caught a chill, compounded by fatigue, resulting in a mild fever. Upon hearing this, Pei Yixuan felt a wave of guilt wash over him. Realizing that he had likely caused Lishu to catch a chill, she had sweated profusely, and it seemed the cold had invaded her body, not to mention that he had exhausted her for so long. Seeing his expression, Dr. Zhang chose not to say more, shaking his head as he prepared to leave. Pei Yixuan grasped his arm firmly. Doctor, do you have any ointment for injuries? Understanding the implication, Dr. Zhang retrieved a jar of ointment from his bag and placed it in Pei Yixuan's hand. Young ladies are delicate and cannot withstand undue strain. Pei Yixuan examined the ointment for a moment, reflecting on how he had indeed caused injury to Lishu. He felt like a beast, having made her ill on her first experience with intimacy. In a fit of self-reproach, he raised his hand and slapped his own left cheek, which quickly flushed red. The resounding slap echoed starkly in the quiet room. Outside, Lu Yi and Pei Zhao exchanged bewildered glances, puzzled by the sudden noise. Chapter 37. Administering Medicine Personally. Overwhelmed with shame and anger, Deng Lishu struggled to open her weary eyes. Feeling utterly weak and achingly sore, her mind clouded. She slightly parted her dry lips, discomfort settling in her throat. Before she could utter a word, a loud slap resonated beside her, startling her into a clearer state of awareness. Though she still lacked the strength to move, she slightly lifted her gaze towards the source of the voice. Who else could it be but His Majesty? Why did he strike her so harshly? This was the second time she had witnessed such behavior from him. Pei Yixuan, filled with remorse, held a fresh handkerchief, preparing to replace the one on Deng Lishu's forehead, only to meet her astonished gaze. His swollen cheek was laid bare before her, and believing he had frightened her, he hastily apologized, lowering his voice. Lishu, you're awake. Did I startle you? Are you feeling unwell? Deng Lishu reigned in her surprise, listening to the Emperor's tender inquiries. Her expression complex. She opened her mouth, struggling to find the right words, and merely shook her head gently. Pei Yixuan tenderly replaced the damp cloth on her forehead, a faint smile gracing his lips, yet his brow was furrowed with concern. It's a relief you're awake. But it is all my fault for being so reckless last night, causing you to suffer from a chill. He then brought a cup of warm water, sitting at the bedside and carefully cradling her in his embrace. Come, Lishu, have some water. The warm liquid soothed her dry throat, a comforting warmth spreading through her stomach, invigorating her spirit. After finishing the cup, Deng Lishu delicately pressed her pale lips together, feeling significantly better. At that moment, Lu Yi entered with the prepared medicinal broth, thoughtfully bringing a bowl of congee as well. Your Majesty, the medicine is ready. Please let the princess consume it. You may leave, Pei Yixuan replied, as he gently blew on the congee, feeding his beloved with tender affection, the scene heart-stirring. Deng Lishu felt her fever diminishing, yet a chill coursed through her body as she leaned against the warmth of the man beside her, finding immense comfort in his presence. Weak and languid, she allowed him to care for her. Observing her obedient demeanor, Pei Yixuan's heart softened. How could his little wife be so sweet and lovely? Even in illness, she radiated a unique beauty. The room was enveloped in silence as Deng Lishu found herself lost in thought, gazing vacantly at the quilt. Memories of last night surged forth, overwhelming her mind like a tide. She had not anticipated the intimate aspects of marital life to be so profound. She had thought kisses would suffice. Yet it was both shyly exhilarating and somewhat painful, ultimately leading to a tiring yet pleasurable experience. As these thoughts lingered, she felt increasingly bashful, her ears and cheeks warming. She endeavored to suppress her peculiar feelings, not wanting the man who held her to notice. But Pei Yixuan, astute as he was, remained acutely aware of her every reaction. Fully focused on feeding her, he noticed her temperature rising and her cheeks flushed. Assuming she might be developing a high fever, he promptly set down the bowl to check on her. His large hands gently explored her forehead. Why are you suddenly so hot? Is Lishu feeling unwell? Deng Lishu, upon hearing this, grew even more embarrassed, lowering her gaze and remaining silent, softly biting her lip, her voice barely a whisper. I'm fine. Pei Yixuan, concerned, cradled her small face in his hands, the flush spreading to her neck, her warmth alarming him. His brows knitted together in worry. Lu Yi, fetch the doctor. He called out loudly. Deng Lishu found it difficult to articulate her peculiar feelings, allowing him to administer the medicinal concoction while feeling embarrassed. It was not until Dr. Zhang arrived, examined her pulse, and found nothing amiss that he merely advised her to stay hydrated and rest. After observing Pei Yixuan's swollen face, he left behind a bottle of anti-swelling ointment and departed, leaving the matters of the young couple to the prying eyes of outsiders. Pei Yixuan scrutinized Deng Lishu for a while, noticing her slumped against the bed with a lowered face, flushed and fidgeting with her small hands. occasionally biting her lip to suppress her breath. Suddenly, he seemed to grasp the situation. Li Shu was shy. He let out a soft chuckle of delight, enveloping her in his embrace, encircling her in his personal space, and leaning in to press his cheek against hers, holding her hands tenderly. Deng Li Shu, feeling uneasy, shifted her head aside and asked, "Your Majesty, what are you doing?" Pei Yixuan shamelessly leaned in closer. "What is this, Li Shu? Your face and ears are quite red, hm?" As her shyness intensified, she shot him an irritated glance. "What are you asking for?" The man, delighted by her coy demeanor, continued to tease. "Is Li Shu feeling bashful?" She averted her gaze elsewhere, denying, "No, Your Majesty, what nonsense are you speaking?" He pressed on with renewed vigor. "Your Majesty? Wasn't my darling calling me a son so passionately last night?" Deng Li Shu fell silent, nearly overwhelmed by embarrassment and shame, lowering her head in a childish manner. "Darling, call me a son, and I shall cease my teasing him." The memories of her own unfamiliar voice in a state of passion from the previous night flooded her mind, and she instinctively touched her throat, realizing the discomfort upon waking was indeed due to last night. Suddenly, feeling as if her tail had been stepped on, she elbowed him in indignation, but the man behind her remained still, only tightening his embrace further. "Your Majesty, I am tired and my body aches. I wish to rest for a while." She feigned seriousness to shift the topic. Pei Yixuan kissed her flushed cheek and ceased his teasing. There was ample time ahead, and he felt satisfied with her significant change. "My dear, I apologize for hurting you last night. Shall I apply the ointment for you?" Deng Li Shu looked at him in confusion, tilting her head. "What ointment?" "Your Majesty, your face requires the medicine," he replied. Pei Yixuan loosened his grip. Shall Li Shu lie down to rest by herself? With no suspicion, she gently shifted her position, only to feel pain beneath her, rendering her quite uncomfortable. She shot him a glare and resumed her usual cool demeanor. "Your Majesty, just put down the medicine. I can manage it myself." Pei Yixuan was not pleased with the response. "Li Shu, I cannot rest easy knowing your condition. I caused your injury, and I must personally assist you with the ointment." Although slightly vexed, she knew his shamelessness was not a recent development. "By the way, Li Shu, if you truly feel guilty, I can apply the ointment for you. And you can do the same for me." After a moment of internal struggle, primarily due to her own aches from last night's torment and her illness leaving her weak, she ultimately nodded in agreement. Pei Yixuan carefully applied the ointment to Deng Li Shu, and soon they were both sweating profusely. Lying under the covers, she felt utterly drained and regretful. Applying medicine is one thing, but this man dares to kiss. Pei Yixuan returned after washing his hands to find his young wife wearing an expression of vexation, her eyes brimming with accusations directed at him. "Shu, or did I hurt you just now?" His words, though meant to soothe, only served to push Deng Li Shu closer to the brink of despair. Especially upon witnessing his lips parting and closing, she felt an overwhelming desire to vanish into the ground. "Your Majesty, please refrain from speaking." This was undoubtedly the most hurtful statement Deng Li Shu had ever uttered in her life. Chapter 38. The Attack on Yun Village. Wanwan climbs the wall. Pei Yixuan dared not continue to tease her. What if he truly provoked her ire? He hastily applied some anti-swelling ointment to himself, removed his outer garments, and carefully laid down beside his bashful beloved, tenderly nuzzling her fluffy head with his chin. Deng Li Shu felt a mix of anger and helplessness. "Your Majesty, I am truly exhausted." With that, she shut her eyes, choosing to ignore him. "Do not trouble yourself, my dear. I have already taken care of the medicine. Rest well." Deng Li Shu indeed felt fatigued, her breathing gradually steadying. In that half-dreaming state, she could only hear the man beside her whispering sweet nothings, his words dripping with affection. Pei Yixuan, on the other hand, was brimming with vitality, his face radiating joy, a smile of bliss illuminating his features. Fearing that his beloved might become overheated again, he occasionally raised his hand to check her forehead's temperature. He was particularly attentive to her every movement, whether she turned or shifted slightly. Caring for her and cherishing her brought him immense joy. Simply being by her side in silence filled his heart with profound contentment. "Shu, my treasure, I shall love you forever." Do not leave me. Meanwhile, Lin Wanwan had been taken back and confined to her own Yunlin pavilion. No matter how much she protested, Lin Yong refused to let her out. In the absence of the emperor's awareness, he could indulge her whims. But now that his majesty had personally arrived at Yun village, he would no longer allow his sister to act recklessly. Yun Yi and Yun Si stood guard outside, daring not to open the door for Lin Wanwan without the young master's orders. They were also aware of the esteemed guest's identity, which deterred them from taking any rash actions. Lin Wanwan, furious, smashed everything in sight, yet her tantrums proved futile. After a night of uproar, she felt utterly drained, collapsing on the bed in an exhausted sprawl. With wide, apricot eyes fixed on the pink canopy above, she murmured, "Li Shu, I shall come to rescue you soon." In the dead of night, she attempted to climb down from the attic window, only to be intercepted midway by Lin Yong and his men, who promptly confined her once more. Worn out, she eventually succumbed to sleep. In the morning, a servant arrived with breakfast. Initially reluctant to eat, she realized that escaping would require strength, so she obediently consumed her meal. She endeavored to persuade the two maidservants to let her go, but they dared not take such liberties, given that the young master held sway over their lives. Yun Si, we grew up together. Can you bear to see me imprisoned here? The two young maidservants were indeed swayed, having shared countless days with their young mistress. Yet they were constrained by the young master's authority. Miss, that esteemed guest is of noble status. You must heed the young master's wishes. If we offend such a distinguished guest, we shall face dire consequences. Lin Wanwan, furious, paced around the disheveled room with her hands on her hips, her hair in a chaotic mess from her anxious grip. "Ah!" Lin Wanwan exclaimed in a fit of rage, ready to explode. She then had the sudden urge to open the window, and upon yanking it open, she found 4 guards below, all looking up at her in unison. "Miss," they greeted. With her frizzy hair on display, Lin Wanwan returned an awkward and gritted smile before slamming the window shut with a resounding bang. After a while, in her state of agitation, Lin Yong entered the room. Ignoring him, Lin Wanwan attempted to dash outside, but as soon as her foot crossed the threshold, Lin Yong seized her arm. "Where do you think you're going?" "Brother, I am deeply worried about Li Shu," she protested, struggling against his grip. Lin Yong replied gravely, "She does not require your concern at the moment. Have you forgotten what I told you last night? Do you wish for the entire Lin family to share the same fate? But you said the emperor would not hold it against us," Lin Wanwan insisted, recalling his words. Caught off guard, Lin Yong sighed in exasperation. "What I meant was that he would not mind your assisting Miss Dang in her escape. However, if you provoke the emperor further, we may all find ourselves in peril." Pouting, Lin Wanwan turned her head away in defiance. Lin Yong let out a soft sigh, calling for someone to tidy the room, and then gently urged Lin Wanwan to sit down. "All right, I should not have scolded you. Allow me to apologize, my dear Mississippi." Lin Wanwan shot him a sidelong glance, crossed her arms, and turned her head away with a huff. With a light chuckle, Lin Yong stroked her hair. "Are you hungry?" "Wanwan, I barely touched my breakfast. Do you think I'm a pig?" Annoyed, Lin Wanwan swatted his hand away. All right, you're the pig. Wanwan is the cutest. Wanwan, rest assured, Miss Dang is fine. You shall see her this afternoon." Upon hearing that she could meet Dang Li Shu, Lin Wanwan's spirits lifted considerably. "Really, brother, you must not deceive me." Lin Yong caught the doubtful look in his sister's eyes and blinked nervously. He himself was not entirely certain. In the afternoon, Dang Li Shu awoke, having regained some vitality during lunch with Pei Yishuan. Feeling stifled in the room, she expressed a desire to take a stroll, and Pei Yishuan, ever accommodating, obliged. The two walked ahead, followed closely by Lu Yi and Pei Zhao. Dang Li Shu wondered if she might catch a glimpse of Lin Wanwan near Yunlin Pavilion, while Pei Yishuan diligently held an umbrella over her, concerned that she might be exposed to the sun. He frequently inquired if she was comfortable, hot, or thirsty. Dang Li Shu felt a heavy burden. The emperor was exceptionally clingy. Upon reaching Yunlin Pavilion, they spotted Lin Yong hurrying down, urgency in his demeanor. He quickly approached them. "Your Majesty." Pei Yishuan raised a hand slightly. "No need for formalities. It appears you have pressing matters, young Master Lin." "Your Majesty, there has been an intruder at Yun Manor. and the situation is urgent. I must attend to it immediately. Pei Zhao, accompany young Master Lin to assist, Pei Yixuan instructed. Yes, my lord. Watching them depart, the three then made their way into the Yunlin pavilion. Upon the arrival of the visitor, Yun Yi and Yun Si were struck with terror, falling to their knees, their tongues somewhat tied. We pay our respects to your majesty, they stammered, uncertain of how to address Miss Dang Li Shu, who had suddenly become the emperor's consort. Lu Yi, adopting a serious demeanor, interjected, Your Highness the Empress. We pay our respects to Your Highness the Empress. Dang Li Shu felt a bit uncomfortable with such a designation and hastily urged them to rise. Where's your miss? The eldest miss is in her chamber, Yun Yi replied, keeping her head bowed, somewhat timid. Open the door, Dang Li Shu commanded. The two young maids exchanged fearful glances before kneeling once more. Forgive us, Your Majesty. Forgive us, Your Highness. Our young master has ordered that the eldest miss cannot be released without his command. Impertinent. Does her master dare to act beyond the authority of his majesty and her highness? Hand over the key at once. Lu Yi's voice, imbued with regal authority, frightened the two maids into submission. Trembling, Yun Yi handed over the key from her waist to Lu Yi, who then stepped forward to unlock the door. Inside the room, Lin Wanwan's presence had already vanished, the space impeccably tidy, yet the window directly facing the door stood ajar. As they glanced outside, they beheld Lin Wanwan struggling to climb down, filling Dang Li Shu with a mix of amusement and concern. Wanwan, be careful, do not fall. Lin Wanwan, drenched in sweat, looked up to see her dear sister, her face lighting up with joy. Li Shu, she exclaimed, but in her moment of distraction, her foot slipped, and she fell to the ground with a heavy thud. A cry of despair pierced the air. Ah, Wanwan, Dang Li Shu called out in alarm, disregarding those around her as she hurriedly descended the staircase. Sister, you still have injuries. Take care. Pei Yisun was startled by her sudden movement, his temples throbbing, as he swiftly lifted her and carried her down the stairs. The two maids promptly followed. Upon reaching the landing, they found Lin Wanwan, trembling and clutching the wall, attempting to rise from the grass, grimacing in pain. Ah, it hurts. What bad luck. Yun Yi quickly instructed Yun Si to fetch a physician. Rushing to support Lin Wanwan, her eyes brimming with tears. Miss, are you all right? Dang Li Shu struggled to descend, and Pei Yisun gently placed her beside Lin Wanwan. Dang Li Shu examined her with deep concern, noticing the numerous tears in her clothing and the abrasions on her wrists and palms. Wanwan, you. Lin Wanwan waved her hand nonchalantly. Li Shu, do not worry. I have sustained worse injuries from horseback riding and archery. It is merely a scrape on my wrist. I shall be fine in a couple of days. Dang Li Shu remained unconvinced, gently blowing on her wrist. Do not deceive me. Let us return and have a physician examine you properly. All right, let us go. Yun Yi supported her as they made their way back, with Dang Li Shu offering her assistance as well. Pei Yisun, silent, quickly helped Dang Li Shu, while Lu Yi stood back, observing the peculiar sight of the four supporting one another. After a thorough examination by Dr. Zhang, it was confirmed that Lin Wanwan's left wrist was indeed severely scraped, but there were no significant injuries elsewhere. Dang Li Shu gazed at her hand, now bandaged like a dumpling, hesitant to touch it. Doctor, will there be any scars? Rest assured, my lady has endured numerous injuries since childhood. I possess a special ointment that will ensure she bears no scars. Indeed, you need not worry, Lin Swan, Lin Wanwan replied with a smile. Dang Li Shu nodded. That's good. I must not engage in such perilous activities in the future. Yes, Li Shu, you can trust me, Lin Wanwan assured, raising 3 fingers in promise. Pei Yixuan, standing nearby, felt a pang of discomfort as he watched Lin Wanwan affectionately cling to Dang Li Shu, contrasting the lack of such tenderness directed toward himself. Once Dr. Zhang departed, Lin Wanwan finally noticed the esteemed emperor. She leaned closer to Li Shu and whispered, How could you have told me he was the emperor? Dang Li Shu cast an awkward glance at Pei Yixuan. Your Majesty, may I have a few words with Wanwan? Although reluctant, Pei Yixuan smiled and replied, I shall wait outside. Li Shu, what are your intentions moving forward? Are you truly planning to return to the capital and enter the palace? Lin Wanwan expressed her disapproval vehemently. He has numerous consorts. It is unseemly. Moreover, he has recently selected many young ladies. He is unworthy of you. The more she spoke, the more fervent her words became, lacking any restraint. Deng Lishu glanced at the closed door. Wanwan, you truly speak without fear. I am quite bewildered, and as for my relationship with him, Lin Wanwan's eyes widened. Last night? Deng Lishu nodded, lowering her gaze. If I were to flee again, he would undoubtedly find me. In this world, all lands belong to the sovereign. Where could I escape? Furthermore, I would endanger my parents, you, and those in the palace, including Shulan and the girl who facilitated my entrance. I cannot be selfish. Hearing Deng Lishu's words, Lin Wanwan fell silent, and after a moment, embraced her tightly, her eyes brimming with concern. Lishu, I will always stand by your side. I respect your choices. However, I wish for your happiness. If you find yourself unhappy, you must tell me. I will do everything in my power to help you escape. Thank you, Wanwan. You two must seek your own happiness. The two girls held each other tightly, their hearts closely intertwined, forging a friendship that would endure a lifetime. Pei Yixuan, a master of martial arts with exceptional hearing, naturally overheard their conversation, his expression darkening. Lu Yi cautiously crouched beside him. As Lin Wanwan and Deng Lishu exited hand in hand, Pei Yixuan could scarcely endure the separation from his beloved. The moment she appeared before him, he rushed forward, enveloping her in a tight embrace. Are you feeling unwell? Deng Lishu gently shook her head. No, Wanwan would never harm me. Lin Wanwan, undeterred by the fact that he was the emperor, launched into a lecture. Though you are the emperor, I am Lishu's dearest friend. If you ever cause her sorrow, I shall not let it go unpunished. Pei Yixuan narrowed his eyes, observing Lin Wanwan before uttering 3 words. You need not worry. Lu Yi wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Only someone from the queen's entourage would dare speak to the emperor in such a manner. By the way, Lishu, tomorrow is the annual Lantern Festival in Yinzhou. I shall take you to join the festivities. That sounds wonderful. Deng Lishu replied eagerly, but Pei Yixuan, unable to bear their interaction, scooped her up and carried her down the stairs. Since Miss Lin is fine, let her rest well. We shall take our leave. Lin Wanwan stamped her foot in displeasure. What a domineering and unreasonable man. Deng Lishu turned to her, offering a reassuring smile. Meanwhile, Lin Yang discovered 5 corpses at a strategic location, all clad in black knight attire and armed with swords, yet nothing was found that could ascertain their identities. However, Pei Zhao found a black eagle insignia on their chests. Lin Yang leaned closer, scrutinizing the emblem. My lord, what is this? It has nothing to do with your Lin family. Be cautious not to let this leak. Reinforce the protection for His Majesty and His Highness, Pei Zhao said solemnly. Lost in thought over the black eagle symbol. I will increase the number of guards. Rest assured, Lord Pei, Lin Yang replied earnestly. That night, after Deng Lishu had peacefully fallen asleep, Pei Zhao conferred with Pei Yixuan regarding the matter. Your Majesty, the black eagle insignia seems unique to the Southern Dynasty. Indeed, this emblem originates from the Southern royal family. Zhao Tingyun. Pei Yixuan pronounced the unfamiliar yet familiar name slowly, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Your Majesty, it would be prudent for you and His Highness to refrain from venturing out in the coming days. I will bolster our guards. Tomorrow marks the Lantern Festival in Yinzhou, and they're likely to make a move. Ensure everything is prepared in the city. Pei Yixuan recalled Lin Wanwan's arrangement with Shu'er for the festival and felt it imperative not to disappoint her. Pei Zhao, perplexed, exclaimed, Your Majesty, it is far too dangerous outside. There is no place in the world that is utterly safe. I have invested considerable resources and effort to train so many. Not for them to be idle. Fear not, Your Majesty and His Highness. I will organize everything. Pei Yixuan's gaze was deep and inscrutable. What of the Su family today? Since the resolution of the recent ballot incident, the Su family had not made any significant movements, but with the secret departure of the emperor from the palace, word may have leaked, and the individual within the palace could become a potential liability. Send word back, Pei Yixuan instructed, watching Pei Zhao fade into the night. He lifted his gaze to survey the surroundings, and the dark guards, catching the sharp glint of their master's eyes, grew alert. He then retreated into the chamber, gazing tenderly at the sleeping Shuer, his demeanor softening as he carefully embraced his beloved wife, drifting into a sweet slumber. Chapter 40. A Gift of Shu Brocade. The Lantern Festival in Yinzhou in the capital, within the Jianzhong Palace. Qingyu had been enjoying a rather comfortable life these past few days, seldom seeing the emperor, occasionally dining with the Empress Dowager. The rest of her time was spent leisurely strolling and exploring the palace, free from concerns of food and drink. Adorned in luxurious silks and residing in the finest palace in the realm, attended by numerous servants. Such a life was undeniably pleasurable, nearly entrapping her at night. She would gaze dreamily at the opulent canopy, as if the burdensome memories were receding from her, convinced that this was the life she was meant to lead. When alone, she would remove the human skin mask from her face. Though it lacked the breathtaking beauty of Deng Lishu, it was still exceedingly lovely, and upon closer inspection, there were hints of resemblance between her features and those of Deng Lishu. In the daylight, she returned once more with the human skin mask, embodying the esteemed Empress Deng Lishu of the Northern Dynasty. Shulan and others busily attended to her grooming behind her. She raised her hand to gently caress the exquisite visage that could topple nations, yet gazing into the mirror, she found herself so unfamiliar that a wave of profound panic surged within her heart. Despite having entered the palace only a few days prior, she had developed an insatiable desire to permanently occupy this position. One could hardly blame her, for she had scarcely known a life of comfort before. If only Deng Lishu would never return, or perhaps perish outside. Such thoughts crossed her mind. Qingyu's expression grew increasingly cold as Shulan, concerned for her well-being, inquired, "Your Highness, what troubles you? You appear somewhat pale." Qingyu donned a jade bracelet from her cosmetic case and gently shook her head. "I am well, Shulan. Please arrange for a kite. For after our morning meal, we shall venture to the Imperial Garden to fly it." "As you wish, Your Highness." In the summer, the winds in the Imperial Garden were mild, causing the kites to frequently descend. Qingyu reclined in a pavilion, awaiting the palace attendants to retrieve the fallen kites, sipping her warm water in small sips. Suddenly, she noticed Consort Changsun gracefully approaching. "I humbly salute Your Highness, the Empress." Consort Changsun performed a respectful bow. Qingyu, with a faint demeanor, gestured for her to rise, harboring no particular wariness towards the individual before her, nor any semblance of affection. "I have not had the pleasure of seeing you these past days. I intended to visit the Jianzhong Palace today, yet fate has led me to encounter you here. Please, take a seat and speak." "Thank you, Your Highness." Consort Changsun settled beside her, signaling for her maid, Jin, to step forward. The maid carried a tray adorned with 2 exquisite bolts of Shu brocade. Qingyu, having never before encountered such fine fabric, felt a flicker of interest, though she kept her intrigue concealed. "Your Highness, prior to your entrance into the palace, the Yeting Ling dispatched these 2 precious bolts of Shu brocade to the Jiaohuang Hall. However, due to His Majesty's favor, you have been residing in Jianzhong Palace. Therefore, I have personally brought them to you, ensuring that the Yeting Ling's intentions are not in vain." Consort Changsun exhibited commendable poise, her countenance graced with a gentle smile. Qingyu reached out to feel the fabric. "Indeed, it is remarkable and rare that the consort has kept me in her thoughts." Your Highness jested. "This fabric was not meant for me to deliver. Rather, it was my maid who, in her ignorance, soiled the brocade originally intended for you. Thus, these 2 bolts are a token of my goodwill, an attempt to rectify my previous oversight. I beg for your forgiveness." With that, she rose and knelt at Qingyu's feet alongside her maid. "I have not admonished you, consort. Rise quickly and take a seat." Qingyu signaled to Yixiang to accept the Shu brocade, granting Consort Changsun a measure of grace. "Thank you for your understanding, Your Highness." Consort Changsun displayed an expression of heartfelt gratitude. "When you, please serve tea to Consort Changsun." "Yes, Your Highness." Upon returning, Qingyu ordered an inspection of a Shu brocade and found nothing amiss. The following day, she had handkerchiefs fashioned from it and instructed the Department of Attire to create garments. On the second day, Qingyu strolled as usual and upon her return, Liang Yi awaited her at the entrance of her chamber, seemingly with urgent news. As Qingyu approached, Liang Yi respectfully greeted her. "I pay my respects to your highness. The emperor has decreed, appreciating your longing for your family, to permit you to leave the palace tomorrow for a brief stay at the Deng residence." Qingyu slightly bowed her head, expressing her gratitude to his majesty. She was well aware that the emperor, who held little regard for her, had intentionally summoned her to leave the palace. She wondered where this elusive monarch had disappeared to in recent days, perhaps preoccupied with state affairs? "Minister Liang, where is his majesty at present? I have matters to discuss with him," she ventured cautiously. Minister Liang maintained his composed demeanor, exuding the same respectful yet decorous attitude. "Your Highness, His Majesty is currently engaged in urgent state matters and may not be available to meet you." Qingyu chose not to press further. "In that case, I shall return to the Deng residence for a brief stay tomorrow. Minister Liang, please do encourage His Majesty to take care of his health." "Rest assured, Your Highness," he replied. As twilight descended upon Yingzhou City, the streets shimmered with a dazzling array of lights, for it was the annual Lantern Festival. The atmosphere was alive with merriment, drawing countless unfamiliar faces from distant lands to partake in the night's revelry. Lin Wanwan hastily finished her dinner and eagerly pulled Deng Lishu down the mountain into the city, followed closely by Pei Yixuan, while Lin Yang accompanied them. Lu Yi and Pei Zhao trailed behind with 2 shadow guards, and the remaining guards were from the Lin family. In the shadows, dozens of concealed guards ensured the safety of the emperor and empress. Lin Wanwan joyfully linked arms with Deng Lishu, animatedly recounting the origins of the festival and sharing tales of delightful treats and amusements. Deng Lishu listened patiently, her face radiating genuine joy. Pei Yixuan, walking beside them, occasionally pinched Deng Lishu's soft hand, expressing his discontent as all her attention seemed focused on Lin Wanwan. With a smile in her eyes, Deng Lishu glanced at him, offering a reassuring grip of his larger hand. This gesture eased Pei Yixuan's heart somewhat, yet a cloud of discontent lingered. Lin Yang occasionally interjected to divert the emperor's attention, discussing matters of cooperation between the Lin family and the royal court, which provided the 2 men with some conversational topics. As Deng Lishu admired the myriad of lanterns, she chimed in with Lin Wanwan's chatter, her eyes lighting up at the sight of a uniquely designed star lantern. Pei Yixuan, noticing her captivated gaze upon the lantern radiating a soft, warm yellow glow, promptly led her towards it. The Lin siblings were left momentarily aside, and Lin Yang, seeing his sister's eagerness to join them, quickly grasped her arm to bring her back. "Wanwan, why do you wish to crowd in?" he asked. "Why shouldn't I go? I want a lantern too," Lin Wanwan protested, swatting at his hand on her arm. "Those 2 are a couple. It would be inappropriate for you to intrude," Lin Yang responded, pulling her aside to halt before another vendor, pointing at a stand adorned with lanterns. "Take your time to choose. Your brother will buy 1 for you." Relenting, Lin Wanwan conceded, realizing she might have been a bit too boisterous. In another part of the festival, Pei Yixuan accepted the beautiful star lantern from a vendor and gifted it to his beloved. "Sure, this exquisite lantern is a perfect match for you." Deng Lishu smiled gently, her clear eyes illuminated by the soft yellow light, sparkling like a sky full of stars. The gentle glow caressed her features, softening her cool demeanor and adding a touch of warmth to her presence. The evening breeze gently tousled her playful locks, and her moon-white gauze dress seemed to be adorned with the brilliance of countless stars. In that moment, she possessed an ethereal beauty reminiscent of the immortal Chang'e, seemingly detached from the mortal realm, poised to take flight at any moment. Pei Yixuan gazed at her flower-like smile, his heart swelling with a profound tenderness. A sweet sensation fermented within him, yet a sense of disquiet lingered, as her beauty felt almost unreal, leaving him to wonder if she might slip away from him. He tightly embraced her, finding a modicum of solace in her presence. Deng Lishu's delicate cheek pressed against his firm chest. Her almond-shaped eyes filled with confusion. "What is troubling you?" His apparent unease perplexed her. Listening to her soft, questioning voice, Pei Yixuan recognized that he was being overly sentimental. Yet, He understood that these emotions stemmed from his affection for her. Only she could stir his heartstrings, making him yearn for her. He felt a sense of fulfillment in this emotional turmoil. Tenderly, he caressed her flowing black hair, bestowing a gentle kiss upon her crown. "It's nothing. I merely feel incredibly fortunate to have you by my side." Upon hearing this, Deng Lishu shyly pushed him away a little. "Let us not obstruct the vendors from conducting their business." The vendor, accustomed to such displays of affection from young lovers, chuckled as he remarked, "You two are indeed a striking pair, a match made in heaven. I craft the finest lanterns in all of Yenzhou, and you both shine as brightly as the sun." As the vendor extolled their virtues, one blushed with delight, while the other lowered her head, her cheeks aflame. In a fit of joy, Pei Yixuan waved his hand grandly, instructing Lu Yi to give the vendor 10 taels of gold. The vendor beamed with gratitude, feeling he had encountered a benefactor that day. He continued to shower them with compliments and handed a star lantern to Pei Yixuan, signifying their union. The vendor's blessings flowed forth as if they cost nothing, and Pei Yixuan's spirits soared. However, Deng Lishu, unable to bear the attention, withdrew her hand from his grasp, taking the star lantern and turning to walk ahead, her steps betraying a hint of disorder and urgency. Pei Yixuan hastily followed, the lantern swaying beautifully in his hand. The streets were thronged with people, and he barely managed to keep pace with her, while Lu Yi and Pei Zhao lagged behind. Deng Lishu was jostled by passers-by several times, but managed to maintain her balance, desperately wishing to avoid any interaction with him. Pei Yixuan, noticing her unsteady form, was filled with concern, fearing she might be knocked over. Yet the throng of people separated them by several bodies, making it impossible for him to reach her. "Lishu, wait for me. Don't fall," he called out, his heart racing in panic, a bead of sweat trickling down his brow. Deng Lishu was again bumped into, teetering on the brink of falling. Instinctively, she reached out to grasp something for support, but before she could catch a nearby stranger, a large hand steadied her arm, holding the star lantern. Regaining her footing, she quickly withdrew her hand and looked up at the owner of the hand. "Thank you." Momentarily captivated by the man's appearance, she felt a spark of admiration in her eyes, but quickly averted her gaze, offering her thanks once more. "I appreciate your assistance." The man bore a stern countenance, starkly contrasting with Pei Yixuan's gentleness in the presence of Deng Lishu. His handsomeness diverged from Pei Yixuan's striking features. Rather than the sharp brows and starry eyes, he exuded an air of coldness and detachment, evoking a sense of unapproachability. She expressed her gratitude and turned to seek Pei Yixuan, just as the man approached her, enveloping her in his embrace, his face etched with concern. "Sure. Are you hurt?" Deng Lishu gently shook her head. "I am unscathed. Do not worry. I owe much to this gentleman." As the trio conversed, they were gradually pushed to the roadside by the throng of people. Two imposing men locked eyes, their gazes deep and inscrutable, leaving Deng Lishu puzzled by their mutual scrutiny. Pei Yixuan regarded the strikingly handsome man before him, who possessed an air of a delicate scholar, yet was remarkably robust. His facial features were sharply defined, with brows as elongated as distant mountains, and the subtly upturned corners of his eyes hinted at an elusive chill below a prominent nose. His lips were as thin as gossamer, tinged with a faint blush yet devoid of warmth. The man's gaze was cold and profound, akin to a winter's icy pool, dissuading any from gazing too closely. This visage reminded Pei Yixuan of someone, the Northern Dynasty Emperor Zhao Tingyan. Their encounter had been brief, occurring when he was merely 8 years old. The passage of time surely had altered his appearance. Pei Yixuan faced him for a moment, and soon thereafter, Pei Zhao and others caught up. "Master, madam, thank you, kind sir, for your assistance. It is a pleasure to meet you," Pei Yixuan remarked coolly, guiding Deng Lishu away. The man observed the retreating figures of the couple merging into the sea of people, a smirk of derision curling at the corners of his mouth. Interesting. Meanwhile, the Lin siblings turned to find the Emperor and Empress had vanished, leaving only their guards in tow. "Where have they gone?" Lin Wanyuan inquired. "Young master, they have moved ahead," replied the guard. Lin Wanyuan, dissatisfied, shook the flower lantern in her hand. "Let us enjoy ourselves regardless." Deng Lishu paid little heed to the earlier incident, but sensed Pei Yixuan's unease. What is it? I shall not be a burden. She assumed he was troubled by the recent occurrence. Pei Yixuan quickly leaned down to kiss her forehead reassuringly. Sure, you have never been a burden to me, nor will you ever be. I merely felt a pang of guilt for not protecting you adequately. It was I who wandered off, she murmured softly. Pei Yixuan affectionately ruffled her hair and cheerfully suggested, Sure, let's go and solve some lantern riddles. Deng Lishu nodded. Wang Yuan just mentioned there are prizes for the riddles. By the way, where are Wang Yuan and Brother Lin? She glanced behind her, but saw no familiar figures. They have gone to the riverside to release lanterns. The man fabricated an excuse, wishing to preserve their solitude. Very well, then let us proceed to the riddles. Pei Yixuan and Deng Lishu garnered much applause and cheers during the lantern riddle segment, with Lu Yi and Pei Zhao struggling to manage the abundance of prizes in their arms. The two reveled in an uncommon, carefree joy, nearly solving all the riddles, leaving only one remaining. As the proprietor removed the lantern to reveal the riddle, a man wielding a long sword suddenly surged from the crowd, thrusting directly at Pei Yixuan. Panic erupted among the crowd, sending people fleeing in terror, many toppling over in the chaos. The master huddled in the corner, clutching a lantern that obscured his form, trembling uncontrollably. In her fear, Deng Lishu buried herself in Pei Yixuan's embrace, her arms tightly wrapped around his waist. The man, exuding calmness, held her protectively, softly reassuring her. Do not fear, I am here. Just as an assassin was about to strike at the two, Pei Zhao, with lightning speed, kicked the assailant away, causing the sword in his hand to clatter to the ground. Simultaneously, a multitude of black-clad assassins surged forth from all directions. Chapter 42. A Peerless Encounter. Willing to be an outsider? Dozens of figures in black emerged, and Pei Yixuan's eyes glimmered with cold resolve as he vigilantly surveyed the surroundings, his arms encircling Deng Lishu protectively while he continually reassured her. Sure, do not look up. Deng Lishu nodded, though unable to see the ominous scene around her. She sensed the tension palpably, her heart racing with anxiety. Pei Zhao swiftly positioned himself and his companions to shield the Emperor and Empress, his gaze fierce as he confronted the advancing black-clad figures, bellowing, Who goes there? The leader of the black-clad men raised an eyebrow disdainfully, the glint of his polished sword flashing ominously, causing discomfort to the eyes of those who gazed upon it. He sneered, There is no need to know who we are. We are here to take your lives. With that declaration, both sides engaged in fierce combat. Pei Zhao and several subordinates faced the horde of black-clad men with relative ease. Yet Pei Yixuan found himself in a precarious position as he needed to tend to Deng Lishu. With one arm cradling Deng Lishu, Pei Yixuan fought off the assailants with his free hand, finding himself increasingly challenged as they swarmed him. Pei Zhao, he called out in frustration. Amidst the chaos, Pei Zhao issued a command, and 20 poised dark guards appeared in an instant, swiftly subduing the numerous black-clad assassins within mere moments. Pei Zhao stood resolutely before the Emperor and Empress, his thick, dark brows knitted together, his gaze sharp as he observed the unfolding battle. The dark guards meticulously ensured that the fallen were dealt with, eliminating the threat entirely and capturing several of the assailants, binding them securely before bringing them forth. Everyone retreat, Pei Yixuan commanded, and in an instant, the 20 dark guards vanished from sight. Deng Lishu marveled at their ability to appear and disappear with such swiftness, their faces devoid of any extraneous expression, cold and unyielding throughout. Contemplating this, she glanced up at the man who held her, noticing that his demeanor while speaking to Pei Zhao was as icy as the others, a stark contrast to the gentleness he usually displayed towards her. Indeed, the sovereign's countenance could shift dramatically, revealing the extraordinary nature of his retinue. Pei Yixuan instructed Pei Zhao to escort the captives away and, lowering his gaze, met Deng Lishu's curious eyes. His heart softened profoundly. In her presence, he could hardly muster any irritation. Unconsciously, he leaned down and pressed a gentle kiss to her sparkling eyes. Deng Lishu blinked in surprise, pushing him away lightly with her small hand. What are you doing? Pei Yixuan delighted by her playful indignation, chuckled. Deng Lishu, unaware of how her bashfulness often surfaced in his presence, pondered the nature of her feelings. While she did not seem to dislike him, love was a sentiment she could not yet claim. Why was that? She harbored thoughts within her heart, and when she was ready to share them, he would be there to listen. As Shuer gazed intently at me, I mistakenly assumed she desired a kiss. Pei Yixuan leaned closer to her ear and whispered softly. Deng Lishu shot him a glare, then turned away to adjust her clothing, restoring her frigid demeanor. Yet, the starry lantern in her hand betrayed her, contrasting sharply with her frosty aura. Pei Yixuan hastily approached her, attempting to appease her. Lishu, do not be angry. It is I who wishes to kiss you. Deng Lishu turned her head away. Pei Zhao and others lowered their heads, straining to overhear the flirtation between the two. Too intimidated to move. The Lin siblings arrived to witness this scene. Upon seeing Lin Wanwan, Deng Lishu's spirits lifted considerably, a smile gracing her lips as she pushed away Pei Yixuan and walked towards Lin Wanwan. Wanwan, are you all right? Lin Wanwan and Lin Yang approached, astonished by the sight of the corpse and the bound black-clad figures. As Lin Wanwan saw Deng Lishu dismiss the emperor and walk towards her, she felt the weight of the emperor's resentful gaze and awkwardly smiled, taking Deng Lishu's hand and gesturing towards the assassins with a look of confusion. We encountered assassins, but everything is fine now. And you, are you all right? Lin Wanwan shook her head. We're fine, my brother and I are safe. Lin Yang stepped forward, bowing respectfully to the visibly displeased emperor. Your Majesty, I apologize for the disturbance. Pei Yixuan, unwilling to engage, casually waved his hand, instructing his men to take the assassins to Chunhua Tower. He turned towards the two girls, hand in hand, and engaged in cheerful conversation, and impulsively picked up Deng Lishu. Departing, Lin Wanwan, who had just been holding her dear friend, found her hand empty in an instant. She gaped in astonishment. Such a domineering emperor. Turning around, she placed her hands on her hips, glaring at the tall figure of the emperor as he carried Deng Lishu away, making a face of discontent. Deng Lishu, witnessing Lin Wanwan's comical expression, could not contain her laughter. Pei Yixuan, feeling increasingly displeased with Lin Wanwan, lowered his head and placed a punishing kiss on Deng Lishu's red lips, seeking to reclaim her attention. Pei Zhao followed closely behind with Deng Wei and Deng Hu, while Lin Yang shook his head in resignation and gently tugged at Lin Wanwan's arm. Let's go, we should return. Lin Wanwan pouted, fine. But make sure to take good care of my lantern. Do not let it break. She glanced at the rabbit lantern in Lin Yang's hand. Of course, dear ancestor. The group departed the scene, the area around them still quiet from the recent commotion. The owner of the riddle lantern booth cautiously observed as the crowd dispersed, only then daring to remove the lantern from in front of him and tremblingly crawl out from his corner. Before he could fully straighten himself, he was seized by the nape of his neck and lifted off the ground. He quickly covered his head and closed his eyes, pleading in panic. Hero, spare me. I am merely a lantern seller. The one who had apprehended him remained silent, coldly observing his frantic struggles. A handsome and composed man nearby spoke in a melodious voice that sent chills down the spine. Do you know who the man and woman were that just guessed the riddles? The owner, trembling, dared to open his eyes, drenched in cold sweat, lamenting his misfortune as groups of these individuals continued to arrive. He forced a smile that was more grotesque than tears, his fists clenched in a desperate plea. My lord, I truly know nothing. Please spare me. Know nothing? He exclaimed. Indeed, I'm merely a lantern seller. I know nothing at all. As his words fell, the pitiful shopkeeper was flung aside, cries of pain escaping his lips, followed by the thud of a coin pouch landing upon his head, eliciting yet another scream. My lord, he genuinely appears to know nothing. Rest assured, Wu Lu has already gone to investigate. Results should arrive shortly. The handsome man nodded, gently fanning himself, before turning to depart. Let us go. My lord, I have a conjecture. Wu Yin interjected. Could it be that the man is none other than Emperor Pei Yixuan of the Northern Dynasty, hidden within Yin Manor? It is known to all that the Northern Emperor is to wed in mere days, yet he is found far from the capital in Yinzhou, which is indeed peculiar. My lord, according to reports from the Northern Palace, the Empress is indeed within the palace. Could it be that the Northern Emperor has taken a woman outside? Upon hearing this, Zhao Tingyun recalled the fleeting touch of that woman amidst the crowd earlier, stirring an unusual sensation within him. The fan in his hand gradually stilled. If that man truly was Pei Yixuan, then the woman must be his paramour. A woman of such extraordinary grace. How could she willingly accept a life as another's concubine? If she were to be his, he could never bear to see her in such a humble position. Chapter 43. Entering the Brothel. The Southern Dynasty seeks aid upon returning to the manor. Deng Lishu was utterly exhausted. After bathing, she lay down and fell into a deep slumber. However, Pei Yixuan found sleep elusive, sitting at the edge of the bed, keeping watch over her. In the latter half of the night, news finally arrived from Chunhua Tower regarding the encountered assailants, along with an important letter. The covert agents had investigated the identity of the assailants. The ones who attempted to breach Yun Manor that day were not of the same group as today's assailants, who were sent by the Su family, targeting both himself and Li Shu. How curious. Did the Su family know of Li Shu's escape? He had no time to ponder further and hastily opened the other letter, the bold, powerful signature leaping out at him. Zhao Tingyun. Pei Yixuan's pupils constricted. Indeed, that man was he. What were his true intentions? Pei Yixuan swiftly read through the contents of the letter, his expression growing grave and distant. As far as he knew, the Southern Dynasty was typically self-sufficient, their resources relatively abundant. Why then were they seeking cooperation with his Northern Dynasty? After a moment of contemplation, he moved to the side, igniting the letter with a candle flame until it turned to ash, then returned to the bedside to gently kiss the slumbering Deng Lishu, tucking the covers around her with care. He then turned to exit, where Pei Zhao awaited him. Lu Yi, remain here and take good care of the Empress. Yes, Your Majesty, rest assured. Pei Zhao, let us go. Pei Yixuan led Pei Zhao away, descending the mountain directly toward Chunhua Tower. Upon arriving before the brightly lit establishment, both men frowned at the unsavory choice of venue. As soon as they stepped onto the threshold, a throng of courtesans rushed towards them, causing Pei Yixuan to recoil in surprise, retreating several paces to maintain distance from the women. He would never allow any woman, save for Li Shu, to approach him. Pei Zhao hurriedly placed himself before her, noticing that His Majesty's expression was far from pleasant, and he too was not in a better state. Gentlemen, why must you be so bashful? Gumin, come in, allow the ladies to serve you properly. Indeed, Pei Yixuan retreated a few steps, raising a hand to lightly cover his mouth and nose, his complexion darkening as he angrily exclaimed, Pei Zhao, you must handle this. Please wait, my lord. Pei Zhao, nearly overwhelmed by the women, could no longer contain himself and shouted, startling the pair of ladies. Step aside, summon the steward here. Given Pei Zhao's imposing stature, coupled with his beard, his anger sent a wave of fright through the delicate women, causing them to retract their outstretched hands, clutching their handkerchiefs in a state of distress. Several women scurried inside to fetch Mama Hua, while others bit their lips, eyes brimming with tears, casting pitiful and resentful glances at the distant Pei Yixuan. After all, this man exuded an air of nobility. His strikingly handsome appearance suggested a person of significant standing. To gain his favor could mean an escape from their plight. Pei Yixuan was already exceedingly vexed by being in such a place and contemplated leaving at once, yet he could not. Upon Mama Hua's arrival, she immediately recognized Pei Zhao's familiar face, her gaze flickering as she promptly beckoned the young ladies to enter. The playful demeanor she had assumed was quickly replaced by one of solemnity and respect. Lord Pei has arrived. Why not proceed to the back? She inquired, perplexed, as Pei Zhao never ventured to the front. My lord has come here to meet someone, Pei Zhao replied, turning his gaze toward Pei Yixuan, who composed himself and stepped forward. Mama Hua, observing the imposing figure before her, quickly realized that the one Pei Zhao referred to as my lord was none other than the current emperor she served. In a state of trepidation, she approached to pay her respects, only to be halted by Pei Zhao. There are too many eyes here. Let's go inside first. Yes, please follow me, she said respectfully, ushering the two men inside. The flower house was naturally a venue for revelry, filled with the sounds of men and women, some interactions rather unseemly. Even Pei Zhao, with his formidable composure, felt his cheeks flush as he kept his head lowered, trailing closely behind Pei Yixuan. Pei Yixuan felt utterly uncomfortable. He vowed to give that scoundrel, Zhao Tingyun, a proper thrashing when the opportunity arose. He too lowered his noble head, both master and servant resembling two quails at that moment. "Where is Zhao Tingyun?" Pei Yixuan whispered. "This way," Mama Hua replied, leading the way. Her demeanor, now humble and submissive, a stark contrast to her usual authoritative self, which astonished the women in the flower house. Their gazes instinctively followed Pei Yixuan, the strikingly handsome man, while his rugged companion was not without merit. Receiving such treatment from Mama Hua suggested they were not individuals to be trifled with. Some women dejectedly withdrew their gazes, returning to flirt and drink with the men beside them. Others were starry-eyed, their faces flushed with shyness, while some maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly devoid of expectations. Mama Hua led the two men to the fourth floor, which was entirely different from the main building below, designated specifically for receiving esteemed guests, with the serving ladies limited to the celebrated Lu Ruyu, who offered her talents without compromising her virtue. Upon ascending to the fourth floor, the cacophony and bustle from below were entirely severed, replaced by the enchanting strains of Guqin, which brought a subtle relief to both master and servant. "Please, my lord." Hua Mama gently pushed open the door to the chamber, revealing the graceful silhouette of a woman, the source of the melodious music. As the door gradually opened, the harmonious sound abruptly ceased. Lu Riyue respectfully rose, her hands demurely clasped at her sides, and bowed deeply. Pei Yixuan strode into the room, navigating around the gauzy curtain that shielded the woman, and beheld Zhao Tingyun. "Zhao Tingyun," he uttered with a measured tone. "I trust you have been well," Zhao Tingyun replied, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Everyone, please leave," Pei Yixuan commanded. "Yes, my lord." As Hua Mama prepared to escort Lu Riyue away, Zhao Tingyun unexpectedly interjected. "Listening to this exquisite melody while discussing matters is indeed a delightful affair." Pei Yixuan, with an air of impatience, lifted his robe and seated himself opposite Zhao Tingyun, leaving the two women momentarily at a loss. Pei Yizhao urged Lu Riyue to continue playing, instructing Hua Mama to serve tea, while he remained vigilant at the side. The music resumed, echoing the previous piece, yet now imbued with a more urgent rhythm. The two distinguished men exchanged glances, the silence stretching between them. It was Zhao Tingyun who first shattered the stillness. With a sudden chuckle, he fanned himself lightly with a folding fan, lifting the now cool tea from the table and sipping it with aplomb. "Pray, enlighten me regarding the purpose of your visit. As the Emperor of the Southern Dynasty, your audacity to appear so openly within the Northern Territory is rather bold." Pei Yixuan responded with a cold smirk. "The letter has made my intentions quite clear. I seek troops. You, so headstrong, would lower your noble head to beseech me?" Pei Yixuan was acutely aware of the Southern Dynasty's precarious situation. Zhao Tingyun and his imperial brother were in a fierce stalemate. Zhao Tingyun, born of the late emperor's esteemed consort, faced opposition from his brother, Zhao Tinghan, who resented the loss of his rightful throne. As the legitimate son of the Empress, Zhao Tinghan wielded considerable influence, adeptly consolidating power within the court, leaving Zhao Tingyun to tread carefully as emperor. Now, seeking military aid from him suggested an impending conflict was inevitable. Let us speak plainly. 20 years ago, the war between the North and South resulted in our defeat, leading to our decline. The two dynasties signed a treaty of non-aggression for a century, and we have since been paying tribute, with my brother's own sister sent to the North as a hostage. It was from that moment that the Southern Dynasty was mired in relentless internal strife. Now, with civil war looming on the horizon, I humbly request the Northern Emperor's assistance." He rose, hands clasped before him, bowing deeply in earnest sincerity. Pei Yixuan furrowed his brow, for he was well aware of these circumstances. "The assassin sent to kill me bore the emblem of the Black Eagle, originating from your royal family. These actions were orchestrated by Zhao Tinghan." Pei Yixuan pondered silently, momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 44. Teaching her archery, leading her to dissent. Pei Yixuan remained silent, and the atmosphere within the room thickened with tension once more. Lu Riyue, having overheard such state secrets, was drenched in sweat, her fingers trembling slightly as they brushed against the guqin strings. A low, hoarse sound shattered the air, a string snapped, and the music ceased. Lu Riyue hastily knelt to the side, too afraid to utter a single word. Zhao Tingyun maintained his previous posture, while Pei Zhao and Mama Hua anxiously awaited, their gazes averted from the emperor. Pei Yixuan studied Zhao Tingyun for a long moment, recalling him as a person of great pride, one who never bowed to others. How genuine were his intentions today, and how much were mere pretense? Please take a seat. I require some time to deliberate, Zhao Tingyun said, straightening his back, still exuding an air of lofty aloofness, though his expression was slightly somber. It was only reasonable for the Northern Emperor to ponder this matter, as requesting military aid was no trivial affair. Zhao Tingyun's words were indeed quite perceptive. Pei Yixuan rose and glanced out the window. Dawn was approaching, and Shu'er would be saddened not to see him upon waking. He resolved to return home. With that thought, he walked toward the door, and Zhao Tingyun did not impede him. Safe travels, Northern Emperor. We shall meet in 3 days in the capital. Pei Yixuan paused momentarily, inadvertently stepping on the hem of Lu Riyue's skirt. Lu Riyue stumbled, her balance faltering, and instinctively reached out to grasp his right leg. The onlookers were astonished. What was this? Pei Yixuan recoiled as if touched by something vile, shaking her off with an irritated glare directed at Mama Hua. Pei Zhao understood the source of his anger and promptly instructed Mama Hua to take Lu Riyue away. Lu, having been kicked and startled, trembled on the ground, clutching her chest in distress. Pei Yixuan had not exerted much force. Her injuries were not severe, and Mama Hua quickly helped her to her feet and led her away. Northern Emperor, until we meet again in the capital, Zhao Tingyun bowed, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. Let's choose a suitable venue for our next encounter. Pei Yixuan departed in a huff, leaving behind a remark about his aversion to women, particularly those from the world of revelry, whose touch made him feel utterly repulsed. Pei Zhao escorted him out of Chunhua Tower, and he carefully sniffed himself. The mingled scents of wine and perfume clung to him. His expression darkened as he spoke. Find a place for me to bathe and change. Yes, I shall arrange it immediately, his subordinate replied. Ultimately, Pei Yixuan found himself at an inn on the outskirts of the city, indulging in 3 fragrant baths and donning a fresh robe before returning to Yun Manor. He had taken considerable time, and upon his return, he discovered that Deng Lishu had already risen and gone to the arena, accompanied by Lin Wanwan, who had been improving her riding skills of late. In his search for them, Pei Yixuan found the room empty, and Lu Yi was also absent, causing him great anxiety. Where could Shu'er be? Just as his frustration began to boil over, Lin Yang appeared, informing him that the 2 girls were riding at the arena. He rushed over, spotting them from a distance, clad in riding attire, one on a black horse and the other on a white, laughing and chatting as they walked alongside each other. As they noticed his approach, they leisurely rode over. Pei Yixuan hurried to meet them, lifting one of them down and guiding her to a shaded area. You must be exhausted. Lin Wanwan, standing nearby, rolled her eyes, finding his concern overly cautious. I'm fine. Just a bit thirsty. Deng Lishu gently shook her head, signaling Pei Yixuan to let her down, for she was far from fragile. Pei Yixuan reluctantly placed her down upon the ground and gently fed her the warm water that Lu Yi had prepared in advance. He then tenderly wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead with a cloth, exhibiting an attentiveness that could not be overlooked. Deng Lishu had grown accustomed to his mannerisms. Yet many of the servants in Yun Manor were taken aback, and the Lin siblings found it somewhat difficult to adjust. Lin Wanwan, after finishing her drink, disrupted the harmonious atmosphere between the two, eagerly suggesting, Lishu, let us go archery. Deng Lishu felt a twinge of desire to join, but recalling her own lack of strength, which prevented her from even drawing the bow, she hesitated. In previous attempts, Lin Wanwan had guided her through each step, which had proven quite challenging. Wanwan, the bow is too heavy. I would prefer to ride instead. Not to worry, I shall teach you. Pei Yixuan tossed the cloth to Lu Yi and cast a glance at Lin Wanwan, asserting, "There is no need to trouble Miss Lin. I will personally instruct Li Shu." Lin Wanwan thought, "Am I really that contemptible?" Deng Lishu soothingly grasped Lin Wanwan's small hand and gently shook it, saying, "Then let us go." Lin Wanwan's face brightened, and she exclaimed, "Let us go." She then took her brother by the hand and headed towards the archery range, fully aware that she could not outpace the emperor. "Li Shu, we shall join them." Pei Yixuan, thrilled at the prospect of showcasing his skills before the one he cherished, could hardly contain his excitement. Deng Lishu nodded, and they followed in the footsteps of the siblings. Deng Lishu picked up the bow and arrow, gritting her teeth to try and draw it. But frustration clouded her features when she found it impossible. Lin Wanwan longed to assist, but was deterred by the emperor's gaze. Pei Yixuan stepped forward, guiding Deng Lishu in shooting, their bodies closely aligned in a display of intimacy. With his assistance, she finally released her first arrow that struck the target, hitting the bullseye, causing her face to flush with elation. "You are remarkable," Deng Lishu generously praised him. Pei Yixuan's joy was evident, as a broad smile spread across his face, and he leaned down to kiss her rosy cheeks, deepening her blush. Such is Li Shu's extraordinary talent, others remarked, feeling a mix of admiration and embarrassment at the emperor's indulgence. "Could you refrain from being so mischievous?" Deng Lishu playfully pushed him away, asserting, "I want to try on my own." With that, she stepped out of his embrace and attempted to draw the bow again, finding it quite laborious, her face and neck flushed with effort. Managing to pull it back only halfway, she pouted, "This is too difficult." Pei Yixuan chuckled lightly, "Do not rush, Li Shu. Take your time. Given your delicate nature, drawing the bow may be a challenge, but persistent practice will yield results." Deng Lishu continued to struggle with the bow, her expression indifferent as she chose to ignore Pei Yixuan. Yet, when he approached her once more to guide her, she did not refuse. After all, she genuinely could not manage it on her own, and his prowess was undeniable, consistently hitting the target. As evening fell, in a dimly lit room, Deng Lishu lay on the bed, weary and half closing her eyes. After his bath, Pei Yixuan entered with a jar of ointment. Seeing her drowsy demeanor, he could not resist bending down to kiss her soft lips. Their breaths intertwined in a symphony of passion, awakening memories of that tumultuous night, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. "Your Majesty, I am weary," she murmured softly, a stark contrast to her earlier icy demeanor. Pei Yixuan lifted his head with a heavy breath, his enamored gaze lingering upon her exquisite visage, ultimately transforming into gentle kisses that descended upon every inch of her smooth, tender skin, causing Deng Lishu to tremble in response. "My beloved Shuer, your husband longs for you." The man's deep, alluring voice rendered her body utterly weak. Deng Lishu's drowsiness dissipated entirely, yet it was merely a fleeting moment of clarity as she was drawn into the depths of the sea by the affectionate man, both succumbing to its embrace. She could not recall how many times she had called out for her husband, Yixuan, even finding such utterances to be incredibly delightful. Chapter 45. Are they biological siblings? Li Shu's fury the following day. Upon awakening, Deng Lishu discovered herself swaying gently within a carriage. Pei Yixuan held her close as she stirred, his heart swelling with boundless affection as he tenderly stroked her hair. "Sure, you are awake. Is there anything amiss?" Deng Lishu, still slightly disoriented, took a moment to comprehend her surroundings, only to find the man already wiping her face and hands with a damp cloth. In a daze, she inquired, "Where are we?" Her voice, still thick with sleep, carried a hint of hoarseness and softness, warming Pei Yixuan's heart. "We are on our way back to the palace. Here, rinse your mouth first." After rinsing, Deng Lishu felt more alert, yet still weary, lazily leaning against the man's embrace, reluctant to speak. Pei Yixuan, undeterred, brought forth the porridge and small dishes he had prepared, feeding her with tender care, reveling in the joy of such acts. Deng Lishu observed him, as he clung to her hand with affectionate kisses, feeling a twinge of annoyance, but her physical discomfort soon lulled her back into slumber. Pei Yixuan chuckled softly. "My precious Shuer must be utterly exhausted. After a day of travel without incident, the night brought treacherous roads and a torrential downpour. Pei Yixuan ordered the caravan to halt in a patch of grass, adjacent to a tranquil grove, undeterred by the fierce winds. Deng Lishu, now fully awake, nestled within the carriage, listened as the sound of rain gradually lessened. Pei Yixuan gazed at her, lost in thought, uncertain of what occupied her mind. "Your Majesty, may I not return?" Deng Lishu's thoughts manifested as a question, her mind empty, suddenly gripped by a fear of returning to the palace. Pei Yixuan's heart tightened at her words. Why did Shu'er hesitate to accompany him to the palace? Did she not harbor affection for him? He spoke cautiously, his gaze fixed on her serene face, capturing every nuance of her expression, fearful of missing any sign. Instinctively, he tightened his embrace around her. Deng Lishu found herself at a loss for an answer. Logically, as a traditionally raised young lady, why did she so vehemently resist entering the palace? Yearning for the man to be hers alone? It seemed utterly absurd. Moreover, she had already shared intimate moments with the man before her and felt no aversion to their closeness. To claim she liked him would not be unfounded, considering his gentle and meticulous nature. Yet, to deny her fondness would raise questions about the nature of their connection. She was deeply conflicted, unsure of how to navigate her feelings. In her contemplation, Deng Lishu found herself uncertain of her feelings, caught in a predetermined course. She was wed to the emperor, and their actions seemed entirely reasonable. Yet, internally, she wrestled with a sense of discontent. Perhaps human nature is insatiably greedy. She even began to dislike herself. Turning to gaze into Pei Yixuan's passionate eyes, she felt overwhelmed by his affection, which instilled both pressure and guilt, along with a tinge of irritation. Perhaps it was best to postpone any further deliberations. The turmoil in her eyes did not escape the man's notice, failing to hear the words he longed for. An overwhelming sense of disappointment surged within him. He reassured himself that Shu'er was inherently slow to express herself, that patience was essential, and if need be, he would simply strive to treat her even better. With that thought, he gently caressed Deng Lishu's delicate face, saying, if Shu'er cannot articulate her feelings, then she need not force herself. Deng Lishu parted her lips, sensing the man's despondency. It's not that I dislike you, she thought, but Pei Yixuan stiffened, elated by her unspoken words. The absence of dislike was a relief, suggesting that Shu'er had indeed been touched by his actions. Yet what was it that troubled her? Your Majesty, my escape has brought you disgrace and deceived your affections, which is a grave crime against you. Why you treat me so kindly? Deng Lishu questioned, perplexed. You are the one I cherish. I would never bring punishment upon you, nor direct my ire towards others. If Shu'er feels indifferent towards me, it is merely because my efforts have been insufficient, Pei Yixuan replied. Deng Lishu was profoundly astonished. The emperor's demeanor contrasted sharply with her preconceived notions. He was a man of such magnanimity, willing to go to great lengths for love. Yet, she recognized that she was not an inherently virtuous person, and even she was unsure why she struggled to love. Her feelings for her adoptive parents and Lin Wanwan stemmed from a habitual sense of companionship, as if such relationships were a given. Why was this so? Deng Lishu lifted her hand to touch the ancient jade pendant at her chest, gazing at it in distress. She had been adopted by the Deng family at the age of 6, yet she had no recollection of her past. Who was she, and where were her true parents? Your Majesty, you are a wonderful person, and the Northern Dynasty flourishes under your governance. I sincerely thank you for your kindness, she expressed from the depths of her heart. Pei Yixuan smiled gently, clasping her hand that held the jade. Sure, you need not stand on ceremony. We are husband and wife now. By the way, your Majesty, why do you possess a jade pendant identical to mine? Deng Lishu inquired. Pei Yixuan, feeling a pang of guilt, rubbed his nose. This was a gift from my mother. Deng Lishu's eyes widened in shock as she recoiled against the side of the carriage, one hand pointing at him while the other covered her mouth. You've been at a loss for words, and now you are on the verge of tears. Pei Yixuan was taken aback, bewildered by her reaction. As he reached out to touch her arm, she swiftly evaded him. Shu'er, what is the matter? What have I done wrong? Tell me, and I shall amend my ways. He urged, his face flushed with anxiety. Deng Lishu endeavored to calm herself, her voice trembling slightly. This jade was left to me by my biological parents. Pei Yixuan, taken aback by her words, had not anticipated that a mere casual remark could lead to such a profound misunderstanding and fright, causing her to weep. Her eyes, brimming with accusation, suggested that the very world was on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, a troubling thought crossed her mind. What if she were to become pregnant? She frantically placed her hands on her abdomen, panic etched across her face. Pei Yixuan sought to explain, but found no opportunity. He could only raise his voice. Lishu, that jade pendant was crafted in imitation of yours. We have not committed the act of incest. Those words were too difficult for him to utter. Deng Lishu halted her movements, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed up at the flustered emperor before her, incredulous at the absurdity of the situation. She felt a wave of fear wash over her. With her eyes reddened, she cast a reproachful look at the man, turning away to disregard him. Pei Yixuan approached, his tones softening as he apologized, but she merely raised her hand to push him away, only for him to draw near once more, leading to a cycle of push and pull until the voice of Pei Zhao broke through. My lord, madam, the tent is ready. You may dismount the carriage and rest. Deng Lishu rose and, without regard for her discomfort, descended the carriage with such vigor that it startled Pei Yixuan. Concerned for her well-being, he hurried to catch up, lifting her effortlessly in his arms. Still irate, she struggled against him, refusing to utter a word. Chapter 46. Roasting Meat by the Fire. Arrival in the capital as the two quarreled within the carriage. The rain outside had ceased. Pei Zhao had arranged for a bonfire to be lit in the clearing of the tent. Lin Wanwan and Lin Yang were playfully bantering by the fire. Accompanied by Deng Wei, Deng Hu, several guards from the Lin family, and Pei Yixuan as secret guards. Lu Yi had been dispatched by Pei Zhao and Lin Wanwan to gather firewood in the nearby woods. In the bright glow of the fire, Deng Lishu spotted Lin Wanwan and shot a glare at Pei Yixuan, coldly demanding, "Put me down." Pei Yixuan, concerned, replied, "Is your body still unwell?" Deng Lishu, "I command you to let me down." She was truly angry for the first time, raising her voice against the emperor himself. The onlookers were astonished. They had never seen the typically composed and gentle Deng Lishu so enraged. Everyone understood that the root cause of this turmoil lay with the emperor, the man of the highest rank, yet none dared to speak, choosing instead to remain silent. Finally granted her freedom, Deng Lishu took a few steps only to feel a soreness in her legs. She and T noticed it when dismounting, but now it was painfully evident. Gritting her teeth, she made her way toward Lin Wanwan, who hurried over to assist her in sitting down. "What happened? Did you two argue?" Lin Wanwan whispered, stealing a glance at the emperor seated beside Lishu, his gaze fixated on her as if she were the center of his universe. Deng Lishu gently shook her head. "It's nothing." "Wanwan, how long will you and your brother be staying in the capital?" The thought of entering the palace and not being able to see Wanwan often filled her with sorrow. She picked up a stick, absently poking at the fire, enveloped in a sense of despondency. Lin Wanwan affectionately linked her slender arm with Lishu's. "Lishu, I will be settling in the capital from now on, and I will frequently visit Uncle Deng and Aunt Deng." A flicker of comfort washed over Lishu's heart as she nodded in response. "Wanwan, thank you." Lin Wanwan playfully shook her arm. "What is there to thank for?" Then, in a conspiratorial whisper, she added, "If you persuade His Majesty to issue an edict, I could visit you in the palace often." Instantly, the previously drooping gaze of Lishu sparkled with intrigue. "Is that possible? How can we know unless we try? Besides, considering how he adores you, this request is trivial." Lin Wanwan's eyes sparkled with shrewdness. Lishu nodded in agreement. As the two girls whispered to each other, all eyes were on them, for the emperor bore an infatuated expression, causing the onlookers to shrink back in silence. Pei Yixuan, noticing that Lishu's spirits seemed lifted, cautiously approached her. "Are you hungry, Shua?" Finally, Lishu responded with a gentle shake of her head, her gaze fixed on the blazing fire. Pei Yixuan, unabashedly clingy, edged closer, discreetly pushing Lin Wanwan aside. "Shua, wait. I sent someone into the woods to hunt. Soon, you shall have roasted meat." Lin Wanwan suppressed a smirk at the emperor's shamelessness, while Lin Yang, witnessing his sister's predicament, nearly chuckled but restrained himself. The guards stood obediently with bowed heads, trying hard to stifle their laughter, their bodies twitching awkwardly. 2 shadow guards followed Lu Yi into the woods, while 2 others remained, bemused yet amused by their master's antics. Li Shu glanced at the stifled laughter of the crowd, perplexed by their mirth. Regardless, she decided to grant face, as he was indeed the emperor. After all, should he take offense, it would be she who would suffer the consequences. A phrase popped into her mind, arrogant due to favor. Has she truly become such a figure? Her gaze turned complex as she regarded the man beside her. Is something wrong, Shua? Nothing. Didn't you mention roasted meat? I am rather looking forward to it. Pei Yishuan, unaware of the sudden change in her demeanor, understood she was merely saving face in front of others. He resolved to pamper her upon their return, willing to indulge her whims. His joyous smile was impossible to conceal. Pei Zhao, go see why they haven't returned yet. Yes. The atmosphere lightened considerably, and Lin Yang began to converse with Pei Yishuan about business collaborations with the royal family, while the 2 girls engaged in light banter. Eventually, Lu Yi and his group returned, their bounty plentiful. Pei Zhao carried several wild chickens, while the shadow guards brought back some rabbits and firewood. The 2 girls were thrilled, watching as the men skillfully prepared the game over the fire, the sizzling meat releasing an enticing aroma. Li Shu sipped the clear water that Pei Yishuan offered her, her stomach rumbling slightly. After a day of napping in the carriage, she had been drowsily fed some snacks by the man. Pei Yishuan meticulously cut the roasted chicken and rabbit meat into small pieces with a dagger, carefully feeding them to her. Sure, give this a try. There are no seasonings in the wild, savor the freshness. Li Shu found the rabbit meat a tad gamey and difficult to swallow, while the roasted chicken was indeed delightful. You should try it too. The roasted chicken is exquisite. Deng Li Shu gently guided the roasted chicken towards his lips. Pei Yishuan felt a surge of sweetness in his heart as he opened his mouth to eat, showering her with praises. Lu Yi observed the affectionate emperor and empress, a sense of comfort washing over him, until the roasted chicken slipped from his hands and landed on Pei Zhao's robe. Pei Zhao shot him a cool glance, as if silently demanding he clean it up. Lu Yi hastily pushed the chicken away with a twig, chuckling, "Hey, General Pei, do not be angry. Let me feed you." With that, he picked up a chicken leg and offered it to Pei Zhao's mouth. Pei Zhao turned his face away in disdain. "Are you deliberately trying to disgust me? Away with you, eat it yourself," he retorted, pushing him away, prompting hearty laughter from everyone present. Even Deng Li Shu could not suppress her amusement, and Pei Yishuan chuckled softly. Lin Wanwan laughed so hard she fell onto the ground in a fit of glee, while Lin Yang helped her up with a smile. At the Deng residence in the capital, Qingyu received the emperor's decree. It had been 3 days since she returned to the Deng household, yet she had not seen Pei Yishuan and remained unaware of the reason for her return. During these days, both Deng's father and mother were filled with concern, utterly perplexed by the emperor's intentions. From Qingyu's perspective, the emperor seemed to have noticed nothing amiss, yet she sensed a growing indifference towards her, which was puzzling. For the emperor had previously held great affection for his daughter. Upon further reflection, they increasingly believed that the emperor must be aware of Deng Li Shu's escapade. Yet why had he not taken action? The following day was the court assembly, and Deng's father anticipated that everything would soon come to light. However, on the second day, instead of the emperor attending court, Liang Yi delivered a decree stating that the emperor was unwell. A murmur of astonishment spread among the officials, while those from the Su family knew the emperor was not in the palace and that an assassination attempt had failed, suggesting a deeper plot was underway. Very few, including the emperor's loyal subjects and neutral officials, were privy to his whereabouts, and most believed him to be genuinely ill. Just as Deng's father returned to the residence and took a sip of tea, the housekeeper rushed in, pale with shock, reporting that the emperor had arrived. Startled, Deng's father and mother sprang to their feet. They hurried to the entrance, the sun blazing overhead, and quickly crossed the courtyard, beads of sweat forming on their brows. Qingyu, upon receiving the news, felt a jolt of surprise. Lying in the shade of the courtyard, she nearly dropped the book in her hands. She hastily rose, instructing Shulan to help her with her appearance, anxious about making a poor impression before the emperor. "Shulan, let us go," she sighed, regaining her composed and dignified demeanor as she made her way to the entrance. The three of them arrived nearly simultaneously, witnessing the emperor's carriage come to a slow halt at the entrance of the Dang residence. Everyone promptly knelt in reverence, exclaiming, "We humbly welcome your majesty." A profound silence enveloped the scene as they awaited the emperor's descent from the carriage. Pei Yixuan emerged alone, observing the crowd, kneeling in respectful submission. His gaze ultimately resting on Qingyu, clad in white ceremonial attire, while only Shulan accompanied him. The others had been instructed to remain within the palace. He spoke softly, "Rise." He then turned to assist Dang Lishu from the carriage. At that moment, she was not the familiar face everyone knew, but rather concealed herself. For if two identical empresses were to appear before the crowd, it would surely be a spectacle beyond comprehension. This matter, if it were to spread, would tarnish the reputation of the Dang family and be detrimental to Dang Lishu. Thus, at this moment, Dang Lishu donned a veil, concealing herself completely. She felt a surge of sensitivity towards her parents, yearning to embrace them, yet she could only feign composure as she gracefully descended from the carriage. Upon catching sight of her, Dang's father and mother, along with Qingyu and Shulan, instantly recognized her. Although her features were obscured, her commanding presence and unmistakable silhouette left no doubt that she was none other than the esteemed Miss Dang. Dang's parents, instinctively glancing at Qingyu, felt a wave of anxiety wash over them, for it was evident that the emperor had already been informed of the situation. However, with so many eyes and ears at the entrance, it was not a place for discourse. "Your Majesty, please." The couple hastily ushered her inside. The entire staff in the front hall was dismissed, leaving only the informed Shulan kneeling in the center, while Qingyu had already removed her hairpin and was kneeling properly beside her. Pei Yixuan, maintaining a serene demeanor, lifted Dang Lishu's veil and helped her sit beside him. Dang's parents looked on with excitement at their daughter, who was returned safely by the emperor himself, yet his expression was notably cool, perhaps indicating his displeasure. In an instant, they knelt before Qingyu, accepting full responsibility. "Your servant, blessed by your grace, has committed an act of treason against you, causing you to lose face, a grave crime indeed. I implore your majesty to punish me. However, my wife and daughter were unaware of my actions. This was solely my doing. I beseech your majesty not to direct your wrath towards them." With that, Dang's father performed a deep bow, prostrating himself on the ground without a hint of fear, awaiting the emperor's judgment. Dang's mother and the two behind her quickly followed suit, bowing low, afraid to move. Dang Lishu anxiously glanced at the indifferent Pei Yixuan. Her eyes filled with earnestness, yet he remained silent, his gaze fixed on the kneeling figures. Growing desperate, she knelt at his feet, tears brimming in her eyes as she implored him, "Your Majesty, this is all my fault alone. If punishment is to be meted out, let it fall upon me." She grasped his knees in a frantic gesture, tilting her head slightly, her words imbued with an unprecedented urgency. Pei Yixuan, who had previously appeared expressionless, was not angry. Rather, he was contemplating how to handle the situation delicately. To his surprise, when he came to his senses, he found Dang Lishu had already collapsed to the ground, pleading humbly. He quickly lifted her from the floor, concern etched on his face. "What are you doing? I told you, you need not kneel to anyone. How can you injure your knees? You're being disobedient again." He then placed her on his lap, gently massaging her knees, wiping away her tears. "Why do these tears come so easily? Aren't you usually so headstrong?" Pei Yixuan teased. Dang Lishu pouted, her eyes brimming with reproach as she pushed him away, her emotions increasingly difficult to conceal in his presence. It was strange how she could cry or laugh at a moment's notice. The crowd kneeling below listened to the exchange between the two, utterly astonished, particularly Qingyu. It was no wonder the emperor was reluctant to even glance in her direction. In the presence of the genuine Miss Dang, he displayed an unexpectedly tender demeanor, reminiscent of a loving couple engaged in playful banter. The striking declaration of not needing to kneel before anyone left her profoundly shaken. After reassuring the person in his arms, Pei Yixuan regained a semblance of authority and addressed Mr. and Mrs. Deng. Minister Deng is a dedicated official devoted to the people, yet even the best can falter. Now that the Empress has safely returned, I shall not pursue this matter further, lest it tarnish her reputation. As for those who remain unaware of these events, I shall not be excessively harsh. The crowd gasped in disbelief, instinctively raising their eyes to the emperor. Was this truly the conclusion? Such an act could be considered treason. However, he continued, I do not wish to see someone bearing an identical visage to the Empress. Minister Deng must provide me with an explanation. Pei Yixuan found it intolerable to witness the face of his beloved in another woman. Fortunately, he was astute enough to avoid a catastrophic mistake on their wedding night, which could have led to lifelong regret. Qingyu straightened, tearing off the human skin mask to reveal her originally delicate features, though her eyes bore a striking resemblance to Deng Lishu. Thanks to His Majesty's grace, I acknowledge my transgressions. Your Majesty, I was once a homeless orphan, serving as a maid in the Deng household for 3 years. My husband and I shall ensure she is closely guarded, sparing you and His Highness any concern. Mr. Deng immediately affirmed. Pei Yixuan, now aware that this was merely a mask, found resolution. Destroy that mask, and let Qingyu remain in the Deng household, prohibited from leaving. This matter must remain confidential. Any breach will be met with severe consequences. Thank you for your immense grace, Your Majesty. The crowd collectively exhaled in relief, expressing their gratitude. Qingyu bowed her head, a flicker of gloom crossing her eyes. Being forbidden to leave meant she would be forever confined here. Father, mother, please rise. Deng Lishu finally approached to assist them, then turned to Pei Yixuan, who had been watching her intently, and offered a graceful bow. Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty. Her gratitude was heartfelt. Pei Yixuan smiled with pleasure, embracing her. After our long journey, father-in-law and mother-in-law, both Lishu and I are quite famished. Mr. and Mrs. Deng beamed with joy. Indeed, indeed, it was thoughtless of us. Your Majesty and Your Highness, please proceed to the flower hall. The steward has prepared the meal. Thus, the matter was deftly swept aside, but within the palace, Su Jiaoyi was greatly astonished upon receiving the news. Her beautifully adorned face contorting in disbelief as she read the message brought by her father. Come, let us pay our respects to Her Majesty the Empress Dowager. Chapter 48. Challenges arise. Lishu faces peril early the next morning. Pei Yixuan returned to Jianzhong Palace with Deng Lishu. Liang anxiously awaited their arrival, his eyes moistening at the sight of the Emperor and Empress walking side by side. The Emperor held the Empress's delicate hand, gazing at her with profound affection as they engaged in warm conversation. Though the Empress often maintained an aloof and serene demeanor, she allowed the Emperor to lead her and occasionally responded to his words. This was indeed the visage that Liang had longed for. To him, the happiness of His Majesty surpassed all else. Liang was deeply moved as he gazed at the newly brightening sky, nearly brought to tears. Oh heavens, you have finally opened your eyes, Yixiang, and when you stood by, having learned the truth after being left in the palace. Witnessing the Emperor and Empress together felt surreal. The attendants bowed respectfully. We pay our respects to Your Majesty and Your Highness. Rise, Liang, everything has been arranged. The Emperor reassured. Rest assured, I have taken care of everything. Liang replied, nodding enthusiastically. Since Qingyu had left the palace, all the items she had used were discarded, and Jianzhong Palace was thoroughly cleaned inside and out. Pi Yun nodded in satisfaction, embracing Deng Lishu as they entered the chambers. Deng Lishu appeared somewhat fatigued. The weariness from their journey lingered, leaving her in a daze. She covered her mouth with her small hand and let out a delicate yawn, her eyes slightly reddened and glistening with moisture. Sure, continue to rest. I shall attend the court and return shortly to keep you company, Pei Yixuan said, tenderly assisting her in removing her garments and settling her onto the bed, only feeling at ease once she had drifted off to sleep. Lu Yi and Yixiang were left in Jianzhong Palace to attend to Deng Lishu, and Pei Yixuan offered them numerous reminders before he departed. The others observed this with joy for the emperor. However, shortly after Pei Yi-sun left, Deng Lishu was roused from her slumber by noises from outside. Groggy, she sat up and called out, "Who is there?" The individuals outside, upon hearing her voice, quickly fell silent. "Yixiang, and when you entered the room together, Your Highness, the esteemed Mama Li, who serves the Empress Dowager, has come personally to request your presence." Yiviang informative. Deng Lishu nodded. It was indeed appropriate to pay respects to the Empress Dowager. Although she felt weary, her role in the palace would inevitably require encounters with the Dowager, who was the Emperor's mother and deserved her due regard. "Please go and respond. I shall freshen up before I come," she instructed. "Your Highness, the Empress Dowager is very amiable. There is no need for concern," Wen Yu added, recalling that during their last visit with Qing Yu, the Empress Dowager had been exceptionally kind. "Help me change," Deng Lishu said, feeling somewhat reassured. As Wen Yu assisted her in dressing, she also imparted some court etiquette, which Deng Lishu attentively absorbed. Once she had completed her grooming, she stepped outside to find an elderly mama conversing with Lu Yi. She must be Mama Li, the Empress Dowager's attendant. Upon seeing her, both women hastily approached. "We pay our respects to Your Highness." "Please rise," Deng Lishu replied softly. "Your Highness, today the Empress Dowager has sent for you. Please follow me." Mama Li respectfully extended her arm in invitation. Lu Yi and the others noticed nothing unusual, for the Empress Dowager had always been warm and friendly, never known to offend anyone. Deng Lishu accompanied Mama Li to Chang Xian Palace, entering the main hall to find the 4 imperial concubines already present. The Dowager smiled broadly, resembling a benevolent Mithril Buddha. The gazes of the 4 concubines briefly settled upon her before they reluctantly rose to pay their respects. Deng Lishu stepped forward and respectfully paid her respects to the Empress Dowager, committing no offense in her demeanor. "Please sit down and serve tea to the Empress," the Empress Dowager instructed. "I have a matter to inquire of you." As Deng Lishu gazed at the steaming cup of tea presented by the palace attendant, the fine leaves were unfamiliar to her. "Mother, what is it you wish to know?" Su Jiaoyi, observing her calm demeanor, felt a surge of irritation and spoke with veiled sarcasm, her eyes glistening with sycophantic cheer. "Sister Empress, this exquisite by Luo Chun tea has been specially prepared for you by Her Highness the Empress Dowager. Do indulge." Deng Lishu cast her a sidelong glance before approaching with measured steps, offering her apologies. "Mother, I beg your pardon. It is ill-advised for me to partake in tea." The Empress Dowager was about to dismiss the matter, yet Lady He interjected, delicately concealing her mouth and nose with a silk handkerchief. "Your Highness, despite your repeated refusals, you mentioned previously that your stomach has been unsettled. Have you not yet recovered?" Navigating the treacherous waters of conversation with these women left Deng Lishu in a state of profound annoyance, yet she dared not show it, steadying her mind. "Mother, the imperial physician has indeed declared that it would be detrimental to my spleen and stomach to drink tea, which would further weaken my constitution. I implore you and the esteemed ladies to understand. Such trifles, do sit down." Lady Chongsun, who had been silent until now, suddenly smiled and spoke. "Your Highness, did you find favor with the satin I gifted you a few days ago? It is a fine Lingyun satin from my collection. Tailored into garments, they're quite comfortable to wear." Deng Lishu felt somewhat bewildered, for it was indeed meant for Qingyu. Upon noticing her confusion, Ishi whispered a few words in her ear, and understanding dawned on Deng Lishu. She replied with a faint smile, "The shoe brocade is indeed exquisite. My maid has informed me that the garments are currently being hastily prepared, and I assure you, your thoughtful gesture shall not go unappreciated." Deng Lishu had no recollection of the 4 consorts before her, nor could she recall their names. Lady Chongsun smiled faintly, feeling defeated. "If your Highness is pleased, that is the satin's fortune. It has been a while since your Highness visited Changxin Palace. Today let us dine together. The Empress Dowager delights in lively gatherings." Ling Ronghua chimed in cheerfully. Deng Lishu had no intention of acquiescing, sensing that these 4 women bore hidden daggers beneath their smiles, including the Emperor's mother, who appeared detached from worldly affairs yet wielded subtle barbs. She watched them perform their charade with keen eyes. Deng Lishu remained silent, while Ling Ronghua, feeling slighted, exchanged a glance with Su Jiaoyi. Su Jiaoyi approached the Empress Dowager, affectionately linking her arm with hers and cooing, "Empress Dowager, it is a rare occasion for the sisters to gather with Sister Empress for lunch. Would it not be delightful?" The Empress Dowager chuckled, tapping her forehead lightly. "You indeed." She then turned her gaze to Deng Lishu, her face still adorned with a friendly smile. "What say you, Empress? When you were absent, I had the kitchen prepare an array of dishes to suit your taste. Surely, you would honor us with your presence." "Lady," he added enthusiastically. Deng Lishu maintained a stoic expression, appearing distant and unapproachable, while internally she was fraught with anxiety, uncertain of the trials that awaited her. Gritting her teeth, she reluctantly consented. The ensuing conversation left Deng Lishu feeling as though she were sitting on pins and needles, as the inquiries posed by the group seemed unending, with the Empress Dowager only offering assistance once, leaving her to face the rest alone. In a moment of unexpected tension, Su Jiaoyi suddenly posed a challenge. "I recall that the Empress sent Concubine He a pair of exquisite pearl-embroidered shoes just a few days ago, which I found quite enviable." Concubine He, filled with concern, responded, "Indeed, Your Majesty, while enjoying a stroll by the lake with the Empress, I accidentally injured my hand. Thankfully, it has healed now. Otherwise, I will be held accountable." Deng Lishu, visibly irked, nodded, "I am no longer affected." Through various subtle inquiries, Su Jiaoyi and Concubine He had arrived at their conclusion. Suddenly, they knelt before the Empress Dowager. "Your Majesty, the Empress before us is not the same as she was a few days ago. Please do not allow deceitful individuals to infiltrate the palace and deceive His Majesty." The Empress Dowager, taken aback, exclaimed, "Oh, is that so?" Chapter 49. The Truth Unveiled. Isolated and defenseless, the duo's accusations were quite unexpected, causing Deng Lishu to feel a jolt of alarm as she observed them kneeling before her. Steadying her composure, she responded with an air of indifference, "Mother, do not be swayed by these slanderous words. I am perfectly well here. How could there be any truth to their claims?" The Empress's assertion was indeed valid, but this matter pertained to the dignity of the royal family and the Emperor's reputation. "Su Jiaoyi, do you have any evidence? Otherwise, to slander the Empress is to commit a grave offense, and you shall bear the consequences." The once amiable expression of the Empress Dowager had now turned serious. Su Jiaoyi smiled radiantly, her expression brimming with triumph. "Your Majesty, I have a witness." The Empress Dowager nodded, and Su Jiaoyi's maid hurried out to bring in the witness. Deng Lishu's heart raced as she recognized the witness's face. How could Qingyu be here? She had been perfectly fine at the Deng residence last night. So how had she entered the palace? As Deng Lishu scrutinized Qingyu, she noticed the latter cast a furtive glance at her, filled with defiance. "No, this is not Qingyu." Deng Lishu blinked in realization. It appeared that the current Su Jiaoyi had employed someone to impersonate her. With a sly smirk, Su Jiaoyi remarked, "Your Majesty, I believe you are quite familiar with the person before you." Deng Lishu gently shook her head. "Mother, I do not recognize this woman." As soon as she finished speaking, Qingyu suddenly knelt before them, trembling as she spoke. "This servant pays her respects to the Empress Dowager and to all the esteemed ladies. Qingyu, please recount the entire truth. The Empress Dowager will ensure justice for you." Concubine, he urged with feigned sincerity. "I am but a servant of the Deng household. Some time ago, the eldest young lady was reluctant to enter the palace, so my master instructed me to don a human skin mask and impersonate her. I am guilty, deserving of death. I implore the Empress Dowager for mercy." As she spoke, Qingyu began to weep, her fear palpable, especially as she glanced at Deng Lishu, as if she anticipated a brutal fate at her hands. Deng Lishu scoffed coldly. "You claim to be a servant of the Deng household, yet I have never laid eyes on you. My father meticulously selected the most suitable servants to attend to me, and every maidservant has passed through my scrutiny. Tell me, when and how did you enter the Deng family?" Qingyu shrank back, her eyes betraying panic. "I entered the Deng household in Rongqing 3 years ago, personally chosen by my master." The jest is rather amusing. Indeed, within the residence of the Deng family, there exists a servant named Qingyu, who was taken in by my mother a year ago and has been quite well in Rongqing. Deng Lishu is undoubtedly aware that Qingyu entered the Deng household 3 years prior. Upon hearing this, Qingyu found herself at a loss for words, as neither Su Jiaoyi nor Himaran had ever instructed her on such matters. Her panicked gaze darted between the two, while Su Jiaoyi and Himaran leisurely resumed their seats. You both present conflicting testimonies. To believe either side would be unjust. I, too, have a witness. The Empress Dowager nodded in agreement. Call them forth. Yixiong whispered a few words into Deng Lishu's ear, informing her that Liu Yi had gone to summon His Majesty and introduced several titles of the concubines along with some details regarding Qingyu's presence in the palace. When Deng Lishu beheld the second witness mentioned by Su Jiaoyi, she was struck by how unfamiliar he appeared. He was a commoner, a merchant from Yinzhou, of modest stature and somewhat rotund, possessing an utterly unremarkable visage. Deng Lishu's confusion deepened as she wondered who this man might be. This is Su Hu, a vendor from Yinzhou, who witnessed our Empress appear at the Yinzhou Lantern Festival 3 days ago. Su Hu knelt before them, unable to raise his head. Su Hu, quickly pay your respects to the Empress Dowager, Himaran exclaimed with a playful laugh. A humble commoner pays his respects to the Empress Dowager. Su Hu's dam, and Su Jiaoyi leaned closer, her voice conspiratorial. At the Yinzhou Lantern Festival, did the Empress not guess riddles in your company? Following Su Jiaoyi's gaze, Su turned to Deng Lishu, startled by the icy glint in her eyes, and quickly bowed his head. Yes, Empress Dowager, on the day of the Yinzhou Lantern Festival. The Empress indeed guessed riddles with me, accompanied by a gentleman of remarkable appearance and demeanor. Feigning ignorance, Himaran rose and circled Su Hu, exclaiming, "How curious!" The Empress left the palace a few days ago to visit the Deng residence. It appears she did not return to her maternal home, but ventured to Yinzhou instead, and there was a gentleman accompanying her. Yet our emperor remained in the palace all this time. As Himaran spoke, her eyes widened in shock, as if an extraordinary event had transpired, casting a fearful glance at Deng Lishu. You must provide evidence for your claims. For the Empress's departure from the palace was by the emperor's decree. How could it then involve a man outside? Ling Ronghua's face was one of utter disbelief. Deng Lishu, lacking their experience, found herself at a loss for an explanation. Yixiong and Wenyu, unable to bear the tension any longer, hurriedly knelt down. Empress Dowager, please discern the truth. We serve the Empress by decree and can assure you that she has never been involved in any discussions of marriage or illicit liaisons. Such accusations are utterly slanderous. Deng Lishu rose, addressing her mother. Mother, prior to my entry into the palace, Su Jiaoyi and Himaran have harbored considerable discontent towards me, and now they seek to tarnish my reputation. This matter touches upon the dignity of the royal family and constitutes a grave offense. I would never dare to deceive my sovereign. Himaran scoffed. The Empress accuses us of conspiring against you, yet you are the one who speaks untruths. Just days ago, the noble consort Zhangsun gifted you satin shoe brocade, which was pointed out by your own maid. Furthermore, I did not accompany you, so how could you have sustained an injury to your wrist? Not a single mark is visible. Moreover, you simultaneously appeared in both the capital and Yinzhou. Surely, you cannot be in two places at once. Himei's resounding inquiries placed Deng Lishu in a precarious position, with some questions proving difficult to address. Mother, I recently returned to the Deng residence and caught a chill, resulting in a fever that has left my mind muddled. Suddenly, Su Jiaoyi stepped forward to grasp her wrist. Not a single bruise to be found. Sister Empress possesses remarkable skills. How bold to lie in the presence of the Empress Dowager. Deng Lishu forcefully shook off Su Jiaoyi's hand. Is Su Jiaoyi attempting to undermine authority? Your testimonies can be easily bought. I can procure as many as I desire. Mother, do not be swayed by slander. At that moment, Su Jiaoyi and Himei fell silent, casting glances at the impassive Empress Dowager. Suddenly, Changsun Jiyu spoke up. I have heard that Sister Empress, being the foremost daughter of Rongqing, has a well-established reputation. There are whispers that the true Miss Deng is allergic to tea, not merely suffering from gastrointestinal issues that render her unable to partake. A simple test will reveal the truth. Indeed, a test will clarify everything. Ling Ronghua interjected, attempting to ease the tension. Deng Lishu felt an overwhelming sense of agitation, compounded by fear, uncertain of how to proceed. A test could very well endanger her life. Moreover, it would not vindicate her, merely serving as a tool for their amusement. After a moment of contemplation, she turned to the Empress Dowager, who was merely a spectator in this unfolding drama, leaving her disheartened. "Mother, I am indeed allergic to tea. I cannot drink it," she implored. "This could jeopardize my life. I ask for your understanding." The matter of tea was set aside. Yet the Empress Dowager could not overlook Deng Lishu's inability to clarify the statements made by Su Jiaoyi and He Mei. Was there truly something amiss in her heart? The Empress Dowager spoke sternly. Deng Lishu, feeling defeated, knelt down and declared, "I am innocent." Even she felt the weakness in her own words, for she had indeed committed a grave offense against the emperor. Chapter 50. The Emperor's Fury. The mother's heart, torn apart, Deng Lishu remained on her knees, and the Empress Dowager did not bid her to rise. This matter was of great significance. As the mother of a nation, she had entangled herself in such troublesome affairs. It would be prudent to delegate this issue to the deputy censor. Mother must be confused. A voice, authoritative and filled with ire, resonated through the hall. It could be none other than the emperor himself. The assembly hurriedly rose to pay their respects. "We greet your majesty." Pei Yixuan rushed in, only to find Deng Lishu alone, kneeling in the center of the grand hall, the gazes of the onlookers rife with derision and contempt. Only Yixiang and Wenyu remained by her side. A wave of profound sympathy washed over him. On the very first day of her return, she had endured such immense humiliation. She had always detested such situations, and now, surrounded by adversaries, how deeply must she be suffering? He strode over, swiftly lifting Deng Lishu to his embrace, without instructing anyone to rise. Typically, he held great respect for his mother, but today he did not offer his usual greetings, instead meeting her gaze with evident displeasure. Upon seeing her son approach, the Empress Dowager's demeanor lightened once more. "Sooner has arrived. Mother, are you placing my empress in a difficult position?" His tone was harsh, his expression dark. Deng Lishu, overwhelmed by anxiety, buried her face in Pei Yixuan's chest, wishing to avoid the eyes of all present. Pei Yixuan continuously comforted her, gently kissing the crown of her head and tenderly caressing her back, murmuring, "Do not fear, I am here." Sooner had misunderstood. He merely wished to converse with the empress. How could the empress allow them to tarnish her honor? Was this truly the conversation he sought? Clearly, they were exploiting their numbers to bully her alone. On his way to her, Pei Yixuan had grasped the situation here almost entirely. It pained him deeply to leave his fragile wife to face these venomous women alone. He had hoped that his seemingly indifferent mother would defend his wife, but it turned out she was as treacherous as the rest. "Mother, you have greatly disappointed me." Pei Yixuan could not confront his mother directly, but those words had wounded her profoundly. "Sooner, you are mistaken. The Empress merely wishes to protect your reputation and dignity." The Empress Dowager rose anxiously, and Lady Li hurried forward to support her. Pei Yixuan, ignoring the Empress Dowager, turned to the four kneeling concubines, his fury palpable. "Speak. You were quite vocal moments ago. Why are you silent now? Everything the Empress has done is by my decree. Are you all intent on implicating me with the Grand Minister of Justice?" "Sooner." The Empress Dowager gazed at him in disbelief. Pei Yixuan paid her no heed, continuing with a fierce tone. "It was I who consorted with the Empress in Yinzhou. She has remained with me in the Jinjiang Palace. Do you intend to seize me as a lecherous man?" "I dare not." The four women trembled in fear, their voices barely audible. Thinking of the grievances endured by Deng Lishu, Pei Yixuan's rage surged. He entrusted Deng Lishu to Yixiang and Wenyu, then roughly lifted Su Hu from the ground, compelling him to meet his gaze. Su Hu, witnessing the emperor's wrath for the first time, was seized and shaken like a leaf, his complexion pale and cold sweat pouring down his brow. "Your Majesty, spare me." Pei Yixuan's eyes were bloodshot in his fury. The veins on his wrists and forehead throbbed. "Look closely. Am I not the man with the empress? Open your eyes wide." "Yes, yes. The emperor and the empress are a perfect match." Su Hu nearly lost control of himself, collapsing to the ground, utterly defeated. "Do you understand now?" What the emperor says is indeed true. The crowd dared not refute. Just when they thought the emperor would calm down, Qingyu was suddenly kicked away by a foot clad in dragon boots, crashing against the grand vermilion doors of the Chongqing Palace. Who is this impostor? Su Jiaoyi and He Marin had accused the Empress of using a substitute to enter the palace. They should consider whether the substitute they found was even suitable. Qingyu, after being kicked and slammed, fell to the ground, spitting several mouthfuls of crimson blood, causing the concubines to shrink back towards their maidservants. Covering their mouths and noses with handkerchiefs, their eyes cast down in fear. Miraculously, Qingyu did not lose her life. The onlookers watched as she twisted and crawled towards Su Jiaoyi, who recoiled in terror, retreating behind her maidservants, trembling uncontrollably. Blood stained the ground as Qingyu, with wide eyes, crawled closer to Su Jiaoyi, who screamed in horror at the sight. Qingyu seized Su Jiaoyi's ankle, blood gushing forth, her eyes fixed in a deadly glare. Su Jiaoyi, do not forget your promise to treat my brother kindly. With that, her head, which had been raised, suddenly crashed heavily against the ground, rendering her silent. Yet her eyes remained wide open, unblinking, her grip on Su Jiaoyi's ankle unyielding, her body drenched in blood, an utterly terrifying sight. Pei Yixuan did not intervene. Instead, she approached Deng Liso, shielding her from the gruesome scene. Deng Liso had recently fallen ill, weary from travel and tormented by a man, and today, having exhausted much of her spirit, leaned against Yixiang for rest, while asking you to fan her. Witnessing Qingyu's desperate act, the onlookers were quick to comprehend Su Jiaoyi's deception. The Empress Dowager, fully aware of the unfolding events, let out a long sigh, her thoughts muddled today. She could only hope that Suner and the Empress's relationship would remain unaffected. Liang caught the Emperor's glance and hastily ordered the body to be removed. Su Hu, indeed frightened to the core, was also dragged away. Thus, the Empress was undeniably slandered by Su Jiaoyi. Not long ago, the Empress had been gravely ill, and now, here they were, aggressively challenging her authority, showing not only disrespect, but a blatant disregard for rank. Now, they had even distressed the Empress Dowager, a crime deserving of the gravest punishment. I acknowledge my wrongdoing and beseech your majesty for mercy. All four were thoroughly frightened. Su Jiaoyi, having defied her position and incited servants to malign the Empress, committed an unforgivable crime to be demoted to a commoner, receiving 30 strokes of the cane, and confined to the Chonhua Palace. The other three, having similarly overstepped boundaries and stirred unrest within the palace, were each punished with 30 strokes and a year's salary forfeiture. Upon hearing the verdict, Su Jiaoyi's eyes widened in disbelief as she lunged forward to grasp Pei Yixuan's robes. Your Majesty, I acted solely to protect your reputation. You cannot be so heartless. Do not be deceived by the Empress. Pei Yixuan kicked her away. I have spared you out of consideration for your father. Henceforth, conduct yourself wisely. Deng Liso, weary from the cries and tumult in the great hall, gently tugged at Pei Yixuan's sleeve. He grasped her small hand and lifted her up. Let us return. Mother, you shall reside peacefully in the Chongqing Palace for your remaining years. I shall take the Empress back now. Your Majesty, Xunia. The Empress Dowager raised her hand, gazing at his retreating figure, wishing to call him back, but her hand fell limply. From now on, without my decree, no one shall disturb the tranquility of the Chongqing Palace. Yes, your Majesty. Chapter 51. Chaotic and petulant, the Empress Dowager, witnessing the Emperor depart with the Empress, said nothing further, letting out a faint sigh as she surveyed the kneeling concubines and palace maids, her head throbbing as she waved her hand in dismissal. Do not proceed without the Emperor's command. With that, Mama Li assisted her in leaving the Grand Hall. Liang led the Imperial Guards to escort everyone out, and the remaining 3 concubines dared not utter another word, fearful of incurring the Emperor's wrath. Su Jiaoyi, no, she should be referred to as Su Liang now, crawled forward weeping, to plead with the Empress Dowager, but could only watch helplessly as the Empress Dowager departed without a backward glance. She lay on the ground in a state of disarray, her meticulously styled hair now a tangled mess, strands cascading down haphazardly. Coupled with her disheveled makeup and tear-streaked face, she appeared utterly wretched. Yet, no one paid her any mind, for today marked her defeat. A sudden thought struck her, and she abruptly lifted her head, her fierce gaze locking onto Himerin. Drawing upon an unknown reserve of strength, she broke free from the grasp of the two guards restraining her, lunging towards Himerin and seizing her by the throat. "It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, how could His Majesty have cast me aside so cruelly? I will strangle you." "Ah, someone, pull her away." Liang Yi's temple throbbed. Was Su Liangren truly mad? It took 4 guards considerable effort to separate them, as Su Liangren continued her tirade of curses. "You vile woman! What witnesses did you find? How dare you claim victory, forcing me from the rank of Jowie to a mere Liangren? You suffer only a trivial pain, while I shall end your life. Let me go. You dare treat me this way? My father is the Grand Marshal. He's Ting. I will not spare you." As Su Liangren's frenzied curses faded from the Grand Hall, Himerin lay on the ground, coughing uncontrollably, tears of anguish filling her eyes, her throat burning. She remained momentarily stunned, unable to engage in a verbal duel with the rabid Su Liangren, yet her heart brimmed with loathing for her adversary. Gently stroking her reddened neck, she fixed her pale gaze on the spot where Su Liangren had vanished. "Supingron, let us see who will not be spared." Liang Yi witnessed this chaotic scene unfold, yet he knew he must proceed with his duties. "Ladies, as per His Majesty's decree, you are to accompany the guards to receive your punishment." Chang Sunjiu and Ling Ronghua, having regained their senses, allowed themselves to be escorted away. Meanwhile, Pei Yixuan cradled someone back to Jianzhong Palace, incessantly apologizing, but Deng Lishu remained unresponsive. Upon returning to her chamber, Deng Lishu lay on the bed, her back turned to him, exuding irritation and fatigue. Pei Yixuan recognized her deep-seated anger. Anyone in her position would feel similarly aggrieved. He hadn't even changed out of his official attire, merely removing his crown and setting it aside, before approaching her to soothe her troubled spirit. Deng Lishu kept her eyes shut, disregarding his gentle coaxing and apologies, yearning for a moment of solitude. Pei Yixuan, his demeanor humble, leaned in cautiously to observe her, tentatively grasping her small hand and gently caressing it, relieved when she did not withdraw. "If you feel unwell, do tell me. Harboring it within will only worsen your condition." Today's oversight was entirely mine. Rest assured, I have instructed Pei Zhao to resolve this matter thoroughly, ensuring no harm comes to you or brings distress to your in-laws or the Lin family. I heard from Yixiang that you didn't even have time for breakfast earlier. I've had your favorite snacks and floral tea prepared. Would you care to have a bite? Rest assured, such incidents will not recur. I will swiftly deal with those women in the harem. Deng Lishu frowned, finding his incessant chatter wearisome. She raised her hand to push him away, retreating further into her solitude. Pei Yixuan, unabashed, approached her. "Sure, I apologize. I was wrong. Please do not be angry. Sure, you may scold or hit me as you wish, but do not harbor your feelings within, for it may harm your health, and that would cause me great sorrow." Deng Lishu took a deep breath, half opening her eyes to gaze at the handsome face before her, and spoke with impatience. "Your Majesty, I wish to be left alone." Finally, Deng Lishu was willing to speak, which brought a sense of calm to Pei Yixuan. His expression softened considerably. Unable to resist, he leaned down and pressed a kiss upon her crimson lips. "Would you like to have a snack before you sleep again?" Deng Lishu shook her head and pushed his head away, turning over. The man behind her clung to her as usual, enveloping her in his embrace, asserting his dominance in an undeniably possessive manner. Exhausted and still harboring frustration, she quickly fell asleep, undisturbed by his presence. Pei Yixuan did not leave, but stayed by her side, watching over her as she slept for an hour. Lunchtime had already passed, yet Lu Yi remained prepared, awaiting the awakening of his two masters. Once Deng Lishu felt refreshed, she found herself considerably lighter. Even the resentment from the morning had dissipated. Her earlier silence towards Pei Yixuan stemmed from her poor mood. She did not wish to engage in conversation tainted by negativity, as it would lead to mutual dissatisfaction. Pei Yixuan, not fully asleep, stirred at her slightest movement. Upon opening his eyes, he found Deng Lishu gazing at him with bright eyes. "Sure, have you awakened? Are you feeling better?" Deng Lishu nodded. "Your Majesty, I am grateful for all that you have done for me. Unsure of how to express herself, she acknowledged her own faults in the matter, yet her aspirations were valid. The emperor had indeed done much for her, and she could not help but feel gratitude. Pei Yixuan was pleasantly surprised that upon waking, Shu'er had forgiven him. Overjoyed, he tightened his embrace around her. There is no need for thanks between us. For all that I do is out of my own volition. I only hope that you might harbor a little more affection for me. Could you perhaps call me a son? He pressed on. Deng Lishu, feeling a bit shy, attempted to change the subject. Earlier, my impatience and all my ill temper. Do you truly hold no grudge? Sure, it is perfectly normal to feel wronged and have some emotions, he reassured her. Thank you, Your Majesty, she replied, knowing he was trying to steer the conversation back. But he remained undeterred, asking, Sure, will you? Deng Lishu turned her head to the side, her beautiful face flushing with an unnatural crimson hue. What are you saying, Your Majesty? Pei Yixuan, noticing her feigned ignorance, swiftly flipped her beneath him, propping himself up with his arms on either side, gazing tenderly at her flushed cheeks. Shu'er's face is so red. Would you care to call me husband? Deng Lishu, caught off guard by his sudden action, gently pressed her hands against his warm chest, her eyes darting away. Your Majesty, please get off me. I am hungry. With that, she pushed him with all her might, yet he remained steadfast as a rock. Your Majesty, I truly am hungry. Pei Yixuan, under her tender caresses, found himself entranced. Reluctant to rise, he lowered his head to gently kiss her crimson lips, his voice husky. My dear Shu'er, I too am hungry. Hearing this, Deng Lishu nodded earnestly. Your Majesty must indeed be hungry. It is high time we rise to dine. A mystérieux smile grised Pei Yixuan en son visage. For Shu'er was truly innocent. Let me satisfy my husband first, and then I shall tend to you if you please. This hunger was not the same, and as Deng Lishu noticed the dazed look in his eyes, akin to a predator fixated on its prey, she comprehended his intentions all too well. In a flurry, she raised her hands to push him away. When that proved futile, she attempted to slip away from his side. Yet Pei Yixuan would not easily relinquish her, capturing her and pulling her back beneath him with a fervent kiss. Deng Lishu struggled momentarily, but to no avail. Their breaths became ragged, the bed curtains drawn, the exquisite dragon and phoenix garments discarded one by one, cascading to the floor. The entwined fabric spoke of an inseparable bond, reminiscent of lovers lost in a sea of affection. Amidst this fervor, Deng Lishu, ensnared in a whirlwind of emotions, gazed dreamily at the opulent canopy above, overwhelmed by the man's ardor, feeling utterly powerless. Her beautiful form flushed with a delicate rose hue, and thoughts of dining faded from her mind. Drawn into the depths of passion, her long, thick lashes glistened with droplets, her petite nose blushed alluringly, and her full, rosy lips parted slightly, exuding an intoxicating fragrance. Most captivating was the allure of her crimson lips, inviting the man to plunge deeper into the abyss of desire. Pei Yixuan descended, his throat constricting in impatience, his exquisite eyes glinting with a fiery hue. In the haze of her enchantment, her arms wrapped around his broad shoulders, breathy sighs escaping her lips. As she acclimated to the sensations, the man, unhurried, gently pressed down, planting soft kisses along her chin. My dear Shu'er, call me husband, will you? Husband, husband. At that moment, she could scarcely discern north from south. Such a good girl, call me Ashwan, Ashwan. Ashwan, husband, she breathed, her voice a melody that sent shivers through him. How do you feel now, my darling? She was overwhelmed, discomfort creeping in. Her soft gasps carried a hint of plea, rendering him utterly besotted. Leaning down, he soothingly whispered, All right. He too felt the urgency building within him, no longer teasing her. Exhausted, she declared after an hour, her fingers too weary to move while the man still craved more. Pouting in feigned discontent, she protested, No more. Pei Yixuan smiled charmingly. Just one last time, please? Deng Lishu shook her head gently. No. Recalling how he had coaxed her back that morning, he dared not provoke her ire again. Instead, he embraced her, lying on the bed, placing gentle kisses on her alabaster shoulder, a profound sense of contentment swelling within him, his face alight with bliss. One hand softly kneaded her tender waist, the pressure just right, leaving her in a state of comfort. "Would you care for a bath?" he inquired. "Carry me over," she languidly replied. Pei Yixuan, eager to oblige, rose carefully, cradling her as they made their way to the bathing pool. In the misty confines of the bath, as her body was enveloped by the warmth of the water, Deng Lishu felt a considerable alleviation of her fatigue. She found herself cradled in the man's formidable embrace as he meticulously washed her, their contrasting forms, his robust physique and her delicate allure, strikingly harmonious. The man's hands roamed over her, yet Deng Lishu, lazily half closing her eyes, chose to ignore him, surrendering to his ministrations until an unsettling sensation beneath the water prompted her to pout in discontent. "Your Majesty, do restrain yourself," Pei Yixuan, with an air of helplessness, replied. "My dear, such restraint is beyond me." His eyes sparkled with mirth, full of innocence. Deng Lishu sensed a growing intensity in him, his breath becoming heavier. Determined, she decided this would be the last time. She raised her long, fair arms to encircle his neck, leaning in to kiss him haphazardly and without finesse. The man swiftly caught her, causing ripples in the water. In an intimate whisper at her ear, he could hardly contain his excitement. "Why is Shuer so proactive? Why won't you call me a son?" "A son, I truly like this," Deng Lishu, in a daze, voiced her genuine feelings. "Since my dear enjoys it so much, I shall endeavor to please you even more." As she spoke, her soft sounds only heightened the man's fervor, propelling them to greater heights of ecstasy. Afterward, Deng Lishu lay blissfully in the man's embrace, both surprised by the allure of their encounter. If the first experience was marred by discomfort, the second was filled with joy, followed by pure indulgence. Pei Yixuan had thought that such a refined lady would disdain such encounters. Yet to his astonishment, this young woman, initially oblivious, had come to relish the beauty of it all, seemingly addicted and eagerly seeking more from him. He knew he had to strive harder. Chapter 53. A Taste for Indulgence. Arrogance born of favor, Pei Yixuan gently caressed her tender visage, both of them wearing expressions of profound satisfaction. Indeed, engaging intimately with one's beloved was the epitome of happiness. "My dear, shall we continue?" Deng Lishu softly shook her head. "I am truly hungry." "Do not move. Let us linger a little longer," she insisted, holding him tightly, savoring the fullness he brought to her. After a while, she finally released him, creating a physical distance between them. Once fully aware, a hint of awkwardness crossed her face as she turned to exit the bath. The sound of water splashing revealed her exquisite form to the air, leaving Pei Yixuan momentarily stunned by the striking sight. "Sure, you truly are." Deng Lishu did not hear his murmured words. Swiftly, she wrapped herself in a towel from the screen and, with a flushed face, turned to glance at the dazed Pei Yixuan. "A son, did you not say you would feed me?" Brought back to reality by her cool, enchanting voice, Pei Yixuan hastily climbed ashore, his face alight with delight. "Sure, I am coming. Be careful, do not fall." Deng Lishu seemed to be in high spirits today, undoubtedly buoyed by the man's earlier support at Changxin Palace. Her only vexation stemmed from the bothersome concubines. Yet, considering all Pei Yixuan had done for her, his tenderness, his striking appearance, and his prowess in their shared moments, how could any woman remain unmoved? Pei Yixuan kept his promises, feeding his beloved with tender care, offering each bite of food while occasionally whispering teasingly intimate words that left her blushing. The palace attendants, witnessing this display of affection between the emperor and his consort, felt a mix of admiration and embarrassment, pondering how the sovereign had taken to pampering the princess like a child, making even mealtime a rather awkward affair. They wished for a place to hide. Observing the gentle demeanor of the one nestled in his embrace, Pei Yixuan sensed her growing fondness for him. It seemed he must double his efforts to win her heart entirely. Their meal concluded as dusk fell, and Pei Yixuan led her through the imperial garden for a leisurely stroll, engaging in conversation while she, typically reserved, made an effort to respond. The summer evening air was refreshing, with a gentle breeze sweeping across the lotus pond, carrying the delightful fragrance of blooming lotuses that invigorated the spirit. Beneath the tall willows by the pond, their verdant branches swayed gracefully in the wind. The emperor, adorned in a dark robe embellished with golden dragons, delicately placed a fiery red rose into the hair of his beloved Empress, who, clad in a resplendent phoenix gown, blushed under his tender gaze, lowering her head shyly. The evening glow painted a beautiful scene, enhancing the allure of the fair maiden and deepening the sentiments shared between them. This tender tableau pierced the heart of a handsome man who observed from a nearby pavilion. Pei Yuan stood with his hands clasped behind him, his brow furrowed as he gazed at the enchanting couple by the lotus pond, feeling a pang of sorrow. She had returned, reveling in sweetness with his royal brother. Yet he longed to possess her affection as well. A sense of possessiveness and concealed love surged within him. Meanwhile, Princess Pei Jin, engrossed in a game of Go with her second brother, found herself perplexed by the intricate web he had woven. Resting her chin on her hand as she stared blankly at the black and white stones on the board, her maidservant Ningyue, along with Wen Chun and Wen Yu, stood by, equally absorbed in the game, oblivious to what the prince was contemplating. After a moment, the princess lamented with frustration, "Second brother, I cannot unravel this game. Please come and guide me." She approached him, inquiring, "Second brother, can you hear me? What are you looking at?" Following his gaze, she spotted the emperor and empress together, wondering what could be so captivating. Waving her hand in front of him, she raised her voice, "Second brother." "Second brother." Pei Yuan turned back with an inscrutable expression, his emotions sharpening with clarity. "What is it?" Pei Yijin tugged at him to return to the stone table, exclaiming, "Second brother, quickly, teach me how to solve this game, or I shall find it impossible to sleep tonight." He chuckled softly, playfully tapping her on the head. "You indeed. Watch closely." With a mere flick of his finger, he moved one white stone, and the entire conundrum unraveled effortlessly. The three bystanders erupted in exaggerated applause. "Your Highness is truly remarkable." Pei Yijin gazed at her brother with admiration. "Second brother, you are simply amazing." Pei Yuan nodded. "Playing Go is mundane. Let's explore the gardens. Have you not longed to converse with the Empress?" At his words, she eagerly nodded, grasping his hand as they descended from the pavilion towards the lotus pond. Along the way, Pei Yishuan shared amusing anecdotes from the court, unreserved in his storytelling. Deng Lishu gently pressed her lips together and raised her gaze to the man, a question that had long resided in her heart finally escaping her lips. She leaned in closer to his ear, and he lowered his head to meet her. "Axel, I have a question. Before meeting me, did you ever harbor feelings for someone else?" After posing the question, she nervously focused on his face, for she had indeed fallen for him. Pei Yishuan suddenly realized that this question weighed heavily on her mind, evidently kept bottled up for quite some time. He embraced her slender waist, drawing her into his arms, his voice barely above a whisper, meant only for her ears. "Li Shu, you are the only one for me, from the very beginning, both in body and spirit." Upon hearing this, Deng Lishu's pupils dilated in surprise. She had assumed that such a remarkable man had been involved with many women. To her astonishment, she found it hard to believe. "Really? Then how come you are so exceptional?" Pei Yishuan was momentarily taken aback. "What do you mean by exceptional?" Deng Lishu pouted, playfully tapping his chest in that regard. The two continued their intimate exchange, while Liang Yi, sensing the moment, discreetly kept his distance, unwilling to intrude. Pei Yishuan chuckled with delight. "Does Li Shu like this? I absolutely despise it. All right, I understand your disdain. But rest assured, I have diligently researched all ancient texts just for you, as long as Li Shu is pleased." "Then why did you choose concubines, yet refrain from engaging with them? Can you truly resist?" Deng Lishu's eyes sparkled with skepticism. Even she, having indulged a few times, understood the allure. "Because I have always been waiting for you. My heart belongs solely to you." Pei Yishuan was truly eloquent, and Deng Lishu felt elated by his words. "So, my dear, do you have any further questions?" "None at all. I desire the lotuses from the pond. You must personally pick them for me," Deng Lishu commanded with a hint of authority, her delicate fingers pointing to the blooming twin lotuses at the center of the lotus pond. She needed a moment alone to process her emotions, feeling a warmth spread across her cheeks. All right, I shall go at once. Pei Yixuan was about to demonstrate his agility when Deng Lishu halted him. No, you must row the boat yourself. No cheating. Deng Lishu was audacious enough to issue commands to the current emperor, and yet he accepted it with joy. Is this what it means to be spoiled by affection? However, he was more than willing to indulge her whims. Chapter 54. Personally picking lotus flowers, she does not recall Pei Yixuan waved at Liang Yi, who promptly approached with palace attendants. Your Majesty, Your Highness, please have someone prepare a boat immediately. Yes, Your Majesty. Liang Yi quickly instructed 2 young eunuchs to make the arrangements. As they prepared the boat, Pei Huan and Pei Jin happened to arrive. Deng Lishu noticed the 2 approaching figures. Who are they? Your Highness, that is Prince Xian and the Princess Chong, Liang Yi explained. Lishu, they're my siblings from the same mother, Prince Pei Huan and Princess Pei Jin. Deng Lishu nodded. Why have I never seen them before? She was unaware of these 2 individuals. They had been traveling outside and have only recently returned to the palace. He then quietly recounted how Prince Xian had previously come to the palace to pay respects to Qingyu. All right, understood. As the 2 conversed, the siblings had drawn closer. Greetings to Prince Xian and Princess. Your brother and sister greet you, royal brother and sister-in-law. No need for such formalities, Pei Yixuan replied nonchalantly. Pei Huan raised his head, and Deng Lishu distinctly saw his countenance, elegant and strikingly handsome, though somewhat familiar, as if she had encountered him before, yet the memory eluded her. While she observed him, Xian Wang smiled and nodded politely, perhaps realizing her initial assumptions were misplaced. Pei Huan endeavored to suppress his emotions, striving to project a demeanor of indifference coupled with respect, rendering him inscrutable. Beside them, the princess was witnessing her ethereal sister-in-law for the first time, her enchanting peach blossom eyes filled with awe. It was no wonder her royal brother guarded her jealously from prying eyes. Such a breathtaking beauty deserved careful protection. Deng Lishu's gaze shifted to Pei Jin, her lips curving into a captivating smile. Xian Wang, princess, she greeted. Pei Jin regarded the stunning beauty before her, recalling the tales Su Liangren had shared earlier. Yet, the royal sister-in-law did not seem to embody the malice that had been described. Could it be jealousy? Indeed, she had conspired with other concubines to tarnish the royal sister-in-law's reputation, though the specifics remained unknown to her, as her brother had sealed off the information. All she knew was that the concubines had suffered consequences as a result. It seemed that time would reveal true character. She would have to carefully assess Su Yangren's integrity. For only through interaction would she truly understand this beautiful royal sister-in-law. Your brother and sister-in-law are here to enjoy the scenery? What a delightful coincidence. The princess interjected, breaking the somewhat stagnant atmosphere. Your sister-in-law has a fondness for lotus flowers. Just as Pei Jin was about to respond, Liang Yi announced that the boat was ready. She swiftly changed her approach. Are you both going for a boat ride? Deng Lishu gently shook her head, while Pei Yixuan tenderly held her small hand, his expression radiating joy, his gaze towards her filled with utmost affection. I shall go and gather some lotus flowers. The remaining siblings exchanged glances. Xian Wang was engulfed in feelings of annoyance and envy. His brother could openly win Deng Lishu's favor. The princess marveled at her brother's affection for his sister-in-law, taking such personal initiative to please the beauty. Feeling somewhat shy in front of others, Deng Lishu fell silent, her expression devoid of emotion. She gently nudged the emperor. You should go now. Brother, I wish to join. Pei Jin pleaded, innocently blinking her peach blossom eyes. Initially, Pei Yixuan intended to decline, but Deng Lishu interjected. Take her along. Very well, your wish is my command. Pei Yixuan boarded the boat, and Pei Yijin eagerly followed suit, only to discover that there was no boatman, as Pei Yixuan intended to row himself. Where's the boatman? Pei Jin questioned Liang Yi with confusion. Liang Yi, noticing the emperor's displeasure, explained, It was the empress who instructed you to take the princess. Your Majesty, please do not glare at me. He wiped the sweat from his brow and smiled. Princess, this boat is not meant for a boatman. It can only carry one person. Shall I arrange another boat for you? Pei Jin pouted in disappointment. All right, hurry. Yes, yes. The two boats slowly drifted away, heading towards the lotus pond, where the flowers bloomed in abundance. Deng Lishu reveled in the refreshing breeze, her hair dancing in the air, her heart brimming with joy as she watched Pei Yixuan collecting lotus flowers, contemplating indulging in a petal bath upon their return. She seemingly forgot about the nearby Prince Xian, oblivious to his adoring gaze and fervent expression. The palace attendants bowed their heads, paying no heed to the unfolding scene. Seizing the rare opportunity to be alone with her, Pei Yuan naturally felt compelled to speak. Sister-in-law, do you still remember me? Deng Lishu remained fixated on the expanse of lotus flowers, her mind swirling with uncertainty at the sound of Prince Xian's voice. The wedding gift you presented last time, I cherished it dearly. She failed to recall him, and a bittersweet pang gripped his heart. Bowing his head in self-mockery, he then turned to admire her flawless profile. It is an honor for this humble brother that sister-in-law enjoys it. In response, silence enveloped them. Well, since she did not remember him, it would be best not to mention that matter to avoid any unnecessary complications. He had heard that upon her return to the palace, she had faced hostility from the other concubines, and he could not allow her to remain in a vulnerable position. The air was filled solely with the whisper of the wind and the rustling of grass, leaving them momentarily speechless. Near the water's edge beneath the willow trees, the grass grew thick, concealing the source of a faint sound that the gathered company remained unaware of. Suddenly, a snake darted forth. Deng Lishu inadvertently glanced down, spotting the creature writhing joyfully at her feet, causing her face to blanch in terror. Ah, a snake, she cried, her legs weakening as she instinctively sought something to grasp. Prince Xian reacted swiftly, seizing her wrist and drawing her behind him, raising his foot to kick the repulsive black snake away to a clear patch of ground. It could not be allowed to return to the water, lest it harm the palace attendants who might venture in to retrieve it. Deng Lishu shook off Prince Xian's hand. Retreating behind Yixiong and Wenyu, still trembling with fear, she harbored a profound dread of snakes. Upon seeing the snake, her scalp prickled, and her legs felt as if they could no longer support her. Liang Yi hastily instructed the attendants to capture the writhing black snake. Your Highness has been startled. The snake has been caught. I shall see to its proper disposal immediately. Ensure that the imperial garden is thoroughly searched, so no other snakes pose a threat to anyone in the palace. Exercise caution. Deng Lishu's complexion improved significantly as she ordered. I do not wish to see any more snakes in the palace. Yes, Your Highness, rest assured. I will attend to it at once. Seeing her demeanor gradually calm, Pei Yuan felt a sense of relief. She was indeed frightened of snakes. I hope you were not harmed, sister-in-law. In my moment of panic, I was concerned not to injure you. Deng Lishu touched her wrist, where he had gripped her firmly, leaving a faint red mark. Yet, he had saved her, and observing his courteous demeanor evoked a measure of fondness within her. Thank you for rescuing me, Prince Xian. I am unscathed, as long as sister-in-law is well. His eyes sparkled with warmth, restoring his usual clarity. The gentle warmth lingering in his palm seemed to echo the delightful sensation, leaving a lingering sweetness in his memory. With the incident behind them, the siblings who had ventured to gather lotus flowers emerged from the thicket, beginning to row their boat towards the shore. Pei Yixuan jubilantly leaped ashore, clutching a large bundle of lotus flowers and several leaves, presenting them to Deng Lishu with delight. Sister, look. Deng Lishu graciously smiled, inhaling the fragrant blossoms. How lovely. They smell wonderful and are in full bloom. Thank you for your efforts. As he spoke, he picked up a handkerchief to wipe away the sweat from his brow, and the man relished the gesture, obediently bowing his head in acquiescence. The Grand Princess, supported by her attendants, stepped ashore and gazed at the affectionate exchange between her imperial brother and sister-in-law, while her younger brother looked on with envy. She playfully thrust a few lotus flowers into his hands, saying, Dear second brother, there's no need for envy. Just bring me a sister-in-law soon. The prince laughed helplessly, withdrawing his gaze. You've grown bold, daring to jest with me. Chapter 55. Warm interactions and unraveling ancestry. The Grand Princess smiled, glancing at the Emperor and Empress. who were too preoccupied to pay them any heed. Brother and sister-in-law, we shall take our leave from the palace now. Farewell. The siblings exchanged polite farewells. Pei Yishu nodded, and the two of them turned to exit the palace. Deng Lishu observed their retreating figures, noting this grand princess possesses quite a lively spirit. Indeed, she is vivacious yet sensible. It would be beneficial for you to associate with her more often. Deng Lishu nodded in agreement. Just then, the palace servants responsible for tidying the imperial garden approached, having discovered and captured two small snakes secured within a cage. Pei Yishuan, puzzled, inquired, "What is this?" Liang explained the recent events, his face etched with concern. He handed the lotus flowers to a maid and took Deng Lishu's hand, urging her to inspect for any injuries. Deng Lishu felt he was overly anxious on her behalf, yet she was delighted, assuring him, "I am fine." It was fortunate that the prince was quick to kick the snake away. "Dear sister, you were startled. Liang, ensure the servants conduct a thorough search and clean up. Of course, your majesty, rest assured." Pei Yishuan, with keen eyes, noticed a faint pink mark encircling her delicate wrist. "What happened? Why is there a red mark?" "It's nothing. In the heat of the moment, the prince helped me up. I should indeed thank him for his assistance," Deng Lishu replied, shaking her head, dismissing the concern. Although Pei Yishuan felt a twinge of displeasure, he chose not to reveal it. Indeed, gratitude is due to the prince. Though his tone was casual, Deng Lishu detected an undercurrent of dissatisfaction. "Will you tend to my wound when we return?" she asked, her voice laced with a hint of playful coaxing. Pei Yishuan's heart soared at her words, for he knew he held a special place in her affections. "Certainly, whatever you wish, dear sister. Let us return swiftly. I wish to arrange these lotus flowers in a vase for my chamber." Deng Lishu eagerly grasped his hand, leading the way back. "Take care, watch your step," he cautioned, his earlier melancholy dissipating as he tightly held her soft hand, his heart and eyes filled with admiration for her charming demeanor. After walking a short distance, Deng Lishu suddenly halted. "Sister, what is it?" Pei Yishuan asked, puzzled. "Carry me," she requested, and he readily obliged, quickly squatting down for her. "Go me aboard." Deng Lishu climbed onto his back, feeling secure against his sturdy frame. As the last rays of the setting sun faded from the horizon, Liang trailed behind with the palace attendants. Pei Yishuan ambled forward with Deng Lishu on his back, a contented smile gracing his features, wishing that time could freeze in this perfect moment. "Sister, let us walk this path together in the future, shall we?" His gentle, affectionate voice resonated warmly. Deng Lishu, feeling at ease, murmured in agreement, her eyes half closed as she lazily replied, "I will." "Ah, son, could you help me investigate this ancient jade? I wish to uncover the identity of my biological parents. I will immediately have someone look into it. Aside from this ancient jade, do you have any other clues regarding your biological parents?" Deng Lishu pondered for a moment before gently shaking her head. "My mother told me that when I was 6, I was found unconscious by the roadside on the outskirts of Rongqing. She had gone to a temple in the mountains to pray for blessings and encountered me on her return. As I listened to her soft voice, a pang of sorrow struck my heart. What had such a young child endured? Upon waking, I remembered nothing. There was a blood-stained letter on me, stating that the ancient jade was left to me by my biological parents. I was covered in blood with several knife wounds, and my head had sustained a severe blow. According to my father, it seemed as though I had escaped from a hellish ordeal." Deng Lishu's expression turned wistful as she recalled the past, unable to fathom the sacrifices her parents might have made to protect her, uncertain if they were still alive. "Lishu, do not worry. I will always be by your side. Together, we will find them." Pei Yishuan affectionately nuzzled her head resting against his shoulder, not wanting her to feel sorrow, his heart aching for her. "Yes, we will." Deng Lishu replied softly, a hint of confusion in her voice. She too was unsure if they could be found, but the likelihood seemed slim. "Beyond this, I know nothing else. Rest assured, I will ensure a thorough search." Deng Lishu nodded, suddenly recalling something. "By the way, I have heard that rare ancient jades often have documented records. Is there a library within the palace?" "Indeed, I have noted that down. There is no need for you to tire yourself, Lishu. If you wish to know something, let the palace servants seek it out." "No, I must go to the library tomorrow. Deng Lishu was determined to take matters into her own hands, having previously sent people to collect ancient texts concerning the jade. Yet with little success. She had heard that the palace library housed rare manuscripts from across the realm. Perhaps there would be new discoveries to be made. Pei Yixuan had received a letter that morning, indicating he was to leave the palace the next day to meet Zhao Tingyun, and he wished to accompany her personally. When do you plan to go, Lishu? I will accompany you. Pei Yixuan decided to prioritize Deng Lishu. Meeting Zhao Tingyun could wait until the evening. Your Majesty, you are preoccupied with state affairs. You need not accompany me constantly. Deng Lishu began to doubt the emperor's dedication to his duties, having yet to witness him address any political matters. I will always place Lishu first. Do not worry. I handle state affairs with utmost efficiency. Those ministers who feast at the royal table cannot merely enjoy the banquet without labor. Pei Yixuan had been discreetly taking action behind the scenes. While the court appeared calm on the surface, currents of intrigue flowed beneath. Furthermore, his recent relaxation had allowed the Su family to reveal their true colors, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. That being said, I had no idea the emperor had so much leisure. Deng Lishu had assumed the emperor was perpetually burdened with state matters, only to discover Pei Yixuan seemed quite at ease. Pei Yixuan smiled. A true ruler need not involve themselves in every detail. By learning to utilize capable individuals and ensuring their loyalty, one need only issue commands. Now that Lishu knows, I will accompany you every day from now on. Just don't find me bothersome. You are truly kind. Deng Lishu felt deeply moved. The following day, with thoughts of the ancient jade occupying her mind, Deng Lishu rose early. Upon waking, she found Pei Yixuan had already departed, presumably to attend court. Someone come. Her clear yet husky voice, reminiscent of one just awakening, resonated as Yixiang and when you entered in a procession of palace maids. Your Highness, the servants are here to assist you with your grooming. MHM. Under their attentive care, Deng Lishu had her hair styled into a simple, slanted low bun that exuded a languid charm. She then donned a moon-white everyday attire, presenting an image both serene and relaxed. Her delicate makeup enhancing her beauty with an air of tranquility. He had already arranged a sumptuous breakfast, a feast for the eyes, yet Deng Lishu took her time, savoring each bite with utmost grace, her manner of eating akin to an exquisite, vintage painting of a refined lady, captivating all who beheld her. Liu Yi. She gently set down her chopsticks after the meal. What are your instructions? Liu Yi promptly stepped forward with the utmost respect. Do you know where the library is located within the palace? Your Highness, His Majesty instructed me regarding this matter before departing today. I shall prepare the Phoenix carriage to escort you to the library. Deng Lishu nodded in satisfaction. Let's go. Chapter 56, A Life on the Brink. Stopping the Phoenix carriage in the Chonghua Palace, Su Yongren lay on a modest bed, barely clinging to life after her demotion and punishment. Only her accompanying maid, Mishuan, and another servant, Tingyin, remained by her side, for she had been reduced to a position of little significance. Additionally, there was the devoted eunuch Wu, who had previously served her, and a small eunuch responsible for cleaning the entrance. Though the name Chonghua Palace sounded lavish, it was merely a slight improvement over the cold palace, furnished with minimalistic simplicity, and provisions were scarce. Naturally, Su Yongren, having succumbed to unconsciousness from her punishment, remained oblivious to these conditions. The two maids tended to her wounds with great care, their eyes filled with sorrow. Having been raised in opulence, Su Yongren had never faced true hardship. Previously, she had only been reprimanded a few times by His Majesty. The recent punishment had nearly cost her life. Had the eunuch administering the punishment exerted even a hint more force, she feared she might have perished. The previous evening, as the two maids meticulously cleaned the bloodstains from her wounds, they anxiously awaited eunuch Wu's return with the imperial physician. However, after a prolonged wait, the master on the bed developed a high fever, slipping into unconsciousness, leaving the maids as frantic as ants on a hot stove. Why hasn't eunuch Wu returned yet? It was merely a matter of fetching a physician, and dawn has already broken. Surely nothing has gone awry? The two exchanged worried glances. their anxiety palpable as they gazed at the door. After enduring punishment, Eunuch Wu had promptly left. Their hearts heavy, they could only sigh in despair. Using cloths to cool Su Liangren's fever, Mi Xuan observed the nearly lifeless Su Liangren, her face flushed and drenched in sweat, clearly in a state of delirium from the fever. Tingyan, you must guard our mistress closely. I shall fetch the physician. She has burned through the night. If this continues, she may not survive. By the way, Mi Xuan, did the master send the carrier pigeon from Chengning Palace to the young lady? In their panic, they had forgotten to deliver the message to Su Desai. I shall go at once. You keep a close watch. With that, Mi Xuan dashed outside, carrying the pigeon to the palace wall corner to send word to the Su residents. Gazing at the distant homing pigeons, she felt a profound melancholy, silently praying for her master to arrive swiftly and rescue Su Liangren. Cautiously emerging from a foot of the palace wall, she made her way back, unfamiliar with the surroundings near the Chonghua Hall. Along her path, she encountered several palace attendants and inquired about her route towards the Imperial Medical Bureau. Finally reaching the familiar palace corridor, a sense of urgency propelled her forward. Mindful that running within the palace was prohibited. Upon arriving at the Imperial Medical Bureau, however, not a single physician was willing to accompany her to treat the recently demoted Su Liangren, fearful of incurring the wrath of the current emperor and empress. Desperation nearly brought tears to Mi Yun's eyes as she seized the arm of one of the physicians. Her years of service as a palace made to high-ranking concubines manifesting in her fierce demeanor. My master is the daughter of the esteemed General Su. Should anything happen to her, the general will not spare you. The physician, struggling to extricate himself, replied with difficulty. It is not that we do not wish to treat Su Liangren, but the emperor's anger is formidable. We cannot bear the consequences. They fear the emperor far more than they did General Su. Pointing an accusatory finger at him, Mi Yun exclaimed, "You," as the crowd dispersed. She lowered her hand in indignation and dashed out. Instead of encountering the eunuch Wu, she found herself face to face with the Empress's procession. The palace attendants hastily knelt and prostrated themselves along the corridor, too fearful to raise their heads. Filled with rage, Mi Yun pondered why her beloved mistress, once cherished and delicate, now languished in a dire state, while this woman of modest origins had caused her mistress such suffering upon entering the palace. Such injustice was unfathomable. Yet, with no one willing to treat her mistress and her master outside the palace unable to help, perhaps she could still save her. Thus, she suppressed all her anger and discomfort, boldly stepping into the center of the corridor, arms outstretched to block the Empress's palanquin. Lu immediately admonished her, "Bold servant, how dare you disturb the royal procession? Kneel at once. Someone remove her." Hearing the commotion outside, the Empress opened her eyes, her voice cool and resonant, penetrating the ears of every attendant present. The onlookers, initially astonished by Mi Yun's audacity, were soon captivated by the enchanting voice of the unseen Empress. Rumor had it that the Empress was even more stunning than the former Su Jiaoyi, her beauty unparalleled, and her voice equally melodious. Curiosity about the Empress's exquisite beauty stirred among the attendants, though they could only catch glimpses of the shoes worn by the Empress's close attendants. As they indulged in their imaginations, Mi Yun fell to her knees, her expression one of deep sorrow and desperation, tears streaming down her face. With heartfelt sincerity, she bowed her forehead to the ground, pleading, "Your Highness, I implore you to lend your assistance. Otherwise, my mistress will not survive. I beseech you for mercy." The Empress, taken aback, responded, "Your mistress?" She recalled that it was Pei Yixuan who had demoted Su Jiaoyi to the status of Liangren just the day before, accompanied by a punishment of the court's staff. It appeared that this young woman was indeed her maid. "Ask you and Yi Xiang," she instructed lightly. The two attendants stepped forward to lift the curtain, revealing the Empress's breathtaking visage, poised gracefully within. She narrowed her eyes, gazing at the maid prostrated before her. "Lift your head." Lu Yi raised his voice. "Her Highness commands you to raise your head." Mi Yun suppressed all her resentment and grievances in her eyes, enduring it for the sake of her young lady. With tears streaming down her face, she raised her head, her gaze filled with pleading. I beseech your highness for mercy. Another resounding bow followed, and then another. Deng Lishu was taken aback by her actions and impatiently interrupted, "Stop bowing." This maid had been trailing Su Liangren yesterday, relentlessly working against her. She had some recollection of her. Initially, she had no intention of offering help. After all, one who is at odds with herself clearly reaps the consequences of their own actions. However, Su Liangren was the daughter of a high-ranking official, and should she perish in the eternal alley, it would indeed be a grave transgression on her part. Moreover, it would not bode well for Pei Yishuan's situation. She sighed softly, pondering for a moment. The palace maids frequently glanced up, stealing looks at the queen's visage, yet few succeeded in truly seeing her. Those with a bit more audacity who did immediately lower their heads, their minds blank, for indeed, as the rumor suggested, the Xiantian goddess was not an exaggeration. No wonder His Majesty holds the queen in such high regard. Deng Lishu waved to Lu Yi, whispered a few words in his ear, and then instructed to lower the curtain. Lu Yi found a young eunuch to accompany Miyun to the imperial medical office. Miyun expressed her heartfelt gratitude, bowing several times, though her heart was filled with disdain and resentment. With the queen's decree, the imperial medical office dispatched a physician to the Chonghua Palace, thereby preserving Su Jiaoyi's life, albeit leaving her with lingering ailments of headaches and back pain that would strike with excruciating intensity. Chapter 57. Seeking Texts. The Emperor's Narcissism Within the Palace. The library was not merely called a library. It bore an exceedingly elegant and weighty name, the Wenyuan Hall. It housed the most extensive collection of books from the Northern Dynasties, including many ancient texts lost to the common folk, making it a veritable sanctuary of knowledge. Deng Lishu, supported by Yixiang and Wenyu, descended from the phoenix carriage and gazed up at the three grand characters of Wenyuan Hall, feeling a sense of magnificence. Lu Yi approached to introduce, "Your Highness." These three characters were inscribed by the late emperor himself. Deng Lishu's eyes sparkled with admiration. The brushwork was vigorous and imposing, exuding the aura of an emperor, and indeed bore a resemblance to His Majesty's own handwriting. Retracting her gaze, she stepped inside, surveying her surroundings. "Ah, Your Highness, you may not be aware, but His Majesty's calligraphy was personally taught by the late emperor, hence the similarity." "I see," Deng Lishu nodded, noticing that the Wenyuan Hall was empty, save for two imperial guards at the entrance. "Is there no one inside?" "Your Highness, this library is situated far from the eternal alley and His Majesty's sleeping quarters. Ministers and noble sons and daughters can register to enter. Typically, there are 20 palace maids responsible for organizing and cleaning, all of whom are literate. However, as you have come personally, His Majesty instructed them not to disturb you." Deng Lishu felt a mix of helplessness and gratitude for his thoughtfulness. Pei Yishuan was always so meticulous. "Please summon the person in charge. You may be familiar with the specific arrangement of the texts." She stepped further into the Wenyuan Hall, a 5-story structure filled with a vast array of books, surrounded by side halls, all brimming with literary works. "I will have someone sent at once." Lu Yi waved his hand, and immediately a young eunuch dashed out. "Your Highness, please take a seat and rest for a moment. It will take some time for the person in charge to arrive." "No, the three of you accompany me inside to take a look." "Yes, Your Highness." The first floor of the Wenyuan Pavilion houses a collection of commonly referenced texts for ease of consultation. As one ascends the floors, the number of books diminishes, yet their rarity increases correspondingly. Deng Lishu led the three individuals in, casually observing the more ordinary books on the first floor, which were far removed from the ancient texts on jade that she wished to consult. "Your Highness, what type of books do you require? We shall assist you in your search. You may sit and rest," Yixiang kindly suggested. "Indeed, Your Highness, there are so many books here. Perhaps we should call a few more people to expedite the search," Wenyu remarked, gazing at the dazzling array of books, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Lu Yi smiled gently and helped Deng Lishu to a seat. "Your Highness has already instructed someone to summon the steward. Once he arrives, the task will become significantly easier. So there is no need to expend time and effort unnecessarily." Yixiang and Wenyu exchanged knowing smiles. "That makes sense. Otherwise, Relying solely on our efforts could take an eternity. Deng Lishu idly picked up a book and began to read, but suddenly recalled something. Yesterday, the concubines were punished. I must ensure the imperial physician attends to them properly, lest their lives be endangered. She reflected on the matter, aware that those individuals were daughters of noble families, and a mere beating might be unbearable for them. Your Highness is truly compassionate. Despite their hostility towards you, you still express concern for their well-being, Yixiang remarked, puzzled. Alas, Deng Lishu sighed softly. One cannot allow others to perish because of oneself. Moreover, I have indeed committed a grave offense against the emperor. It is merely that Pei Yixuan has chosen not to pursue the matter. She mused, they have committed no serious wrongs. However, they are likely to harbor greater resentment towards me, and their future days may not be peaceful. Your Highness is kind-hearted, and His Majesty cares for you. You need not overly concern yourself with them, Lu Yi observed, noting her melancholic demeanor and offering words of comfort. Deng Lishu smiled faintly, captivating the three with her enchanting smile, almost making them forget to breathe. At last, the steward arrived, a seasoned eunuch in his 50s, well-versed in literature and possessing considerable knowledge. Though the reasons for his entry into the palace as a eunuch remain unknown, he wore the same palace attire as Lu Yi, indicating his elevated status. At first glance, he appeared inscrutable, with deep-set eyes that concealed shrewdness but sparkled with vitality. Deng Lishu, a 17-year-old girl with little worldly experience, could not decipher the profound meaning in his gaze. The group's attention fell upon him, yet he remained composed and dignified, lowering his gaze respectfully as he approached. I am Li Tsai, the steward of the Wenyuan Pavilion, here to pay my respects to Her Majesty the Empress. Please rise and speak. Thank you, Your Majesty. He straightened, but did not meet the gaze of the noblewoman before him, his posture exuding a hint of scholarly demeanor. I have summoned you to procure a few books. May I inquire what type of text Your Highness seeks? I am interested in those that pertain to records of ancient jade and jade ornaments, from both the Northern and Southern dynasties. Deng Lishu pondered for a moment, recalling that the western region housed the Xichao, which had always been relatively peaceful and was considered weaker among the three nations. Oh, and please include those related to the Xichao as well. The old servant will procure them immediately. However, there are numerous books regarding jade, so I kindly request that you all assist in bringing the books to the first floor for Your Highness's convenience. Li Tsai's gaze lingered on Lu Yi and the other two. Go ahead. After they stepped forward, Deng Lishu wandered aimlessly on the first floor. She spotted a book, but her height was somewhat insufficient. Despite straining on tiptoe multiple times, she could not retrieve it, just as she was about to call for assistance. Pei Yixuan had already appeared behind her, effortlessly lifting her into his embrace with one arm while the other hand retrieved the book. The familiar scent enveloped her, and with the man holding her close, she felt a surge of joy upon witnessing his ease in obtaining the book. Turning to embrace him in surprise, she exclaimed, "How did you arrive so quickly? This place is quite far from the previous dynasty." Pei Yixuan gazed at her charming demeanor, his heart swelling with affection. He leaned down and kissed her forehead, guiding her to a reading table to sit. "Sure, have you forgotten that I can fly?" Seeing his smug expression, Deng Lishu feigned displeasure and poked his arm. "With such height and impressive skills, it's no wonder you are the current emperor." Pei Yixuan placed the book on the table, prompting Deng Lishu to open it. "Is that a compliment, Shuo?" he said, leaning closer with a playful grin. Deng Lishu raised her hand to dismiss him, continuing to peruse the book. "You misheard. Sure, your husband is handsome, skilled in martial arts, broad-shouldered, and considerate, perfectly suited for you." Pei Yixuan's shamelessness knew no bounds, causing Deng Lishu's ears to redden. Truly, who boast about themselves like this? She shot him a glare, exasperated. Pei Yixuan leaned in closer, holding her tightly, his chin resting on her shoulder as they both gazed at the turning pages of the book. "Sure, am I wrong? If I were a bit less handsome, would you no longer desire me?" Deng Lishu fell silent. "I once thought you were indifferent to everyone, but it seems you are merely a shy little girl. Your husband finds that utterly endearing." Deng Lishu's ears visibly flushed deeper, and she was surprised at her newfound ability to engage in such banter and her propensity to blush. Moreover, this man's audacity was truly remarkable. Chapter 58. The palace maid delivers meals. The emperor exits the palace. Dang Lishu touched her steaming ears, pouting slightly. I had no idea A-sun was so self-absorbed. Pei Ishuan chuckled softly, planting a gentle kiss on her cheek. Before sure, I may be a bit narcissistic. Dang Lishu was at a loss for words, pretending to peruse the book in her hands, though she absorbed not a single word. At last, noise descended from the upper floor. Lu, Yi, and the others had brought down all the books related to ancient jade. They made 3 trips, panting from exhaustion. Lu Yi, drenched in sweat, stammered, Your Majesty, Your Highness, all the books are here. Yixiang and Wenyu were equally fatigued, placing the last book down and stepping aside to catch their breath. Thank you for your hard work. Go pour yourself a cup of tea. Thank you, Your Highness. Li Lizai organized the upstairs books before descending to respond, not expecting the emperor to have come in person. He had been in this position for decades, even before Pei Ishuan was born, yet he had only seen the emperor once. The sole occasion occurred when the late emperor personally visited the Wenyuan Hall with the young heir, the current sovereign, who was merely 2 years of age at the time, to inscribe a verse. Otherwise, the emperor would simply require a book, and a message would be delivered to him without the need to trouble his majesty. Observing the emperor affectionately embracing the empress as she perused the books, a blissful smile gracing his face, he contemplated whether to approach. Lu Yi entered after finishing his tea, gently patting his shoulder and whispering, Manager Li, you may step out for a moment. With that, Li complied and departed, allowing them to converse freely outside. Manager Li, do take some time to rest. Very well. Faced with an array of ancient texts, Deng Lishu felt rather lost as to where to begin. Casually selecting a volume to peruse. Noticing her seriousness, Pei Ishuan ceased his playful banter and quietly picked up a book, their pace inevitably quickening. The rationale behind not enlisting palace attendants was twofold. Firstly, to maintain confidentiality, and secondly, few attendants could decipher the characters. Immersed in their task, time slipped away rapidly, leaving them still without clarity. Pei Ishuan, observing her furrowed brow, felt a pang of sympathy and gently massaged her weary shoulders and temples. Sure, why not take a moment to rest? Let us dine first and then resume, shall we? However, Deng Lishu was so engrossed in her thoughts that his words barely registered. With a sigh of resignation, Pei Ishuan hoisted her up and carried her outside. Sure, it's imperative to eat. Your health is of utmost importance. Deng Lishu, taken aback by a sudden gesture, was not frightened but felt a momentary daze. Time had passed so swiftly that her back ached. I'm hungry, she murmured, shutting her dry eyes and lazily leaning against him. Fear not, my dear. I shall ensure you are well fed. Pei Ishuan mischievously weighed her in his arms, prompting Deng Lishu to clutch his waist tightly. Where shall we dine? She inquired, glancing around the Wenyuan Hall, which seemed devoid of suitable spots. We shall go to the nearby Yaoguang Hall. I've already arranged it for a brief respite there, Pei Ishuan patiently explained. The palace was relatively sparse, and this area was more secluded, leaving many halls unoccupied. Deng Lishu nodded and gently shook her legs. Put me down. I wish to walk on my own. Sitting for an entire morning has left me quite stiff. Pei Ishuan smiled indulgently. Very well, I shall assist you as you walk. The emperor and empress departed the Wenyuan Hall, hand in hand, with palace attendants following in an orderly fashion, leaving only 2 imperial guards at the entrance. Shortly thereafter, a young palace maid approached, carrying a food box, her face alight with joy. She greeted the 2 guards amicably. Dear guards, I have brought your meal. Do enjoy it. The guard smiled and nodded, accepting the food box and settling on the nearby steps. The young maid, curious, peered into the Wenyuan Hall, noticing no one inside. Oh dear, guards, why is it that today the Wenyuan Hall is so devoid of life? Usually, when I bring meals, it is bustling with activity. The maid, with her hair styled in twin buns and clad in a simple emerald green palace attire, had a round, adorable face. The usual visitors to the palace are nobles and young ladies, but today, The Emperor and the Empress have graced us with their presence, necessitating a thorough inspection. One of the guards explained. Another guard concurred. Indeed, indeed. It is the first time my brother and I have witnessed such grandeur while stationed at the Wenyuan Hall. The two continued to vividly describe the Emperor's imposing demeanor and the Empress's unparalleled grace. Afterward, they resumed their meal, their morning repast having long been digested, leaving them quite famished. Miss Xiaoya, one would expect that you, in charge of the affairs, would be informed of such matters, one remarked. Xiaoya, resting her chin on her hand, pouted and shook her head. I am merely a lowly maid tasked with sweeping the floors and delivering meals. Steward Li would not bother to inform me of such things. Her tone hinted at a touch of sulkiness. No worries. Just be mindful, Miss Xiaoya, and do not offend the Emperor or the Prince. You shall be fine. Indeed, we are grateful to you, Miss Xiaoya, for bringing us our meals daily. The two guards tidied up the utensils and handed the food container to Xiaoya. It is quite all right. This palace can be rather dull, and each time I come here, I have the chance to converse with you too, which serves as a pleasant diversion. Haha, indeed. I just heard the Emperor mention that he and the Prince would not arrive until later in the afternoon, so it would not be too late for you to chat with us before you leave. Xiaoya nodded, and after a brief conversation, she suddenly recalled her unfinished chores. Standing up in an instant, her face a picture of regret. Clutching the food container, she hurriedly bid farewell. I shall return in the afternoon. I still have some tasks left to complete. As her voice faded away, the two guards chuckled, urging her to take her time. The Yaowang Hall was tranquil, lacking the opulence of the Emperor's sleeping quarters in the Jianzhong Palace, yet it was adequately furnished and impeccably tidy. Deng Lishu lay on the bed, exhausted and peacefully asleep, while Pei Yixuan, unable to find rest, rose to attend to state affairs. After a short while, Deng Lishu stirred, her mind wandering to the books in the Wenyuan Pavilion. Shu'er has awakened. Here, drink some water first. Pei Yixuan poured a cup of warm water and offered it to her. Ah Sun, let's go back and continue our search. She energetically descended from the bed, prompting Yixiang and Wenyu to assist her with her grooming. Shu'er, shall I send someone to move all those books back to Jianzhong Palace? You could take your time searching through them, Pei Yixuan suggested, thinking it would be more convenient without the need to travel so far. No need. The Wenyuan Pavilion has the right atmosphere. It is peaceful. Deng Lishu cherished the ancient and fragrant ambience of the Wenyuan Pavilion, finding herself more focused and at ease, making it easier to locate the desired texts. Pei Yixuan naturally acquiesced to her wishes, wrapping his arms around her delicate waist. Shoo, I must step out of the palace tonight to meet someone and discuss some state affairs. I will have Pei Zhao come to guard in my absence. Is that acceptable? Deng Lishu nodded. It is unnecessary for General Pei to remain here. I will feel more at ease knowing you can leave the palace. There are many people here. And besides, aren't there shadow guards? Trusting your judgment, Pei Yixuan affectionately pressed a gentle kiss to her cheek. Chapter 59. The Small and the Noble. Who is in the right? Guanyang Hall. This is the residence of the palace maids of the Wenyuan Hall. As night fell, Maid Xiaoya returned to deliver meals to the two guards and was to head to the back courtyard to clean. Li Yun, who shares a room with Xiaoyu, is one of the palace maids responsible for assisting Steward Li in organizing books within the Wenyuan Pavilion. Recently, she has been relieved of her duties and has spent an entire day idly in her chamber, glancing about the empty room. It struck her as odd that Xiaoyu had yet to return. Setting aside her needlework, she rose to open the door and stepped outside. Nightfall had arrived, and Xiaoyu typically did not linger this late. Just as she murmured this thought, she spotted Xiaoyu approaching, having just finished sweeping the courtyard, broom in hand. She greeted her with a smile. Xiaoyu, why have you returned so late? Xiaoyu set down the broom and evasively replied, Li Yun, why are you still awake? She recalled that Li Yun was not one to stay up late. Alas, I was idle during the day and cannot sleep, Li Yun exclaimed, her face lighting up with excitement. I heard that Her Majesty the Empress and His Majesty the Emperor visited the Wenyuan Pavilion recently. Did you see them? Xiaoyu, fully aware of Li Yun's intentions, shook her head dismissively. As someone who merely delivers meals to the Imperial Guard, I had no opportunity to meet them. With that, she pulled Li Yun back into the room. Li Yun playfully tossed her hand. Oh, dear you are the best. Do tell me. Xiaoyu wore a complex expression, gently shaking her head. Li Yun, persistent in her curiosity, could only see the esteemed officials and young nobles who frequented the One Yuan Pavilion. And her fascination with the Emperor and Empress, who stood above all, was palpable. Li Yun, please stop asking. I truly did not see them. Xiao Yu withdrew her hand and began to tidy her belongings. Earlier that afternoon, she had caught a glimpse of the Emperor and Empress from a distance, their figures leaving her in awe. As for their true appearance, she had not the fortune to behold. Yet, Li Yun continued her relentless inquiries, only to receive Xiao Yu's dismissive responses. Xiao Yu, I am nearly driven to madness with boredom. Why not allow me to deliver meals to the Imperial Guards tomorrow? You can comfortably clean the courtyard, and this way, I shall not be idle, and you will have it easier. With one arm crossed over her chest, she absent-mindedly stroked her chin, her bright, round eyes sparkling with mischief. Xiao Yu, alarmed, understood Li Yun's intentions all too well. Having unsuccessfully courted numerous noble young men in the past, she now seemed intent on setting her sights on the Emperor. This was a reckless pursuit. Quickly, she shook her head in refusal, turning to arrange her grooming items before retreating to her bed, pulling the covers over herself and turning her back to Li Yun, insisting, Li Yun, it would be inappropriate to trouble you with such matters. I can manage on my own. Do rest early. With that, she closed her eyes, disregarding Li Yun's presence. Li Yun pouted, calling out to Xiao Yu twice, but receiving no response. Frustrated, she lay down on her own bed, muttering to herself, Humph. She will find her opportunity eventually. My appearance is not lacking, and among the palace maids in the One Yuan Pavilion, I stand out. The Emperor will surely take a liking to me. With such thoughts swirling in her mind, she began to scheme. Meanwhile, within the One Yuan Pavilion, Deng Lishu had spent the day searching and had finally uncovered some clues. This ancient jade was a royal artifact, reputed to be the most precious piece among a collection unearthed a century ago during the joint efforts of the Northern, Southern, and Cece dynasties. At that time, it had sparked fierce competition among the three royal families, yet remains unknown who ultimately claimed it. Deng Lishu gazed at the yellowed, ancient texts, her eyes growing weary as she blinked, one hand gently caressing the jade artifact she held. The clues had thus been severed, the records incomplete. She closed the book, glancing at the sole ancient volume from the Shi dynasty in the One Yuan Pavilion, with a few remaining passages from the Northern and Southern dynasties left unread. Her head felt slightly heavy. Yixiang, Wenyu. The two promptly approached, offering to knead her shoulders and massage her back. Your Highness is already quite late. You should return to rest and come back tomorrow. Deng Lishu nodded. Assist me in returning. Let's go to the Yaowang Palace. Jianzhong Palace is too far. As you wish. Your Highness, mind your step. They cautiously supported her as they departed the One Yuan Pavilion. By the way, where is Lu Yiren? She turned back but saw no one. Your Highness, His Majesty was concerned that you might not be comfortable in the Yaowang Palace. So he specifically instructed Lu Yi to rearrange everything this afternoon before leaving. Indeed, His Majesty is always thinking of you. Deng Lishu chuckled lightly. You all have learned to jest. Your Highness, we speak only the truth. Deng Lishu smiled sweetly, feeling a warmth in her heart, and moved her aching neck. She needed to rest properly upon her return. In the afternoon, Pei Yixuan accompanied Deng Lishu for dinner before leaving the palace. Outside, his face darkened as he surveyed the vibrant scene filled with flowers and fireworks. His expression one of disdain. Let us go. With a curt command, he turned and flicked his sleeves as he departed, while Pei Zhao followed, his face reflecting a myriad of unspoken thoughts. It was baffling how the emperor of the Southern Dynasty preferred to conduct affairs in brothels. Observing his master leave without hesitation, he quickly kept pace, knowing he dared not share the same tastes as the Southern Emperor. Just as they took their first step, a male voice called out, Pei Xiong, please wait. Pei Yixuan did not halt. He had previously expressed his distaste for discussing matters in such places. Zhao Tingyun sought his favor, yet his demeanor was hardly that of one who needed assistance. Pei Xiong, I have reserved a private room at the tea house ahead. May we have a word? Zhao Tingyun, fanning himself with a folding fan, wore a cold expression that rendered his intentions perplexing. Despite being the one in need, he maintained an air of superiority. Pei Yixuan was about to refuse when he noticed a figure in rough hemp clothing at the nearby bun stall, occasionally glancing their way. He turned to Pei Zhao and exchanged a meaningful glance. Pei Zhao understood immediately, and Pei Yixuan followed Zhao Tingyun into the brothel. Unlike the previous encounter at Chunhua Lu in Yinzhou, Zhao Tingyun had arranged everything, and no woman dared approach them. Wu Yin and Wu Lu guarded the entrance, while Pei Zhao followed closely behind Pei Yixuan, his demeanor serious. Regarding the matter of military assistance, I agree, but the condition is the surrender of 15 cities and an annual tribute of 100,000 taels of gold. Pei Yixuan made a bold demand, causing Zhao Tingyun to fall into contemplation, the knuckles of his fingers gripping the delicate teacup turning slightly white. The Northern Dynasty is prosperous and powerful, while our Southern Dynasty is a land of scarcity, plagued by internal strife. I hope the Northern Emperor can show some understanding. The number of cities can be reduced to half. Pei Yixuan made his final concession. He would not engage in a losing deal. Is settled then. Zhao Tingyun agreed, finding it acceptable, though the future of his unified realm remained uncertain. As Pei Yixuan stood to leave, he remarked, in a few days, it will be the Mid-Autumn Festival. The Southern Emperor can return after the celebration. It would also be a good time to visit your esteemed sister in the palace. Zhao Tingyun watched as Pei Yixuan departed, his mind beginning to churn with thoughts about his half-brother. He felt a sense of confidence in his ability to surpass him. As for his legitimate sister, who was being held in the northern court, he wondered how she was faring. After taking a leisurely bath and changing clothes at the inn, Pei Yixuan returned to the palace, accompanied by his servant. As they traversed the night, the gentle breeze caressing them. Who was that person today? Your Majesty. It seems to be from the Su family. Reports indicate unusual movements. Chapter 60. Treason and Betrayal. The palace made intrudes. Meanwhile, after Pei Yixuan's departure, Zhao Tingyun slowly emerged. He cast a discreet glance at the nearby bun stall, but the figure he sought was no longer there, evidently trailing Pei Yixuan. Master, where shall we go next? Wu Yin inquired. Return to the inn. We shall enter the palace again during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Remember to send someone to gather news about my imperial sister. Rest assured, we have our people keeping watch. The inn in the capital was eerily quiet in the dead of night, yet a most unexpected guest slipped into Zhao Tingyun's room. A ghostly figure entered silently, and Zhao Tingyun's instincts kicked in immediately. Who goes there? In the pitch-black darkness, the figure walked calmly to a nearby chair, lifted their robe, and sat down, their voice carrying a hint of age yet resonating with strength. Let us speak plainly. I am Su Shi, a high-ranking official of the Northern Court. Having heard of the Southern Emperor's arrival in our realm, I have come to pay my respects. Zhao Tingyun was taken aback. He did not know this Su official personally, but had heard of his reputation. Given the contentious relationship between the Northern and Southern courts, it was evident that this Su Shi was an adversary of Pei Yixuan. Zhao Tingyun narrowed his eyes. What brings you here at such an hour? Su Darren, word has it that the Southern court is rife with turmoil, and the Southern Emperor is much troubled. I, Su, am willing to lend my assistance. Zhao Tingyun peered into the shadows, unable to discern the appearance of Su Shi, yet he could tell the man was undoubtedly an aged rogue. One who could betray his country was hardly trustworthy. He seemed less reliable than Pei Yixuan. Nevertheless, he refrained from outright rejection. A hint of color appeared on his usually indifferent face, and a mocking smile graced his lips. What are your terms, Su Darren? I am willing to aid the Southern Emperor in unifying the Southern Court, collaborating from within and without for the unification of both the Northern and Southern courts, which is imminent. He envisioned a future where his daughter would ascend as Empress, gradually scheming to seize the throne. Pei Yixuan's plans would no longer suffice. A path of greater benefit was required. Zhao Tingyun felt a surge of disdain. Su Shi was indeed ambitious, yet Pei Yixuan was no fool. However, Zhao Tingyun maintained a realistic perspective. How could the Southern Court possibly triumph over the Northern Court? Additionally, he had his own strategies in mind. While Su Darren harbors grand ambitions, understand that Pei Yixuan is not to be underestimated. Rest assured, Your Majesty. Just as Pei Yixuan returned to the entrance of the Yawang Hall, he received word of Su Shi's visit to Zhao Tingyun. Your Majesty, do you think Zhao Tingyun will? Pei Zhao expressed his concern. Not to worry. Zhao Tingyun is a prince born of a concubine who unexpectedly ascended to the throne. He has grown accustomed to the machinations of men and should remain discerning. Of course, let's ensure our people keep a close watch. A grand performance is likely to unfold during the Mid-Autumn Festival. I understand, Your Majesty. As two individuals entered the Yawang Hall, a woman peered out from the corner of the palace wall, her expression a blend of surprise and excitement. Her eyes darted around before she swiftly turned and ran away, her steps light and joyous. Inside the Yawang Hall, tranquility reigned. Lu Yi and the others were stationed outside the sleeping quarters. While Deng Lishu had succumbed to a deep slumber after a taxing day, Pei Yixuan tidied himself and cautiously approached the bed, where Deng Lishu remained blissfully unaware, her delicate, fair face nestled within the soft, pinkish-purple bedding, radiating an adorable innocence. He gently lifted the covers, lying beside her and cradling her tenderly in his embrace. With one hand, he softly caressed her hair, planting affectionate kisses upon her, and gazing adoringly at her charming sleeping visage until he, too, succumbed to a contented slumber. The following day, Deng Lishu awoke early, her sleep-laden eyes instinctively reaching out to find the familiar warmth of his embrace. "My darling, you're awake so early?" Pei Yixuan, stirred by her movements, gently pulled her closer, showering her red lips with tender kisses. "When did you return last night?" she inquired, sniffing him like a little puppy to ensure he bore no unwelcome scents. Pei Yixuan indulged her playful antics, responding with affection. "What are you up to, my dear?" "Nothing much," she replied with a gentle shake of her head, rising to prepare for her morning routine. Observing her earlier enthusiasm now replaced by a coy demeanor, he understood her shyness and quickly followed her, asking, "Will you continue your reading today, Shua?" Deng Lishu nodded. "Yes, feel free to attend to your matters." Pei Yixuan dismissed the attendants, personally attending to her grooming. "I shall return to accompany you once the morning court has concluded, if that pleases you," he tenderly reassured her, lovingly arranging her hair. Deng Lishu nodded affirmatively. "It's nothing. I can manage on my own. It's merely that your husband is rather clingy," Pei Yixuan teased, eliciting a sweet smile from her, which rewarded him with a kiss. After their breakfast, they each busied themselves with their respective tasks, leaving only two young eunuchs stationed at the entrance of the Yawang Hall, while the others had followed the emperor and empress away. Before long, Li Yun stealthily emerged from around the corner. With the empress and emperor gone, her opportunity had arrived. She was well acquainted with the surroundings and knew of an unnoticed dog hole in the Yawang Hall through which she had previously crawled. A triumphant smile graced her face as she furtively made her way to the rear of the hall. After ensuring no one was watching, she ventured forth, parting the surrounding bushes and slipping through the little-known entrance. Before long, the entrance appeared undisturbed, as if no one had passed through. Li Yun concealed the hole and, filled with exhilaration, brushed off the dust from her hands. Glancing around, she noted the eerie stillness of the courtyard, devoid of any presence. She pressed herself against the palace wall, inching toward the front courtyard, where she marveled at the transformed layout, so different from her memories. Once a dusty and desolate place, the Yawang Hall now seemed remarkably simplistic. Unexpectedly, the garden now boasts a plethora of vibrant roses in various hues, along with some rare peonies and chrysanthemums, creating a kaleidoscope of colors that is truly enchanting. The atmosphere is imbued with vitality and splendor, and the ground is immaculate. As she gazes at the flourishing garden, the sycamore tree in the corner stands lush and verdant, its shade cast over a round marble table, accompanied by smooth, cool stone chairs. At the center of the table rests an exquisite teapot, encircled by delicate glass cups. Li Yun feels as though she has stepped into a realm of fairy tales. This is the life led by the imperial concubines, surrounded by flowers that must be worth their weight in gold, along with the glass tea set that could sustain an ordinary family for a lifetime. Once she confirms that the courtyard is empty, she joyfully rushes to the cherished flowers, admiring them closely, bending to inhale the fragrance of the roses and gently touching the chrysanthemums, her face alight with pleasure. After a leisurely stroll, she plucks a fiery red rose and pins it into her hair, her heart blooming with joy. She then straightens her back, mimicking the graceful walk of noble ladies, and elegantly makes her way to sit beneath the sycamore tree, delicately pouring herself a cup of tea with an air of sophistication. As she gingerly brings the glass cup to her lips, the sight of the clear water shatters her poised demeanor, her brow furrowing in discontent as she gazes at the gently rippling liquid, filled with disdain. How could the servants be so careless, even sparing tea leaves? It is astonishing that His Majesty does not reprimand them. With a dissatisfied shake of her head, she lifts her chin slightly, seemingly haughty as she adjusts the red rose in her hair, splashing the water from the glass onto the grass beside her, and strides towards the imperial chamber. She had thought the garden's beauty was breathtaking, yet the opulence within the palace is beyond compare. Chapter 61. Bludgeoned to Death. Entering the imperial chamber. The imperial chamber, having been lavishly arranged by Liu Yi the previous day, now radiates luxury. A canopy worth a fortune drapes overhead, surrounded by priceless antiques and artworks, while the carpet beneath is extraordinarily rare and expensive, complemented by the finest screens, tables, chairs, and cabinets. Lian spreads her arms and twirls joyfully in the center of the grand hall, marveling at the lavish space, dreaming of residing in such a splendid place forever, attended to by devoted servants and adored by an exceptional man like His Majesty. Her eyes sparkle with avarice, clearly having envisioned herself as the Emperor's concubine. She explores the rare treasures scattered throughout the hall, driven by curiosity and greed, momentarily forgetting her surroundings as she lifts layer upon layer of rosy drapery. Stepping into the private quarters of the Emperor and Empress, before her lies an opulent bed, enveloped in silky softness. She approaches and tentatively touches it, reveling in the luxurious texture, a stark contrast to her own rough bedding. The pillows, too, are made of jade, leaving her to wonder why such exquisite comforts are not hers. Cautiously, she leans against Deng Lishu's pillow, inhaling a fragrant aroma that is both comfortable and subtle. A floral scent she cannot identify, mingled with a faint hint of ambergris, which she recognizes. She greedily inhaled a few puffs, exhilarated, her eyes closed as she fantasized about lying in bed with the Emperor, sharing a romantic evening, imagining how tenderly he would cherish her, with wealth and power all within her grasp. After a while, she rose and noticed the moon-white phoenix robe hanging nearby, intricately woven with golden threads that brought the phoenix to life, a striking ensemble she frequently wore. Beside it hung Pei Yishuan's moon-white dragon robe, adorned with a formidable golden dragon, evidently crafted specifically for him. Liyun, upon first encountering such exquisite attire, gaped in awe, her eyes brimming with envy and possessiveness. A glance shifted her attention to the vanity table, adorned with opulent gold and silver jewelry, including a delicate phoenix hairpin. She quickly stood, trembling as she caressed the phoenix robe, swallowing hard. Why not try it on? No one would know. Thus, she donned the robe, twirling in place before rushing to the vanity to admire her reflection. This garment is truly beautiful. I had no idea the queen's attire would suit me so well. With newfound delight, she seated herself before the vanity, beginning to adorn herself, securing the phoenix hairpin in her hair, carelessly discarding a fiery red rose to the side. Today, Pei Yishuan attended court, issuing subtle warnings and punishments to the Su family, provoking minor grievances to make them believe the Emperor was easily placated. After court, he hurriedly returned to the Yaoguang Hall with Liang Yi, intending to change before heading to the Wenyuan Hall. The two young eunuchs at the entrance had dozed off for quite some time, oblivious to the stirrings within until the Emperor's arrival roused them. Pei Yishuan strode inside, passing through the front courtyard without noticing anything amiss. Liang Yi, prepare some of the Queen's favorite pastries. Yes, Your Majesty. The attendants promptly began preparations as Liang Yi followed him into the sleeping quarters. Upon entering the grand hall, Pei Yishuan sensed something unusual. An unfamiliar scent lingered in the air, faint yet distinctly not of his acquaintance. Someone had intruded. He hastened further in, only to find a woman clad in a phoenix robe, posing before the vanity, Yet she was not the queen, and no one else was present. Liang Yi was immediately taken aback. Who possessed such audacity? How dare this wretched maid commit such an act of insubordination? Pei Yixuan's expression darkened as he surveyed the room, noting signs of disturbance, his anger surging uncontrollably. Li Yun, lost in her own beauty, was startled by the voice behind her, quickly turning to see a strikingly handsome man, his dark golden dragon robe exuding an air of authority. Who else but the emperor himself? She hastily knelt, pleading for forgiveness. "This servant greets your majesty. Please forgive me. I am deserving of death." As she spoke, her body trembled, yet her heart harbored a flicker of defiance. What if the emperor took a liking to her? "Which palace do you belong to?" Daring to intrude upon the emperor and the prince's quarters, audaciously donning the phoenix robe and hairpin. "You are courting death." Liang Yi had never encountered this unfamiliar maid. Those who served the emperor and empress were meticulously chosen by him. Pei Yixuan stood there with a furrowed brow, contemplating the unkempt surroundings, and worried about Shuer's displeasure. That audacious servant girl had gone too far. Li Yun, summoning her courage, crawled over, attempting to grasp the emperor's garment, only to be seized by Liang Yi. "Bring her here." At the sound of his command, terror surged through Li Yun, causing her to forget her earlier bravado. Why was the silent sovereign ignoring her? With tearful eyes, she looked up at the emperor, hoping her pitiful appearance would evoke his protective instincts. "Your Majesty, spare me. I shall never dare again. I am merely devoted to you, longing for but a glimpse of your presence." Pei Yixuan cast a disdainful glance at Liang Yi, turning away, choosing silence to avoid any association with this woman, leaving her fate to others. Liang Yi promptly summoned attendants to drag her away, her desperate cries muffled. He personally removed the phoenix robe from her and took out her hairpin. Such audacity! "Hurry and drag her away to be beaten to death." Liang Yi was evidently angered, grimacing at the sight of Li Yun being taken away. With the noise diminished, Pei Yixuan strode out, commanding, "Clean up this mess. We shall return to Jianzhong Palace today." "Yes, Your Majesty," came the reply, though the fate of the phoenix robe posed a dilemma. "Burn it all, every last piece, and have new ones made," Pei Yixuan instructed, his irritation palpable. It seemed anyone could approach him now. "Yes, Your Majesty, do not be angered. I will see to it immediately." Noticing his foul mood, Liang Yi quickly changed the subject. "Your Majesty, the snacks favored by His Highness are prepared. It will be perfect for you to go now, for I am certain His Highness misses you." Indeed, Pei Yixuan felt his spirits lift as he walked briskly towards the exit. "Do remember not to mention this incident to her. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will ensure His Highness is not troubled by such trifles." Liang Yi, skilled in his methods, instructed the palace servants at Guangyang Palace to witness the punishment, a warning to those who dared disturb the peace within the harem. Xie stood among the crowd, witnessing Li Yun bloodied and barely conscious, her hand pressed against her racing heart, her complexion paling. Thankfully, she was a well-behaved individual. Many young maidens, frightened by the gruesome scene, huddled together, weeping softly. Xie kept her head down, unable to look up, enduring the torments of the pitiful cries. Following this incident, Xie was reassigned from Wenyuan Hall, likely due to her association with Li Yun. She was moved to an exceedingly humble and cold palace, the Pingjie Hall. It was said that a foreign princess resided there. Chapter 62. Beauty and Kindness. The emperor fears his wife after this incident. For an entire day, everyone kept it under wraps. Deng Lishu remained unaware. She immersed herself in ancient texts at Wenyuan Pavilion, while Pei Yixuan sat beside her, handling memorials, and after concluding his work, joined her in reading. They perused all the books without uncovering any additional information. Feeling a bit disheartened, Deng Lishu leaned wearily against Pei Yixuan, who gently massaged her temples. "Sure, it's all right. We shall take our time. There is no need to rush. I have already instructed someone to investigate the origins of this jade. I believe news will arrive shortly." Deng Lishu nodded, surprised by the jade's mysterious nature. "Let's take our time," she said. She opened her eyes, climbed out of the man's embrace, and glanced out the window, where the sky was dim and twilight was just settling in. "It's still early. Let us return." "Sure." Let us head back to Jianzhong Palace today, Pei Yixuan said softly, squeezing her small hand with a hint of appeasement. Deng Lishu looked puzzled. Can we not return tomorrow? It's getting late, and I feel fatigued. She wrapped her arms around his neck and scrutinized his face, sensing a hint of unease. Do you have something to hide? She inquired, sensing that he was concealing something from her, perhaps something troubling, for his blinking was unusually frequent today. She playfully pinched his handsome face, noting the flicker of stiffness that crossed his features. Indeed, there was something amiss. Why the silence? Deng Lishu's tone turned slightly domineering. His behavior today was exceedingly strange, his demeanor unnatural during the day, occasionally revealing signs of vexation. Pei Yixuan blinked. He was perplexed by his own feelings of guilt, considering he hadn't done anything wrong. It was that accursed Zhao Tingyun who had sent him to the brothel, and he had merely been conducting official business there. The matter with the palace maid was also not his fault, Deng Lishu observed as his expression shifted from guilt to a slowly building resolve, even tinged with a sense of grievance. What could possibly be troubling him? If he chose not to speak, she would inquire with Pei Zhao and Liang Yi, who accompanied him daily and were surely privy to the truth. Deng Lishu called out, Liang Yi, Pei Zhao, come in. Pei Yixuan wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her back into his embrace. Sure, why summon them? If you're unwilling to speak, then I shall ask them. What is wrong with that? Deng Lishu's displeasure was evident upon her face. Your Majesty, Your Highness. The two entered promptly, kneeling before them. Deng Lishu rose from the man's embrace and sat at a distance, her demeanor cool and detached. Pei Yixuan felt the emptiness in his arms, and his heart sank. He shot a bewildered glance at the two on the floor before immediately leaning closer to Deng Lishu. Sure, I've done nothing. I could never do anything to upset you. Deng Lishu cast a sidelong glance at him, prompting him to raise his hand in a vow. I swear by the name of the Northern Dynasty's Emperor that if I have committed any wrongdoing against Shi, may I be deposed. Liang Yi and Pei Zhao exchanged startled looks, silently acknowledging the gravity of the Emperor's oath. Deng Lishu, albeit reluctantly, accepted his embrace and did not push him away. She turned her gaze to the two still kneeling. You may rise. Thank you, Your Highness. The two understood that henceforth, securing the Empress's favor was paramount. For the Emperor was indeed afraid of her. What has the Emperor been up to these past 2 days? Enlighten me. Pei Yixuan shot a glare at the two, then turned back to Deng Lishu with an ingratiating demeanor. Liang Yi promptly replied, Your Highness, aside from managing state affairs, the Emperor has been in Wenyuan Pavilion with you. However, today a careless palace maid mistakenly entered Yaoguang Hall and inadvertently offended the Emperor. Deng Lishu's expression was somewhat off, and Pei Yixuan, lifting his foot, playfully kicked Liang Yi's backside. Speak properly and clarify things for me. Liang Yi quickly covered his rear and began to explain, Your Highness, His Majesty did not utter a single word to that palace maid, nor did he allow her to touch even the hem of his garment. I have dealt with that audacious maid thoroughly. You need not worry. His Majesty would certainly not act in a way that would hurt you. He refrained from voicing the rest, wearing a smile that sought to placate. Deng Lishu let out a gentle sigh of relief, so it was merely a trivial matter. Were you afraid I would be angry if you didn't tell me? Her demeanor softened, and she reached out to caress the man's face. You seem quite aggrieved? Pei Yixuan quickly shook his head, nuzzling against her delicate, fair cheek, filled with joy. Lishu, I simply wish to spare you from concerning yourself with such trifles. What other trivial matters are there? Deng Lishu asked, puzzled. Pei Zhao, you accompanied His Majesty out of the palace yesterday. What amusing events transpired? Pei Zhao, not wishing to be treated like Liang Yi and kicked by Pei Yixuan, clearly recounted the events of the previous night. Deng Lishu nodded in satisfaction and waved her hand, dismissing the two men. She turned and embraced Pei Yixuan, relaxing her entire being as she languidly remarked, In the future, you can tell me about these things. I want to overthink them. Pei Yixuan nodded, feeling that his beloved was truly understanding. The imposing demeanor he had just displayed was an expression of his care for her, and her ability to discern right from wrong and trust him made him feel incredibly fortunate to have such a beautiful and adorable treasure. Holding her soft form, he gently kneaded her waist, aware that she must be tired from sitting all day. Lowering his head, he brushed his lips against her smooth, fair forehead. Though she wore no makeup today, she remained breathtakingly enchanting, and he showered her with warm kisses upon her delicate face. As night deepened, both found it increasingly difficult to restrain themselves. Ultimately, it was Deng Lishu who extracted the man's hand from beneath her clothing, panting as she leaned against him. Raising her hand to cover his kisses, "Enough of this, I'm hungry. Let us return to Jianzhong Palace first." Pei Yixuan nestled into her shoulder, gently inhaling her subtle, elegant fragrance to calm his racing heart, his voice somewhat husky. "Very well, let us return and continue later." Deng Lishu's rosy cheeks were intoxicating, and Pei Yixuan longed to envelop her completely, but the moment was not quite right. Fearful of igniting his passion, she remained still, speaking only when he had calmed down enough to instruct those outside to prepare for their return to the palace. Pei Yixuan looked up, cradling Deng Lishu as they exited the Wenyuan pavilion. "Lishu, are you cold?" Deng Lishu flashed a blissful smile, her eyes meeting his gaze filled with adoration, causing her heart to flutter. She playfully struggled, saying, "Lower your head." Pei Yixuan, unsure of her intentions, complied and lowered his head. In an instant, a warm kiss landed on his eyelids, leaving him both surprised and delighted. "Did Lishu miss me?" Their voices were soft as they entered the dragon carriage, where the palace attendants could no longer witness their affectionate display. After the kiss, Deng Lishu felt a tinge of shyness and nestled back into the warmth of his embrace. "I'm not cold." Pei Yixuan chuckled lightly, thoroughly pleased. "Not cold? Perhaps a bit too warm." Deng Lishu shyly pinched his firm waist, exclaiming, "Don't say a word." Chapter 63. A Difficult Temper. Sweet happiness, the two shared a passionate moment in the dragon carriage, but the distance from Wenyuan Hall to Jianzhong Palace was considerable, requiring an hour and a half to traverse. Overwhelmed by the man's kisses, Deng Lishu found herself disrobed as he persistently clung to her. She had no desire to engage in such activities within the confines of the carriage, especially with so many palace attendants outside. Making any sound would be unbearably embarrassing. Despite her repeated refusals, the man's relentless persuasion wore her down, leaving her devoid of strength. Finally, she mustered all her energy to push him away, gasping for breath, her enchanting eyes brimming with tears, expressing her distress. "I don't want to be here." As she spoke, she shakily began to gather her clothing. Upon seeing her in tears, Pei Yixuan abandoned his earlier intentions, swiftly embracing her in an attempt to console her. "My dear, I was wrong. Please don't cry, okay? You can hit me, just don't cry." Observing her biting her lip and tears cascading down her cheeks, his heart felt as though it might shatter. What absurdity had he committed to make her cry, especially after she had clearly declined several times? "My dear, I was in the wrong. Please forgive me. I will do anything you wish." Pei Yixuan, overcome with guilt, gently took her garments and helped her dress, his face etched with remorse as he patiently comforted his distressed beloved. Deng Lishu was quite conscious of her image. She was somewhat bashful and feared that others might discover her intimate moments with the emperor. How could she possibly face the world again? Moreover, the cramped space made her exceedingly uncomfortable, which contributed to her strong reluctance. In truth, anyone might find Deng Lishu's temperament difficult to manage. Yet Pei Yixuan was entirely enamored by her, regarding every quirk of hers as utterly charming. After a time, she withdrew from his embrace, her sniffles revealing her lingering distress, only then to realize that he was entirely unclothed. Instinctively, she glanced over him, relieved that the darkness and dim candlelight added a layer of mystery to the scene. Unconsciously swallowing hard, she tilted her head slightly and allowed a barely perceptible smile to grace her lips. "You should hurry and put on your clothes." Her voice held a hint of nasality, imbued with a soft, playful tone. Noticing her spirits lifting, Pei Yixuan felt a surge of pride as her gaze towards him revealed no attempt to hide her affection. It seemed that she indeed appreciated his appearance. He quickly donned his attire and wrapped her in his arms once more, whispering sweet nothings. Deng Lishu felt her cheeks flush with warmth, yet her heart brimmed with sweetness. The earlier commotion was merely a trivial episode between the couple. Once the misunderstanding was resolved, they returned to their affectionate ways, as if nothing had transpired. However, Pei Yixuan had taken note. He realized that Li Shu preferred gentleness over force, and that her emotions were somewhat volatile, a natural trait for her young age, and one he was more than willing to indulge. Furthermore, she only enjoyed such intimate encounters in the privacy of their chamber, avoiding any other setting. During her return journey from Yinzhou, she had previously refused in the carriage and the tent, but this time her reaction in the dragon sedan was even more intense. Each encounter between them seemed to occur at the most opportune moments. He made a mental note to remember this and vowed never to repeat his mistakes. However, Deng Lishu was not as observant. She felt increasingly dependent on this man who adored and cherished her, offering her the best of everything and fulfilling her every wish. She was blissfully content and hoped such days would last forever. Upon returning to Jianzhong Palace, Deng Lishu, drowsy, was cradled in the man's arms as he personally fed her. After bathing and changing, they lay embraced in bed. Throughout, her eyelids drooped heavily. She felt utterly exhausted, yet Pei Yixuan was far from fatigued. The fire he had stifled earlier in the dragon sedan still smoldered within him. With one arm around her, he propped his head up to gaze at his drowsy beloved, resembling a wolf fixated on its prey, his throat tightening with discomfort. He wrestled with the dilemma of whether to proceed or refrain. Disturbing her slumber would surely displease her. Yet he knew he would find no rest tonight without taking some action. After a fierce internal struggle, he deemed the moment appropriate and finally pressed his lips against her luscious, rose-like mouth, feeling a wave of gratification wash over him. Deng Lishu, stirred by his actions, felt bewildered and muttered in a daze. "What are you doing?" "I want to sleep." Pei Yixuan, now a ravenous wolf, replied, "My dear, it has been several days. Little son is hungry. Please have pity on me." Deng Lishu attempted to push him away, but her fatigue overwhelmed her, leading her to acquiesce to his desires. The entire night passed in a haze, a tumult of conflicting sensations. Outside, the moon hung full and bright like a jade plate, its crystalline light spilling over the earth, unobscured by clouds. When she awoke the next day, Deng Lishu found her throat parched. Upon speaking, she was startled by her own voice and instinctively covered her mouth. Pei Yixuan quickly rose to pour her a glass of warm water. "Sure, drink this to soothe your throat." After consuming the warm water, she felt considerably better, though her voice remained slightly hoarse. "What happened to my throat?" Pei Yixuan blinked and, cradling her, replied, "Sure, you called out too much yesterday, which has left your voice hoarse. I shall have them prepare some medicine for you shortly." Deng Lishu, slightly dazed, shifted her body and felt an intense ache in her lower back. Understanding at last that last night was not merely a dream, but rather a night spent with the man, she whimpered for him to massage her back. And without needing her to ask, Pei Yixuan began to knead her sore muscles, providing relief throughout her body. He then lifted her gently. "Let us bathe. It will make you feel better." The warm water enveloped her, massaging her weary body and mind, alleviating much of her exhaustion. "Aren't you going to court today?" she inquired. Pei Yixuan playfully pinched her petite nose, his affection evident. "The Mid-Autumn Festival is the day after tomorrow. For the next 5 days, I need not attend court, allowing me to spend quality time with you." Deng Lishu opened her eyes, filled with joy. "Time flies so quickly. Can my parents join us in the palace for the festival?" "Of course, my dear. You may do as you wish," Pei Yixuan replied cheerfully. "You are so kind. But will this not breach etiquette? As the Empress, you can do anything," he stated, revealing his own shortcomings as a ruler. Overcome with excitement, Deng Lishu began decorating the palace alongside the servants, creating a festive atmosphere. Eager to climb a ladder to hang the large red lanterns from the eaves of the palace, she alarmed the servants, who deemed it too perilous. Pei Yixuan also displayed his disapproval. However, not wanting to dampen her spirits, he allowed her to hold the lantern while he used his agility to ascend and hang it safely. As they descended, witnessing her radiant smile brought him great satisfaction. Chapter 64. The Empress Dowager's Apology. The women of the palace Deng Lishu excitedly pulled Pei Yixuan through the palace, directing the servants in their festive preparations, which infused the surroundings with cheer. Seeing her so engrossed in joy, Pei Yixuan indulged her, cherishing this rare glimpse of happiness. After enjoying dinner, they strolled through the palace, only to encounter the Grand Princess and the Empress Dowager approaching them. "Ah, son, there's the Grand Princess and the Empress Dowager." Deng Lishu felt a twinge of reluctance at the prospect of meeting the Empress Dowager, given their less-than-pleasant first encounter. Pei Yixuan nodded. It is Yongshi and mother. The Mid-Autumn Festival is near. They too enjoy lively gatherings. Deng Lishu, not dwelling on it further, continued to walk with Pei Yixuan. "Greetings, mother." They both bowed in unison. Yongshi has met the Emperor and the Empress. Yongshi, lively and adorable, beamed at them. The Empress Dowager quickly motioned for them to rise, wishing to overlook past grievances, as her primary concern was her son's happiness. She felt a tinge of guilt towards Deng Lishu, but couldn't bring herself to apologize directly. "How have you both been, Sunner and the Empress?" Her eyes were filled with hope, yearning for reconciliation between her son and daughter-in-law. "Mother, everything is well with me and Lishu." Pei Yixuan maintained his calm demeanor, mindful of his mother's feelings. Deng Lishu nodded obediently. "Please take care of your health, mother." From a distance, the Empress Dowager observed the couple sharing laughter and affection, reassured that their bond remained unscathed. Now seeing them hand in hand, her heart lightened. She released Yongshi's hand and stepped forward, grasping Deng Lishu's hand. Instinctively, Deng Lishu recoiled slightly, but did not withdraw entirely, her body stiffening. Casting a glance at Pei Yixuan with a plea for support, Pei Yixuan embraced her gently, nodding reassuringly, his gaze calming. He did not retract Deng Lishu's hand, patiently awaiting the Empress Dowager's next words. Both the Empress Dowager and Yongshi observed the couple's interaction, with Yongshi showing no reaction, while the Empress Dowager, despite her smile, felt a pang of disappointment, sensing her daughter-in-law's aversion towards her. The Empress Dowager clasped the delicate hand of Deng Lishu tightly in her own, gently caressing it. "Dear Empress, do not distance yourself from me. Sunner is preoccupied with state affairs, yet you may find time to converse with me. Furthermore, Yongshi, being of similar age, surely has many topics to discuss with you." The individuals present, astute as they were, recognized that the Empress Dowager was subtly apologizing to the Empress regarding the previous incident. Pei Yixuan lightly patted Deng Lishu's shoulder, encouraging her to make her own decision, and offered her a reassuring smile. Deng Lishu was aware of the underlying tension, but momentarily found herself at a loss for words. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Yongshi stepped forward, linking arms with the Empress Dowager, and warmly regarded the two. "Sister-in-law, mother is growing older and occasionally feels a bit lightheaded. It is an old ailment of hers. Henceforth, I shall often keep you company to alleviate her boredom." The Empress Dowager nodded, her eyes brimming with hope. "Indeed, Empress, please do not take offense." Pei Yixuan chuckled softly. "Mother, Lishu has been quite troubled and weary of late. Indeed, the Empress has much to manage regarding Yongxiang. It is indeed arduous." As she spoke, she removed a magnificent jade bracelet from her wrist and placed it upon Deng Lishu's. Deng Lishu was not a heartless person. Since the Empress Dowager had offered an apology and everyone had lowered their guard, to maintain her pride would be ungrateful. "Mother, this bracelet is far too precious. I cannot accept it." She made to return the bracelet, but the Empress Dowager stayed her hand. "Empress, please accept it. It is a token of my affection." Deng Lishu managed a polite smile. "Thank you, mother." The Empress Dowager beamed with joy, glancing between her son and daughter-in-law, marveling at their perfect match, handsome and beautiful. They complemented each other splendidly. How had she been so foolish before? "As long as you both are happy, mother will be content." Noticing that Deng Lishu was becoming overwhelmed, Pei Yixuan interjected, "Mother, Lishu and I still have matters to attend to." "Go on, do not tire yourselves," the Empress Dowager replied, her concern evident as she watched them depart, finally feeling a weight lifted from her heart. Yongshi approached his mother, offering comfort. "Mother, fear not. For although sister-in-law may seem aloof, she possesses a tender heart and has surely forgiven you." The Empress Dowager sighed softly. "I hope so, Yongsher, I have indeed been foolish. Mother, everyone makes mistakes. Recognizing them and striving to amend them is what truly matters. As Pei Yixuan and Deng Lishu left, they tacitly chose not to mention the recent events. They walked further away, enjoying the freedom of being unaccompanied. Deng Lishu gazed around at the surrounding palaces, intrigued as she had never visited these places before. Pei Yixuan earnestly explained the palace's layout and the history of the halls they passed. Deng Lishu listened intently, and as they approached the Pingjing Hall, she remarked, "Asun, the name of this palace is quite unique. Is there a story behind it?" She looked up at the somewhat dilapidated plaque with curiosity, sensing that this palace was unlike the others. Pei Yixuan furrowed his brow at the three large characters, his mind drifting to forgotten memories, when suddenly sounds of shouting and scuffling erupted from within. They exchanged a glance, both frowning in unison. There were people inside. Pei Yixuan instinctively sheltered Deng Lishu in his embrace. "Sure, we should not enter. Let them go in and take a look. It would be unfortunate if you were harmed." Deng Lishu nodded, just as 5 patrolling guards approached from another corridor. They quickly bowed in respect. "No need for formalities. You may enter and investigate," Pei Yixuan instructed, gesturing towards the tightly shut vermilion doors. The guards heard the commotion inside and attempted to push the door open, but it was locked from within. "Your Majesty, the door is locked from the inside. Break it down." "Yes." Several guards gathered their strength and easily forced the door open. What greeted them was a scene of desolation and dust. The dilapidated courtyard bore faint signs of habitation. Tattered garments hung from an old drying rack, swaying unevenly in the evening breeze, while dust swirled and settled in the corners, neglected by all. The sky had not yet fully darkened, but the interior was hauntingly bleak, starkly contrasting with the vibrant festivities outside. Deng Lishu involuntarily shivered, prompting Pei Yixuan to hold her tighter. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, but why is it so quiet?" "Asun, this place isn't haunted, is it?" Deng Lishu's wide eyes darted around, betraying her fear. "Do not be afraid. I am here," Pei Yixuan reassured her softly. "You too, go check the sleeping quarters for any signs of life," he casually ordered 2 guards. As the guards approached the door to the sleeping quarters, it suddenly burst open, and a battered maid was flung out, landing heavily on the ground, letting out a cry before losing consciousness. The guards quickly surrounded the Emperor and Empress for protection. Who dares to commit violence within the palace? Pei Yixuan's authoritative voice resonated. A frail-looking woman emerged slowly from within, her cheeks sunken, skin pallid, hair dry and unkempt, and clothing in tatters. She walked unsteadily, yet her hollow eyes shone with a fierce hatred, piercing like icy daggers directed at the Emperor and Empress. Chapter 65. Zhao Tingqing of the Southern Dynasty. Awakening from a haze, Pei Yixuan observed the woman before him with a cold gaze, subtly adjusting Deng Lishu closer to him. "Sure, do not be afraid." Deng Lishu fixated on the woman's cold, icy eyes, sending a chill down her spine. "Who are you?" Her voice echoed through the dense air, drawing everyone's attention as if breaking the heavens. The woman seemed to snap back to reality, only to deflate like a deflated sugar doll. Her gaze dimmed as confusion washed over her, filled with self-mockery as she shook her head gently. "Who am I? I do not even know who I am. 20 years have passed here, and I have long forgotten my identity." She collapsed to the ground, despondently sitting. Pei Yixuan gazed at her face, and an answer formed in his heart. "Princess Zhao Tingqing of the Southern Dynasty. You are Pei Yixuan, the current emperor of the Northern Dynasty. And you?" She pointed at the 2 of them, her expression bordering on madness. Pei Yixuan, displeased by her demeanor, ordered the guards to restrain her. "Why do you harm those in my palace while you are a hostage in my Northern Dynasty?" Zhao Tingqing said nothing, her head drooping as she subdued the hostility and ice in her eyes, contrasting sharply with her earlier imposing presence. "Deliver her to Pei Zhao." Pei Yixuan wished to avoid further conversation, grasping Deng Lishu's hand as they turned to leave. Deng Lishu glanced back at Zhao Tingqing, who returned her gaze with an inscrutable expression, one that was decidedly unfriendly. Upon returning to the palace, Deng Lishu had her questions, while Pei Yixuan also needed to clarify certain matters. "Ah Sun, Are you truly unaware that she resides in Pingzhong Hall? A flicker of embarrassment crossed Pei Yixuan's face. 20 years ago, during the Northern and Southern Dynasties War, the Southern Dynasty was defeated, and their princess was sent here as a hostage. I was merely a year old at that time. Deng Lishu chuckled lightly. And how old is this princess now? She was about 8 when she arrived in the Northern Dynasty, so she should be around 28 now, having been on the throne for less than 4 years. Pei Yixuan knew of a southern hostage, but had forgotten her existence over the years, as she had caused no trouble. After the death of the former emperor, she had been neglected even more. If not for Zhao Tingyun seeking military assistance from him, Pei Yixuan would not have remembered her at all. Deng Lishu found Pei Yixuan's indifference to be quite astonishing. However, if she has been overlooked, wouldn't that make it easier for her to escape the palace or be rescued by the Southern Dynasty? Pei Yixuan smiled, lifting her onto his lap. Lishu, the Southern Dynasty is rife with internal strife, and the Zhao Dynasty, preoccupied with its own quest for power, has neither time nor resources to spare. Moreover, the Southern Court has a vested interest in keeping the princess here. Her perpetual absence serves as a valid pretext for their ongoing disputes. Deng Lishu nodded, her thoughts drifting to Zhao Tingqing, feeling a twinge of melancholy. This princess is truly unfortunate. She must have endured great hardships over the years, treated as a mere pawn by her own kin. Pei Yixuan, however, felt little sympathy, as he had never been the one to trouble her. Ah Sun, that princess managed to injure that maid so severely. She must possess some skills. Why does she not escape on her own? Lishu, I did not sense any profound inner strength from her. It is likely she possesses merely some self-defense techniques. The palace is heavily guarded. The layout is intricate, and numerous attendants are always observing. She simply cannot find a way out. Even if she did manage to escape, her life would be at risk. The Southern royal family would not welcome her back. Why not? Deng Lishu inquired, puzzled. Because she represents the Southern Dynasty's shame as a hostage. A constant reminder of their humiliating defeat. No one would ever welcome her. Pei Yixuan spoke the harsh truth, though it was a grim reality. Deng Lishu was profoundly affected by his words, her heart aching for the long princess. She felt a sense of loss. As a woman herself, she could empathize with the inner torment the princess must endure. The look in her eyes before departing was one she would never forget, imbued with despair, defiance, endurance, yearning, anger, coldness, and the specter of violence. Noticing her despondency, Pei Yixuan tenderly embraced her, resting his chin gently on her shoulder, offering soft comfort. Lishu, I did not intend to frighten you. I am sorry. Deng Lishu shook her head softly. I am fine. I merely feel pity for her. Yet I understand that she will always be a princess of the Southern Dynasty. Lishu, I will always protect you and keep you from being ensnared in these conflicts. Ah Sun, where have you confined her? I simply relocated her to another chamber. After all, she is a princess and no longer a child. Furthermore, the Mid-Autumn Festival is approaching, and people from the Southern Dynasty will be arriving. It would be unseemly to present her in such a pitiful state. Deng Lishu nodded thoughtfully. Is that maid still alive after such injuries? Lu Yi just mentioned that the palace maid had merely sustained some severe injuries, but was still alive. Pei Yixuan gently patted her little head, wishing to spare her from fretting over such matters. All right, sure. You need not worry about these trifles. Your husband will make the necessary arrangements. Pei Yixuan lowered his head and placed soft kisses on her lips, diverting her attention. Sure, what did you eat today? Your little mouth is so sweet. Let me savor it once more. With that, he kissed her again. Deng Lishu poked his chest in annoyance, her face slightly flushed. What are you saying? Don't you know what I've eaten? All right. You had osmanthus cake, truly sweet. Let me taste it again. What else did you eat? With her thoughts diverted, Deng Lishu felt as shy as a ripe apple. You're shameless. What is there to be ashamed of? Shu'er also had peaches, incredibly sweet. As he spoke, he playfully nibbled at her delicate neck, lost in the fragrant allure of her presence. Shu'er, you are truly intoxicating. Your husband is nearly drunk in your embrace. Could you wake me up? Deng Lishu giggled at his antics. What are you doing? Pei Yixuan, like a playful puppy, nuzzled against her, causing Deng Lishu to squirm in delight, laughter spilling forth as her small hands weakly pushed him away. What are you doing? Go away, it tickles. Has Shuer agreed? Deng Lishu, puzzled, asked, What? Wake your husband up? Pei Yixuan raised his head, a mischievous smile on his face. As she attempted to escape, one foot barely touching the ground, he swiftly pulled her back. I won't. You're dizzy. I shall fetch the physician. Deng Lishu struggled. Pei Yixuan chuckled. But the antidote lies solely with Shuer. If you leave, Ah Sun shall faint. Deng Lishu puffed her cheeks, gently patting his handsome face with her hands, and planted a few kisses on his alluring lips. Is that sufficient now? Pei Yixuan, wearing a triumphant smile, replied, Not enough. You're still fainting. Deng Lishu, feeling obstinate, crossed her arms and straightened up, pouting. I can't wake up. Pei Yixuan immediately capitulated, shaking her gently by the waist. You're awake now. Thank you for your efforts, Shuer. Let me take you to bathe. With that, he scooped her up and headed towards the bathing pool, while Deng Lishu silently lamented the man's obliviousness. Chapter 66. A bend into the palace. Falling into the lake the next day, Pei Yixuan accompanied Deng Lishu for breakfast. Pei Zhao arrived to report that Zhao Tingyun had entered the palace with others, and Shi Chao had also sent people to congratulate them. Pei Yixuan glanced at Shuer, who was intently eating, her expression tranquil and unperturbed. He lifted his hand to serve her more dishes. I understand. I will first arrange for people to settle in. Yes, Your Majesty. Shuer, I have something to tell you. Deng Lishu set down her chopsticks. What is it? Pei Yixuan pulled her into his embrace, whispering, Do you still remember the gentleman we encountered at the Lantern Festival in Yinzhou? Deng Lishu pondered for a moment, her memory somewhat hazy. I don't remember well. What about him? Pei Yixuan sighed in relief, affectionately shaking his head. It is nothing. That gentleman is the Emperor Zhao Tingyun of the Southern Dynasty. Deng Lishu's eyes widened slightly as she nodded. He must have some pressing matters to attend to upon coming to the Northern Dynasty. Pei Yixuan smiled. Shuer, you're truly clever. You may attend to your affairs. Today, Wanwan shall enter the palace, and I shall guide her on a delightful tour. Deng Lishu turned and bestowed a gentle kiss upon his handsome face. Pei Yixuan smiled knowingly. Very well, enjoy your time with Miss Lin, but ensure that Lu, Yi, and the others accompany you closely. He had also discreetly dispatched shadow guards for protection, both Yixiong and when you were skilled in martial arts. Deng Lishu chuckled reassuringly. Do not worry. After they finished their breakfast, Pei Yixuan lingered for a moment, affectionately engaging with Deng Lishu until Lu Yi arrived personally with Lin Wanwan, interrupting their exchange. Seeing Deng Lishu blush as she bid farewell to the emperor, Lin Wanwan gathered the courage to approach and grasp her hand, excitedly embracing her. Lishu, I have missed you so much. I have missed you too. Have you had breakfast before entering the palace this early? Lin Wanwan nodded enthusiastically. Yes, yes. I came after a hearty meal. She even playfully patted her stomach. Deng Lishu laughed lightly. Come, let me show you around. Oh yes. As I entered, I was awestruck by the grandeur of the palace. I'm certain there are many beautiful sights to behold. The two happily exited Jianzhong Palace and arrived at the Imperial Garden, gazing at the vibrant blossoms. Lin Wanwan exclaimed in astonishment. Lishu, why are there still so many flowers in autumn? They are simply stunning. Lu Yi stepped forward, adeptly explaining. Your Highness, Miss Lin. The palace's flower house meticulously cultivates a variety of blooms throughout the year, including many rare specimens from the south, ensuring that the Imperial Garden remains a flourishing paradise year-round. Deng Lishu nodded, recalling Pei Yixuan's previous explanations, as Lin Wanwan, eyes wide with wonder, tugged her along. Approaching them were the eldest princess and Zheng Liangren. Upon spotting the two, one maintained a composed demeanor while the other was consumed by resentment and jealousy. Lishu, who are they? Deng Lishu lowered her voice. The one on the left is the eldest princess Yongshi, and the other is Su Liangrun, formerly known as Su Jiaoyi. As they spoke, the two women drew nearer. I have met the Empress, Yongshi acknowledged. I have had the honor of meeting your Highness. The Empress, Su Liangrun proclaimed, her discontent palpable. Lin Wanwan, unaware of palace etiquette, offered a slight bow. No need for excessive formalities. The eldest princess and Su Liangrun may continue to admire the flowers. I shall not intrude, Deng Lishu stated nonchalantly, attempting to lead Lin Wanwan away. Unexpectedly, Su Liangrun interjected, Your Highness, please wait. May I inquire as to who this young lady beside you is? She is quite charming. Noticing Lin Wanwan's beauty and vivacity, Su Liangrun felt a twinge of disdain for anyone close to Deng Lishu. This is a distinguished guest of mine. Must I explain myself to you? Deng Lishu thought, exasperated, as she recalled Su Liangrun's previous punishment and demotion, yet she remained unrepentant. Lin Wanwan, wishing to avoid causing trouble for Deng Lishu, observed Su Liangrun's unfriendly demeanor and glanced at the eldest princess, whose gentle silence only heightened her anxiety. Just as Lin Wanwan was about to speak, Deng Lishu pulled her behind her. With a cold demeanor, she stated, Miss Lin is a guest summoned to the palace by His Majesty. I need not offer you any explanations. Su Liangrun fell momentarily speechless, her anger simmering without an outlet, the pain from her back still lingering. Your Highness speaks the truth. I have overstepped. Please do not take offense, Miss Lin. Deng Lishu chose to disregard her, casting a glance at Princess Yongshi before departing with Lin Wanwan. The princess observed the dejected Su Liangrun beside her, then turned her gaze to the retreating figure of her sister-in-law. I have heard that not long ago, you faced the Emperor's wrath, and it was your sister-in-law who summoned the imperial doctor for you, the Grand Princess remarked with a smile, anticipating Su Liangrun's reaction. Upon hearing this, Su Liangrun displayed disbelief, her face betraying a sense of grievance and fragility. Grand Princess, it was my loyal maid who sought the physician on my behalf, enabling me to preserve my life. Furthermore, it is your care that has eased my days. A flicker of disappointment crossed the Grand Princess's heart. Evidently, Su Liangrun was not as virtuous as she had initially perceived. Su, I must go pay my respects to Mother. Your wounds have yet to heal. You should return and rest, she advised. Yongshi departed with Ning Yue without hesitation, while Su Liangrun, infuriated, stamped her foot, inadvertently aggravating her injuries, causing her head to throb. Miyun, and quickly assist me in returning. After Deng Lishu and Lin Wanwan left, they proceeded to a pavilion at the center of the lotus pond to feed the fish, instructing the palace maid to prepare delightful snacks and fragrant flower tea. As they fed the fish and chatted, they felt as if they had returned to happier times. Lishu, the women in this palace are truly formidable. Just now, that Su Liangrun buried dozens of pitfalls with mere words, and that Grand Princess, silent as a specter, merely watched the spectacle unfold. Deng Lishu pouted and shook her head lightly. It seems the palace is rife with rumors that I, as Empress, am harsh towards the concubines and bully them with my position. She wore a nonchalant expression, for as long as Pei Yixuan disdained them, she felt unconcerned. Lin Wanwan stepped closer to embrace her. Why not wield your power? What is wrong with asserting yourself? You are the Empress. The Emperor's might supports you. Just ensure that you're not bullied. Deng Lishu returned the embrace, replying, You speak wisely, Wanwan. Having consumed too much tea, Lin Wanwan felt the urge to relieve herself, prompting Deng Lishu to hastily summon Yixiang to guide her to a nearby restroom. Left alone, Deng Lishu idly leaned against the pavilion's railing, tossing fish food into the lake in a daze. Rising, she stepped out of the pavilion, crouched down to watch the fish swim gracefully in the lotus pond, reaching out to touch their smooth scales. Without warning, she slipped and fell straight into the pond. Louis was unable to react in time, and he, along with his shadow guards, immediately leapt in after her, while the palace maid screamed in alarm. Pei Yixuan and Zhao Tingyun happened to be passing by and witnessed the chaos, with palace maids frantically jumping into the water. Pei Yixuan spotted Lu Yi in the lake, and his alarm bells rang. Sure. Hearing this, Zhao Tingyun rushed over as well. Your Highness, Her Majesty. Amid the frantic cries, before they could assess the situation, the two emperors plunged into the water. Chapter 67. Persistent Fever. Anxieties abound. Deng Lishu could not comprehend how she had fallen in. Her mind felt blank as she gazed at the shimmering koi in the lake, an overwhelming desire to grasp them consuming her. As she made a feeble attempt to reach out, her thoughts became muddled, and with a slip of her foot, she plunged deeper into the water. The early autumn lake was not extremely cold, yet it was still brisk. Once submerged, a jolt of clarity struck her, and she began to struggle, only to find herself sinking further into the depths. She beheld Lu Yi and Wen Yu swimming toward her, yearning to grasp her hand. Yet they seemed to drift further away. A primal fear of death enveloped her being, and though she wished to cry out for a son, her throat constricted painfully, rendering her voiceless. Her hearing gradually faded, the shouts of the palace maidens above the water diminishing into silence. Her eyes grew heavy and swollen, and she slowly succumbed to unconsciousness. Pei Yisun and Zhao Tingyun anxiously searched the depths of the lake for the figure that haunted their thoughts. In unison, they seized her arms, pulling her from the water's grasp. Upon returning to the shore, Lin Wanwan had just returned, nearly fainting with fright. How could Li Shu have drowned in her brief absence? Li Shu, do not frighten me. She rushed forward, pushing aside the drenched and dazed Zhao Tingyun, collapsing to the ground as she gently patted Deng Li Shu's face, only to be abruptly pulled away by Pei Yisun. He laid her flat on the ground, overwhelmed with distress, tears streaming down his face as he pressed on her chest. Sure, do not scare me. Please wake up. Zhao Tingyun, tense and heartbroken, watched the scene unfold, despair washing over him as he beheld her pallid visage. He fervently prayed for her well-being, clenching his fists to restrain himself from acting recklessly. The tension causing the veins on his forehead to bulge, droplets of water cascading from him. Yet he paid no heed to his own drenched state. Pei Yisun was on the brink of despair, relentlessly pressing down, while Lin Wanwan wept inconsolably, kneeling beside them with tear-filled eyes. The palace maidens, too, felt their hearts constrict with anxiety, uncertain of what to do. Fortunately, through Pei Yisun's tireless efforts, Deng Li Shu expelled the water from her lungs, coughing violently, yet alive, albeit barely. Pei Yisun was instantly filled with elation, lifting her into his arms as he rushed toward the palace. Sure, please be all right. I will take you back. The royal physicians arrived, and after a thorough examination, they confirmed that Deng Li Shu was not in mortal danger, but had swallowed a significant amount of water, ensuring she would endure a severe illness. Shortly after returning to Jianzhong Palace, she was beset by a high fever that showed no signs of abating. Pei Yisun, having had no time to change his clothes, devoted himself to her care. Deng Li Shu, upon regaining consciousness, felt as if she were ablaze, struggling to escape the inferno, yet found herself ensnared. Observing her discomfort as she writhed on the bed, Pei Yisun was frantic, holding her close in an effort to soothe her. Sure, it's all right. I am here. He embraced her through the blanket, fearful of passing his own chill to her, his hands gently cradling her flushed face, which radiated an alarming heat. Deng Li Shu continued to murmur her discomfort. Pei Yisun, heartbroken, wept silently, his hands trembling as he wiped her forehead and palms with a cool cloth. A group of physicians stood by cautiously, hoping fervently for Liang Yi to arrive with the medicine. Hearing her cries of distress, he felt helpless, only able to hold her tenderly, his voice choked with emotion. Where does it hurt, Shua? Tell me. I am here with you. Where does it hurt? He wished he could bear all her suffering himself. Lin Wanwan stood to the side, her eyes swollen from tears, an unmistakable veil of concern clouding her features. Yet, she dared not step forward. Anyone, without exception, who approached without the emperor's permission was swiftly cast to the ground by his hand. Zhao Tingyun, observing from behind, was consumed by anxiety, yet powerless to intervene, forced to watch as Pei Yisun cradled Deng Li Shu, who seemed utterly bereft of spirit, her every thought consumed by the fragile being in his arms. The medicine has arrived. Your Majesty, the medicine is ready. Please administer it to the princess. Liang Yi rushed in, holding the medicine. Pei Yisun snatched it away and carefully attempted to feed Deng Li Shu, but she writhed in discomfort, much of the medicine spilling out. Desperate, Pei Yisun gently coaxed, Sure, please drink your medicine. Seeing this, Lin Wanwan mustered her courage and approached. Your Majesty, allow me to assist you. Pei Yisun cast her a disapproving glance, yet did not refuse her help. She quickly moved to restrain Deng Lishu's body, still losing a considerable amount of medicine. But a fair portion was ingested. Observing the remaining half-bowl of medicine, Pei Yixuan tilted his head back and drank it all himself. Then, gripping Deng Lishu's chin, he compelled her to open her mouth and fed her the mixture. How long until the fever subsides? Pei Yixuan tenderly wiped away the remnants of the medicine from her body, his tone chillingly icy. The imperial physicians exchanged wary glances, ultimately pushing the chief physician forward. Your Majesty, the princess's illness has manifested violently, and her condition may wax and wane. It is likely to be a long night. The chief physician spoke with caution, hoping to avoid inciting the emperor's wrath. Is there any threat to her life? Are there other complications? Is it merely a high fever? Pei Yixuan's piercing gaze locked onto the chief physician, who trembled and nodded. Rest assured, Your Majesty, the princess's life is not in jeopardy. However, she has fluid accumulating in her chest, and once the fever subsides, she may experience some coughing and shortness of breath. I will collaborate with the other physicians to ensure she receives proper treatment. After delivering this report, the physicians felt a cold sweat trickle down their backs. Pei Yixuan's brow furrowed with worry as he gazed at the delicate figure in his arms, holding her struggling hand, guilt etched across his face. You all remain on standby in Jianzhong Palace. I will not tolerate any mishap concerning the Empress, or else none of you shall remain unscathed. Though the emperor did not erupt in fury, his subdued tone sent chills down their spines, leaving them feeling as though their lives hung by a thread. Leave at once. Pei Yixuan's voice was cold as he dismissed everyone except for a few trusted attendants. Zhao Tingyun cast a worried and reluctant glance at the unconscious Deng Lishu, tightening his grip in relief that she was not in mortal danger. Pei Yixuan's mind was consumed solely with the well-being of his beloved. He desired nothing else. As Deng Lishu groaned in discomfort, he tirelessly attended to her, wiping her down, his heart aching at her suffering. Sure, I am here, he whispered repeatedly, offering her comfort. Half an hour after taking the medicine, Deng Lishu's fever began to subside, and Pei Yixuan felt her temperature gradually returning to normal. She no longer appeared as tormented, alleviating his worries considerably. Gently, he dressed her in night clothes and summoned the physicians for further examination. Her condition had stabilized significantly. Your Majesty, the Southern Emperor seeks an audience. Lu Yi rushed in holding a medicinal concoction. What was his purpose? Pei Yixuan felt a twinge of impatience. He had neither the time nor the inclination to attend to other matters. The Southern Emperor had mentioned visiting Her Majesty the Queen, bearing some miraculous elixirs. Gently, Pei Yixuan laid Deng Lishu on the bed and stood up. I shall go meet him. Just as he intended to leave, the unconscious Deng Lishu grasped his sleeve tightly. Aksan, Pei Yixuan, taken by surprise, sat back down and embraced her. Lishu, Lishu. Deng Lishu did not awaken, but clung to his clothing, calling his name. Are you still in discomfort, Lishu? Pei Yixuan received no response, yet he had no intention of departing. Let him in. Yes, Your Majesty. Chapter 68, The Offering of Pills. My beloved Zhao Tingyun entered, but his gaze did not immediately find the person he longed for. Instead, he saw Pei Yixuan sitting at the bedside, entirely obscuring Deng Lishu from view. She held on to Pei Yixuan's hand tightly, making it difficult for him to withdraw. He could only turn slightly to regard Zhao Tingyun. The warmth and tenderness he had displayed towards Deng Lishu were absent now. As he spoke with a measured tone, what brings you here? Zhao Tingyun glanced at Liang Yi and the others beside him, prompting Pei Yixuan to gesture for them to exit. Once they had retreated, he produced a delicate jade vial from his robes. This is a unique elixir from our Southern Dynasty, capable of strengthening the body and effectively treating cough ailments. I heard that the Queen may suffer from a lung affliction. I present this as a gesture of goodwill, symbolizing the friendship between our two realms. Pei Yixuan regarded him with skepticism. The negotiations regarding military assistance had been progressing well, and under normal circumstances, Deng Lishu's health would be of no concern to him. His urgency to rescue her from the water back then, coupled with this offer of medicine, suggested that this man harbored feelings for her. Pei Yixuan had been aware of this sentiment since their time in Yinzhou, yet he had dismissed it believing that Deng Lishu would have no further ties to Zhao Tingyun. Now, however, his actions were overtly brazen. She was Pei Yishuan's wife, and Zhao Tingyun dared to covet her so openly. Pei Yishuan's gaze fell upon the jade vial in Zhao Tingyun's hand, a smirk gracing his lips. Zhao Tingyun, what other conditions do you propose? Zhao Tingyun placed the vial on a nearby table, adjusted his robe, and slowly seated himself, pouring a cup of tea. Noticing the absence of tea leaves, he remarked with mild surprise, "Is the Northern Emperor so stingy with his tea?" Pei Yishuan remained silent. Zhao Tingyun, shedding his earlier aloofness, chuckled lightly. "There is no need for such tension, Northern Emperor. The efficacy of this medicine is impeccable. A glance from the imperial physician will confirm it." With that, he set down his cup and began to stroll leisurely. "As for the conditions, I would require merely 2 more cities." "Is it truly that simple?" Pei Yishuan was reluctant to owe him a favor. He dismissed the idea of cities and stated, "You may keep the medicine. You are free to go." Zhao Tingyun did not refuse, bowing with gratitude. "Then, I thank the Northern Emperor. The situation in the south is becoming increasingly dire. It would be wise for the Southern Emperor to return promptly after tomorrow's banquet." Pei Yishuan wished to avoid any further complications. "Thank you." Zhao Tingyun smiled slightly, his cold demeanor softened by a hint of mischief. He glanced past Pei Yishuan, attempting to catch a glimpse of the ailing figure on the bed. But all he saw were the intertwined hands of Pei Yishuan and Deng Lishu. "Come, ensure that His Majesty the Southern Emperor is escorted to rest." Pei Yishuan cast a displeased glance at Zhao Tingyun, his thoughts unmistakably clear. "Once this matter is resolved, Zhao Tingyun shall never set foot on the Northern Realm again." After Liang Yi bid farewell to Zhao Tingyun, he entered to find the Emperor's countenance dark and brooding. He swallowed hard, fearing that the Empress had encountered yet another dilemma. He cautiously spoke in a hushed tone. "Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager, Prince Xian, and the Grand Princess have sent inquiries regarding the Crown Prince's health. The various palaces have also sent numerous tonics. Please inform that the Empress is not gravely ill. How are the preparations for tomorrow's banquet progressing?" Pei Yishuan redirected his attention to the figure on the bed, lowering his voice. "General Pei is fully prepared. You may leave now." In the dead of night, Deng Lishu once again succumbed to a high fever, and Pei Yishuan remained sleepless, vigilantly watching over her. In the latter half of the night, Deng Lishu finally ceased her struggles. The fever subsided, and she regained consciousness. "Ah Sun," she murmured. Pei Yishuan embraced her, overwhelmed with joy at her awakening, tears welling in his eyes. "Sure, you have finally awakened. Do you feel any discomfort?" Deng Lishu leaned languidly against him, her feeble demeanor tugging at his heartstrings. "I am fine, just lacking strength." As she spoke, a violent bout of coughing overtook her. Pei Yishuan gently patted her back, retrieving warm water poured by Lu Yi. "Sure, drink some water first, be cautious." After taking a sip, she attempted some congee, yet her cough persisted fiercely. The imperial physicians were in a state of disarray. "Your Majesty, this cough ailment will likely be difficult to cure in the short term. Prolonged exposure could severely harm the Crown Prince's health. We can only strive to manage it." Pei Yishuan felt a wave of despondency wash over him. The worst outcome had indeed come to pass. He handed the medicine Zhao Tingyun had given him to the imperial physicians. "Examine this medicine. Is it effective for the Empress's condition?" Yes, Your Majesty." "Please wait a moment." Deng Lishu coughed painfully, clutching her chest as discomfort surged through her, tears brimming in her eyes. "It is so unbearable." Pei Yishuan, heart aching, cried for her. "Sure, endure just a little longer. The medicine will arrive shortly." Deng Lishu nodded with difficulty, her cough coming in waves. Just as she found a moment of relief, another fit seized her, and she buried her face in Pei Yishuan's embrace, her delicate features flushed crimson. Pei Yishuan had not anticipated the ferocity of her affliction. He glanced up to see a group of imperial physicians in the corner arguing, his heart growing agitated. "You useless lot, is the remedy not ready yet?" The physicians were startled by the emperor's roar. The head physician hurried forward. "Your Majesty, this medicine indeed possesses efficacy. It not only alleviates the Crown Prince's cough, but also strengthens the body." The head physician, brimming with enthusiasm over the miraculous remedy, was abruptly interrupted by the emperor's impatience. Just tell me if there are any side effects. There are no side effects. Pei Yixuan, disinterested in further discourse, cast a glance, and Liang Yi promptly brought forth the medicine. Pei Yixuan gently extracted Deng Lishu from his embrace and spoke softly. Sure, take your medicine. It will bring you comfort. He poured a pill from the jade vial and assisted Deng Lishu in swallowing it with warm water, anxiously observing her. Sure, do you feel any better? Deng Lishu continued to cough painfully, shaking her head as she pressed her chest. Do not worry. The medicine's effects are not instantaneous. Your Majesty, this pill consists of 3 doses. If His Highness takes it 3 times a day, he will feel significantly better. The royal physician hastily stepped forward to explain, only to receive a disdainful glare from the emperor, prompting him to retreat in frustration. Regardless, you must devise a way to alleviate the queen's suffering. Pei Yixuan, witnessing Deng Lishu's distress, felt an overwhelming irritation towards the incompetent physicians. We shall certainly do our utmost, they assured. Shortly thereafter, Yixiang and Wenyu entered, bearing a concoction of rock candy, snow pear, and silver fungus, alongside various fruits known for their soothing properties: loquats, orange peels, pears, and olives. Your Majesty, the imperial physicians have prescribed a recipe for lung nourishment and cough relief. This is rock candy snow pear with silver fungus. Pei Yixuan gently brought it closer, tenderly coaxing Deng Lishu. Sure, shall we try some? Deng Lishu's throat was dry and scratchy, making swallowing uncomfortable. She was disinclined to eat and weakly pushed the bowl of rock candy snow pear away, shaking her head in pain. Pei Yixuan, with unparalleled patience, continued to soothe her, his tenderness almost overwhelming. Not wishing to disappoint him, she obediently drank half a bowl, which indeed provided her some relief. After a prolonged bout of coughing, exhaustion enveloped her, and she gradually succumbed to slumber in the embrace of the man she cherished. Pei Yixuan, heart aching, tenderly wiped her delicate face, lovingly arranged her disheveled hair, and pressed a gentle kiss upon her forehead. My precious one, observing her restless sleep, punctuated by persistent coughing, his eyes brimmed with red. He lamented his failure to protect her. Had he not gone to that wretched Zhao Tingyun and remained by her side, she would not have fallen into the water, endured a fever for a day and night, and now suffered from incessant coughing. Time passed swiftly, and, as the afternoon banquet approached, Pei Yixuan remained steadfastly by Deng Lishu's side. The imperial physicians advised her to drink plenty of water, and he consistently remembered to offer her hydration, accompanying her for dinner and ensuring she took her second pill before reluctantly departing for the banquet. Chapter 69. The death of Su Liangrun and the deposition of the queen. The mid-autumn banquet was resplendent with gaiety, as officials of the 5th rank and above were permitted to bring 2 female companions into the palace. Naturally, those closest to the emperor were members of the royal family, followed by envoys from the Southern and Xichao dynasties, and thereafter arranged by the officials' ranks. Su Desai, also known as Su Liangrun's father, held the esteemed position of Grand Marshal, a title of considerable influence, one of the 3 esteemed ministers capable of commanding the Grand Minister of Works, who was none other than the father of Changsun Jiyu. He was known for his modest demeanor, eschewing the pursuit of power, which in turn rendered his daughter less conspicuous in the palace, inadvertently bolstering Su Liangrun's pride. Changsun Jiyu was renowned in the capital for her exceptional talents, remaining enigmatic and seldom revealing her true self. Su Desai, though flamboyant, possessed a cunning depth, conspiring with his daughter to scheme for power. Little did he know, Su Liangrun held affections for Pei Yixuan, leading him to place little hope in his ineffectual daughter. Within the court, he formed alliances, leveraging his position to garner the loyalty of numerous military generals, effectively commanding a third of the Northern Dynasty's military strength, while the remainder was firmly under Pei Yixuan's control. Thus, he secretly amassed troops, engaging in covert corruption and plundering the populace's resources to sustain his private army. His attempts to assassinate the emperor repeatedly failed, forcing him to bide his time and prepare for a coup. A few days ago, Su Liangrun's demotion and punishment in the imperial palace had reached his ears, He was also aware of Miyun's plea for help, yet he merely advised Su Liangrun to endure for the time being. Today, during the mid-autumn family banquet, the atmosphere in the palace was one of harmony and joy, and the vigilance among the attendees was notably low. Following the Empress's unexpected fall into the water yesterday, she remained gravely ill, and Su Shi sensed that the Emperor's mind was elsewhere, unable to attend to other matters. As the banquet progressed, filled with toasts and laughter, Pei Yishuan's spirits were notably low, and many of his drinks were consumed by Pei Yihuan in his stead. Observing the empty phoenix thrown beside his elder brother, Pei Yihuan felt a pang of disappointment, watching his brother's melancholic demeanor as he bitterly downed cup after cup of wine. Pei Yihuan astutely noticed the absence of Pei Zhao, sensing that something significant was about to unfold that night. Holding a delicate glass wine vessel, he surveyed the surroundings, conversing cheerfully with the Empress Dowager and the princess. While Zhao Tingyun raised his cup in acknowledgement, the envoy from Xichao, a woman, offered a faint smile. Lord Sikong maintained a composed expression, and the Grand General Su quietly sipped his wine. The banquet was steeped in camaraderie when suddenly a breathless palace maid burst in, shattering the tranquility. The maid appeared disheveled and frantic, crying out for help. "Your Majesty, save me. Bold one, Imperial Guards, seize her at once." Liang Yi bellowed, causing all eyes to fixate on the maid. Several concubines from Yongxiang recognized her as Miyun, the personal maid to Su Liangrun. Upon recognizing Miyun's face, Grand General Su was taken aback and quickly rose, his expression one of deep concern. "Your Majesty, it is unlikely that this maid would dare to cause such a commotion at a royal banquet. She should be allowed to explain her circumstances." Pei Yishuan, who had been brooding, suddenly chuckled softly, glancing at the idle Zhao Tingyun and then at the Grand General, who was advocating for another. With keen interest, he remarked, "If that is the case, let her articulate her account." The Imperial Guards brought her forward, and Miyun, fearing to approach, caught a warning glance from the Grand General. She hurriedly spoke as if in tears. "Your Majesty, I implore you to seek justice for Su Liangrun." She, the Grand General, upon hearing of his daughter's plight, urgently pressed, "What has happened to her?" Miyun, startled by the general's fervor, hesitantly replied under the weight of the crowd's eager and curious gazes, "She was poisoned and has passed away." As her words echoed in the hall, a wave of murmurs rippled through the assembly. The Grand General stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Miyun. "You speak nonsense. How could my daughter be likened to a father bereaved of his child?" He staggered back, visibly distressed. "Who administered the poison? Who harmed my precious daughter?" "Yes, my lord was punished some days ago. The Empress requested the imperial physician for her, and today, upon taking the medicine delivered by him, she succumbed to the poison." Miyun wept profusely, yet managed to articulate her tale clearly. All eyes turned towards the unseen position of the Empress, astonishment rippling through their hearts. Could it truly be the Empress's doing? Upon hearing this, the Grand General was overwhelmed with grief, turning to the Emperor, who observed coldly from above, "Your Majesty, how could the Empress be so heartless as to harm a concubine? I beseech you to grant justice for me and my daughter." One by one, the Grand General's supporters rose, imploring the Emperor to deliver justice for Su Liangrun. In a mere moment, 10 officials stepped forward, more than half of whom were of the 4th rank or above in military stature. Pei Yishuan, however, remained unperturbed and instructed that the Empress Dowager, the Grand Princess, and the concubines be returned to the palace before casually inquiring, "According to your words, how shall we deal with the Empress?" Upon utterance of these words, the attendees found themselves momentarily perplexed regarding the Emperor's intentions. Logically, the Emperor had showered the Empress with affection, as evidenced by the meticulous care he displayed during yesterday's incident by the lake. The Deng couple was immensely worried, yet they dared not act recklessly. Pei Yihuan, observing Pei Yishuan's calm demeanor, felt a sense of confusion, but he placed his trust in his elder brother. A 3rd-rank general, standing behind the Grand Seamus Su, spoke up, "Your Majesty, since her entry into the palace, the Empress has monopolized the imperial favor and fostered discord among the harem, her nature being one of jealousy. Now, having harmed the concubines, she is hardly fit to serve as the mother of the nation and embody maternal virtue. The rumors among the populace that the Empress is indeed a malevolent figure are not without merit. I beseech your majesty to adhere to the laws of the Northern Court. For a prince who commits a crime is to be judged as a commoner, and thus the Empress should be deposed to atone for the life of Su Yongren, restoring peace to the eternal ally and stability to the realm. At this proclamation, silence enveloped the hall. As the onlookers grasped the gravity of the situation, it was not merely a homicide, but a struggle for power among factions. Those aligned with the Grand Sima soon knelt in unison, echoing the sentiments expressed by the official. We implore your majesty to render justice for our young lady. She has been wronged beyond measure. Pei Huan's heart swelled with indignation. Even while she lay gravely ill, these individuals dared to defame and insult her. Her eyes brimmed with urgency as she cast a glance towards Pei Yixuan at the head of the assembly. Pei Yixuan raised his cup and drained its contents. Then coldly remarked, "The Empress was nearly drowned yesterday due to the machinations of Su Yongren, pushed into the lake and almost meeting her demise, with numerous palace attendants as witnesses. What then shall we do about this?" Those privy to the truth internally scoffed at the emperor's blatant falsehood. The Grand Sima Su, however, paid no heed. "Your Majesty, it was the Empress who first plotted against the young lady. Furthermore, the Empress remains unharmed. Your Majesty ought to act with clarity between public and private matters and administer justice according to the law, in accordance with the laws of our dynasty." Pei Yihuan interjected coldly. "Su Yongren initially conspired to frame the Empress, subsequently committing acts of insubordination, after being punished by your Majesty with no sign of repentance. She brazenly attempted to harm the Empress in broad daylight. Shouldn't she face the most severe of punishments? The Empress has transgressed first, and with Su Yongren now deceased, your Majesty should not shield her. We beseech your Majesty to depose the Empress. We implore your Majesty to depose the Empress." In Chapter 70, Clearing the Emperor's Side, Stabilizing the Realm, the officials surrounding the Grand Sima Su were fervently in agreement. Pei Yixuan let out a cold snort. "My Empress is pure and virtuous, understanding and compassionate. I fear I cannot acquiesce to your desires." Upon hearing this, the Grand Sima Su's expression shifted from sorrow to one of cold disdain. "Your Majesty's affection for the malevolent Empress shows a disregard for the realm, leading us to profound disappointment. Since your Majesty refuses to render justice for the young lady, I shall take it upon myself to seek retribution." With a thunderous shout, soldiers clad in dark green armor surged forth from all directions, encircling the assembly. "Your Majesty, today, I shall clear the Emperor's side and stabilize the realm," the Grand Sima Su proclaimed, as his forces clashed with the Imperial Guard. The scene was utter chaos, with numerous officials and their families huddled beneath tables, trembling in fear as they witnessed the unfolding turmoil, desperately seeking self-preservation. Pei Yixuan observed the disarray below with a calm demeanor, while Pei Yihuan stepped forward, shielding him alongside the hidden guards. "Royal brother, is everything well?" he inquired. "No worries, our reinforcements have arrived," Pei Yixuan replied nonchalantly. Just as his words fell, Pei Zhao and several generals charged in with their troops, turning the tide of battle. Seeing his forces gain the upper hand, the Grand Marshal Su could hardly contain his excitement, envisioning himself as the next emperor. However, as Pei Zhao stormed in, the situation shifted dramatically. Yet, he remained unfazed, glancing at the leisurely Zhao Tingyun, who was fanning himself with an ornate fan. "Southern Emperor, let your men charge forth. The realm shall be ours," he proclaimed, raising his arms in exhilaration. A greedy smile plastered across his face, his yellowed eyes gleaming with avarice. Pei Yixuan and Pei Yihuan exchanged complex glances, observing the composed Zhao Tingyun below, eagerly anticipating his next move. To their surprise, Zhao Tingyun, often stoic, suddenly broke into laughter, leaving everyone bewildered. Even his loyal guards Wu Yin and Wu Lu were perplexed by their lord's unexpected demeanor. The envoy from the Shi dynasty glanced at him, inquiring, "Why does the Southern Emperor laugh?" "Zhao Tingyun, what is the meaning of your laughter? Hurry up!" The Grand Marshal Su, growing frantic as he saw his men being overpowered. Demanded, "Zhao Tingyun, dare you mock me?" he shouted, advancing to strike Zhao Tingyun's handsome face. However, before he could lay a hand on him, he was forcefully kicked aside by Wu Yin and Wu Lu. "Zhao Tingyun!" The furious roar of the Grand Marshal echoed in the Grand Hall as his men fell in battle, some officials trembling in fear, unwilling to show their faces. Enraged, the Grand Marshal picked up a sword from a fallen soldier's corpse, brimming with malice. He approached the cowering civil officials. "You useless fools, perish!" His eyes bloodshot with fury and humiliation, he swung the sword mercilessly. A splash of crimson followed, and the hidden onlookers recoiled further into obscurity. Terrified of being caught in the bloodshed, Pei Zhao swiftly subdued the rebel forces and approached, delivering a precise kick to the Grand Marshal Su's knee, easily incapacitating him. "I had thought the Grand Marshal possessed greater prowess," Pei Yihuan scoffed. "You need not waste words on him, Pei Zhao. Take him away and deal with him according to the law," Pei Yixuan stated, disinterested in further entanglement. Even as Su cursed him vehemently, he remained unfazed, his thoughts solely occupied with his beloved Shu'er. The hall momentarily regained its tranquility as Pei Yixuan approached Zhao Tingyun. "The Southern Emperor has witnessed a splendid performance. Indeed, it was a spectacle. Though Grand Marshal Su does not seem to sing particularly well," Pei Yixuan remarked with a slight smile, delegating the remaining matters to Pei Yihuan before heading towards the hall's exit. Just as he was about to step outside, a figure suddenly emerged from the shadows, filled with resentment and defiance, brandishing a sharp dagger aimed at Pei Yixuan. Pei Yixuan, possessing keen senses and formidable martial prowess, was poised to respond with a swift kick. However, before he could elevate his foot, a woman suddenly interposed herself before him. The sharp blade of a dagger plunged into her abdomen, instantly saturating her garments with crimson. Liang Yi hastily commanded the Imperial Guard to apprehend the assailant, who was none other than Miyun, having sought refuge in a corner amidst the chaos. Unnoticed by others, she seized the fallen dagger, calculating her moment, and advanced towards the Emperor with the intent to avenge her master. She believed that all the tribulations endured by her lord stemmed from the Emperor's actions, which had led to her own abandonment by her biological father and ultimately to her demise. Fueled by the resentment and bitterness of Su Liangran, along with her own, she exerted every ounce of strength to slay the Emperor. Yet, her efforts proved futile as a valiant figure emerged unexpectedly, intercepting the lethal dagger, shattering her aspirations. Miyun's eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth agape, her pupils unfocused, as she was helplessly dragged away by the Imperial Guard, staring at the woman who had thwarted her fatal strike. Why? Why did this woman appear from nowhere? Pei Yixuan cast a glance at the departing Miyun and then at the woman who had shielded him, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions as he stood aloof. Gazing down at her, the woman's parents rushed forward, exclaiming, Wanner, are you unharmed? Your Majesty, we implore you to save our daughter." This young lady, the daughter of Zhang Zhubu, a fourth-rank official, had acted without explanation to defend the Emperor, yet many speculated that her future was boundless. "Bring her to the Imperial Physician's office for proper treatment," Pei Yixuan commanded in a grave tone. The injured woman lay on the ground, her gaze sorrowfully fixed upon him. He could not feign ignorance of the admiration reflected in her eyes, yet he felt no need for it. Pei Yihuan, standing nearby, was at a loss for words. "Your Majesty, it is of no consequence. You should manage the situation here." With that, he strode out of the Grand Hall with purpose. As the crowd observed the tumult dissipate, discussions arose regarding Zhang Wanner's courageous act of shielding the Emperor. Some speculated that she would surely earn the Emperor's favor. Others believed her family would ascend to prominence, and many remarked on her selfless bravery, thus elevating Miss Zhang's reputation. Pei Yixuan, however, paid little heed to the matter. He was accustomed to having many serve him. Anxiously, he returned to Jianzhong Palace, and upon nearing the chambers, he was met with a series of coughs. His brow furrowed as a sharp pain pierced his heart, prompting him to quicken his pace. Shu'er, I have returned, Yixiang, and when you were tending to Deng Li Shu." Offering her water, and upon seeing Pei Yixuan's return, she struggled to rise. He hurriedly approached, enveloping her in his embrace. "My dear heart." Deng Lishu appeared more vibrant than earlier in the day. After taking her medicine, her cough had improved, though it persisted. She keenly detected the scent of alcohol on Pei Yixuan. "Ah, son, have you been drinking?" "How much?" Pei Yixuan quickly distanced himself, filled with remorse. "Sure, I am sorry. I neglected your comfort. You, being unwell, must be especially sensitive to the smell of alcohol. I will tidy myself and return." With that, he rushed to rectify his appearance. Watching his flustered retreat, Deng Lishu felt a profound sense of solace in her heart. Chapter 71. The Reclusive Princess. Past events. Pei Yixuan hastily tidied himself, ensuring that the scent of alcohol had completely dissipated before returning to Deng Lishu's side. From time to time, Deng Lishu coughed lightly while Li Xiang was slowly feeding her a bowl of white fungus soup. Pei Yixuan quickly approached and cradled her in his arms, feeding her personally, his eyes brimming with affection and concern. "How do you feel, my dear?" Deng Lishu comfortably leaned against him, finding solace in his embrace. "I feel much better. Why is it so noisy outside?" Pei Yixuan did not conceal the truth from her. He informed her of the rebellion initiated by Su Shi that night, omitting the humiliating words directed at her, as he did not wish to distress her. A hint of anxiety flickered in Deng Lishu's eyes as she reached up to grasp his neck. "Are my parents safe? And what about Wanwan? How is she?" Pei Yixuan set down the bowl and gently reassured her. "Do not worry, my dear. Your parents are safe. I have already sent someone to escort them back to the Deng residence. Miss Lin experienced some fright yesterday and is resting in the side hall." In truth, Lin Wanwan was being looked after by Pei Yixuan's men, primarily to prevent her from disturbing Deng Lishu's recuperation and to keep her safe amidst the chaos of the night. The last thing he wanted was for Deng Lishu to be upset. Upon hearing this, Deng Lishu felt relieved, though she was still quite astonished by the death of Su Liangren. Why did Su Liangren suddenly perish? Pei Yixuan refrained from mentioning the poisoning orchestrated by Mi Yun. Instead, he simply stated that Su Liangren had died unexpectedly, and Su Desai had seized the opportunity to create turmoil. I too was taken aback. I initially thought the Su family would directly rebel, yet they used Su Liangren's death as a pretext for their treachery. I suspect this was all part of their plan. Deng Lishu found a twinge of pity for Su Liangren, who had already been neglected in the palace, only to be deceived by her maternal family and ultimately perish at the hands of her father, becoming a mere pawn in their schemes. She sighed softly, only to be overtaken by another fit of coughing. Pei Yixuan hurriedly soothed her chest, saying, "Do not trouble yourself with these matters, my dear. I will handle everything. Your primary concern now is to regain your strength. I was terrified when you fell into the water yesterday." Hearing the lingering fear in his voice, Deng Lishu gently rubbed his heart with her small hand. "I don't even know how I fell into the water. I just felt a bit dizzy and thought the koi in the lake were beautiful, so I reached out to touch them and ended up falling in." Pei Yixuan had already investigated the incident and confirmed that no foul play was involved. Her fall had indeed been an accident. Thus, he felt an even deeper sense of guilt, believing he had failed to protect her and that it was all his fault. Deng Lishu, suppressing her discomfort, leaned up to kiss his cheek. "Pei Yixuan, do not blame yourself. I'm fine now. I will be more careful in the future and will not cause you any more worry." As she offered him her heartfelt reassurance, his heart softened. He took her small hand and gently caressed it against his face, his eyes filled with tenderness and love. "My dear, I will protect you always." Deng Lishu nodded. "I believe in you." Deng Lishu, after savoring the nourishing tremella soup, was attended to by a man who assisted her in swallowing the final pill. The imperial physician had advised her to rest for several days to regain her health, yet she genuinely felt considerably improved. The following day, there was no morning court. Pei Yixuan embraced his beautiful wife, indulging in a peaceful slumber within the warmth of their tent. The Jianzhong Palace was enveloped in tranquility, with the faint sounds of palace servants moving about, cautious not to disturb the two precious sovereigns within. Zhao Tingyun arrived early at Jianzhong Palace, where he was received by Liang Yi. Before long, Pei Zhao also made his appearance. "Where's your majesty?" Zhao Tingyun expressed his dissatisfaction at not being able to see Pei Yixuan, as he wished to catch a glimpse of the person he held dear. The South Emperor is occupied with matters from yesterday, and our esteemed Empress is unwell. Your Majesty has no time to spare at the moment, Liang irrespectfully elucidated. With a subtle flick of his wrist, Zhao Tingyun snapped his fan shut, casting a glance at the tightly closed doors of the sleeping quarters, his eyes reflecting a sense of disappointment. No rush. I shall wait a little longer. Lord Pei, I trust your Majesty has everything arranged. Pei Zhao raised his hand. The South Emperor requests you to follow me. Liang watched the two depart, his expression turning somewhat grave. Pei Zhao led Zhao Tingyun to a palace that was neither particularly secluded nor bustling, Changting Hall. The imperial guards stood sentinel at the entrance. Upon entering the palace, which was impeccably clean, they found a lone maidservant washing clothes by the well. She was a recent arrival. Word had it that a new maid had come from Wenyuan Pavilion, bearing numerous injuries, but thankfully her life had been spared. Upon seeing the visitors, the young maid, who recognized only Pei Zhao, the commander of the imperial guards, a general, and the emperor's trusted confidant, quickly approached, greetings to both esteemed lords. And where is your mistress? Zhao Tingyun inquired. In response to Lord Pei, the princess is resting in her quarters, she replied, her expression somewhat troubled, initially filled with trepidation upon entering the service. She feared becoming a victim of the South Dynasty princess's wrath, much like the previous maid had. However, after several days, she had only seen the princess once, delivering meals to the door and retrieving dirty laundry thrown out, finding it impossible to enter and clean. She concluded that this princess was indeed peculiar, strangely so, but as long as she did not impose upon her, all would be well. Go and summon the princess. Informing her that her royal brother has arrived, Zhao Tingyun said coldly, Yes, esteemed lords, please proceed to the main hall. I shall fetch her at once. Inside the sleeping quarters, a grayish gloom pervaded. For the past 20 years, Zhao Tingqing had been alone, forgotten by all, accustomed to locking herself away. Sometimes she would stare into space, sometimes shed tears, and at other times, her eyes brimmed with hope until all that remained was numbness. She could not fathom how she had endured all those years, having attempted to escape numerous times, but to no avail. She harbored a deep aversion to others encroaching upon her territory, for it stripped her of her sense of security, often inciting her fury. The previous maid, Xiaoya, had been mercilessly punished for entering her quarters unbidden while she was strolling in the courtyard. Immersed in her own world, she sat by the window, hugging her knees, gazing at the aged red paint of the tightly shut window frame, much of it having flaked away. Her eyes were devoid of life, reflecting an ocean of stillness, leaving no one aware of her thoughts. A gentle knock echoed from outside. Princess, visitors from the Southern Dynasty have arrived and request an audience with you. Upon hearing the maid's clear voice, Zhao Tingqing's gaze flickered momentarily, a glimmer of light extinguished almost as quickly as it appeared. After 2 decades, if the Southern Dynasty truly remembered their princess, they would have sent for her long ago. What purpose did this visit serve now? Princess? The maid called again. Silence lingered within, and the maid, shaking her head with a look of resignation, turned to leave, needing to attend to the 2 esteemed guests first. Chapter 72. A Sibling Reunion. Bitterly envious, Zhao Tingqing rose expressionlessly, her steps unsteady as she approached the weathered vanity. Upon it lay an ancient bronze mirror and a battered comb inscribed with her childhood name, Qingqing, her mother's sole memento, the last remnant of warmth in this world. Gazing into the mirror, she beheld her pallid visage, far from radiant, yet her features were exquisitely delicate. As she took the comb to arrange her disheveled hair, the ends were frayed, a lifeless yellow reminiscent of withered leaves, yet she paid it no mind. Straightening her back, she meticulously fashioned a youthful bun, then picked up the lone rouge box on the table, its contents nearly depleted, betraying years of use. With her slender fingers, she dabbed the rouge on her cheeks and lips, ultimately forcing a stiff smile. "Mother, do I look beautiful?" Her voice was hoarse, almost unrecognizable. No reply came. She changed into a clean, fitting outfit, a new garment delivered just days prior, though not brand new, likely a leftover from a noblewoman in Yongxiang. The attire was modest. An elegant blue palace gown from the Northern Dynasty, the fabric smooth and pleasing to the touch. It was the finest she had worn in 20 years. As she caressed the fabric, a self-deprecating smile tugged at her lips, pondering that perhaps the arrival of the southern visitors warranted her new clothes. To preserve the dignity of a nation. Years of nutritional deprivation had left her emaciated, her cheeks sunken and her frame frail. The clothing hung loosely on her. Her protruding collarbones and bony fingers were stark reminders of her fragility, as if she could be easily broken by a mere gust of wind. It was hard to fathom how such a delicate figure had managed to overpower a maid so thoroughly, having prepared herself to a semblance of comfort and grace. She clasped her hands before her, tilted her chin slightly, and donned a smile, stepping out with poise. The young maid, who had just served tea to the two visitors, was startled by Zhao Tingqing's sudden appearance, quickly lowering her head and stepping forward. "Princess, what is your name?" Zhao Tingqing inquired, casting a glance away. "Your servant is Zhu Yun." Zhao Tingqing continued her stride towards the grand hall, where her gaze fell upon two men, one donned in the attire of a general, presumably hailing from the Northern Dynasty, and the other, a strikingly handsome young man, was undoubtedly her younger brother. When she arrived in the Northern Dynasty at the tender age of 8, her half-brother was merely 2, while her legitimate brother had yet to reach his first birthday. That year, her mother tragically perished during childbirth. At the time of her arrival in the Northern Dynasty, life was challenging, yet bearable. However, following the demise of her father, she was unable to bid him farewell, and her half-brother ascended to the throne, extinguishing any hope of her return. By the time she learned of these events at the age of 15, a messenger from the Southern Dynasty had been dispatched, and she recklessly sought to meet him, only to receive news that plunged her into despair. Observing the resplendent Zhao Tingyun before her now, a surge of hatred welled up within her. His mother was responsible for her mother's death and had usurped her brother's throne, stripping her of the chance to return. Yet here stood Zhao Tingyun, radiant and elevated, seemingly intent on humiliating her. Upon seeing the arrivals, Pei Zhao offered a slight bow. "Princess, Emperor of the South, after many years of separation, I believe there is much to discuss between you siblings." With that, he led Zhu Yun out of the hall. Zhao Tingqing settled into the high seat, casting a disdainful gaze upon the spirited Zhao Tingyun, no longer concealing the contempt etched upon her features. Zhao Tingyun rose, leisurely pacing the grand hall. "Sister, after so many years, how have you fared?" Zhao Tingqing chuckled lightly, her face adorned with mockery. "Did you come all the way from the Southern Dynasty merely to witness my misfortune? Your words are misguided, dear sister. You are the eldest princess of the Southern Dynasty, the legitimate daughter of the late emperor, a position of great esteem, and have come to the Northern Dynasty for the sake of national stability. I am indeed most grateful, as are the people of the Southern Dynasty, and I must express my gratitude to you, dear brother." Zhao Tingyun continued, "Sister, Zhao Tinghan has been rather unruly of late. Our brother has always been mischievous. What do you suggest we do to discipline him?" The nonchalant tone of Zhao Tingyun ignited Zhao Tingqing's fury. "What exactly do you intend to do? Being far from the Southern Dynasty, you cannot concern yourself with its affairs. I plan to ensure he learns a lesson. One cannot covet what does not rightfully belong to them. But Zhao Tingyun, he is your own brother." Zhao Tingqing suddenly realized Zhao Tingyun's intent to inflict serious harm. A wave of fear washing over her as she clutched her wide sleeves tightly, her voice trembling. Despite her lack of affection for this legitimate brother, he remained her only kin. Zhao Tingyun let out a cold laugh. "Have you forgotten how your mother humiliated mine? Your mother got what she deserved. Now," Zhao Tingyun's mother had risen to the esteemed rank of Empress Dowager, yet she languished in a state of perpetual illness, reliant on potions and remedies, all of which were the result of Zhao Tingqing's mother's actions. Zhao Tingqing did not deny this. After all, she had witnessed her mother's maltreatment of Zhao Tingyun's mother during her youth. However, it was undeniable that her own mother had also suffered a tragic fate at the hands of his mother. In truth, within the confines of the imperial palace, where power struggles ensue, everyone bears wounds, yet each person possesses their own perspective. Thus, even as siblings, they remain unable to comprehend one another, locked in an unending conflict driven by their respective interests. Zhao Tingqing ultimately found herself at a loss for how to retaliate, as the last vestiges of her dignity, painstakingly assembled, were utterly shattered. The circumstances of Zhao Tingyun's birth nearly rendered her a nonentity, as her mother was poisoned by Zhao Tingyun's own mother during childbirth, leading to her demise. It is challenging to discern who is at fault in this tangled web of grievances. Tears welled in her murky eyes, and her arms hung limply at her sides as she descended in despair. Just as Zhao Tingyun anticipated an outburst from her, she unexpectedly knelt at his feet, imploring, "For the sake of our fraternal bond, I beseech you to spare his life. I have sacrificed so much for the stability of the Southern Dynasty. I seek only to exchange it for his existence." Zhao Tingyun gazed down upon his once mighty sister, now reduced to such a pitiful state, a stark contrast to her previous arrogance in the Southern Dynasty. At the tender age of just over 1, he had been cast into a lake by his elder sister, nearly drowning, until their mother plunged into the water to rescue him, further weakening herself. Meanwhile, the instigator thrived. Though he was but a child then, the memory remained indelibly etched in his mind, and the terror he had experienced took him 6 months to recover from, instilling in him an enduring hatred for the Empress and her 2 offspring. Contemplating this, a flicker of malice flashed in Zhao Tingyun's eyes as he forcefully pushed her away. "Rest assured, elder sister, once all is settled, I shall bring you back to the Southern Dynasty, ensuring your days are free from worry." He uttered these words through gritted teeth before resolutely departing the Grand Hall. Zhao Tingqing slumped on the ground, watching Zhao Tingyun's determined silhouette vanish, her eyes blazing with resentment as her fists clenched tightly. "Zhao Tingyun, you had better not allow me the opportunity. Otherwise, I shall ensure that both you and your ailing mother find no place to rest in death." Zhao Tingyun, feeling a surge of satisfaction at Zhao Tingqing's plight, resolved to settle old scores once the dust had settled. Chapter 73. The Death of Prince Han. The dust settles. Zhao Tingyun emerged from the Chanting Hall, his demeanor fraught with hostility. Pei Zhao approached him, stating, "Southern Emperor, His Majesty has instructed me to escort you out of the palace. All has been prepared." Zhao Tingyun reined in his anger, closing his eyes as he endeavored to quell his agitation. "I appreciate your assistance, General Pei. Let's depart." Before leaving, Zhao Tingyun received a pre-rain Longjing tea from Pei Zhao, further solidifying his belief in the hardships Zhao Tingqing had endured over the past 2 decades. Originally, leading an army of 100,000 from the Northern Dynasty through the Southern Dynasty would have been a grave disadvantage. However, provoked by Zhao Tingqing, Zhao Tingyun was eager to ensure Zhao Tinghan met a fate devoid of burial. Thus, he boldly marched his troops through the territory, converging with his own forces within the Southern Dynasty, intending to besiege the imperial city. Zhao Tinghan had long been Zhao Tingyun's sworn adversary during their father's reign. No crown prince had been designated, leaving a secret edict to pass the throne to him as the legitimate heir. Yet, Zhao Tingyun had usurped the throne with a single maneuver. For over a decade, Zhao Tinghan had relentlessly created trouble for Zhao Tingyun, amassing troops along the border and privately stationing forces in the capital, leading to persistent turmoil within the Southern Dynasty. Zhao Tingyun believed it was high time for this ongoing feud to reach a resolution. Over the years, he had been scheming and had secured allies within the court. Now, with the support of the Northern Dynasty, he was poised for victory against Zhao Tinghan, who had once been his equal. Recently, Zhao Tingyun's troops stationed at the border of the Northern and Southern Dynasties began to stir, and Zhao Tingyun, leading a formidable army, launched a sudden night assault, catching Zhao Tinghan entirely off guard. By the time Zhao Tinghan and the capital received the news, it was too late to avert the impending disaster. He could only command the surrounding forces to resist Zhao Tingyun's onslaught with all their might. In the Southern Dynasty's capital, Zhao Tingyun had been away for quite some time, although those he left behind held a modicum of power and were vigilant to the enemy's every move. The imperial city remained firmly under Zhao Tingyun's control. Having achieved a significant victory at the border, Zhao Tingyun pressed forward, effortlessly dismantling the enemy forces and hastening his march toward the capital. The city gates had long been shut and adorned in armor atop a valiant steed. The traces of battle lent a fierce edge to his otherwise stoic features. Wu Yin and Wu Lu followed solemnly in his wake. Flanking him were 3 generals, 2 of whom were his trusted lieutenants, while the third, General Bai Wu of the Northern Dynasty, was a confidant of Pei Zhao. Your Majesty, the city lies in an eerie silence. It may well be a trap, spoke General Wu Ming in a grave tone. Do not alarm the enemy. Dispatch 2 teams to flank them, while we launch a frontal assault. Zhao Tingyun responded with unwavering calmness, resolute in his intent to seize Zhao Tinghan this night. Understood. Your Majesty, in the Southern Dynasty's royal palace, a heavy stillness enveloped the air as the Empress Dowager and the numerous concubines awaited the outcome in their respective chambers, each gripped by trepidation. Should Zhao Tingyun falter, they would find themselves as prisoners, possibly subjected to indignities that could cost them their lives. Conversely, if he were victorious, their futures would be secure. These concubines had been chosen by Zhao Tingyun to solidify his rule and win the hearts of the people, and each hailed from families that supported him. Thus they fervently prayed for his triumph. Though Zhao Tinghan had control over the palace, no unrest had erupted within its walls. He had replaced the imperial guard with his loyalists, and many servants had defected to his cause. The inhabitants of the inner palace were under strict surveillance, as they were crucial pawns in this power struggle. In the Changshu Palace, the Empress Dowager knelt before a statue of Buddha, supporting her frail body as she incessantly turned the prayer beads in her trembling hands. With her eyes closed in fervent supplication, she whispered prayers for her son's victory in this critical battle. 2 loyal maidservants knelt beside her, anxiety etched upon their faces, fervently hoping for the emperor's triumph. Before long, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside, sending a jolt of fear through the 3. The 2 maidservants exchanged anxious glances. Your Highness, it is imperative to prioritize your safety, they urged, seeking a place for her to conceal herself, though no hiding place was suitable. The Empress Dowager remained unresponsive, yet her hands visibly shook more violently, beads of sweat cascading from her brow, nearly slipping from her grasp. Your Highness, a high-pitched voice called from outside as Lu Che, a trusted aide of the emperor, entered, accompanied by the palace's concubines, flanked by 4 shadowy guards. The Empress Dowager's grip faltered, and her body sagged, causing the prayer beads to fall. Miraculously, they did not scatter but remained intact. The 2 maidservants hurried to support her, worry etched across their faces. Your Highness, Lu Che has arrived. Lu Che, a confidant of the emperor, had been left in the palace by Zhao Tingyun to attend to the Empress Dowager and was empowered to act on his behalf when necessary. A throng of individuals surged into the somewhat cramped temple, where several concubines wept in fear, their sorrow deepening upon encountering the Empress Dowager. Your Highness, His Majesty has entrusted me with the duty of safeguarding you. His forces have already breached the outskirts of the capital and within the palace. The general of the Imperial Guard is engaged in battle against the forces of Prince Han, uncertain of when they might invade. You and the other ladies must seek refuge from this turmoil. Lu Che maintained his composure, gently urging her. The Empress Dowager, frail in constitution, leaned against the support of 2 matrons, tears streaming down her face. Is Wiener safe? Your Highness need not worry. His Majesty is in good health. Yet, chaos has erupted within the palace. You must prioritize your own safety. Should Prince Han obtain leverage against you, it would be dire for His Majesty. Very well, then let us take cover. Wiener instructed us to do so before departing. Lu Che, with urgency, urged everyone to retreat to the secret chamber. Revitalized by the urgency of the situation, the Empress Dowager allowed herself to be escorted into the dimly lit refuge. In the shadows of the chamber, expressions of worry adorned the faces of the gathered. Even Lu Zhao Yi, once haughty and imperious, could not suppress her sobs. Outside the city gates, Zhao Tingwei effortlessly breached the entrance, falling into a trap set by Zhao Tinghan. Unbeknownst to Zhao Tinghan, he faced a crushing defeat within the palace, as Zhao Tingwei's forces encircled him. At this moment, the two brothers sat astride their elegant steeds, the evening breeze tousling their hair. Fierce glints of determination reflected in their eyes as they silently confronted one another. Zhao Tingyan, you are truly a despicable wretch. Brother, if you would but lay down your arms and surrender, I shall grant you mercy. Zhao Tingyan disregarded his venomous retorts. You, who caused my mother's demise and robbed me of maternal warmth from birth. You, who orchestrated my elder sister's exile and usurped my throne. Such a ruthless heart is unworthy of the imperial crown. Hatred filled Zhao Tinghan's gaze. Surrender was not an option. Zhao Tingyan let out a cold laugh. Very well, rest assured, as brothers, I shall leave you in one piece, and your sister shall be treated with care. Zhao Tinghan felt a profound humiliation in that moment. Rage surged within him, his eyes ablaze as he lunged at Zhao Tingyan. Despicable fiend, perish! The brothers engaged in a fierce battle, each strike infused with their utmost strength, intent on victory. Ultimately, Zhao Tinghan was bested, sent crashing to the ground by a decisive kick from Zhao Tingyan, blood pouring from his lips as he glared defiantly at his brother. Zhao Tingyan discarded his weapon and approached slowly, looking down at Zhao Tinghan's anguished form. A fleeting pang of compassion crossed his heart, but it was only momentary. Zhao Tinghan, summoning his last ounce of strength, grasped Zhao Tingyan's hem. Zhao Tingyan, you are heartless and vile. I, Zhao Tinghan, curse you. May your life be fraught with unfulfillment, loss of love, and betrayal by all. With gritted teeth, he uttered the final word, his bloodied hand falling limply as he breathed his last. Zhao Tingyan closed his eyes momentarily, then knelt to gently close his brother's eyes, murmuring, Tinghan, may we not be enemies in the next life. He inhaled deeply, rose abruptly, and turned away with resolute indifference. Chapter 74. One must compete for those they cherish. Prince Han has perished. Surrender at once, and you shall be spared. With a single command from Zhao Tingyan, more than half of Zhao Tingyan's soldiers surrendered, raising their hands in submission. However, the loyal followers of King Han, stricken with grief, charged forward, demanding vengeance upon Zhao Tingyan. You, Zhao Tingyan, have betrayed your own brother, showing no compassion or loyalty, unworthy of the throne. Brothers, let us avenge King Han by slaying Zhao Tingyan. A cold smile crept upon Zhao Tingyan's lips as he raised a hand, signaling his men to step forward to confront the adversaries. The forces of King Han, already weakened, were swiftly subdued. Let us give King Han a proper burial, Zhao Tingyan remarked, allowing a final measure of compassion for him. Wu Yin and Wu Lu advanced to search for Zhao Tingyan's body, but it had vanished amidst the chaos, perhaps taken by someone in the turmoil. Zhao Tingyan furrowed his brow slightly. Enough. You shall bring the men with me to the palace. Generals, remain here to handle the aftermath. General Bai Wu, once everything is settled, I shall certainly host the northern troops graciously. General Bai Wu responded with dignified composure. Thank you, Southern Emperor. Within the palace, those hiding in the secret chamber listened as the sounds of battle outside fluctuated, eventually fading into silence. Liu Qi crouched down, pressing his ear against the door to discern the external commotion, which dwindled to nothing. A collective sigh of relief escaped the group. Your Majesty, allow me to venture out and assess the situation. You remain here safely, Liu Qi said, cautiously making his way out of the secret chamber. Just as he emerged from the hidden passage, he heard the heavy footsteps and the clanging of blades against armor. In a moment of fear, he concealed himself in a corner behind a curtain. After entering the palace, Wu had nearly quelled the insurrectionists, and Zhao Tingyan proceeded directly to the Changshu Palace. Anxious about his mother's well-being, he stepped into the eerily quiet palace, the courtyard in disarray, and the lights in the sleeping quarters extinguished. Hastening his steps, he made his way to the secret chamber. Mother, Zhao Tingyan called out, gazing at the empty room. Upon hearing his voice, Liu Qi quickly cast aside the curtain, tears of joy streaming down his face. Your Majesty, I greet you. You have returned. Fear not. The Empress Dowager is safe and sound. Excitedly, he ushered Zhao Tingyan into the secret chamber, his emotions overwhelming. Empress Dowager, His Majesty has returned. Upon hearing this, the Empress Dowager's tense form relaxed instantly, prompting her to have two maids assist her toward the entrance of the hidden passage. Exiting the secret chamber, the mother and son finally reunited. Yinner, you have returned. The Empress Dowager examined him for injuries, noticing the blood on his clothes and several wounds, her eyes brimming with tears of concern. Zhao Tingyun steadied his mother, reassuring her, "Mother, I am fine truly. How was your health?" "I am well, thanks to Lu Che," she replied. "The secret passage is cold and damp. Let us leave." Zhao Tingyun led the Empress Dowager out, followed by the others. The concubines, seeing their long-absent emperor after such a harrowing ordeal, were overwhelmed with joy, with Lu Jiaoyi and Ji Jiu rushing forward to express their relief. "Your Majesty, you have returned. We were so worried for your safety. Thank goodness." Upon witnessing the scene, the gathered crowd promptly expressed their sentiments. Zhao Tingyun casually waved his hand, responding nonchalantly, "I am perfectly fine. Everyone has been startled today. Liu Qi, please ensure that the esteemed ladies are escorted back to the palace to rest." "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your concern." After sending away a group of weeping concubines, Zhao Tingyun felt a considerable sense of tranquility. Watching their departing figures, his thoughts drifted to Deng Lishu, far away in the Northern Dynasty, wondering if she had recovered. Noticing his absent-mindedness, the Empress Dowager assumed he was fatigued. "Cough, cough. My dear Yinner, are you weary?" Zhao Tingyun came back to his senses and gently comforted the Empress Dowager. "The secret chamber is damp and chilly, and you are coughing, mother. Quickly, bring forth your medicine." The Empress Dowager grasped his hand, her face radiating affection. "As long as you are well, my heart is at ease." Zhao Tingyun nodded, administering the elixir to her. "Mother, during my journey to the Northern Dynasty, I encountered a woman whom I hold dear." Upon hearing this, the Empress Dowager's eyes sparkled with joy as she patted his hand. "What manner of woman is she? Why did you not bring her to show me?" A flicker of disappointment crossed Zhao Tingyun's gaze. She was already wed. "Now is not the time. I cannot ask a delicate woman to accompany me into battle." He feigned lightheartedness. The Empress Dowager chuckled softly. "You are adept at jesting with your mother. Now that you have found someone dear, my worries are alleviated. Mother, you once taught me that one must strive for the people and things they cherish. But what if the other party is unwilling?" Zhao Tingyun recalled the affectionate pair, Pei Yixuan and Deng Lishu, feeling a wave of confusion and distress. The Empress Dowager sighed softly. "In my youth, I was deeply enamored with your father, determined to contend with the Empress to the bitter end, only to realize that your father's heart was forever with her. Gradually, my obsession faded, particularly after the Empress's passing when your father no longer regarded me, and you too suffered for it. I am sorry, my dear." A hint of sorrow clouded Zhao Tingyun's eyes. "So, does mother wish to counsel me to relinquish my feelings?" The Empress Dowager shook her head. "On the contrary, I believe that one must contend to discover what can be attained. Everything you possess now is a result of your own efforts. Had I not fought for our place, we would have long succumbed to the Empress's malice." Zhao Tingyun nodded, seemingly resolved. "Must one taste the bitter fruit to know it is not sweet?" He pondered. "Mother, my nature is accustomed to dominance, and I fear I may inadvertently harm her." In matters of affection, he was always cautious, especially given his upbringing, which had rendered him cold, selfish, and exceedingly domineering, leaving him a loss in the realm of emotions. "Do not rush. First capture her heart, then gradually win her over," the Empress Dowager advised. Though she had ceased to contend, her deeply ingrained beliefs remained. For it was this very tenacity that granted her a place within the palace. Zhao Tingyun's eyes were shrouded in uncertainty. Would such a remarkable woman ever reciprocate his feelings? The Empress Dowager laughed lightly. "Your future daughter-in-law has yet to arrive, and your spirit has already taken flight. You jest, mother, but I shall strive for my own happiness," Zhao Tingyun declared, determination glinting in his eyes. "Rest assured, the one you cherish will be safeguarded by me," the Empress Dowager reassured him. "Thank you, mother. Well, there are still many matters awaiting your attention. Only by cleansing these impurities can one find the time and mindset to endear oneself to others. The Empress Dowager's spirit has waned. After speaking so much, she appears quite fatigued. Zhao Tingyun departed from the Changshu Palace. The words of Zhao Tinghan echoing in his mind. Having lost his beloved mother, he was now told that one must fight for those they cherish. He felt a profound discomfort within, burdened as he was with the stains of too much bloodshed, and uncertain if his cold and domineering nature would be accepted by her. Sure, wait for me. Chapter 75. The court's discussion and Li Shuzhong's impulsiveness in recent days. Deng Lishu's health has gradually improved. The elixir has proven effective, and she now feels invigorated. Pei Yishuan has been preoccupied with affairs from the previous dynasty, while Lin Wanwan accompanied her on strolls within the palace. After resting in bed for several days, she felt languid and sought fresh air, finding it immensely refreshing. The palace currently enjoys a tranquil atmosphere, as the remaining concubines, having been startled recently, have been somewhat subdued. To prevent any unforeseen accidents, Pei Yishuan dispatched 4 imperial guards to accompany them, and after some admonishment, the palace attendants now serve with utmost caution. As the two conversed and meandered through the imperial garden, they overheard attendants discussing the rebellion of the Su family. While the topic was not particularly alarming, they spoke of Miss Zhang bravely shielding the emperor from harm. Deng Lishu paused, prompting those around her to stop as well. Listening to the chatter behind the rose-covered walls, Lishu wore an expression of indifference, while Lin Wanwan's face was filled with concern. "Your Highness, I shall have someone silence their tongues," Lu Yi remarked, eager to personally address the issue, for the emperor had repeatedly cautioned against allowing any displeasure to befall the princess. How can anyone be so reckless with their words? Deng Lishu raised her hand to halt him. The onlookers listened, hearts racing, not daring to meet the Empress's gaze. "I have heard that Miss Zhang harbors feelings for His Majesty. Her act of bravery may indeed earn her a place in the palace." The way she looked at His Majesty was truly heartfelt. He even personally ordered her treatment at the Imperial Medical Office. Whether she enters the palace, I do not know, but her future undoubtedly shines bright. Miss Zhang's father is a 4th-rank official. She is bound to ascend to greatness. Oh, why wasn't it I who shielded His Majesty? Perhaps then, he might have taken notice of me. With a beauty like Her Majesty, do you think His Majesty would spare a glance in your direction? Even the former Su Jiaoyi bowed to her splendor. What do you know? I have read that men are drawn to novelty. The homegrown flower cannot compete with the wild bloom. As Deng Lishu absorbed these vile remarks, a heaviness settled in her heart. "Your Highness, they speak nonsense. Do not let it trouble you." Lu Yi fretted, his brows knitted in distress. Lin Wanwan grasped her hand tightly, observing the emotionless expression on her face. Feeling a pang of sympathy, she was at a loss for words, fearing that if the emperor truly developed feelings for Miss Zhang out of gratitude, it would only bring sorrow to Deng Lishu. Feeling a wave of anguish, Deng Lishu blinked her slightly stinging eyes. Have those gossiping attendants dealt with accordingly? Yes, yes. I shall attend to it at once. Lu Yi hastily instructed someone to clean up the mess. "Your Highness, the wind outside is quite strong, and you are still weak. It would be prudent to return to the palace and rest," said Yi Xiang and Wenyu with concern, stepping forward to drape a cloak over her. "Lishu, let us return." Lin Wanwan gently squeezed her hand as she led her away. Dong Lishu, clutching Lin Wanwan's hand, made her way towards the Imperial Medical Office. Lu Yi felt an unease in his heart and signaled to the young eunuch behind him, urging his companions to follow quickly. "Your Highness, please walk slowly and be cautious of your footing." Breathless, Dong Lishu reached the Imperial Medical Office, where physicians were bustling in and out, and apprentices and female doctors were busy preparing and boiling medicines. Numerous injured palace attendants, victims of the palace turmoil, filled the space. Her arrival sent a wave of tension through the office, and the physicians, upon seeing her, hurriedly came forth to pay their respects. "We pay our respects to your Highness." Dong Lishu paid them no mind, scanning the room filled with kneeling attendants. Lu Yi spoke with concern. "Your Highness, we should return. If the emperor returns and cannot find you, he will surely be worried." Neither Lishu nor Lin Wanwan intended to dissuade her. Lin Wanwan also wished to discern the nature of this Miss Zhang, but she understood the need to remain discreet and gauge the emperor's sentiments to avoid misunderstandings. If, and she emphasized if, the emperor indeed held affections for Miss Zhang, causing Dong Lishu distress, she would go to any lengths to take her away. Dong Lishu's expression was impassive, leaving others uncertain of her thoughts. She released Lin Wanwan's hand and walked towards the inner chambers, searching each room, all of which were occupied by palace attendants in traditional garb. Lu, Yi, and the others anxiously trailed behind her. "Your Highness, please take care. What if you were to fall? What are you searching for? We can assist you," they implored. Dong Lishu remained silent, ignoring their pleas as she stubbornly searched room by room. Finally, halfway through her search, she entered a small chamber where she found Miss Zhang resting on the bed. The attending physician had just finished changing her bandages, and a maid was serving her porridge. Miss Zhang, propped against the bed, was startled by the sudden opening of the door, and the maid and physician immediately knelt, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to your Highness." Dong Lishu slowly entered, her gaze fixed upon the back of Miss Zhang's head. Lu, Yi, and the others followed closely behind, soon filling the already small room with kneeling figures. Zhang Wan'er turned to meet Dong Lishu's eyes, but quickly lowered her head, displaying a pitiful demeanor. Her pale face bore traces of grievance. Struggling, she attempted to rise to greet Dong Lishu, but was halted before she could bow. There is no need for excessive formalities. Zhang Wan'er trembled as she straightened, her eyes cast down, unaware of Dong Lishu's identity. She recognized from the attendant's address and the breathtaking beauty of the woman before her that she must be the favored queen of the harem. A sense of fear enveloped her. "This subject, Zhang Wan'er, has met your Highness." Dong Lishu stared at her in surprise for a moment. She was indeed a striking girl, slender and graceful, her voice soft and delicate, evoking an instinctual desire to protect. After recovering from a serious illness, Dong Lishu, feeling utterly drained from recent events, staggered back a few steps. Yixiang, and when you hastily supported her, filled with deep concern. Lin Wanwan urged her to lean against her. "Lishu, let us return. There are too many prying eyes here, and as the Empress, your actions today will undoubtedly be scrutinized." Dong Lishu found it difficult to articulate her current feelings. She struggled to catch her breath, feeling dizzy, and was soon seized by a fit of violent coughing. Zhang Wan'er was utterly alarmed, fearing that if anything were to happen to the Empress while in her presence, her fate would be sealed. "Your Highness, please take a seat." Zhang Wan'er bravely indicated the bed she had just occupied, anxious that the Empress might reject her offer. Lin Wanwan gently patted Dong Lishu on the chest, while Lui quickly brought a cup of warm water, which Dong Lishu drank, feeling somewhat relieved. "Miss Zhang, are you feeling any better?" Dong Lishu, still breathing somewhat rapidly, regretted her impulsive entrance and felt it prudent to inquire after her. Zhang Wan'er, taken aback, nodded in gratitude. "Thank you for your concern, your Highness. It is truly kind of you to visit me. I'm feeling much improved." Though appearing fragile, Zhang Wan'er was perceptive. Despite her affection for the emperor and her desire to enter the palace as a consort, she refrained from overtly challenging the deeply favored empress at this moment. Dong Lishu nodded in acknowledgement. "That is good to hear." With that, she grasped Lin Wanwan's hand and intended to leave. However, to her surprise, Pei Yixuan stood directly behind them, with palace attendants kneeling on the ground. Chapter 76. Impossible to stop. Unwillingness to submit. "Greetings, Your Majesty." The crowd was left in a state of trepidation, minds racing with speculation about what would transpire next. Would the emperor side with the empress, who enjoyed his utmost favor? Or would he show concern for Miss Zhang, who had shielded him during the banquet? Lin Wanwan tightly clasped Dong Lishu's hand, her face etched with worry. Pei Yixuan, having received word from Lu Yi, had hurried from the imperial study, breathless and anxious, fearing that Dong Lishu might succumb to distress over whatever rumor she had heard, potentially exacerbating her already fragile health. Gazing at Dong Lishu's indifferent expression, he hesitated to approach her, his heart aching as he watched her. Terrified that she might misunderstand his intentions, his hands trembling slightly. Dong Lishu had not anticipated Pei Yixuan's swift arrival. She recognized her own impulsiveness but was at a loss for how to respond. Instinctively, she averted her gaze, her small hands anxiously twisting a handkerchief. The crowd, having not heard a word from the emperor or empress, was left bewildered by the thoughts of their two sovereigns. Zhang Wan'er, having stood for too long, felt a twinge of pain from her wound. She half squatted, one hand pressed against her injury, while the other supported herself on the edge of the bed, her expression betraying her discomfort. Before long, she suddenly collapsed, stiff as a board. The maid attending to her was startled and rushed forward to shake her. "Miss Zhang? Your Majesty, Miss Zhang has fainted." Zhang Wan'er fainted just behind Deng Lishu. Hearing the commotion, Deng Lishu quickly turned around and, startled, took 2 steps back. Pei Yixuan observed her expression closely, filled with concern at her fright, and swiftly enveloped her in his embrace, unwilling to let go. Lishu, he felt a pang of guilt for not having protected her sooner, allowing his beloved to feel distressed. As Deng Lishu sensed the familiar warmth of his embrace, much of her earlier unease dissipated, and she leaned against him, feeling a sense of comfort. "Please summon the imperial physician," she instructed, covering her chest. Yet her gaze remained fixed on Zhang Wan'er. Throughout this ordeal, Pei Yixuan's attention was solely devoted to Deng Lishu, not sparing a glance for anyone else. The palace attendants discreetly retreated, allowing the air within the room to circulate more freely. Pei Yixuan sat beside Deng Lishu, initially intending to whisk her away, but she expressed a desire to witness Miss Zhang's awakening. Gently, he caressed her small hand, noting its coolness. "Lishu, allow me to warm your hand," he said, placing her delicate fingers against his chest, providing her with a soothing warmth that melted away her worries. Perhaps she had been overly sensitive today. While Pei Yixuan continued his tender ministrations, Deng Lishu remained focused on Zhang Wan'er's condition. The imperial physician and female attendant examined her. "Your Majesty, Your Highness, Miss Zhang has merely aggravated her wound and experienced some bleeding. After my examination, she is no longer in serious danger." "That is excellent news," Deng Lishu replied, waving her hand to dismiss them. As Zhang Wan'er regained consciousness, she struggled to rise from her bed, her face a portrait of apology and pallor, her almond-shaped eyes filled with a tender, almost pitiful charm, fixed unwaveringly upon the emperor. Deng Lishu and Pei Yixuan did not hinder her movements. If she did not care for her own well-being, what was she attempting to achieve? Supported by a palace maid, she unsteadily stood, intent on offering her apologies to the two of them. Deng Lishu watched as tears began to stream down Zhang Wan'er's face, resembling pear blossoms in the rain, her gaze conveying an ineffable meaning. Pei Yixuan remained indifferent to Zhang Wan'er's display, anxious about Deng Lishu's fatigue. "Lishu, you have been out for quite some time today. You must be weary. Shall we return?" His tone was gentle and affectionate, imbued with a sense of trepidation that Lishu might grow distant due to Zhang Wan'er. Were it not for Lishu's wish to stay, and had Zhang Wan'er not shielded him from danger, along with concerns for Lishu's reputation, he would have preferred not to see Ms. Zhang again. In truth, anyone could perceive Zhang Wan'er's transparent intentions. Even her previous measured responses and current pitiable demeanor were mere performances to elicit sympathy, especially from the emperor, all while avoiding the queen's ire. Deng Lishu was unaware of the convoluted undercurrents. She merely found Zhang Wan'er's presence oddly discomforting, particularly disliking the way she gazed at Pei Yixuan. Deng Lishu instructed the palace maid to assist Zhang Wan'er to her feet, calmly stating, "Ms. Zhang, your valor in saving His Majesty deserves recognition. Please focus on your recovery. The Emperor will duly reward your bravery. It is an honor to shield His Majesty, and I do not dare claim credit for it," Zhang Wan'er replied. Deng Lishu gazed at her seemingly fragile demeanor, feeling somewhat irritable. She withdrew her hand from Pei Yixuan's grasp and rose to leave without a word. Zhang Vanya, noticing Deng Lishu's departure, quickly turned her gaze to Pei Yixuan, her eyes brimming with unspoken words and longing. "Your Majesty." Pei Yixuan, however, followed Deng Lishu the moment she stood up, entirely oblivious to Zhang Wan'er's delicate voice. He hastily caught up, lifting her in his arms. "Sure, do not be upset. She will never appear in the palace again." Deng Lishu, feeling dejected, buried her face in his embrace, her voice barely a whisper. She saved you. Sure, I could have avoided it that day myself. You know my skills are formidable, don't you? I cannot fathom why she recklessly threw herself in front of me, risking her life as if it were nothing. I simply cannot stand by and watch her perish. Her father is an official, so I had her sent to the Imperial Medical Bureau. Pei Yixuan succinctly clarified the matter. Deng Lishu nodded. I understand now. I was too impulsive today. Pei Yixuan smiled. It pleases me that you care for me so deeply. I am merely concerned that you might be troubled by matters and people that do not pertain to you, which would break my heart. Deng Lishu's previously heavy heart felt considerably lighter. I noticed how Ms. Zhang looks at you. She has feelings for you. As Pei Yixuan carried her along the palace path, he mischievously weighed the situation with a fond expression. Shu'er is mistaken. I have not even cast her a glance. I know not what she looks like. Moreover, her act of shielding me was clearly motivated by ulterior motives. He insisted he was wronged, feeling quite aggrieved. Deng Lishu nodded. The clouds of doubt dissipating. How do you intend to deal with her? After all, she did shield you, and everyone witnessed it. Do not worry, Shu'er. I shall bestow generous rewards upon the Zhang family and promote her father to a higher office. They will be eternally grateful. But she did not come for the money. She came for you, Deng Lishu retorted, poking his firm chest with her finger in discontent. Pei Yixuan lowered his head and gently kissed her crimson lips. Shu'er, is the only way to show gratitude through sacrifice? As the emperor, it is an honor for the Zhang family to shield me. They should be thankful, and receiving rewards is already quite sufficient. Deng Lishu observed Pei Yixuan's nonchalant declaration with a hint of an unusual smile. Is that so? Indeed, thus, Shu'er need not concern herself with such trivial matters. Your happiness and health are of utmost importance. Deng Lishu fell silent, realizing the truth in his words. Pei Yixuan had always occupied a lofty position. Born as the crown prince, with no other consorts or children vying for the emperor's affection, he had received the finest royal education, basking in adoration. Deng Lishu's upbringing, though indulgent, paled in comparison to the unrivaled status of the supreme ruler. Noticing her deepened thought, Pei Yixuan affectionately nudged her. Shu'er, what occupies your mind? Are you thinking of me? Deng Lishu pouted. Ahem, ahem, ahem. Upon seeing her cough again, Pei Yixuan's handsome face instantly creased with concern. Shu'er is unwell again. Let us return quickly and take your medicine. The events of today are bound to circulate both within and beyond the palace, yet they have not been spoken of in a particularly unflattering manner. Rather, thanks to Pei Yixuan's intervention, praises for the queen's virtuousness abound. People have gained a new understanding of His Majesty's affection for the queen, and the whispers suggest that Miss Zhang may have lost her chance. Meanwhile, Zhang Wanner harbors deep resentment in her heart. Chapter 77. Infertility, Timid Zhang Father. Recently, Zhao Tingyun of the Southern Dynasty has been exceedingly busy, cleansing the remnants of the previous regime and entangling many in the inner palace. After half a month of reorganization, the court has now been filled with his own people, and the situation is gradually stabilizing. The Northern Army has lingered in the Southern Dynasty for quite some time, and recently, Zhao Tingyun personally hosted a banquet in the palace to bid farewell to the Northern Army, escorting them to the outskirts of the capital, with 2 generals accompanying them beyond the southern borders, returning to the north. Before their departure, Zhao Tingyun entrusted General Bai Wu to deliver a letter to Pei Yixuan. The Northern Dynasty is also purging its court, enjoying a semblance of peace. Deng Lishu has fully recovered. Aside from the occasional dry cough, she is in good health. Lin Wanwan frequently keeps her company in the palace, and the Grand Princess often comes to converse with her. During the remaining hours, Pei Yixuan is by her side, ensuring that she does not feel bored. In this manner, the attention of the courtiers has momentarily shifted away from Zhang Wanner. It is said that the day after Deng Lishu visited the imperial physician's office to see Zhang Wanner, she was sent out of the palace by Pei Yixuan to recuperate, and the palace maids no longer dared to gossip about her. Consequently, the Zhang family received generous rewards. The previously 4th-rank official, Zhang Darren, was suddenly promoted to the 3rd-rank position of Xiaofu Chang, becoming quite the figure in the capital. at the Zhang residence. After recuperating for over half a month, Zhang Wanner's complexion has become radiant, her once delicate frame now more striking, yet her eyes, harboring ambition, betray her modest demeanor. During her convalescence, numerous sons and daughters of high-ranking officials have come to visit, eager to forge connections with her. In response to their speculations regarding her relationship with His Majesty, she has feigned a shy demeanor, leading them to believe that His Majesty might summon her to the palace. Of course, Zhang Wanner has not explicitly stated that His Majesty favors her. Instead, she has merely played coy in the face of their conjectures, allowing her to receive numerous gifts and flattering words in return. For a time, she basked in this adulation, and her fantasies gradually transformed into determination. This morning, Pei Yixuan went to the former palace, and after the morning court session, he convened with several officials in the imperial study. Once the discussions concluded, he dismissed them. However, Zhang Wanner's father remained behind, kneeling on the ground with a troubled expression. Liang Yi, confused, inquired, "Zhang Darren, do you have some pressing matter?" Pei Yixuan, seated above, surveyed the memorials with a furrowed brow before lifting his head, speaking in a deep voice. "What is it?" Zhang Darren's face bore a look of constipation, seemingly burdened with unspoken troubles. Pei Yixuan, growing impatient, questioned why a man should be so fidgety, his tone laced with displeasure. "Speak if you have something to say." Zhang Darren gritted his teeth and quickly bowed his head in apology. "Your Majesty, I humbly ask for your patience. I have a rather delicate request." Pei Yixuan regarded him leisurely. During the mid-autumn banquet, the young lady Zhang Wanner shielded His Majesty from a blade, an honor bestowed upon my family. The benevolence of your Majesty has granted us generous rewards, for which we are eternally grateful. Although my daughter has fortuitously escaped with her life, the imperial physician has declared her incapable of bearing children, which has plunged our family into profound sorrow, casting doubt upon her future prospects of marriage. Your Majesty, who is known for your kindness, has long been admired by my daughter. I implore you to show her compassion. After Zhang's heartfelt plea, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, uncertain of how His Majesty would respond. Upon hearing this, Pei Yixuan casually tossed aside the memorial in his hand. As if he had heard an amusing jest, his laughter laced with derision and displeasure. Liang Yi observed that the impatience on His Majesty's face had suddenly transformed into a serene demeanor, though the laughter was distinctly cold, reminiscent of the icy chill of winter. He glanced at the kneeling Zhang, wishing him luck. Everyone in the Northern Dynasty was aware of the Emperor's deep affection for the Empress, treating her as his most cherished possession and showing little regard for any other woman. Was Zhang not courting danger? If this matter displeased the Empress, the Zhang family might well face dire consequences. Liang Yi closed his eyes and sighed quietly. Zhang was met with an unsettling silence from the Emperor, broken only by his chilling laughter, causing cold sweat to bead on his back. Those familiar with Pei Yixuan recognized this as a precursor to his wrath. Yet, it was clear that Zhang was oblivious to the Emperor's sentiments. Otherwise, he would not have remained a mere fourth-grade clerk after 2 decades in the capital. Now, having tasted a fleeting advantage, he had lost sight of his own limitations. Pei Yixuan leaned slightly back, casting a disdainful gaze upon the cowering Zhang, his long fingers rhythmically tapping on the table, the crisp sound echoing in the quiet imperial study, striking at Zhang's heart with each tap, rendering him increasingly anxious. In that moment, Zhang was engulfed in regret and fear, his scalp tingling, uncertain of how to extricate himself from this predicament. Had he heeded the counsel of his wife and daughter, he would have avoided this perilous pursuit of imperial favor, choosing instead the safer path of a stable official life. Pei Yixuan observed Zhang's demeanor, noting the stark contrast between his words and his evident trepidation. He had yet to utter a single word, yet Zhang appeared utterly cowed, as if he possessed some grand prowess. Pei Yixuan relaxed into his throne, taking a sip of warm water, aware that it was nearly time to return to accompany Shu'er for lunch. Suddenly, he broke the silence, startling Zhang, who trembled and hastily resumed his respectful kneeling position. "Zhang, is it my indulgence that tempts you to overstep, or do you believe my heart lacks the necessary ruthlessness?" Upon hearing this, Zhang's mind swirled, and he bowed repeatedly in apology. Your Majesty, I acted out of a moment's desperation for my daughter and did not intend to offend you. I harbor no thoughts of overstepping my bounds. I beseech your Majesty's mercy. Mercy? Pei Yixuan retorted. Do you truly wish to become the national father-in-law? The weight of such an accusation rendered Zhang's already pallid complexion even more ashen, his breath quickening. Your Majesty, I do not dare. The current national father-in-law is Lord Deng, the Empress's father. I would never presume. I recognize my mistake and plead for your Majesty's forgiveness. Pei Yixuan squinted his eyes, observing the visibly trembling Lord Zhang below, and felt a twinge of amusement. This man, who typically refrained from speaking and always nestled among the crowd, had managed to ascend to his current position solely through the merits of his forebears, lacking in both talent and boldness. It appeared he had been easily swayed by others. Yet, today, should he impose a penalty upon him, the outside world might weave unflattering tales about Shu'er. Zhang Xiaocheng, for your insolence before the throne, you shall be fined a year's salary. You may leave now. As for your daughter, she shall not find herself without suitors. Pei Yixuan had no intention of punishing him further. The man had already been thoroughly frightened, and it would be remiss to scare him to death. Liang Yi remarked, Is that all? However, upon reflecting that every action of the emperor was indeed for the sake of the empress, he found clarity. Upon hearing the words, Lord Zhang relaxed, his expression momentarily blank, as he sank weakly to the floor, sweat streaming down his forehead and soaking into his collar. Lord Zhang, do not forget to express your gratitude. Liang Yi reminded him. Lord Zhang swallowed hard, hastily kneeling in proper decorum, his voice filled with gratitude. Your humble servant thanks His Majesty for his profound kindness. Pei Yixuan stood, shook his head, and strode out decisively. Chapter 78, Shattered Dreams. The intentions of Prince Xian upon returning home. Lord Zhang was immediately besieged by his wife and daughter, both eager for news. He sat down, a look of despair etched on his face. And after sipping the hot tea brought by his servant, he found the strength to speak. Father, what happened? Did His Majesty agree to allow me to enter the palace as a consort? Zhang Wanner asked eagerly, pulling at her father's sleeve. Mrs. Zhang, equally expectant, chimed in. Do tell, did His Majesty consent? Will our Wanner be entering the palace as a consort? Is the Zhang family about to rise again? Lord Zhang gazed at the two women beside him, torn and pained, reluctant to shatter their beautiful illusions. My dear wife, Wanner, please calm yourselves. Allow me to explain. His Majesty did not agree. His concise words shattered the dreams of the two women. The thought of the immense pressure he had faced in the palace that day gnawed at him, leaving him in a state of torment. He felt like weeping without tears, a torment more profound than when he had faced his teacher in his youth. He was baffled as to how he had dared to utter those words, and how he had managed to leave the palace and return home, as if in a dream. Upon hearing his words, Zhang Wanner first widened her eyes in disbelief, then pouted, releasing her father's sleeve in a huff and moving to sit alone. Leaning against her maid and sobbing, Mrs. Zhang, heartbroken, rushed over to console her. Do not cry, Wanner. I will urge your father to find a way to ensure you enter the palace as a consort. Lord Zhang, beleaguered, replied, Wanner, His Majesty is enamored only with the Empress. The concubines in the eternal alley seem to live as if in mourning. It will be best for you to avoid this treacherous path. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wanner cried even harder, Mother, I am in love with His Majesty. Is there any man in this world more outstanding than him? I refuse to marry a man as ineffectual as my father. Lord Zhang nearly fainted, his face turning pale. Astonished at the audacity of her words, she was practically inciting rebellion. Madame Zhang, upon hearing these words, felt her composure fracture. However, reflecting on her daughter's assertions, she recognized their validity. After years of servitude, their circumstances paled in comparison to those of the affluent families. If her daughter were to enter the palace as a concubine, she would bask in unparalleled wealth and glory. Thus, she retorted, My daughter speaks no falsehoods. Consider this. Wanner has sacrificed her ability to bear children for His Majesty. Should not the emperor take responsibility? Minister Zhang, rendered speechless by their indignation, interjected, "Do you believe the emperor heeds my every word? His Majesty has assured me that Wanner will not remain unmarried. With his promise, we need not worry about her prospects. If necessary, in due time, I shall petition the emperor for a marriage decree for Wanner. That would be a grand honor, and who would dare to speak ill of it?" Minister Zhang recovered his composure, attempting to soothe the two women. Upon hearing this, Madame Zhang considered it a viable solution. "Wanner, shall we heed your father's counsel?" Being of humble origins, she lacked strong opinions. Hearing this, Zhang Wanner felt a surge of resentment, but, recognizing her predicament, complied with a reluctant agreement. If her father could not devise a plan, she would find a way herself. In the Jianzhong Palace, Pei Yixuan returned to his chambers only to find Deng Lishu absent. After inquiring with the palace attendants, he learned that she had gone to the imperial garden to fly kites with the Grand Princess. As he made his way to the garden, he chuckled quietly, pondering whether kites could truly take flight in this season. Surprisingly, the autumn winds were robust, and in the vast lawn of the imperial garden, the Grand Princess was indeed chasing after a kite. Deng Lishu, holding the kite string, successfully launched the kite with the assistance of Yixiang and Wenyu. Pei Yuan also happened to be present, having passed through the garden while paying respects to the Empress Dowager, and he joined in their kite-flying merriment. In the presence of others, the Grand Princess maintained decorum, yet once familiar with Deng Lishu, she became vivacious, often engaging in playful banter with Lin Wanwan. Deng Lishu maneuvered the kite slowly, while Pei Yuan, with his own kite in hand, observed the Grand Princess darting about, a smile naturally gracing his face. As he glanced sideways at Deng Lishu, her beaming visage captivated him, and his eyes sparkled with admiration. Sensing his intense gaze, she turned to meet his eyes, momentarily startled by the warmth of his expression, stammering, "Prince Xian." Pei Yuan did not avert his gaze, but tempered the ardor in his eyes, offering her a gentle smile. "Sister-in-law, do you truly not remember me?" Deng Lishu, perplexed, replied. "What do you mean? You have forgotten the bandit from the outskirts of the capital?" Pei Yuan spoke softly, anticipation flickering in his eyes. Deng Lishu hesitated, her fingers momentarily stilling the kite string. She glanced around. The attendants were distant, and Yixiang and Wenyu were engaged in kite flying alongside the Grand Princess, while Lu Yi had stepped away to fetch something. Her heart, previously anxious, gradually settled. "You were the one who saved me and Wanwan that day." Seeing her concern, Pei Yuan felt a pang of compassion. "Do not worry. I shall keep this secret. Those bandits have received their due punishment." Deng Lishu blinked, a hint of unease evident in her demeanor. "Regardless, thank you." Pei Yuan's heart soared at her gratitude, stepping closer to her, yet Deng Lishu instinctively took a step back. "Sister-in-law, His words were cut short as Deng Lishu interjected, "Prince Xian." Her tone elevated, fear flickering in her eyes. She understood what Prince Xian wanted to convey, yet some sentiments were better left unspoken, as voicing them could cause considerable harm. Pei Yuan clutched the kite string tightly, his gaze cast downward. Overwhelmed by a wave of despondency, his heart laden with bitterness, he had acted impulsively. "Your Highness, I apologize," he murmured. Deng Lishu took a deep breath and gently shook her head. "It is of no consequence. I am grateful to Prince Xian for your assistance that day. Both Wanwan and I will remember your kindness." Pei Yuan, anxious, quickly interjected, "My act of saving you does not warrant your gratitude. Your well-being is what matters." Deng Lishu nodded, choosing not to dwell on the matter further, and stepped aside. Pei Yuan, casting aside the kite string, sat despondently on the grass, resembling a wounded creature, occasionally glancing at Deng Lishu, who was distractedly flying her kite. When Pei Yixuan approached, he sensed an odd tension between his younger brother and Deng Lishu. He had reached her side without her noticing. Immersed in her earlier unease and feeling a bit awkward, Deng Lishu turned to look at Prince Xian, who sat not far away. What could she possibly be observing? Pei Yixuan, silencing the palace attendants, intended to wait for her to notice him, but was taken aback that she remained oblivious, fixated on Prince Xian. Their expressions mirrored each other's unease. Had something transpired in his absence? Realizing that his brother likely harbored feelings for Li Shu, combined with her recent gaze, Pei Yixuan felt more assured of his suspicions. Nevertheless, he maintained a composed smile, wrapping his arms around her and resting his chin lightly on her shoulder. "Li Shu, have you missed me?" Deng Lishu shivered slightly, then exhaled in relief. "What nonsense are you spouting?" She had not seen him all morning, and upon returning to the palace found her there flying kites. His tone brimmed with affection as he declared, "I came to accompany you." Deng Lishu nodded, joining Pei Yixuan in the kite flying, and the earlier tension and unease gradually dissipated. Pei Yihuan rose to greet them, but the two paid him little mind, leaving him to stand by, feeling a deep sense of melancholy. A moment's longing spawns countless thoughts. There is no place for arrangements in this world. Upon returning to Jianzhong Palace, Pei Yixuan recounted the day's events to Deng Lishu, hoping to avert any unnecessary misunderstandings like the last time. As she listened to Pei Yixuan animatedly recount his encounter with Lord Zhong, she couldn't help but laugh. Why frighten him so? Pei Yixuan chuckled lightly. You did not see Lord Zhong. He was drenched in cold sweat. Had I remained silent, he might have fainted from fright. Deng Lishu smiled. Is he truly that timid? Indeed. Aside from flying kites today, what else did you do? Did you miss me? Pei Yixuan, seeing her in high spirits, couldn't resist inquiring about her day. As he spoke, he buried his face in the crook of her fragrant neck, planting soft kisses there. Deng Lishu recoiled slightly, her delicate face flushing a deep crimson, yet she did not shy away. I merely chatted with the Grand Princess for a while before going to fly kites. Upon hearing his words, Pei Yixuan tightened his embrace, drawing the fragrant softness of her body into his chest, his breath growing heavier as his voice dripped like honey. Shu, you smell divine. He was aware that something must have transpired between Pei Yihuan and Shu'er today, yet he understood that the fault lay not with her. She was so gentle and obedient. It must have been Pei Yihuan's actions that had unsettled her, though she was reluctant to speak of it. He had no intention of pressing further. Before daintly Shu'er could utter a word, she found herself lifted by the waist, repositioned to face him. Confused, her disheveled attire and flushed complexion accentuated her allure, her sultry gaze lingering. What is it? Listening to her melodious voice, Pei Yixuan felt a rush of warmth flood his senses. He seized her rounded, supple head and pressed his lips against hers, eagerly savoring her sweetness, unable to restrain himself. Daintly Shu'er, caught in the fervor of the kiss, felt lightheaded, her body softening as her small hands feebly clung to his chest, striving to match his fervent rhythm, yet finding herself overwhelmed. She struggled to breathe under the weight of his urgency, almost succumbing to the sensation. Just as she felt the edges of consciousness fading, Pei Yixuan shifted his focus, continuing his passionate exploration. His heated hands roamed her body, and with the last remnants of her rationality, she gently grasped his head, whispering, "Not here." Understanding her plea, Pei Yixuan lifted her, kissing her tenderly as he carried her into the chamber, gently laying her upon the bed. His towering form descended upon her, murmuring, "Sure, do not worry. I know you dislike being exposed in public." Even as his desires surged, he remained attuned to her feelings. Given the intensity of their encounter today, daintly Shu'er chose not to dwell on it, for she had yet to fully disclose her thoughts to him. After 2 hours of passionate entanglement, she found herself weeping, feeling as though her waist might fracture, her body utterly spent. Pei Yixuan tenderly kissed her, offering comfort. "Sure, I love you. It will be over soon." Yet, his promise of soon extended into another half hour, leading her to the brink of unconsciousness. Only then did he rise, satisfied, and carefully cleanse her body before lying beside her to rest. His eyes brimmed with affection and tenderness as he lowered his head, planting soft kisses on her flushed, enchanting face, wishing to remain by her side for all eternity. As dusk fell and darkness enveloped the room, daintly Shu'er still had not awakened. Concern began to gnaw at Pei Yixuan, and he gently patted her cheek. "Sure, Shua." He then lifted the covers to check her well-being, ensuring she was unharmed before tucking her back in. Daintly Shu'er stirred, her slumber disrupted by his actions, and instinctively, she swatted his handsome face with a sleepy hand, pushing him away in mild annoyance. "Go away." Pei Yixuan was momentarily taken aback by the gentle slap, yet the softness of her touch felt akin to a playful tickle. Utterly charming. He soon discerned her nasally, sleepy voice as she whined, realizing she had not fully awakened and that he had disturbed her rest. He tightly clasped Schuer's small hand against his face, a foolish grin illuminating his features as he became enraptured by her serene, sleeping visage. Nuzzling her tender palm like a playful puppy. "Does your hand hurt, Schu? I shall not disturb you. Sleep a little longer," he murmured softly, fearful of waking her. As Pei Yixuan noticed her turn in her slumber, sinking back into deep sleep, he finally felt at ease. "Sure, I will step out to prepare your favorite delicacies and return forthwith." He rose and left briefly before returning to lie beside her, patiently awaiting her awakening. An hour later, Deng Lishu stirred leisurely, gazing in a daze at the smiling man beside her, momentarily taken aback by his presence. Seeing her bewildered expression, Pei Yixuan found her utterly adorable and could not resist planting a kiss upon her lips. After their affectionate exchange, Deng Lishu fully regained her senses, gently pushing his head away while simultaneously being drawn into his warm embrace. With a hint of playful petulance, she raised her hand to pat his shoulder, exclaiming, "I am hungry." Her slightly spoiled tone brought Pei Yixuan immense joy, and he smiled indulgently, replying, "Very well, my dear. Allow me to help you dress, and then we shall partake in a meal together." After their dinner, Liang Yi entered with his head bowed, finding the emperor and empress engrossed in a book together. "What is the matter?" the emperor inquired. "Your Majesty, General Bai Wu has returned with an army of 100,000 from the Southern Dynasty and is currently stationed in a military camp." General Bai entrusted this letter to the servant. It bears the Southern Emperor's own handwriting. Pei Yixuan accepted and opened the letter, which expressed gratitude and mentioned Princess Zhao Tingqing, stating that he would personally visit the Northern Dynasty in the spring to discuss the treaty and matters concerning the princess. "You may leave," he instructed. "Yes, Your Majesty." Pei Yixuan contemplated the letter, sensing that matters were far more complex than they appeared. He glanced over at Deng Lishu, who was quietly reading, an unsettling feeling flickering in his heart. "Sure." Deng Lishu looked at him with clear, innocent eyes, causing his heart to soften. He stepped forward and embraced her. "Sure. Do you love me?" Sensing his insecurity, Deng Lishu set aside her book and cupped his handsome face, speaking earnestly, "Son, I previously held no feelings for you, but I have witnessed everything you have done for me, and I have sincerely contemplated it. You are gentle and attentive, caring for all my needs. Moreover, you are exceptionally outstanding. To like you and fall in love with you is a simple affair. Through our gradual interactions, I have slowly come to love you. Though my feelings may not match your fervent passion, they are undoubtedly sincere." Pei Yixuan absorbed her earnest words, overwhelmed with emotion. The fact that Schuer could see his virtues and had fallen for him enveloped him in a sensation known as happiness. "Schuer, loving you is also an exceedingly simple matter. I cherish everything about you. Your beautiful visage, your proud and aloof character, your shyness, your frustration, your fears, your dependence, your trust. Everything about you, I adore. My love for you will remain unwavering, only deepening with time." Deng Lishu gently caressed his face and softly kissed his lips, affirming, "No matter the time or place, our love shall remain untainted." Chapter 80. Personally cooking congee. Utterly sweet as winter descended, the capital was blanketed in a flurry of snowflakes, cascading down like delicate feathers, both light and dense. They danced gracefully in the air, resembling clusters of white sprites frolicking with abandon. The snow settled upon ancient city walls, solemn palaces, and bustling streets, adorning the entire capital in a pristine coat of white. Within the palace, everything was draped in silvery splendor as the servants donned their thick winter garments. The biting cold rendered the palace hushed, with everyone retreating into their chambers, devoid of the usual scheming. Pei Yixuan had long commanded the preparation of winter attire for Deng Lishu, utilizing the finest and warmest fabrics, and personally designed the garments. He was eager to be involved in every aspect of her life, frequently crafting jewelry and trinkets for her. The sight of her radiant smile upon receiving them made every effort worthwhile. Deng Lishu felt as though she was becoming increasingly reliant on him. The concubines of the harem had ceased to bother her, while Pei Yixuan clung to her daily, attending to even the simplest tasks like meals and drinks. His constant sweet nothings left her blushing, and she often wondered where he had acquired such skills. On a crisp winter morning, warmth enveloped the room as Deng Lishu awoke contentedly in the embrace of her man. Noticing he was still asleep, she carefully rose from the bed, dressed herself, and stepped outside. Upon her emergence, Yixiong and Wenyu hurriedly draped a cloak over her shoulders. "Your Highness, the storm rages outside. How could you have come out?" Liang Yi and Lu Yi stood nearby with cheerful expressions. "Your Highness, rising so early today, are you hungry? We shall fetch your meal at once." Deng Lishu shook her head. "The emperor has yet to awaken. You all stay here. Yixiong and Wenyu, come with me to the small kitchen." The four exchanged fearful glances. What could the delicate queen be doing in such a place? If the emperor were to find out, they would certainly be in trouble. "Your Highness, what are you planning?" Liang Yi asked with a smile. "I intend to prepare something for the emperor. Remain here and do not tell him. I wish to surprise him," Deng Lishu replied, her excitement palpable. She had never cooked before, but in Pei Yixuan's absence a few days prior, she had secretly sought the imperial chefs to learn a few techniques. "Your Highness, you cannot cook. That is the duty of the royal chefs. If you were to injure yourself, the emperor would be heartbroken." "Indeed, Your Highness. Just tell us what you and the emperor wish to eat, and we will see to it." Despite their fervent objections, Deng Lishu resolutely entered the kitchen. The small kitchen in Jianzhong Palace had 3 imperial chefs dedicated to preparing meals for the emperor and empress, along with several palace attendants assisting them. Upon seeing their queen enter, they quickly approached to pay their respects. "Long live the queen." Deng Lishu waved her hand dismissively. "No need for such formalities. Continue with your tasks. I wish to make a dish of yam congee. Please help me prepare some ingredients." The attendants widened their eyes in disbelief, then knelt in alarm. "Your Highness, how can you cook? If you desire yam congee, we shall prepare it for you immediately. Prepare the ingredients, and one of you shall guide the solitary task of cooking congee," Deng Lishu commanded, pointing to the kneeling imperial chef in the center. "Yes, yes, we shall obey." The others responded nervously, particularly the chef, whose heart raced with anxiety. He resolved to keep a vigilant eye to ensure the empress remained unharmed. Under the chef's guidance, Deng Lishu diligently began to prepare the congee. She was unable to kindle the fire herself, so a designated maidservant was entrusted with that task. While the chef monitored the heat and offered occasional instructions, Deng Lishu took up the knife herself, slicing the yam into uneven pieces, though they would be indistinguishable once blended into the porridge. With a spatula in hand, she gently stirred the mixture, her face alight with joy. The normally reticent and serious Yixiong and Wenyu were now tense, their hearts mirroring every movement of Deng Lishu, just like the chef beside them. In the inner palace, Pei Yixuan dreamt of a delightful vision where Shu'er bore him a lovely little princess, as beautiful as she was. Awakening blissfully from the dream, he was startled to find the emptiness of his embrace, a chill settling in his heart. Where was Shu'er? The transition from dream to reality rendered his face pale. Filled with urgency and fear, Shu'er was missing. He sprang from his bed, neglecting to adorn himself with clothes or shoes, and rushed out, flinging open the door to the palace. The wind and snow surged in, and he shivered in his thin inner garments. "Shu'er! Shu'er!" he cried out in desperation as he dashed outside. Liang Yi and Lu Yi were startled and quickly approached to drape a heavy cloak over him. "Your Majesty, you must take care of yourself. The storm outside is fierce. Do not risk your health." Pei Yixuan paid no heed to Liang Yi's earnest counsel, grasping his collar with a glint of frost in his eyes. "Where's my Shu'er?" "Rest assured, Your Majesty, the princess is in the small kitchen," Liang Yi replied, and as soon as the words left his lips, he found himself nearly toppled to the ground by the emperor's sudden movement. Pei Yixuan dashed toward the small kitchen, with Liang Yi hurrying to keep up, reminding Lu Yi to fetch the emperor's shoes. As he approached, the relentless wind and snow invaded the crimson corridor, striking against him. He gradually came to a halt, his hair dancing in the gusts, and a smile of emotion began to grace his face. Emerging from a small kitchen, Deng Lishu spotted the tall figure of the man she adored. A smile blossomed on her face as she quickened her pace to embrace him, feeling the chill radiating from his form. "You're here. Why aren't you dressed properly or wearing shoes?" Liang Yi silently accepted the shoes from Lu Yi's hands. "Your Majesty, the ground is cold. You should put on your shoes," he urged. Pei Yixuan shot him an irritable glance, while Deng Lishu playfully pinched his waist. "Wear your shoes." Pei Yixuan, with a tender smile, nodded indulgently. "We must heed Shu'er." Obediently, he lifted his foot, allowing Liang Yi to assist him in donning the shoes. "Your shoes and socks are wet. Let us return quickly," Deng Lishu said with concern, pulling him back inside. Pei Yixuan followed her, his face radiant with joy. Tightly holding her small hand, cherishing her worry over him, feeling his heart swell with affection. Back in the palace, having changed into dry clothes and footwear, Pei Yixuan was led by Deng Lishu to the table, where a sumptuous breakfast awaited. At the center was the congee she had personally prepared, simmering with care. "Ah, son, I made the congee myself. Do taste it." Having said that, she personally served Pei Yixuan a bowl of soup, urging him to taste it promptly. Pei Yixuan's eyes sparkled with delight, his face radiating happiness as he embraced Deng Lishu's waist, pulling her close. "Shu'er, you have worked hard. I am deeply moved. There is no need for you to do this in the future. I would not want you to tire yourself out, for it would pain me." Deng Lishu readily agreed, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she watched him sip the porridge. "How is it?" she inquired, her gaze bright, reminiscent of a child awaiting praise from an adult. Pei Yixuan nodded in astonishment, exclaiming, "Your culinary skills are truly remarkable, even surpassing that of the imperial chefs." Deng Lishu sampled it herself, noting that aside from a slight excess of salt, it was otherwise satisfactory. "As long as you enjoy it, that is what matters. You bring me joy every day, and I wish to see you happy. Just having you by my side fills me with happiness." In the intimate confines of the palace, the two were warmly entwined, while outside, the snowstorm swept across the vast landscape. As the snowflakes danced through the air and entered the abode, the green bamboo transformed into delicate white branches. From the heights of a tall building, one gazes upon the hope that this snowfall may cover the world's wickedness and its treacherous paths. This verse reflects the poet's yearning for beauty and his discontent with reality, while subtly hinting at impending change. Chapter 81. The Arrival of a Warm Winter. A warm heart this winter was not as harsh as anticipated. Deng Lishu frequently received thoughtful gifts from Pei Yixuan, each one meticulously chosen, not merely garments or jewelry, but delightful trinkets and treats not found within the palace, which often made her heart bloom with joy. Deng Lishu also prepared small tokens for him, personally crafting a sachet filled with calming herbs and fragrant petals, which he cherished and wore daily at his waist. The couple visited the Hugwa temple to seek blessings, each carrying a talisman for safety and health. They played in the pristine snow, building snowmen and engaging in snowball fights, with Pei Yixuan often being the target. Together, they sat in a pavilion, admiring the enchanting snowy landscape, culminating in sweet kisses. They ventured into the snow to seek out plum blossoms. Pei Yixuan had specifically transplanted cold-resistant plum trees within the Jinjiang Palace. The two joyfully chased each other, their laughter causing the waxy branches to tremble. By night, they sat by the window, pruning flower branches, with Pei Yixuan gently whispering endearing words that made her blush. They glided over the frozen lake together, his tall figure supporting her petite form, their smiles brimming with happiness. Zhao Tingqing, having learned of her dear brother Zhao Tingan's demise at the hands of Zhao Tingyun, became even more haggard and heartbroken than before. She abandoned her usual seclusion, often found sitting alone in the long corridors of the Chongqing Palace, gazing at the winter winds and snowstorm with a desolate expression, her spirit resembling that of a lost soul, utterly numb. She would sit for hours, wrapped in an old blanket lovingly made for her by Yunzhu, beside a warm stove with a kettle boiling. The steaming water would spill over onto the charcoal, producing a series of lamenting sounds as white smoke rose, only to be engulfed by the relentless storm. Yunju attentively poured her a cup of hot tea, saying, "Princess, please drink some warm tea to soothe your body." She remained silent for a while, prompting Yunju to let out a soft sigh, shaking her head in resignation. Placing the tea on a low table beside her, she settled onto a small stool, propping her chin on her hands as she stared vacantly at the bubbling teapot. Zhao Tingqing gazed at the swirling snowflakes in the air, a few landing on her face and instantly transforming into cool droplets of water, which inadvertently roused her senses. Reflecting on her childhood, the memories of the Southern Dynasty were a blend of beauty and anguish, while the pain had gradually faded from her mind. The joys had become somewhat indistinct. Sustained by her recollections, she seemed to have lost the motivation to continue living. The most vivid memories of the Southern Dynasty were the demonstrations of Zhao Tingyun and the death of Zhao Tinghan, which ignited the deep-seated hatred she harbored for Zhao Tingyun. Now her sole lingering thought, she must survive to return. Zhao Tingqing's once vacant eyes began to flicker with emotion as she glanced sideways at the obedient Yunju. After observing her for some time, she found the young maid to be refreshingly innocent and industrious. With a hoarse voice, she inquired, "Are you called Yunju?" Yunju was taken aback. It had been a long time since the southern princess had spoken. "Yes, I am Yunju," she replied. "You are a good person," Zhao Tingqing remarked. Though her voice was far from melodious, her words were clear. Yunju looked bewildered. This princess was indeed quite peculiar. "Princess, is there anything you require of me?" Zhao Tingqing regarded her thoughtfully, then gently shook her head. "To serve me, you have endured much hardship. I dare not complain," Yunju replied, shaking her head. Previously, during her time in the cold palace, she had served amidst mad courtiers and elderly concubines who bullied her, often having her food snatched away and suffering from sleepless nights. Now, though solitary, her life was considerably easier. She had her own room and enough to eat, leaving her quite content. Many of her former companions in the cold palace envied her. "Yunju, what did you serve before?" Zhao Tingqing asked, her gaze sharp yet kind. "I am without parents. When I first entered the palace, I served in His Majesty's Jianzhong Palace for a time, but soon made a mistake and was sent to the cold palace. Afterwards, I served you, princess." Zhao Tingqing nodded, finding her unburdened by past ties. Thus a person of potential. "Yunju, how do you find life in the palace?" "I harbor no great ambitions. Having food and shelter is sufficient," Yunju replied with a slight smile. Zhao Tingqing was pleasantly surprised. "You, my dear, are rather commendable." In truth, Zhao Tingqing's circumstances had improved significantly. Before Zhao Tingyun's departure to the Northern Dynasty, she had struggled with hunger and cold, far from the warmth of a charcoal fire or the luxury of tea in winter. Yunju, too, was fortunate, as the courtyard was now wary of mistreating the southern princess. The two fell into a comfortable silence as the heavy snow continued to fall. In the ensuing days, their conversations became more frequent, offering a way to pass the long winter. At just 16, Yunju, innocent and untainted, began to regard Zhao Tingqing as a sympathetic elder sister with whom she could share her thoughts. When she saw Zhao Tingqing often suffering from ailments, she would use her own salary to buy medicine for her, secretly approach the kitchen department to request extra food for her recovery, and offer her own fabric to make clothes. She would tell little stories to amuse her. Zhao Tingqing, recognizing her kindness, felt a smile grace her lips, and her spirits seemed to brighten. On this day, the heavy snow had ceased, and Yunju was in the courtyard building a snowman. Zhao Tingqing, frail, watched her lively demeanor from the corridor, feeling a warmth in her heart, yet tinged with bitterness. "Yunju, if I successfully return to the Southern Dynasty, would you be willing to leave with me?" Yunju was taken aback, being from the Northern Dynasty. She had many close friends in the palace and deep feelings for this place, making her reluctant to depart. "No rush. Take your time to think. Upon returning to the Southern Dynasty, I would be the esteemed princess of Chong, and I shall not treat you poorly." Zhao Tingqing attempted to kindle a sliver of warmth in her heart. Yunju nodded. "All right." As the new year arrived, the palace was filled with festive cheer. As per tradition, Pei Yixuan hosted a banquet at Guangyang Palace, attended by officials of the fifth rank and above along with their female relatives. Early in the morning, Pei Yixuan went to the front court to receive congratulations from envoys and ministers, while Deng Lishu welcomed the ladies of the harem and noble women at the Jiaofeng Hall in Weiyang Palace. Today, Deng Lishu donned a bright red phoenix gown, adorned with golden embroidered phoenix boots, her exquisite makeup more elegant than ever, radiating grandeur. The dazzling phoenix crown accentuated her regal presence, enhancing her naturally aloof demeanor, making her appear even more imposing. Yixiang and Wenyu supported her steadily to her throne, where the crowd, captivated by the queen's stunning beauty and exceptional grace, knelt as she took her seat. "We pay our respects to your majesty. May you live for 1,000 years. Please rise." On this joyous New Year's Day, a celebration for the entire nation, I have prepared some gifts for all of you. She spoke calmly, her every gesture exuding nobility. "Thank you, your majesty." Chapter 82. The Emperor's Chinese Medicine. Breaking the wrist, the crowd, receiving the queen's gifts, was overjoyed, showering her with compliments as if they were free. Deng Lishu, casually indulging in the flattery for a while, then instructed the banquet to commence. She neither drank tea nor alcohol, only having a cup of warm water at her place. Lu Yi approached, placing a freshly brewed milk flower tea before her. "Your Majesty, this has been specially prepared for you by His Majesty, tailored to your taste." At the perfect temperature, Deng Lishu felt a wave of sweetness. This man was indeed considerate. He typically did not favor sweets, and she wondered if the milk flower tea would suit her palate. Under Lu Yi's expectant gaze, she took a sip, her eyes lighting up in delight. "It is indeed delightful, very pleasant, neither too sweet nor too bland, with a unique floral fragrance. If your majesty enjoys it, His Majesty will be at ease. The royal kitchen is always prepared. Should you wish for more, I can fetch it at any time." "Very well. Today all the servants of Jianzhong Palace and the royal kitchen shall receive half a year's salary as a reward." Deng Lishu savored the milk flower tea with pleasure. "The servants thank your majesty for the reward," Lu Yi exclaimed, leading the others to kneel in excitement. Deng Lishu waved her hand, signaling them to rise. Her delicate fingers, holding a crystal-clear jade spoon, gently stirred the contents of a glass bowl. The ladies nearby, enticed by the sweet fragrance wafting from the queen, looked on with curiosity. The previously low murmurs among the women ceased as they raised their heads in intrigue. The Princess of Kong, seated at the forefront, inquired with a beaming face, "Might I ask what delicacy the esteemed prince is partaking? The aroma is utterly enchanting and has thoroughly whetted our appetites." Her voice was gentle, despite being in her 40s. Her well-maintained visage showed no signs of age. Deng Lishu smiled slightly. "This is milk flower tea, a new creation from the imperial kitchen, and I find it quite delectable." The imperial kitchen truly is exceptional. I see that this table boasts many more novel dishes than before. We are indeed fortunate. Indeed, the imperial kitchen is truly ingenious. The crowd chimed in, their voices overlapping. Zhang Wan'er, seated at the back, clutched her chopsticks tightly, her knuckles white, her downcast eyes filled with unwillingness. Deng Lishu chuckled softly and whispered a few words into Lu Yi's ear, prompting him to leave immediately. "Esteemed guests, I am exceedingly joyful today. Do savor this milk flower tea. We are grateful for your highness's generosity." The crowd beamed, feeling honored. The queen was not as difficult to approach as the rumor suggested. Unbeknownst to them, in an unnoticed corner, Zhang Wan'er had already exited the grand hall. Pei Yixuan found the proceedings less troublesome, having concluded the audience with the officials early. He hastened to the Jiaofeng Palace. Li Shu, being shy, would not speak up if the women lingered too long, which would certainly leave her fatigued by evening. As Pei Yixuan entered, the others were savoring the warm milk flower tea. Upon hearing of the Emperor's arrival, they promptly rose to greet him. Zhang Wan'er, having just returned and steadied her heart, was elated to see the Emperor she longed for. Deng Lishu rose, a radiant smile adorning her face as she watched him approach. They sat closely together, exuding affection, which elicited envy from the onlookers. The three concubines present, who had been patient until now, felt a surge of resentment upon witnessing the Emperor's unabated affection for the queen, yet dared not voice their discontent. Gazing at the milk flower tea before them, they found their appetites diminished. "Darling, how do you find the milk flower tea?" Pei Yixuan asked with eager anticipation. Deng Lishu nodded. "It is delightful. You should try some." She took a bowl of the freshly delivered warm milk flower tea and personally fed him a spoonful. Pei Yixuan, unable to resist, took several more sips. Delicious. As long as Lishu enjoys it, that is what matters. The onlookers watched this sweet interaction between the two with mixed feelings of envy and jealousy. Zhang Wan'er observed the emperor drinking the tea, her eyelids twitching in surprise that he had partaken of it. Shortly thereafter, Pei Yixuan began to feel unwell. His head was heavy, and his body felt feverish. Deng Lishu had already had her fill and did not drink from that bowl of milk flower tea, remaining quite lucid. Pei Yixuan, resting his head on her shoulder and holding her waist, appeared somewhat dazed, struggling to maintain his composure. Noticing his unusual state, Deng Lishu anxiously touched his handsome face, exclaiming, "You are burning up. Have you caught a fever?" Pei Yixuan shook his head in distress. But he had already come to a realization and gritted his teeth. "Sure, I'm fine. I'll have Liang Yi assist me back." He did not wish for Shu'er to be entangled in such sordid matters. He would return to have the imperial physician neutralize the effects of the poison and confront the perpetrator. Deng Lishu nodded with concern, as she could not abandon so many people. Liang Yi carefully supported Pei Yixuan as they departed, while the onlookers watched the scene with apprehension, allowing Zhang Wan'er to slip away unnoticed. In the Jingzhong Palace, the potency of the poison was overwhelming, and Pei Yixuan had succumbed to unconsciousness. Liang Yi was in a state of panic, as the young eunuch sent to summon the imperial physician had yet to return. He hurried outside to check, finding guards stationed at the entrance, but the vast chamber was empty except for the unconscious Pei Yixuan. Shortly after, a window at the back was flung open, and a man clad in black entered swiftly, accompanied by Zhang Wan'er, before vanishing with equal stealth. She cautiously surveyed the room, noting its emptiness, while voices from outside urged her to hasten. Approaching the flushed emperor, she beheld his strikingly handsome visage, his robust figure and noble demeanor radiating an irresistible charm. After a moment of admiration, she reached out to remove his garments. Just as her hand extended, Pei Yixuan suddenly seized her delicate wrist, applying pressure, and with a sharp crack, her wrist bone snapped. "Ah, your majesty!" Her soft cry echoed through the chamber. Yet Pei Yixuan remained in slumber, his actions merely an instinctive defense against an intruder. Deng Lishu hurried back, alarmed by the woman's scream, and without regard for decorum, rushed inside, followed closely by Liang Yi and the others who brought the physician along. What they encountered was a woman pale and trembling, collapsed on the floor, clutching her wrist in agony, beads of cold sweat dotting her brow. "Bold! How dare you trespass in His Majesty's chamber? Seize her!" Deng Lishu's eyes blazed with fury as she delivered a cold reprimand, and immediately, guards apprehended the intruder. Zhang Wan'er was dragged away before she could utter a word, the excruciating pain rendering her unable to speak, nearly fainting from the intensity of it. "Quickly, attend to His Majesty." Deng Lishu rushed to the bed, gently caressing his cheek, astonished by his warmth. "Your Highness, His Majesty has been poisoned with Hahuan herbs. The effects are severe. I will administer medication to alleviate half the poison, but the other half requires, I understand. Quickly prepare the antidote." Pei Yixuan showed no resistance to Deng Lishu's closeness. Her familiar scent evoked an instinctive response, and he unconsciously called her name. 15 minutes after consuming the antidote, Pei Yixuan awoke, his eyes a fierce crimson and his complexion flushed. His vision blurred as he looked at Deng Lishu, desperately shaking his head to clear his mind. "Shu'er, is that you?" Deng Lishu nodded, cradling his handsome face. Yes, I am your Shu'er." Upon recognizing the beloved figure before him, Pei Yixuan could no longer contain himself, pulling her into his embrace and kissing her passionately, igniting an overwhelming fervor within the chamber. Under the influence of a drug, Pei Yixuan became even more formidable, leaving Deng Lishu somewhat overwhelmed as she clung tightly to his robust frame, hoping fervently for his swift recovery. After a day of turmoil, the two even missed the evening banquet, which was entirely presided over by the Empress Dowager. Upon regaining consciousness, Pei Yixuan, incensed by the sight of Li Shu, who had been tormented by his actions, issued an immediate order for the execution of Zhang Wan'er, leading to the Zhang family's tragic downfall, which ensnared not only them, but also their 9 clans. The public lamented the fleeting rise of the Zhang family, which had barely begun to flourish before its abrupt demise. Yet such matters became mere gossip in the capital, gradually fading from collective memory. As winter faded and spring emerged, life blossomed anew, invigorating the spirits of the populace. Following the spring festival, Zhao Tingyan set forth on his journey. Chapter 83. A cherished art album. Joyous birthday after the spring festival, as the earth awakened. Deng Lishu celebrated her birthday on the 15th day of the first lunar month. Pei Yixuan orchestrated a grand celebration in the imperial palace, bustling with activity as nobles, dignitaries, and ladies of the court sought to present gifts to win her favor. The Empress, delighted, brought joy to the emperor, and those who pleased her with their offerings were surely blessed. Deng Lishu beamed with joy as she surveyed the multitude of gifts, a dazzling array of exquisite treasures that nearly overflowed the great hall and storerooms of Jianzhong Palace. She had each gift unwrapped before her, keeping those she adored for her sleeping quarters and generously bestowing many upon the palace maids. Pei Yixuan sat nearby, a broad smile gracing his face as he sipped plain water, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the beloved figure moving about, captivated by her every gesture. The sight of her radiant smile upon discovering something she cherished was simply enchanting. When Li Shu came across a pair of elegant jade bracelets, one large and one small, she found them exquisitely crafted yet subtly refined. Enchanted, she toyed with them in her hands. The cool jade against her skin released a faint floral fragrance upon close inspection. Happily, she approached Pei Yixuan, exclaiming, "Ah, son, look at this bracelet. What do you think?" Pei Yixuan gently drew her into his embrace, admiring the lustrous bracelets with a smile, exclaiming, "They are truly beautiful. Do you like them, Li Shu?" With a sincere nod, she held the bracelet closer, noticing that the larger jade piece was inscribed with a character, while the smaller one bore another. The larger piece read Sun, and the smaller one Shu, filling her heart with delight. "Ah, son, look, there are characters, our names," she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with uncontainable excitement. Pei Yixuan leaned closer to examine it, remarking, "What a uniquely thoughtful gift. Come, Li Shu, put it on me." He extended his left hand, and with careful attention, she adorned him with the bracelet. Pei Yixuan then took the smaller one to place on her wrist. Their hands intertwined, a perfect match, his exuding strength, hers delicate and fair. "Li Shu, your taste is impeccable. We shall wear these forever," he declared, enveloping her in his arms, resting his chin gently on her shoulder while gazing adoringly at her profile, utterly entranced. Deng Lishu nodded earnestly. "We will never take them off." "Liang Yi, who sent these?" Pei Yixuan inquired. "Your Majesty, they were sent by Miss Lin," came the response. Deng Lishu smiled radiantly, her thoughts intriguingly unique. She conveyed a decree to bestow generous rewards upon the Lin family. Pei Yixuan, observing her excitement, felt a warmth envelop his heart. "Indeed, Your Majesty, Wanwan will attend tonight's birthday banquet. It will be prudent to grant the rewards then." Naturally, Pei Yixuan acquiesced to all her wishes. After a morning spent perusing gifts, Deng Lishu grew weary and succumbed to slumber post-lunch. Pei Yixuan had intended to remain by her side, but news arrived at the palace gates announcing Zhao Tingyun's arrival. He went to the imperial study to receive him, yet a strange discomfort lingered within him. Following his victorious campaign, Zhao Tingyun appeared even more spirited and handsome. During his visit to the Northern Dynasty, he was accompanied by only 3 attendants, yet who could discern if others lurked beyond the palace walls? The Southern Emperor's eagerness to enter the palace piqued Pei Yixuan's curiosity. Although he maintained a facade of cordiality, he felt quite displeased. Today was the birthday of his cherished darling. "I only learned upon entering the capital that it is the birthday of your esteemed Empress. Hence my presence to extend congratulations. Lu Che, bring forth the gifts." Liang Yi stepped forward to accept the offerings as Pei Yixuan cast a casual glance, a wave of irritation washing over him. Since the Southern Emperor had arrived, he might as well stay for the evening's festivities, Pei Yixuan remarked politely, knowing full well he would discard the gifts upon his return. Zhao Tingyun wore an inscrutable expression, concealing his thoughts within, leaving no one aware of his intentions. Of course, he too could not decipher what Pei Yixuan harbored in his mind. Their deep-set gazes locked in silent communication, unperceived by those around them, yet both were acutely aware of the secrets hidden within their eyes. Pei Yixuan's soft laughter shattered the eerie tranquility that enveloped them. The Northern Emperor extends an invitation. I shall graciously accept. The grandeur of the Empress's birthday celebration rivaled that of a national banquet, prompting awe among the attendees at the evident affection the Emperor held for his Empress. After spending half an hour in the festivities, Pei Yixuan and Deng Lishu departed, weary of the incessant flattery. Deng Lishu could no longer tolerate the overwhelming praise. She longed for a world shared only with Pei Yixuan. What further irked him was the way Zhao Tingyun's gaze lingered upon Lishu during the toast. He wished he could gouge out those eyes. And what of Pei Huan, who incessantly referred to her as Empress Sister, his admiration evident and unmasked? However, as today was Lishu's birthday, he chose to refrain from any actions and departed early with her. Upon leaving the banquet, Pei Yixuan led Deng Lishu to the tranquil Yuruan garden, a serene sanctuary free from interruptions. As they strolled through the garden adorned with twinkling star lanterns, Deng Lishu's eyes sparkled with wonder. Wow, son, how beautiful! I'm delighted you like it. I've prepared sky lanterns for us to make wishes and release together. Splendid. The two penned their wishes, embracing one another as they watched the lanterns gradually ascend into the night sky. Pei Yixuan, mysteriously producing a delicate sandalwood box, presented it to her with a flourish. My darling, do open it and behold the birthday gift I have prepared for you. With a wave of surprise, Deng Lishu realized that Pei Yixuan had already gifted her numerous presents, yet there was still more to come. Overwhelmed with emotion, tears welled in her eyes as she sniffled and proudly declared, I only cherish the unique. The man, unable to resist her adorable and playful demeanor, leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on her lips. As Deng Lishu opened the box, she discovered a thick art book nestled within, accompanied by a golden hairpin adorned with a vividly lifelike magnolia blossom. She turned the pages of the book one by one, utterly moved, with crystalline tears falling onto its pages. Unable to contain herself any longer, she suddenly threw herself into the man's embrace, exclaiming, How can you be so thoughtful? I don't even know how to respond. Pei Yixuan held her close, tenderly kissing her forehead as he murmured, Every smile and frown of yours, I remember. They are etched deep within my heart. The moments captured in this book, of us, are strokes of my love. I only wish to document our every little moment. Do you like it? Deng Lishu nodded vigorously. I love it, truly. You have put so much thought into it. Then, Pei Yixuan picked up the magnolia hairpin and gently flicked the artificial petals made of pearls, causing 2 poison needles to zip out with a whoosh. Deng Lishu's eyes widened in astonishment. What is this? My dear, this hairpin is crafted by my own hands. It contains 10 poison needles that can be shot in pairs, a means of protection in times of peril. Yes, I adore it. Happy birthday, my dear. I wish for your everlasting safety, health, and happiness. And may my son remain healthy and joyful for a lifetime. The two shared a sweet kiss, and in that moment, their tears were tinged with sweetness. Meanwhile, Zhao Tingyun stood in the pavilion of the imperial garden, gazing up at 2 sky lanterns, wishing for eternal togetherness and happiness. He gripped his fan tightly, knuckles turning white, his heart brimming with disdain and jealousy. Only I, Zhao Tingyun, will never be separated from Lishu. The following day, in the imperial study, the Southern and Northern Dynasties signed the Southern-Northern Treaty, with the Southern Dynasty paying tribute and both sides agreeing to a century of non-aggression. Furthermore, Princess Zhao Tingqing of the Southern Dynasty would return home and no longer serve as a hostage. In a few days, the Northern Dynasty's annual spring hunt would commence, with all preparations in the palace complete. However, Zhao Tingyun was not among the hunting party. He departed the capital with his entourage 2 days before the hunt began. Chapter 84. Lishu is captured The emperor is devastated in the exuberance of spring. Deng Lishu's equestrian skills honed at Yun Villa proved useful. While Pei Yixuan took the ministers hunting in the woods, she engaged in light conversation with the ladies in the tent, sipping tea and nibbling on snacks. When boredom struck, she would ride with Lin Wanwan in the nearby woods to clear her mind. Early one morning, Pei Yixuan woke Deng Lishu from her slumber. He set aside the clothes in his hands, returned to the bed, and embraced her, planting a kiss on her forehead. "Lishu, I apologize for waking you. You must have been tired last night. Sleep a little longer, all right?" Deng Lishu, still hazy with sleep, nestled into his embrace, gently nodding. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon her, and in a playful manner, she wrapped her arms around his waist and swayed. "Kiss me." Pei Yixuan was utterly captivated by her playful charm. After a while of affectionate embrace, he finally lifted his head, breathless, and gently wiped the moisture from her lips. "Sure, my darling, continue to sleep. Your husband is off now." Deng Lishu shook her head, her eyes still closed, her endearing demeanor igniting a fervor in the man's heart. "What's the matter, Shua? Is your husband not going?" "No. You promised last night to bring me back a little fox today. Remember, it must be alive. I want to raise it well in the palace." Pei Yixuan, with tender indulgence, ruffled her hair. All right. Your husband will certainly bring back a little fox for you to care for." Satisfied, Deng Lishu smirked and planted a soft kiss on his handsome face. "Okay, go quickly." "All right. Remember to take someone with you. Sure, don't wander too far." Deng Lishu nestled into her blanket, her voice sweetly murmuring, "Okay." Pei Yixuan smiled joyfully, tucked her in snugly, and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead before dressing himself and stepping outside. Half an hour later, Deng Lishu rose to have her grooming attended to, as 3 concubines had arrived early to see her, accompanied by several ladies in waiting. After sitting in the tent for a while, Deng Lishu observed the lively crowd before her, beginning to feel drowsy. She sipped from the freshly brewed floral tea, which revived her somewhat. "I shall take a stroll. Miss Lin, come along." She stood and stepped outside, with Lin Wanwan quickly following suit. Upon exiting the tent, Lin Wanwan eagerly linked arms with Deng Lishu. "Lishu, those women are so bothersome. I cannot fathom where they find such endless chatter." Deng Lishu nodded in agreement. "Indeed, let's go horseback riding." "Absolutely." The two mounted the horses prepared by the attendants and leisurely rode through the nearby woods, engaging in casual conversation. 4 imperial guards trailed behind, with Lu Yixiang, and when you also mounted nearby. "Lishu, my brother hunted a rabbit for me yesterday. I plan to take it home and raise it. It's simply adorable." Lin Wanwan exclaimed joyfully. "Indeed, the emperor has also bestowed upon me several animals, but I adore little foxes." Deng Lishu thought of the delightful little fox she would soon have and couldn't help but smile. As they rode further into the woods, it grew denser, and they were about to turn back when Lin Wanwan remarked, "The emperor truly treats you well." Before she could finish her sentence, dozens of cloaked figures descended upon them, surrounding them completely. "Protect the ladies," Lu Yi shouted, positioning himself and the others around Deng Lishu and Lin Wanwan. Fear gripped Deng Lishu and Lin Wanwan as they clutched the reins tightly, their horses growing restless. "Who are you?" Lu Yi demanded. The black-clad figures ignored him. Their leader stepped forward, casually waving a hand, and the assailants surged forth to engage in combat. Clearly prepared, the skill of the attackers overpowered the 4 guards. Even Yixiang and Wenyu struggled, and the hidden guards protecting Deng Lishu emerged, creating a somewhat balanced confrontation. Lu Yi escorted the 2 women backward, but the leader of the attackers would not allow their escape, swiftly blocking their path. Bold assassin, the shadow guard advanced fiercely, causing Deng Lishu and Lin Wanwan's horses to retreat repeatedly amidst the chaos, scattering the group. "Lishu, Wanwan," a black-clad figure leapt forward, thrusting a sword towards the hindquarters of Deng Lishu's horse, which instantly panicked and galloped wildly into the depths of the forest. Deng Lishu's face drained of color. Her hands clutched the reins tightly as she crouched low on the horse's back, feeling the fierce wind whip past her ears, the pounding of hooves echoing in her heart. And she cried out in fear, "Ashwan, save me!" Without regard for her dignity, her voice rang out in desperation. The leading figure in black swiftly mounted a horse to pursue Deng Lishu. Your Majesty! Li Shu, Lu, Yi, and the others exclaimed, eager to follow, but they were outnumbered, and another wave of black-clad assailants arrived. Injured and overwhelmed, they could only watch helplessly as Deng Li Shu vanished into the forest. It seemed their intent was not to take lives, but merely to ensnare them. After a brief entanglement, the attackers began to retreat. The alerted Imperial guards rushed from the camp, but it was too late. The black-clad figures withdrew slowly, and remarkably, no one had perished. It appeared this was not an assassination, but rather an abduction of the queen. He fallen into a trap. Lin Wanwan, tears streaming down her face, was beside herself with frustration. Lu Yi, you must inform His Majesty. We must pursue. She and the 4 shadow guards mounted their horses and galloped in the direction of the black-clad figures. Lin Wanwan longed to join them, but her horse had been stolen, leaving her to wait in despair. How could she bear it if anything happened to Li Shu? When Pei Yishuan received the news, he trembled uncontrollably, nearly fainting, his eyes ablaze with fury. He rode furiously, a small fox he had caught for her still hanging from the saddle, unharmed and meant for her care. Overwhelmed by anguish, his heart felt as though it had been wrenched from his chest. He clutched Lu Yi's collar, surveying the signs of the struggle with unrestrained rage. How terrified she must be. Incompetence, all of you. He shouted, go die. Tears streamed down his face, revealing his utter helplessness and panic. He mounted his horse with a fierce determination, driving it onward. Li Shu would be frightened without him, unable to eat, plagued by nightmares. He had to find her quickly. Hurry up, Liang Yi urged, cracking the whip against his horse. Lin Wanwan, overcome with grief, fainted and was carried back to the camp by the Imperial guards. Deng Li Shu's horse, still in a frenzy, charged deep into the woods before racing downhill. Initially, she retained some clarity, attempting to control the reins, but soon felt a wave of discomfort and heat wash over her. At first, she attributed it to fright, but gradually, dizziness took over, and she ultimately lost consciousness. Her grip on the reins slackened, and she fell uncontrollably from the horse, only to be caught by the black-clad figure following her. Unconscious, her body radiated an eerie crimson hue, her temperature alarmingly high. The figure clad in black drew forth his sword and aimed it at the frenzied horse, which instantaneously broke its hind legs, emitting a mournful cry as it tumbled down the slope, eventually succumbing to silence. The man in black, cradling the unconscious Deng Li Shu, soared away from the forest, leaving behind the forsaken horse grazing leisurely on the hillside. Yixiang, Wenyu, and the others hastened over, only to discover the solitary horse on the slope and the lifeless body of the mad steed below, leaving them momentarily at a loss. Their faces were somber, filled with regret and anxiety, as they gazed up at the vast, empty woods, uncertain of the queen's current whereabouts. Pei Yishuan, in a frenzy, galloped down the slope. His horse lost its balance, its front legs buckling uncontrollably, and he was thrown off. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Cries of alarm echoed through the trees, and Pei Zhao, not far from him, swiftly leapt to save him. As soon as they landed, Pei Yishuan forcefully pushed him away and staggered towards the dead horse, kneeling in despair, his face buried in his hands as he wept inconsolably. Where's my Li Shu? Where is she? Your Majesty, there is no sign of Her Highness the Queen here. It seems she is not in mortal danger. Pei Zhao interjected, feeling an ache in his heart. The others, witnessing the Emperor's profound sorrow, felt a shared sense of guilt. Useless fools! I shall slay that band of incompetents. Pei Yishuan, engulfed in grief, drew his blade, intent on punishing the shadow guards for failing to protect the queen. The guards, filled with remorse, awaited their fate with no protest, respecting the Emperor's wrath. Pei Zhao stepped forward to block the sword, his eyes filled with complexity and distress. Quickly kneeling, Your Majesty, the immediate priority is to find the queen. Go now, everyone must search. If the queen is not found, let all of you perish. Pei Yishuan, in a fit of rage, sheathed his sword with force, kicking a nearby pine tree, which trembled and slowly toppled, revealing the extent of his fury. With eyes brimming with sorrow, he gazed at his little fox, who whimpered softly, his heart aching with despair. "My Li Shu, where are you?" Chapter 85. Li Shu and the Herbal Medicine. Slapping the Southern Emperor, the man in black escorted Deng Li Shu out of the woods, arriving at Suzhou City, 20 miles from the capital. Within the opulent inn, Zhao Tingyun observed the unconscious Deng Li Shu on the bed, her face flushed and her temperature alarmingly high. Unable to contain himself, he turned and struck Wu Hu across the face, the sound resonating throughout the room, causing Lu Che to kneel in fright. "How could you handle matters so poorly? Did I not instruct you to keep her unscathed?" Zhao Tingyun rarely displayed such fury. It was a significant emotional upheaval that Lu Che and Wu Hu had not witnessed in many years. Still unsatisfied, Zhao Tingyun delivered another resounding slap to Wu Hu's face. "Your Majesty, please calm your anger. I've already sent for a physician." At these words, Zhao Tingyun's fury escalated further. "Fool! Summoning a doctor only reveals our location, while Pei Yishuan has dispatched men to search everywhere." In his wrath, Wu Yin and Lu had already brought the physician inside, with no other option. As Deng Li Shu was in a critical state, he had no choice but to allow the doctor to attend to her. The crowd watched the doctor anxiously, while Zhao Tingyun gazed at the person on the bed with deep concern. Grasping the doctor's collar, he coldly inquired, "What is the situation? How is she?" The doctor, with a heavy heart, replied, "This lady has been poisoned. The potency of the poison is severe. My knowledge is limited, and I am at a loss. The only remedy is to use Yihuan to counteract the poison, or there could be a risk to her life." The doctor shook his head helplessly, recognizing that the group before him was no ordinary assembly. Had he known, he would not have come. Now he was embroiled in a troublesome predicament. He picked up his medicine box, intending to leave, but with a mere glance from Zhao Tingyun, Wu Hu rose from the ground, stating, "Doctor, allow me to escort you out. You all should leave as well. Tidy up and depart this evening." "Understood, Your Majesty." The three hastily exited, securing the door tightly behind them. Zhao Tingyun settled at the bedside, admiring the flushed, enchanting visage of Deng Li Shu, filled with infatuation. Gently, he caressed her tender cheek, murmuring, "Sure, you have finally come to my side. I shall treat you well henceforth." Deng Li Shu, in discomfort, furrowed her brows, entirely oblivious to the world around her. Zhao Tingyun leaned down, kissing the lips he had long yearned for, discovering them to be as soft and sweet as he had imagined, captivating him entirely. "Sure, will you love me?" His deep, husky voice was intoxicating as he delicately lifted the fabric of her clothing, observing the ambiguous marks left by Pei Yishuan on her body. A flicker of jealousy passed through his gentle gaze, soon